WYFF News 4 Today starts with breaking news.
Sleet falling in parts of the Carolinas and northern Georgia, all part of a winter storm system hitting more than a dozen states across the country. In the upstate, some ice starting to accumulate, like you can see on our Woodruff Road sky camera in this video from overnight. That ice is expected to glaze roads, trees, and power lines as well.
And wind is set to pick up later today. Sleet pellets coating Paris Mountain. It could barely make it out the picture from the sky camera overnight, when power outages and travel problems are expected to become more likely as the winter storm moves through.
Sleet continues to fall across the area. I'll show you when this transitions into freezing rain and when we see some relief from the moisture coming up.
Sleet and freezing rain across the area coming up. I'll tell you what that means as we go towards the rest of this morning.
Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Destiny Chance.
And I'm Aaron Baker.
And I'm Victoria Kukinas. Thank you for joining us this morning and tuning in as we track the ice storm warning in place.
Yeah, and with those concerns growing across our area, we've been monitoring the weather. I wouldn't even say for the last 24 hours, all week long, the weather team has been tracking what to expect.
Yeah, now as we enter our all-day coverage throughout the day today, we have live team coverage on the breaking news story as well. We have meteorologist Grace Lau, Leah Phillips, Isabel Mark, and Caitlin Ashball. They're all live across the upstate, bringing us the real-time impacts you could face as the ice storm develops.
Plus, we are monitoring the roads as the potential for black ice is high. What you should know to stay safe.
Yeah, we're already seeing some impacts, though. Of course, dozens of churches, businesses, schools already announcing closures. We have a full list of those by region scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We also have the detailed instructions for you on WYFF4.com so we can get you listed as well.
Yeah, Victoria, we're seeing sleet, freezing rain. What should we be aware of as the temperatures are going to continue to drop today?
Well, right now we're seeing mainly sleet, which is kind of good news in the fact that it's a little bit easier to drive on if you have to head out, but it has more traction to it. But the bad news is this will transition into freezing rain in the next few hours as temperatures begin to warm up. So as we see daybreak and that sun rises, this will start to turn into freezing rain, which is when we start to see the accumulation on the power lines. We start to see the accumulation on the trees, and that causes more widespread power outages. I know we're already seeing some across our area right now, but this will unfortunately worsen before it does get better. So right now across the radar, most of us are seeing that sleet where you see that dark purple, but where you see the mixture of white in it, that is a mixture of sleet and some rain. So that is telling me it's melting a bit because it's transitioning into freezing rain. So this is likely to be freezing rain in the next few hours. Where you see Dunes Rock, where that pink is, that is freezing rain on the radar. So pink is freezing rain, this light purple is sleet, and then that darker blue, white, purple is going to be a mixture, a wintry mix. We are starting to see some accumulation from the sleet. It's not as high as it will be before this is over. So south of Toccoa, we are seeing accumulation near 0.2 of an inch, and then we travel up near Pickens. As we head towards Pickens, we are seeing accumulation near about 1/4 of an inch, and then towards even downtown Greenville near 1/10 of an inch. So as we get that freezing rain, this will definitely worsen, and that's when we see the accumulation really start to increase, is when we start to see the freezing rain. That's because it packs on. For Pickens, near about 1/4 of an inch for the area, and then as we travel up towards near Spartanburg, also towards I-26, we're really not seeing any accumulation just yet, but that is going to change in the next few hours. Again, we are expecting this to completely transition into freezing rain before a cold front moves through later tonight. Once this cold front starts to move in, that's when we start to see rain across the area, and that's when we slowly begin to dry out. But that's not until later tonight, so we are expecting a couple more hours of freezing rain, and this is going to cause more issues. So we'll break those down, and when we see maybe sunshine coming up in a few minutes. Aaron?
All right, Victoria, thank you. 5:02, and let's take a look at traffic again right now. We're looking at I-85 near Pelham Road in Greenville County, and you can just see the sleet that's already there on the road, as Victoria was mentioning. The northbound lanes, looks like there's 2 or 3 cars there, 2 or 3 in the southbound lanes, but certainly not a day to be on the roads if you can avoid it at all. So that's something to keep in mind on this Sunday morning, and it's going to continue to get worse, as Victoria said, with some freezing rain as well throughout the morning. So avoid driving if you absolutely can as we go throughout the day.
That's right, and we've really started to see sleet start to pick up, at least in the last hour, right, Aaron?
I mean, I guess the good news is Victoria was saying that at least provides some traction, more so than freezing rain on the roads, but we have that coming in a little bit later in the morning and afternoon, as Victoria said. Our Leah Phillips kicks off our live team coverage in the upstate. She's in Greenville. Leah, what's it looking like outside right now?
Aaron, Destiny, good morning. You are exactly right. What we're seeing right now is that sleet is coming down heavier than we've seen it all morning long. We're going to go ahead and give you a live look at Main Street right now in downtown Greenville, because this isn't something you see very often. As you can see, those roads are just completely empty. We aren't seeing any traffic through here except for those city trucks spreading that salt brine, plowing that sleet out of the way to the best of their ability. Again, it's pristine. You don't even see the tracks on the ground. The crazy thing is we were dragging our feet as we walked out here, and those tracks are already beginning to fill back in. That just shows you just how heavy this sleet is coming down. Again, full-blown tracks in the ground already starting to fill back up. It's a ghost town. We're not seeing folks out here, which is good news. Again, cannot tell you enough. Stay home, stay warm, stay safe. We're going to send it over to our Isabel Marek, who is live in Anderson County. Isabel, what are you seeing out there?
Yeah, hey, Leah, we're seeing a lot of the same thing here in downtown Anderson. I was going to show you kind of the same thing when it comes to tracks out here. These are my footprints from just not that long ago, I think 30 minutes ago. You can barely see them compared to my footprint right here, because it's already starting to fill back in, and I'm kind of feeling the ice coming down. I was wondering if I could even catch and show you guys. Not really. I mean, it's kind of smaller right now on this brown patch, but it looks just like straight ice falling from the sky. That's really what it feels like too. But you can see it here on the roadways. It's covering the roadways, it's covering the sidewalks, and under all of this, I've been showing y'all all morning, this feels like straight ice. So just want to be careful and stay off the roads like we've been saying all morning. We're starting to see it pick up here, even in just the last hour that we've been out here. But it is also a ghost town around here. We saw maybe one truck go by. We want to encourage people to stay inside and stay warm, and stay off the roadways, because it does make it easier for our first responders to get around and get to those emergency situations if they are needed. We're going to continue to provide you with updates throughout the morning, especially as this starts to pick up a little bit. I'm still trying to see if I can catch anything. Maybe in the next one I'll be able to show you a little bit more. But yeah, we're seeing some of that sleet start to come down here in Anderson. But for now, I'm going to send it over to our Caitlin Ashbot in Spartanburg, and Caitlin has a look in out there.
As of right now, we are dealing with sleet, freezing rain on the way, icy conditions possible coming up. I'll tell you a little bit about what the roads are looking like and why you need to stay home these next couple of days.
Now, I've been tracking the storm and the different types of precipitation it could bring. Seeing sleet right now, eventually some freezing rain.
And I know a lot of us were hoping for snow. Unfortunately, not the case.
Yeah, and the roads are very slick in some areas. Meteorologist Grace Lau is joining us live to walk us through some of the impacts we could be seeing as this storm passes over our area. Grace, good morning.
Destiny, Aaron, Victoria, good morning, guys. It has consistently been pouring sleet, freezing rain, a wintry mix out here. I'm right outside the studio, kind of giving you an idea of what's happening as the morning rolls along. I know we have that issue of ice as well as we get a bit closer as this transitions into mainly freezing rain, and then that's when the real problems come into play. Something I want to talk about, though, I know we have some video of Hendon. He's our photographer out here. He's with me all morning long. He's driving from Easley and into Greenville, and sleet on the roadways. Take a look at this. He's drove here carefully, making sure you got this safely for you guys, but you see it is covered out there. I know early this morning on my way to work, I was also seeing the same conditions. And once again, this is, as of right now, mainly a sleet covering. It looks like snow. It looks fun to play in. Here's the problem. As we go towards the rest of the morning, whatever falls is going to stick to that sleet as well, which is freezing rain, which is going to be that half inch of ice we've been talking about. And that forecast is going to verify as we go towards the rest of our evening, because this isn't going to be letting up anytime soon. Periods of heavy winter precipitation through this morning and into late this evening. This is an all-day, all-Sunday event for us. We notice models really ending around 6 or 7 o'clock for us, and then after that, temperatures dramatically dropping. even colder than what I'm feeling right now. I got my gloves. I have my hand warmers in here as well. Of course, I have 2 socks on. We're all bundled up across the area, giving you the best information we can as this continues all morning long. Once again, stay off the roadways, guys. Make sure you're being safe this weekend as we're going to continue to see sleet and eventually freezing rain fall this morning. And of course, we're watching for tree damage, power outages, and we'll continue to keep you updated all morning long. Back to you guys in the studio.
Grace, thank you for the update. The message from first responders is stay home if you can. How you can stay safe in extremely cold temperatures if you do have to be outside.
Good morning, everyone. For those of us who are waking up early tracking this system, we are starting to see sleet across most of the area right now. This will eventually transition into freezing rain, but sleet is definitely better than freezing rain when it comes to power outages, icy roadways, and traction on the roads. But again, this will transition here soon. So let's break this all down. This is looking over Asheville right now. You can see some ice frozen on the camera, and it is a bit breezy. The camera is moving right now, and we are starting to see a bit of a break towards Asheville, but that will change. Over downtown Greenville right now, it looks like a winter wonderland, but this is not snow. This is sleet. I know it looks like snow and you can pick it up like snow, but it's mainly ice and sleet pellets. Sleet is when it falls from the sky as snow, melts, and then refreezes as ice before it does hit the ground. Still not great to drive on those, so make sure to stay indoors. Right now, most of the sleet across the area, you notice the light purple we can see is sleet. And it is transitioning in towards that darker blue right now. And that's telling us it is transitioning in towards a liquid, which means eventually this will transition into freezing rain. So we are starting to see those temperatures warm up just a bit. So this dark blue isn't the best news. This will eventually turn to pink when it transitions into freezing rain. So freezing rain is rain that falls from the sky as rain and then freezes completely as ice on an object or the ground. And that's why we are expecting the power outages to worsen, also tree damage across the area, and roadways will start to ice over as well. We have the sleet on it for the moment, but it's mainly sleet pellets, which has a little bit more traction than ice. So right now, some of us are seeing some storm reports, but this is mostly just storm reports of some ice across the area. All these circles across the board, that is telling us there are reports of accumulation. Now, most of us are seeing about 1/10 of an inch. So let's break it down city by city. As we head towards Toccoa, let's travel back down 85 towards Georgia. Toccoa right now saw an accumulation of about 2/10 of an inch. Once we see this transition into freezing rain, that's when those accumulations will really start to ramp up. So right now, about 2/10 of an inch near Toccoa. Then we travel all the way back towards downtown Greenville. Towards downtown Greenville, we've had about 2/10 of an inch. This has actually gone up in the last couple minutes. It was at 1/10. Now we're at 2/10. So again, starting to see that accumulation rise. Still stay indoors. If you have to head out for an emergency, sleet is a bit easier to drive on than freezing rain. Traveling up north towards Pickens, let's head towards Pickens right now. If you are in Pickens near 178, accumulation up to almost 1/2 an inch already. They've seen quite a bit of sleet over the last few hours. This did start last night. Now, some of us haven't seen really much accumulation at all. To measure accumulation, you need at least 1/10 of an inch. So as we travel closer towards I-26, going towards Spartanburg, Gaffney, and Union, and down towards Lawrence, we aren't seeing accumulation totals just yet. You might see a light glaze of sleet across your yard or maybe your back porch right now. But once this starts accumulating up towards about 1/10 of an inch, then it will show up on the radar. Traveling up towards Asheville and Hendersonville, also not seeing much of an accumulation for ice either, or the sleet. Again, this will start to change in the next few hours. So stay inside still. Sleet, I know, looks like snow, but this is still technically ice. And this will transition into freezing rain in the next few hours. So let's time this out. Right now, seeing mainly sleet. We are slowly starting to see that transition on the radar. We saw that color change. Once it turns what we say pink on the radar, that's telling us it is freezing rain. Again, that's rain falling from the sky that then glazes as ice across the area. This is in the next hour or so, we see this start to move through as freezing rain. If you're up near Cullowhee, Franklin, down heading in towards North Georgia, you'll actually see some more cold rain. So you'll have less totals for your ice accumulation. This continues to be moved through all throughout the morning. This is by noon. It is a bit lighter heading in towards about 12 o'clock, so that lunch hour, but it's still falling. That's why accumulations will be near 1/2 an inch towards an inch in areas before this is over. Now, once we get towards about 3 to 4 o'clock, we watch a cold front develop. This is going to sweep across the southeast. Just to our south near Columbia, there is a threat for thunderstorms, so temperatures are much warmer. But then as this moves through towards I-85 for us, we are going to see this transition into a cold rain, mainly after about 4 to 5 o'clock. One thing with this, if you do watch it outside as it does move in, there's just enough convection with the ice moving in. You could see some lightning and thunder within this system. Now, it's not severe weather, but it will move through the area. It kind of takes that moisture with it. And then by about 7 to 8 o'clock, we're almost dry. So we are still expecting freezing rain throughout most of the day before those accumulations start to add up. Changes into rain, then we dry out. But because that cold front moves through, takes that moisture with it, we clear out Monday, but then winds will begin to pick up. And that's when we see the issue when it comes to power outages and icy roadways and also tree damage, because we'll have wind gusts near 45 miles per hour on Monday, and that's going to cause some issues, especially with trees that were already damaged by Helene. So it's pretty breezy right now. These will only worsen throughout the afternoon and into Monday. We just had a wind gust of 22 in Greenville, 18 in Lawrence, 23 in Elberton, and 20 in Walhalla. Then we start to see it ramp up. Later this afternoon towards the upstate, winds will be the strongest, near about 30 to 35. Towards the mountains, near about 20. And then once we get towards the evening on Sunday, that cold front moves through, and the strongest winds always come in behind a cold front. So as we go towards Monday, we will see wind gusts near 40 to 45 miles per hour towards the mountains and near 30 here in the upstate. By this point, you have the ice on the trees, you have the ice on the power lines, and again, trees were damaged by Helene. These are weaker, so it brings down those tree limbs with heavy ice on it, whether it's half an inch, whether it's an inch, so our impacts are still the same. We've had a few reported power outages already across mainly western North Carolina, but this will become more widespread throughout the afternoon and really into Monday once the winds will begin to pick up. And then refreezing and black ice becomes a problem. I wish we had warmer temperatures in the forecast after this, but the ice from today will start to impact us through the rest of this week. So for Monday and Tuesday, it's still an alert day. We're at 28 degrees Monday morning, 36 by the afternoon. But then even if we're above freezing for today, we drop towards 6 degrees on Tuesday. That is the actual temperature. 35 by the afternoon, and then we go into that pattern of melting in the afternoon, slightly refreezing in the morning. By Saturday, we're at 38 degrees, so we are nice and sunny, but we are still below average in the 30s. We don't see much relief for at least another week. For the mountains, similar story, alert days all the way through Tuesday. We drop towards 2 degrees Tuesday morning, and then we melt in the afternoon, refreeze in the morning, and we'll see that pattern through the next weekend. Destiny?
Thank you, Victoria. Let's take a live look at our traffic right now. Here is I-385 South at Woodruff Road in Greenville County. Our master control upstairs just told me they saw some salt trucks pass by and snow plows. So crews are definitely out there working to try and treat the roads. But again, it is strongly, highly advised and encouraged that you stay off the roads and stay indoors if you can. Meanwhile, we're seeing some power outages as a result of the storm. We do have an outage map on WYFF4.com that updates with data from poweroutage.com. In South Carolina, we're looking pretty good at the moment. About 2,000 customers are without power in North Carolina. In our area, Duke Energy says areas near Franklin, Waynesville, and Brevard are seeing power loss. The utility says this is due to storm damage. It's not clear when the power will be restored. You can download the WYFF News 4 app now to track these outages. 5:22 is your time, and the South Carolina National Guard is deploying across South Carolina to help state agencies prepare and protect communities during the winter storm.
They've been conducting inspections on military equipment and vehicles to make sure they're ready to help across the state during storm operations.
Around 375 service members from the South Carolina Military Department are positioned across the state. A total of 42 vehicles have been dispatched to aid in these efforts, many assisting SC Highway Patrol. They're prepared to help with shelter assistance, transportation, emergency operations, center support, and clearing debris across the state.
Troops are on standby in counties expected to be impacted, such as Aiken, Anderson, Oconee, Lawrence, Greenville, Greenwood, Pickens, York, Cherokee, and Saluda counties. Meanwhile, in Georgia, the top official for the State Department of Transportation spoke on the extensive steps taken to prepare state roads ahead of the storm.
They say it took coordination with several agencies to get the work done.
What we ask of you, limit your travel today so we can get our work done. So far, we've seen traffic volumes down about 30 to 40%, so thank you for staying off the roads. Get to where you need to be through at least Monday.
Commissioner Russell McMurray says if they brine the roads when people are off the roads, the brine has a better chance of sticking. If you have to leave home, watch for crews and give yourself extra time. Staff also encourage drivers to make sure they have winter clothes with them, especially if they have car trouble. Lawrence County Council has declared a local state of emergency during this ice storm. To help people escape the cold, warming centers are open at the Lawrence and Clinton Police Departments. A warming shelter meant for overnight stays is also open at the Lawrence County Agriculture Center. The county also has a non-emergency line. It's 864-984-2523. You can see that on your screen. It's meant to help keep 911 lines open.
Warming shelters are also open in Oconee County. If you can get there safely, you can head to Walhalla High School on North Highway, where there's a medical needs shelter. Seneca Middle School is opening later today as well to help keep people warm. That's over on Wells Highway. If you're stuck at home and your power goes out, there are a few ideas for some nutritious foods you can enjoy.
Even if you can't use the kitchen. Clemson University Extension Food Safety Specialists advise you eat fresh produce with a long shelf life. Cereals, breakfast bars, and all canned foods are a good idea too. If your fridge temp goes above 40 degrees for more than 2 hours, you'll need to throw out meats and eggs.
But if we're going to go higher than 40 degrees, then we're still in what we call that temperature danger zone for those pathogens to start growing. And then we're also running into risks of storing food outside, of course, pests, wild animals, or just our local pets in the neighborhood, getting into that food.
She also says while you have power, cook any raw proteins and highly perishable foods or store them in the freezer. This winter storm has stirred up emotional anxiety for some. Many people have traumatic memories from Helene just more than a year ago.
Yeah, we spoke with Dr. Frank Clark, a psychiatrist with Prisma Health, for what you can do to protect your emotional health.
There's a trauma component there, and when we are traumatized, we tend to become hypervigilant. We tend to overreact, and so we have to ground ourselves and center ourselves. So if we're constantly staring at our weather app, that's just going to drive up our anxiety. We have to know when it's time to put the phone down and turn off the media for a moment. We can come back to it later. You manage the anxiety. Do not let the anxiety manage you.
Dr. Clark also recommends having a storm preparedness plan in place. That way you feel more in control. He says it's important to connect with others, speak with trusted friends about how you're feeling.
And if you need immediate support, call or text 988 or reach out to someone at your local mental health center. 5:26 is your time this morning, and we're continuing our team coverage of this ice storm as it makes its way through our region. The impacts we're seeing this morning across the upstate.
Well, we're continuing to track this storm across the area, seeing sleet eventually transitioning into freezing rain here soon, and that's going to cause some issues, especially icy roadways and for power outages. And meteorologist Grace Lau is live right now across the area, showing us what she's seeing outside. Grace, I know that sleet is falling for the moment, so what are you seeing?
Hey, Victoria, good morning. I took a quick check of radar before I stepped out here, and I braced myself. I said, oh boy, it's about to come down. And certainly I'm seeing it right now. Back behind me, you can really see it coming down outside right now. Overall, certainly something I want you to pay attention to all morning long, because this is not it. This is not a situation where we're just going to be dealing with this for a few hours. It's gone. It's going to be just sleet outside, and it'll melt and go away. We keep mentioning this is a long duration event for two separate reasons. Number one, it started late last night. We're already still talking about it this morning, seeing accumulations. And then all day today, we're going to be dealing with freezing rain, which is why we were talking accumulation amounts up to half an inch or even higher, certainly across the area, which is causing some of those power outages already, of course, down trees. And then after that, late tonight, whatever falls is going to stay here for a while. We're talking those overnight lows into tonight, Monday night, Tuesday night as well, in the teens, 20s, and even single digits outside. So overall, below freezing, which means whatever melting occurs within the sunshine we could see by tomorrow is going to melt overnight. This is why crews have been preparing for this all week long. We've been informing you to stay home just because as of right now, yes, it is sleet in a lot of areas. It's still slick, and this is going to transition into freezing rain. I want you to be careful this weekend. This is not over. We're going to continue to stay with you as well overnight tonight into tomorrow as we continue to track this storm moving through we're nowhere near done just yet. We'll continue to keep you updated as well all morning long. As of right now, though, it's sleet. There's a lot of it, and it's cold out there. Back to you guys in the studio.
WYFF News 4 Today starts with breaking news.
A winter storm hitting nearly half of the country, bringing wet and slick roads across the Carolinas and Georgia. You can see the conditions overnight on I-85 near Gaffney and in downtown Brevard, North Carolina. Sleet coming down over Lake Hartwell overnight. Ice is starting to accumulate.
And that ice could build on roads, trees, and power lines. You can expect wind speeds to pick up as the day goes on as well. The impacts we're seeing across the upstate this morning as the system moves through.
Main Street in Greenville County, where sleet is actively coming down. What you can expect to see out on the roads coming up next.
Jefferson County, we're already seeing some precipitation on the roadways. It's kind of a mix of some snow and some ice right here. We'll have the latest on the conditions coming up.
A live look at the conditions here in downtown Spartanburg. So far, we're seeing a low amount of precipitation, but we are expecting that to worsen. Find out more coming up.
5:32 is your time this morning, and we are taking a live wet look over Woodruff Road Skycam. This morning, the temperature in Greenville is 20 degrees, feels like 9. It's also windy out there. Right now, Victoria, what is that we're seeing?
We're seeing sleet on the roadways right now, so it hasn't done that transition into freezing rain just yet. So that's why it kind of looks like snow.
Yeah, so it could be bringing some freezing rain, sleet, and some snow to parts of our area with this winter storm. We've mostly seen sleet overnight in the past hour. We have team coverage across the upstate and the impacts we're starting to see from this system. Thank you for staying with us this morning.
Let's get right to Victoria Coquinos this morning to get a weather update. Victoria, you know, like we've been saying, sleet, but it will get worse as the day goes on.
Unfortunately so. You know, sleet's not as bad as freezing rain. It's not technically just a glaze of frozen ice, but this will transition, and it's actually transitioning right now to a freezing rain in the next few hours as temperatures slightly begin to warm up, especially in the atmosphere, and that's when we start to see more problems across the area. So this light purple we're seeing right here near I-85 and southward, that's sleet. And then as we get closer towards Greenville, notice how this is turning darker. That is going to be that transition from rain into freezing rain. So we are seeing it right now transition over the radar, and this is going to cause many problems for all of us. We've already had multiple storm reports. Those are the little circles that you see on the radar of multiple areas of accumulation of sleet and some ice, but this is mainly sleet for the moment. Most of us have seen accumulations near about 1/10 of an inch, but once we see this transition into freezing rain, these ice accumulations are really going to ramp up, and that's when we start to see more problems. So breaking it down for each area accumulation-wise, near Reed Creek, we saw an accumulation of about 1/10 of an inch right now. So again, not too much. We have to see about 1/10 of an inch for accumulation to show up. Some of us are seeing just a light glaze right now. Again, that'll change in the next couple hours. All of us will see some type of accumulation. As we head down towards Toccoa, traveling down towards Georgia, accumulation at 2/10 of an inch. And I actually just looked at the radar. It looks like Toccoa is seeing some light snow right now. Very light, though. It's mixed in with the sleet. But you'll probably see a few flurries if you are in Georgia. That's a different story as we travel up towards Pickens in downtown Greenville, going back into South Carolina. Greenville just had an accumulation of about 2/10 of an inch, and that's actually gone up in the last hour. And also traveling up towards Pickens. Good morning if you are watching near Pickens, and we are seeing accumulation. That's definitely gone up towards 1/2 an inch right now. So some of us are seeing the totals really ramp up. Some of us are starting to get a bit of a break in the moisture as well. As we travel towards I-26, we're not seeing accumulation just yet. Gaffney, Union, Spartanburg, Lawrence, this is not saying you're not seeing any sleet at all. This is just saying you haven't seen 1/10 of an inch just yet. And as we head towards later this afternoon, that'll really start to change as that freezing rain starts to move east, especially near I-77. And then as we travel up towards Asheville, Black Mountain, and even Hendersonville, we haven't seen accumulation of 1/10 of an inch just yet, but you definitely have seen some sleet. I saw it on the radar. So this will start to change. Again, freezing rain is expected in the next few hours as temperatures begin to warm up. So watch this. As we head towards about 8 a.m. this morning, notice temperatures are warming up towards the upper 20s near 30. Right now we're at 20 degrees. That is why it'll transition into freezing rain. We start to see a bit of a warm up. It's still cold outside, but that freezing rain comes down as rain and then freezes on any pavement, any object like a tree or a power line, and that's when you get the power outages widespread. That's when you get that thick glaze of ice on the roadways, and that's when it becomes a big problem. Now towards Cullowhee and Franklin, temperatures are warmer, so this is mostly mostly rain. Then watch as we head throughout the day. This is heading in towards the lunch hour. Temperatures are warming up towards about 31, 30 near Clemson. We're still near 30 here in Greenville. We'll see spotty areas of freezing rain, still rain towards Cullowhee and Franklin. And then we watch a cold front move through later tonight. As this cold front does, temperatures go above freezing. Our high today is still 35 degrees. So it transitions into a cold rain. There's just enough instability as this cold front moves through that you'll probably see some lightning in it. As it does move through by about 5 to 6 p.m., we actually dry out. We could see some light snow up towards our higher elevations. But then as we head towards Monday, we watch that refreeze in the morning. We'll drop to the 20s. All these lines are winds, and we see wind gusts near 40. So then by this point, we have the ice on the power lines. We have the ice on the roadways. This is when widespread power outages are more likely, especially for trees that are already damaged by Helene. That could cause issues to power lines as well. And then we see that refreeze through the rest of the week. So we'll walk you through that here in a couple minutes. Aaron?
All right, Victoria, thank you. Let's take a look at the roads at 537. This just goes to show you just what those roads look like. If you're at home thinking, hey, they may not be bad, they're certainly bad this morning. 85 north at New Cut Road. This is basically at the junction between 85 and 26. Few cars out there, but again, as Victoria was saying, that sleet already on the roads, and that's expected to transition into freezing rain as we go throughout the morning. So certainly recommend avoiding traveling if you can. Let those SCDOT crews get the salt, the brine down as they work to continue to clear those roads.
Yeah, and the sleet that we've seen overnight help keep the roads passable for four-wheel drive vehicles.
But of course, any freezing rain will present challenges, and many churches, businesses, and schools have also made some cancellations in anticipation of those tough travel conditions. We have those scrolling at the bottom of your screen, but our Leah Phillips is just one of our crews across the upstate this morning. Leah, what are you seeing where you're at?
Hey, Aaron, Destiny, good morning. We are seeing that sleet come down intensely. I mean, it is really ramping up over the last half hour to hour. I am a desert rat, you guys, so I am feeling temperatures that I have never felt before in my life. It is absolutely freezing. So if you're watching at home, stay warm, bundle up, stay safe. Those roads are slick. We are having trouble walking out here. We did a little experiment for you guys, so I'm going to go ahead and show you. We set this out about 15 minutes ago, and we got it nice and wet for you. We thought we were going to be able to show you the progress. It's been 10 minutes, and this is just completely frozen over. So that just goes to show you how cold it is. That's not anything new that you haven't heard already this morning, but it is very slick. So if you are outside for any reason, walking the dogs, having to do anything necessary, be very safe, be very careful. Cars, as you can see here, windshields up. That's a good thing to do if you haven't already. As you can see, we've got the sleet accumulation going on. You're going to need that ice scraper. We did that earlier today. But the goal here is to stay off the roads altogether, right? So let SCDOT clear those roads. We've seen Greenville City trucks. There's one right behind us right now, clearing the roads. We've seen them spraying that salt brine, but that sleet accumulation, I mean, you guys, it is coming down. We're making tracks here, but they are filling up instantly almost. It is seriously starting to ramp up. But again, stay home, stay inside, stay safe, enjoy your cup of coffee this morning. We're going to go ahead and send it on over to our Isabel Marek, who is live in Anderson County. Isabel, what are we seeing out there?
Yeah, hey Leah, good morning. We're seeing a lot of the same here in Anderson. I feel like the accumulation, the sleet that we're seeing has ramped up. It has slowed down. It's been a little bit of some back and forth right there. I was kind of able to catch some on my gloves earlier, not so much right now. But yeah, it really just looked like balls of ice falling from the sky, small ones onto my gloves earlier. We've been keeping an eye on some of the things around us, like this is kind of frozen over already, and like we've been mentioning, these tracks as well. We've been walking around. This was one of my old tracks. It is now filled all the way up. But what I do want to show you too is like under all of this sleet, this is just frozen ice. It's even started to get worse since we've been out here. We got out here around 4 this morning, and it's about, 5:40? So it's been almost 2 hours, and it's already starting to kind of worsen up right here. Let me step out this way a little bit. I was also seeing kind of on the roadways, it was getting a lot slicker. So we're just proving that you'll want to stay off the roadways, stay inside like we've been saying all morning. Trust me, I'm out here to show what's going on, but it's cold out here. So if you have to go outside, make sure you're bundling up. But I want to show you something else as well. We were taking a look at our car a little bit earlier, and look at this icicle. I mean, this just kind of shows you as things have been coming down just how big it is. This has been from 2 hours of sitting here, and so it's already starting to ramp up for real. I wanted to pull this off to see over the next, few hours as it gets worse, what it starts to look like if it starts to happen again. Up here, you can also see just all the sleet. That's all sleet right there. Yeah, and it's all breaking up because the car's a little hot, but that is what we are seeing here in Anderson County, and it's more of the same back here on the license plate as well. It's all frozen over. There's many of them. That's what we're seeing in Anderson. Lots of sleet, lots of ice. But yeah, if you look around, power is on. That's why we have all these lights around us. So it looks like last time I checked, there's still a lot of power on here in Anderson County, which is good news. People are still being able to stay warm. But we're going to continue to provide you with updates throughout the whole morning, throughout the whole day. I've been in contact with Duke Energy and Anderson County officials. We also spoke to Oconee County officials yesterday. And the number one thing that they want to hammer home is, of course, staying inside, but also knowing that if something does happen, response crews are going to have a slower time to get there because it is so icy here on the road. So just keep that in mind. We'll have to be patient today. We'll all be in this together. But for now, I'm going to send it over to our Caitlin Ashbaugh, who's live in Spartanburg. Caitlin, how's it looking out there?
Hey, Isabel, we're seeing a lot of similar things. If I hold my hand out here, I don't know if you can tell, but you can still see sleet bouncing off my hand here. But later, we're supposed to see that condition worsen, potentially turn into some freezing rain. But I did want to show you a visual, right? We talk a lot about the roads and the sidewalks and staying off of them. This is a prime example, right? When we put this water bottle on the table and there's sleet on top of it, right? There's a good bit of traction there. But if you just take a brush and you sweep off that snow, or excuse me, the sleet that's forming here, and then you put this water bottle back on there, see? You can see it's slipping, right? And you can only imagine if that's what this table looks like. That's a similar situation with the sidewalks and the roads. So that's why we're emphasizing so much that if you can, stay home and stay out of what's going on here. We've seen a few trucks this morning coming through just down the street on Main Street here, and they look like utility trucks. So it looks like they're working on starting to clear the roadways and kind of traveling around the area. But as you can see, we're still seeing pretty similar conditions in terms of precipitation, and we're still seeing pretty similar conditions in terms of what the space is looking like. It's very empty out here. We're not seeing a lot of people around. As I mentioned, we are on Main Street here in downtown Spartanburg. We're also seeing some of the drains nearby. You're seeing that steam come up. You can even see it in my breath a little bit. Obviously, it's a very cold morning, and we're asking you to stay home and stay safe. Of course, we'll have updates throughout the morning on what we're seeing if anything changes, but for now, reporting in Spartanburg County, Caitlin Ashbaugh, WYFF News 4.
Caitlin, thank you. A great demonstration there as to what roads might be like. We're seeing some power outages as a result of this storm as well. We have an outage map on WYFF4.com that updates with data from poweroutage.com. So as of right now in South Carolina, we're looking pretty good, but about 2,000 customers are without power in North Carolina. In our area, Duke Energy says the areas near Franklin, Waynesville, and Brevard are seeing power loss, and they also say that's because of storm damage. It's not clear when that power will be restored, but you can download the WYFF News 4 app right now to track these outages. Grace?
All right, guys, it is coming down right outside the studios. I'm sure you can see it. Sleet, freezing rain, all accumulating across our area. Coming up, I'll tell you what that means and how long this could last.
Back at 546, and we're seeing slick roads from this winter storm as it moves through.
Yeah, we're definitely seeing sleet right now, slowly transitioning into freezing rain, and that's when some issues will start to rise.
Yeah, our live Super Doppler 4 weather team has been telling you all week it could be difficult to travel for a few days. Meteorologist Grace Lau outlines what we're seeing right now. She's joining us live right now from Greenville. Grace.
Hey, Destiny, Aaron, Victoria, good morning. I'm outside here. Certainly has been getting to see the sleet, freezing rain pick up outside as of right now. I want to go ahead and show you something because we've been talking about ice accumulation on power lines, on trees. What does that mean? Half an inch of ice means 500 pounds. As of right now, I'm going to do something. This is a bush I've been kind of watching early this morning. You can't really see sleet on it, right? This is mainly a bit of a glaze on a few of these leaves. Now, this is nowhere near what we're going to be seeing, but I want to go ahead and visualize it for you. It looks like just a bit of a glaze, right? Not seeing the sleet or the white powder that's on the ground. The reason why, as I crack this open, you can really see that this is mainly sleet and a bit of an ice mix, right? And you notice It's just a little bit here and there. They're kind of frozen. They're kind of hard to the touch, but there we go. That's a good one. Just to give you an idea, hey, this is what we're going to be seeing on power lines. This is what we're going to be seeing on trees, and it's going to be a lot more than that as we go towards the rest of this morning. I know we've kept mentioning that this is a long duration event for the area. You're like, well, it's already started. It's overnight. Is it almost done? And the answer is no. We still have a very long time to see this consistent downpour of a wintry mix, and yes, ice is involved with that, and this is why those accumulations are so high. Not only is this going to be lasting all day long around sunset, dinner time, it begins to end for our area. After that, temperatures really not warming up out of freezing for most areas. Even if you are in the sun, even if it is a little bit above freezing, whatever melting occurs will refreeze. Road conditions, of course, are hazardous as of right now early this morning. I know we see some power outages as well. As we go towards the rest of this morning, I know Victoria's been mentioning as well, conditions could get worse. This is why we're urging you to stay inside, make sure you're being safe, make sure you have ways to heat safely if the power does go out in your home. We'll be with you all morning long, keeping you updated. As of right now in Greenville, a lot going on. It's a consistent downpour outside. I'm a little cold. I'm going to send it back to you guys in the studio.
Grace, thank you. And of course, driving in these conditions can be dangerous, and first responders are hoping people can stay off the roads. The tips from experts on how to make sure your car's ready and what to do if you run into problems.
Good morning, everyone. Still seeing that sleet fall right now across the area. This will eventually transition into freezing rain, but for the moment, it is mainly sleet, and it looks like snow. I know it does across downtown Greenville, and probably in your backyard, it looks like snow, but this is actually sleet, which is snow that falls from the sky, melts, and then refreezes into ice before it hits the ground. So it does have a little bit more traction to it, but if you can, please stay off of the roadways this morning, because again, eventually this does transition into freezing rain, which is just basically ice. I see slick roadways across Woodruff right now. A few cars out there. If you are heading out the door, please take it very slow. Again, this is mainly sleet, but we are starting to see that slow transition into freezing rain. So where you see this light purple near Anderson traveling south of I-85, again, this is sleet, but where you see this darker purple now is that slow transition to a liquid towards rain. And then eventually, once it hits the ground and freezes, we'll start seeing freezing rain pop up on the radar. That's when we start to see temperatures warm up near about 30 degrees. Which will be in the next hour or so. We've had a lot of storm reports as well. This has mainly been for freezing rain and sleet across the area. That's all the circles that you see. So the National Weather Service does track your storm reports, and so do we. So if you do have any storm reports or visuals that you want to share with us, feel free to message us, email, and we'd love to show them and share them with everyone. So again, the circles are mainly reports of sleet. We did have a lot of snow reports off to our north and north of I-40. Again, here we just are expecting mainly sleet. So as we travel a little bit closer towards Gaffney, I just had a viewer send in a photo of their backyard. Really didn't see much. That's because it's mainly dry, but the sleet moving over Cowpens and up I-85 near Chesney, it's knocking on your door at Gaffney. You should start to see more sleet in the next couple minutes as this does move in. Then as we travel up heading towards Toccoa down I-85, let's start looking at some accumulations. Now, radars don't track accumulation, and we don't officially report them until they reach at least 1/10 of an inch. So in your area, you might see a light glaze of sleet right now, but it's not showing up on the radar. Eventually it will, because freezing rain will really start to pack in here in the next hour or so. So down I-85 towards Toccoa, accumulation near about 2/10 of an inch. In Georgia, we just also saw some light snow flurries towards Toccoa. It's now moving in towards sleet once again and freezing rain. Then as we travel back into South Carolina up towards Reed Creek, we are seeing accumulation near about 1/10 of an inch. So we're getting up there. That's now starting to show up on the radar near I-85 just south of it. And then let's head up towards Pickens and Clemson, or Clemson first. Accumulation near about 2/10 of an inch as we travel down towards Clemson. And then let's go ahead and go towards Greenville and Pickens. Downtown Greenville, we are seeing an accumulation of 2/10 of an inch. So most of us, you see the trend, 2/10 of an inch for most of us and 1/10 of an inch for some, and some of us aren't seeing any accumulation. So the sleet is falling, but once this transitions into freezing rain, that's when it really starts to add up and packs in on the roadways, but that's when we start to see more problems. And then towards Pickens, also about half an inch of accumulation so far. So Pickens has seen the most. I've seen this go up in the last 2 hours. This morning it was at about 3/10 of an inch. So near Pickens and 178, we're seeing the most accumulation from the sleet. But then as we travel a little bit further, we saw Gaffney hasn't even seen much sleet just yet. You did see a little bit, and thank you to the viewers who sent me in photos. And near Spartanburg, we are starting to see the accumulation add up as well. Down towards Lawrence and Waterloo, I did see some reports of sleet starting to arrive as well. So if you haven't seen sleet or the winter weather just yet, that's definitely going to change in the next couple minutes. Then traveling up towards Hendersonville, Asheville, Black Mountain, Martin, and Lake Lure, you'll start to see some accumulation once it transitions into freezing rain. Not seeing much sleet on the radar right now, but again, if you are seeing it in your backyard, to report on the radar, it has to be at least 1/10 of an inch. If you want to send us in photos, or if you have any reports of how much you're seeing, I've already had a lot of people send it in. Please let us know through social media or by email so we can stay up to date. Now, this will transition into freezing rain as it goes toward, as temperatures warm up near daybreak, and that's when we start to see issues. This creates a glaze of ice on the roadways, and sleet really doesn't stick to trees or tree limbs or power lines. Freezing rain does. That's when we'll start to more than likely see those widespread power outages and also the icy roadways. And so as this starts to move through, we start to see more rain up towards Franklin and Cullowhee because temperatures are above freezing. The rest of us, though, are not. We're sitting near about 30 in the upper 20s. We'll continue to see some light freezing rain through that lunch hour, and then we watch a cold front develop by the later afternoon and early evening. This is by 4 o'clock. This cold front will bring in a threat of mainly just cold rain, but this is after the freezing rain. Keep that in mind. So we still have many hours of freezing rain before this cold front moves through. Takes the moisture with it. Most of us are dry by about 7 to 8 o'clock tonight, but once we clear out with the clouds, that's when temperatures drop. That's why we're worried about a refreeze, honestly, every morning next week. Now, most of us will start to see the winds pick up as well as we head towards this afternoon. Right now, we are seeing wind gusts near about 22 miles per hour, 17 in Pickens, 19 in Hendersonville. Those pick up later this afternoon near about 30 to 35 miles per hour. Then you pack on the ice to the trees, and that's when trees that are already weak from Helene begin to come down. And that's when we start to see the wind gusts pick up near 40 to 45 miles per hour on Monday due to the cold front. So widespread power outages are expected later this mid-morning towards the afternoon. And I know we're not seeing too much right now. It's mainly just sleet, but we are expecting conditions to worsen here in the next couple hours and towards Monday. Then we see that refreeze. So look at our 4-day plus. Again, it is going to be cold. And then as we head towards the rest of the week, we'll continue to see that melt and refreeze through next Saturday. Destiny?
All right, thank you for that, Victoria. Let's take a live look at our traffic right now as we are headed out at 95 near BMW. This is in Spartanburg County. Victoria and Grace have been saying that we've been seeing sleet across our area. You can see barely any cars on the roads right now. We love to see that because that means you're paying attention and you're staying extra weather aware. So we'll have another update for you as far as your roads go in just a few minutes as far as a live look goes. In the meantime, if you have to be out, agency leaders say give yourself plenty of time, drive slowly, and limit distractions. If you do have to get on the roads during this ice storm, AAA has some safe driving reminders. They say drivers need to make sure vehicle maintenance is up to date. That includes checking your tire pressure, testing your battery, and making sure your heater is working. AAA says the main reasons roadside assistance is called during winter weather is for crashes, running out of gas, and getting locked out of your vehicle. If you become stranded, stay inside your car, turn on the hazards, and call for help.
And again, we want to remind you that if you have to head out on the roads this weekend, we have lots of ways to check the latest conditions. If you can avoid doing so, we certainly recommend it, though. Just head to WYFF4.com or the free WYFF4 app, where we have live cameras from the Carolinas and Georgia. As several school districts, colleges, and universities have shifted instructional plans for Monday because of the winter ice storm. Those are scrolling across the bottom of your screen right now, and we also have a full list on WYFF4.com. 6:01 on your Sunday morning, and we'll continue to follow this winter storm all throughout the morning.
That's right. We'll have the timing on when the sleet is set to turn into freezing rain. Stay with us. We have live team coverage starting right now.
WYFF News 4 today starts with breaking news.
Sleet falling in parts of the Carolinas and northern Georgia, all part of a winter storm system hitting more than a dozen states across the country. In the upstate, some ice starting to accumulate, like you can see on our Woodruff Road sky camera in this video from overnight. That ice is expected to glaze roads, trees, and power lines as well.
And wind is set to pick up later today. Sleet pellets coating Paris Mountain. It could barely make it out the picture from the sky camera overnight, when power outages and travel problems are expected to become more likely as the winter storm moves through.
Sleet continues to fall across the area. I'll show you when this transitions into freezing rain and when we see some relief from the moisture coming up.
Sleet and freezing rain across the area coming up. I'll tell you what that means as we go towards the rest of this morning.
Good morning, I'm Destiny Chance.
And I'm Aaron Baker.
And I'm meteorologist Victoria Kukinas. Thank you for joining us this morning as we continue to track the sleet and potentially freezing rain.
Yeah, and with the concerns growing across our area, we've been monitoring the weather for the past not only 24 hours, but for the past week now.
Yeah, as we enter our next round of all-day coverage, we have live team coverage on this breaking news story. We also have meteorologist Grace Lau, Leah Phillips, Isabel Mark, and Caitlin Ashball. They're live across the upstate, bringing you the real-time impacts you can face as this ice storm develops.
Plus, we are monitoring the roads as potential for black ice is high, what you should do to stay safe.
And of course, we're seeing some impacts already. Dozens of churches, businesses, and schools have announced closures. That list is scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now by region, and we have detailed instructions on WYFF4.com so we can get you listed.
So, Victoria, we are seeing mainly sleet right now. When is this expected to turn into freezing rain?
We're slowly starting to see it change right now. It's mainly sleet, but we'll start to see this change in the next couple hours as we head towards daybreak. That's because temperatures are starting to warm up. So most of us are still seeing some sleet, and that's what we're seeing on the radar. This dark purple right here, mainly south of I-85 near Anderson, is going to be sleet. But then you see this darker purple up near Spartanburg, Greenville, and also as we travel down I-85 into Georgia, this is going to be that slight mixture. When it fully transitions into freezing rain, that's where you see near Dunes Rock, that'll be the pink on the radar. So we are still seeing mainly sleet. So that's going to be a little bit easier, we'll say, to drive on, but we don't want you to leave your house. Once this transitions into freezing rain, that's when we start to see the conditions worsen outside, and conditions for power outages worsen, icy roadways, and also tree damage. Ice is heavier, it weighs down. Now, sleet really doesn't stick to power lines and trees. That freezing rain does, and when this transitions, that's when we start to see some issues. So right now near Gaffney, I just had someone send in a picture of their backyard. It was mainly dry, and that is changing right now. Good morning to those in Gaffney. We are starting to see that winter weather and sleet make its way over the area, over Cowpens as well, and up I-85. Now, as we head throughout the mid-morning, that's when we start to see that full transition for everyone into freezing rain, because temperatures are starting to warm up. We'll head near about 30 degrees in the next few hours. Right now we're at 20, so we warm up fairly quickly, and that's why we see that transition from sleet to freezing rain. Some areas like Cullowhee and Franklin well above freezing. You'll see mainly rain for today, and then that continues throughout the afternoon. Some of us will see some breaks in the freezing rain, but we will see multiple hours of it, and that's why we're saying impacts will still be pretty bad later today when it comes to travel and power outages. We've had a few reports of power outages already, but this is expected to become more widespread later today, especially as the winds will begin to pick up. Then as we head towards that lunch hour, notice we start to see a little bit more rain towards western North Carolina and North Georgia. Most of us in the upstate towards the mountains still seeing that bit of freezing rain. A cold front develops. This begins to sweep through later this afternoon, and it moves through as a cold rain. This is because, look at the temperatures, we're above freezing in most areas. So as this does move through, kind of takes that moisture with it, and we do dry out by about 7 to 8 o'clock tonight. But because temperatures drop behind it, because it is a cold front, we still will feel the impacts of the ice heading in towards Monday, and honestly through the rest of this week. So we'll break down those details coming up here in a few minutes. Aaron?
Victoria, we're taking a look at the roads again, and I think this camera really just illustrates why you shouldn't be out of the roads. This is 85 south at Malden Road. Visibility is not going to be great if you have to go out. I don't recommend traveling right now. Officials statewide have said don't travel if you can avoid it at all. Again, 85 south at Malden Road, we have seen sleet on the roads. We have seen some SCDOT and state plows moving through, trying to plow out that sleet off of 85. We also know they're brining, they're salting as we speak, but as that weather continues to get worse throughout the day, recommend you avoid if at all possible. Not just on the big interstates, but also in the back roads.
That's right, and we are seeing some power outages as a result of the storm. We have an outage map on WYFF4.com that updates with data from poweroutage.com. In South Carolina, we are looking pretty good. Right now, about 2,000 customers are without power in North Carolina. In our area, Duke Energy says areas near Franklin, Waynesville, and Brevard are seeing power loss. The utility says this is due to storm damage. It's not clear when power will be restored. I should say utility company, that is. You can download the WYFF News 4 app now to track these outages. Also, we really started to see sleet start to pick up later this morning.
Yeah, I guess at least the good news for right now, that at least provides more traction than freezing rain on the roads. But Victoria does say that freezing rain is on the way. Our Leah Phillips, though, kicks off our live team coverage in the upstate. She's in Greenville. She's also from Arizona. Leah, what does it look like outside, and how do you feel about this being your first big storm?
Hey, Aaron, Destiny, good morning. Yeah, you were just talking about the roads, and it is definitely not the time to be out on them. I am from Arizona, like you said, and I've never had to use one of these before in my life. We have our WYFF vehicle here, handy dandy ice scraper. We started it a little bit, so I kind of cheated, whatever. But as you can see, if you are getting out on the roads, you're going to have to scrape all of that ice right off that windshield to safely travel. And I mean, that is just to get the car going. So it is so important that you stay off the roads today. Honestly, guys, we cannot say this enough. We sound like broken records at this point, but it's so true. Enjoy today. Stay home if you can. If it's not absolutely necessary to travel and get out on those roads, don't do so. One thing that I heard earlier that really, really kind of resonated was a good idea. Only drive as fast as you're willing to slide off that ice. That is so true. Those roads are slick. I mean, it's slick just walking out here. As you can see, that sleet is building up. It's very misleading. It's pretty. It looks white. It looks powdery. It is not. It is very, very, very slick. You can very easily slide on this. So, of course, be careful. Avoid those roads. Avoid getting into that car by all means necessary. If it is absolutely necessary for you to travel, again, only drive as fast as you're willing to slide. Enjoy your Saturday. Stay home. Stay warm. All right. We're going to send it over to Isabel Marek, who is live in Anderson County. Isabel, what are you seeing over there?
Well, hey, Leah, good morning. I think you can even see it probably in front of me a little bit. All this just sleet that's coming down. I don't know. I've been trying to show you guys my gloves to see if you can see what I'm seeing, which is just literally balls of ice falling from the sky. It's coming down pretty bad right now, and it is cold outside. Let me tell you, if you're watching this back at home, let this be your sign that you should stay in and have an extra hot, warm cup of coffee for me out here, okay? Yeah, that sounds a lot nicer. Get a good warm blanket as well. We've actually seen a couple cars go by. They've been taking it really slow. You can see the track marks right here. But it has been a little slippery when we saw people kind of stopping up at the lights. You know, it takes some time to brake. So that just kind of goes back into that point of saying, if you can stay home, please do so. I don't want to be too much of a broken record. That's just also what officials are telling us here in Anderson County as well. Just stay off the roadways. It makes it easier for first responders. But the other thing we're noticing is, you know, it's starting to kind of freeze over a little bit here when we're talking about, I know Chris Justice yesterday was talking about some of the trees and other vehicles and things. As you're waking up this morning, we're starting to see some of that as well. Just being slippery for sure. Okay, if you guys remember, I had an icicle that I just pulled off of the car not that long ago. It looks like this on the ground. It's already started to reform right here. So this was just about 20 minutes of sitting here, and there's already more icicles. So you can kind of tell, I'll pull this one off again, that it's just accumulating for sure. And even our footprints are starting to fill back up with that sleet. Let's do this visual one more time. Right under this, that is just straight ice. So let me just reiterate that it's so slippery out here. I mean, I slid around a little bit getting out of the car. So if you absolutely have to go outside, make sure you're being safe. Make sure that if you're taking your pets outside, it's literally just to let them out to do their business and then taking them right back inside right after that. And last thing I'll say, I know we're really concerned about power outages. Looks like here in Anderson, as you can see all these lights behind me, that it's not a problem here yet. Hopefully that is still the case later on, but I know we've been saying all morning that around, you know, that 9 o'clock later as we get into that day, that 9 o'clock hour possibly is when we could start to see more of those power outages hitting our area. If that's true, make sure you're bundling up. I've got gloves on. I've got this WYFF 4 jacket on just to show you how many layers. I've got also a heated vest on, which has been really helpful. And then under that, another sweater. And then under that, a thermal shirt. So we are very, very much bundled up out here. We're seeing another car go by. Guys, if you have to go out on the roadways, please be safe, please be careful, and make sure you're taking plenty of time to stop at the stoplights so that you're not sliding through them. But yeah, of course, if you can just stay inside, bundle up, and like I said, drink an extra warm cup of coffee for me. See, I need another one this morning. But for now, I'm going to send it over to our Caitlin Asheville live in Spartanburg. Caitlin, it's coming down here. How's it looking out there for you?
Just about the same, Isabel. Hey, and like you mentioned, we're bundled up. We're a few icicles out here, but it's very important to be staying inside. Not only is it icy as this condition continues to get worse, but it is frigid out here. And we did a little experiment earlier today when we first got out here, probably about 2 hours ago, about 4 o'clock. I had a steaming hot cup of Joe, and look at that, frozen coffee. Isn't that insane? I wonder if I could turn it upside down and do like a blizzard action? Dude, that's crazy. And so it's cold out here. And then just an hour ago, we had this water bottle out here, and I don't know if you can see it, but the inside is forming some ice. I mean, that just shows you an example of how cold it is out here. And so if you do need to come out, make sure you're bundling up, of course, like we are. We've got a few different layers on. We're seeing a few people down the street that are starting to walk around just a little bit. They look to be bundled up. But if it's not essential, try and stay home if you can and stay warm. As Leah and Isabel mentioned, it's something that we're emphasizing a lot because of the road safety, but also it can get dangerous out here when the temperatures get lower. We're kind of moving around a bit, but if you're still for long enough, you really start to feel it on your face and on your body. So make sure you're staying warm and staying safe out there. But for now, reporting in Spartanburg County, Caitlin Ashbaugh, WYFF News 4.
It's cold outside here. I'm outside the studios in Greenville. We've been seeing some sleet fall. When is this going to transition into freezing rain, and what does that mean for your area? Coming up, I'll tell you.
Well, I've been tracking the storm and the different types of precipitation it could bring. Right now we're seeing sleet, but freezing rain is right around the corner.
No, so many of us were hoping for snow from this as well.
Yeah, meanwhile, the roads are very slick. I mean, we all saw it on our way into work this morning. Meteorologist Grace Lau is joining us live to walk us through some of the impacts we could be seeing as this storm passes over our area. Grace, good morning.
Destiny, Aaron, Victoria, good morning, guys. Yeah, I mean, we've been tracking this since early this week, talking about, hey, we're going to be seeing a storm move through. We've been watching the trends, and now it is here. Started late last night, accumulations of sleet mixing in with ice, freezing rain, and that's that line we're watching to potentially be dealing with an ice type of situation for us. Here's the bottom line. We started this late last night. We still have a very long time to go as this still continues to fall from the sky. Moisture is there. We're just watching what type of precipitation we're seeing. This morning, more sleet mixed in with some freezing rain beginning to transition out there as the sun begins to rise. We'll give you a sunrise update as well. As of right now, though, here's what I can tell you. It's cold outside. If you have to be outside today, make sure you're bundling up. Of course, I have my hand warmers in here. I have my hat on. I have several layers. I know Isabel, Caitlin, and Leah, you guys have been outside as well tracking this and making sure you're bundled up. Here's the thing, though. It's cold right now. After this begins to fall, we have several days ahead of us where temperatures are well below freezing and those overnight lows, which means whatever falls, whatever you're seeing right now, it's going to refreeze over and over and over. Road conditions, number one. It's slick already this morning with sleet. However, we have ice on the way. And then after that, it's going to be a bit of a glaze over the sleet you're already seeing. So a few layers to refreeze next couple of days. On top of that, power outages. I know you've been dealing with that as well early this morning, beginning to get some reports in as well. Some of you guys back home have been sending us photos into the newsroom. I know I've gotten a few text messages saying, hey, it's coming down heavy at my house. So make sure you're keeping us updated. Once again, we're out here, but you're also our eyes and ears, I say, in the field. So make sure you keep us updated on what you're looking at home, and we'll continue to keep you updated on when this could potentially leave our area. As of right now, looks like closer to dinner time tonight. This is going to continue all day long. We'll keep you updated all day long as well. Make sure you're staying safe and staying home today. Back to you guys.
Good morning, everyone. We're still continuing to track the winter weather across the area right now. Most of us did see sleet this morning, transitioned a bit to a mixture of sleet across Greenville, but now we are starting to see some freezing rain pop up on our radar near Seneca down towards I-85 and Anderson. Where you see that pink, that is freezing rain. You can see on our scale right here, we are all expecting freezing rain in the next few hours, but we saw quite a bit of sleet starting last night, continuing this morning, and most of us saw at least so far a 10th of an inch of accumulation. Right now, Gaffney's, a few of you viewers just sent in photos of Gaffney, had a few pellets of sleet in your yard. That should increase here in the next couple minutes. We're seeing that sleet move up I-85, heading towards Shelby as well. Also down towards Cowpens, we are seeing that sleet and that mixture move over. As we travel up a little bit closer, heading down towards I-85, let's go down towards Toccoa now and take a look at the totals we've seen so far. So this is in Toccoa, Georgia. Accumulation so far about 0.2 of an inch. I was looking at the radar earlier and you did have a little bit of a mixture of some snow flurries, but this is mainly now just sleet, and this should transition in Toccoa to freezing rain here soon, especially for our northeast Georgia areas. You'll see the freezing rain first before the upstate and the mountains. Then as we travel up I-85, let's go towards Reed Creek. You've seen about 1/10 of an inch of accumulation so far today. Now our radar does not pick up accumulation and it's not officially recorded until your area or your city picks up at least 1/10 of an inch. So some of us on the radar right now are not showing any accumulation. You might see a light glaze in your yard, but that total has not reached at least 1/10 of an inch just yet. Now traveling up I-85, heading towards Clemson, as we get closer towards South Carolina, we're seeing accumulation up towards 3/10 of an inch. This has actually gone up in the last couple minutes from the last time I looked at it. Now we just saw Seneca had some freezing rain moving through, so in Anderson and Clemson, this will change to freezing rain in just a couple minutes, and this will start to increase our accumulations for the entire area. Ice accumulates quicker than sleet does because it really starts to freeze and pack in there. As we travel up towards Greenville, accumulation still about 0.2 of an inch. This went up about an hour ago, and then up towards Pickens as well. Now this is the highest that I've seen today so far. Pickens has 1/2 an inch so far of sleet across the area. This is traveling up 178. So again, as this all transitions into freezing rain here soon, that's when we'll start to see the issues when it comes to icy roadways. That's the issues when we see ice freezing on power lines and trees. Sleet usually kind of sticks to the ground versus freezing on objects or trees. But again, this will change, and this is when widespread power outages are more likely. Traveling a little bit further off to our east right now, Gaffney, Spartanburg, Union, you notice how there's no accumulation for the moment. You haven't seen at least 1/10 of an inch. That's because Gaffney, you are just now starting to see most of that sleet come down, and then similar for Asheville down to Hendersonville, Black Mountain and Lake Lure, not seeing accumulation just yet, but all of us will see that freezing rain here in a moment. So let's time all that out. Heading in towards about 9 a.m., we start to see most of the area transition into freezing rain. That's because look at the temperatures. We're near about 30 degrees. So when temperatures begin to warm up, that's when we see that transition in the precipitation. Areas such as Franklin and Cullowhee, you could see mainly cold rain because look at your temperatures. You're above freezing. Then as we head through the afternoon, we'll continue to see the on and off areas of freezing rain across the board. Cullowhee and Franklin still seeing mainly a mixture of cold rain. This is by the lunch hour, so we are still expecting a couple hours of freezing rain as those totals begin to add up. And then as we head towards the late afternoon, towards the early evening, we watch a cold front develop. It develops off to our west by about 3 o'clock and then sweeps across the area as mainly just cold rain, because look at the temperatures, we're above freezing. As this cold front does move through, there's just enough instability, especially with the ice, that you could see some lightning with it as well. But once it does clear out, the moisture finally exits by about 7 to 8 o'clock tonight, but then the temperatures begin to drop. Once the cold front moves through an area, the coldest air always comes in behind it, and so do the strongest winds. Winds right now, we're seeing gusts near about 20 miles an hour in most places, but this increases, especially later today and towards Monday with the cold front moving through. And this will be a problem because at this point, that's when we'll start to see ice freezing on power lines, trees, especially trees that are already weak from Helene. We can see those branches break off. So we've already had a few reports of power outages. This is likely, though, to increase later today and especially by Monday. So this is later this afternoon. We'll see gusts near about 25, 30 miles an hour in the upstate, similar for the mountains. And then watch as we go towards Monday. We'll start to see wind gusts, especially in western North Carolina, near about 45 miles miles per hour, near 30 in the upstate, and that's when power outages are more likely. Then we get towards Monday afternoon. There is a small window for some melting, but then we continue to see that refreeze throughout the week. So watch this. Tuesday, we drop towards 6 degrees. We go towards 35 Tuesday afternoon, and then we'll continue to see that pattern of refreezing, melting throughout each day. Black ice is possible Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday morning. Saturday, we finally go near about 40 degrees, but we are staying nice and sunny. For the mountains, similar ice for today. Windy and icy roads by Monday. We drop down to 2 degrees on Tuesday, and then we follow that pattern of black ice throughout the rest of the week, and we'll see temperatures dropped towards about 10 degrees Saturday, but we do go above freezing for everyone by Saturday. Destiny?
All right, thank you, Victoria. Let's turn to our traffic now as we're taking a live look near I-85 and Highway 14. This is in Spartanburg County. Yeah, you can see barely any cars on the roads, which is meaning that you guys are paying attention to our public officials out there, urging people to stay off of the roads. So far on the major interstates and some of the roads we've been seeing live, we have seen those salt trucks out there and snowplows. So officials are working around the clock to make sure that they are clearing that up. We'll, of course, have another update in the next few minutes. Well, with the possibility of power outages for caregivers and seniors, experts say preparation can't wait. Caregivers often help seniors with daily tasks like hygiene, medication reminders, and transportation.
During severe weather, experts say that role becomes even more critical, and you want to make sure older adults aren't left alone and that they have everything they need.
Events like this weekend are really demonstrative of what happens when great caregivers can partner with a family. So, and every family has family caregivers as well. They're so important. We could not do our jobs without them. But really making sure who can be where safely, how long they can be there, and balancing those commitments from family and caregivers to ensure that seniors are not left alone in this storm.
She goes on to say if travel becomes difficult or dangerous, families may need to consider hosting or having loved ones stay with them until conditions improve. Just check on older neighbors and make sure no one will be left alone for prolonged periods of time. Victoria?
We're still keeping an eye right now on the radar and still seeing that sleet come down, but some areas, Seneca, Toccoa, now seeing freezing rain, and that's what we're seeing outside some areas. But here in Greenville, it's still mainly sleet. Meteorologist Grace Lau is live outside with an update on what she's seeing with eyes on the ground. Grace?
Hey, Victoria, good morning. Yeah, you're right. I mean, we're still beginning to see sleet out here in Greenville. I am noticing, though, as it's coming down, and you keep mentioning, and I've been watching radar trends as well, a bit of a mix starting for most of our area, and it's a bit more finer. It's not the ice pellets, right, bouncing off of my jacket or my gloves, and that's when we know this is beginning to transition. As the sun begins to rise, we're getting closer and closer to that, which means sunshine, which means we're going to be seeing temperatures warm up a bit. And that means as it's falling to the atmosphere, it's a bit more warmer, and then it freezes when it hits the ground. We're going to be seeing those ice accumulations across the area up to half an inch, even more in a lot of spots. And as we notice, that's going to cause some power outages. Already beginning to see some reports of that as of right now. On top of that, road conditions, guys. Driving to work this morning, I know it was a bit slippy out there. Of course, I know a few of you are dealt with that this morning. I know Caitlin and Leah and Isabel are been showing y'all demonstrations of not only the roadways of what's happening outside in all of our counties, but also we've been watching the trends as we go towards the rest of the morning. It has not stopped yet, guys, and that's the idea, is that some of us have been seeing moisture since late last night. And as we go towards the rest of our morning, we're going to continue to see it. After sunrise, we're going to see it. This is lasting until around dinner time. And then after that, whatever falls is going to stick around for a while because it's going to refreeze each and every night for the next couple of days. No matter how much melting is done, every single temperature overnight is around the teens, the single digits, potentially 20s, well below freezing. So as we go towards these next couple of days, we're going to continue to keep you updated as well. As of right now, though, I'm in Greenville, and one thing I can tell you that it's cold outside. I've bundled up. I have my hand warmers in here, several layers. I know everyone in the field is also doing the same thing. Keep sending those pictures in. Whatever you send from your home has been helping us, identify, yes, we are looking at radar trends, and yes, that is happening in your front yard, your backyard, and around your neighborhood as well. These next couple of hours, we're going to continue to keep you updated on the trends, what's going on, lasting through late this evening, beginning starting to transition in a few spots into freezing rain, and that's when we're going to have the issues of ice accumulation causing those widespread power outages. Of course, hazardous road conditions as well. We'll keep you updated all morning long. Back to you guys.
WYFF News 4 Today starts with breaking news.
We're here on Main Street in Greenville County, where sleet is actively coming down. What you can expect to see out on the roads coming up next.
In County, we're already seeing some precipitation on the roadways. It's kind of a mix of some snow and some ice right here. We'll have the latest on the conditions coming up.
A live look at the conditions here in downtown Spartanburg. So far, we're seeing a low amount of precipitation, but we are expecting that to worsen. Find out more coming up.
6:33 is your time right now. Clouds are rolling in right now as we're taking a live look over Paris Mountain in our sky cam. Just confirmed with meteorologist Victoria Kokinos. Yes, it feels like 9 degrees, and yes, we are still seeing sleet in Paris Mountain. This winter storm could bring freezing rain, already seeing some, at least in Toccoa and in Seneca, sleet and some snow in parts of our area. We've seen mostly sleet, though, especially overnight. We have live team coverage across the upstate and the impacts we're starting to see from this system. Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Destiny Chance.
I'm Aaron Baker. We want to get straight to meteorologist Victoria Kokinos. Victoria, it started out or has been starting out as sleet. Certainly a little bit of good news there, but it will transition as we go throughout the morning.
That's exactly right. It'll transition into freezing rain, and that ice is when we start to see some problems when it comes to the roadways and when it comes to it freezing on power lines and also trees. So right now, most of us are still seeing some sleet. Over right now towards Asheville, some of us are getting a little bit of break in the winter impacts. It is mainly dry. We are seeing some clouds, some light sleet coming down. You can kind of see it in the lights right now. But this will transition for everyone heading in towards later today, mid-morning into sleet. Looks like a winter wonderland over downtown Greenville. We're still seeing that sleet really come down. We just saw it with Grace outside. It looks like snow, but it is not. It is sleet. If you touch it, if you pick it up, try to make a snowball, you probably can't. But this will all transition into freezing rain, which is the main issue with this system versus the sleet. So right now on the radar, there's a bunch of colors going on. So the light purple that we're seeing over Greenville and Pickens down towards Anderson is sleet. The mixture of that darker blue purple color, the violet, is a mixture of the sleet with also some freezing rain, but and some light snow. But then once we travel down towards Clemson and down towards Anderson, notice how this is changing into pink. That's because temperatures are dropping. It is now transitioning into freezing rain. So the pink is freezing rain. If you are in down towards I-85, if you continue down towards Toccoa, there's also some areas of freezing rain as well. So everyone will see freezing rain in the next few hours. This will all transition. We've all seen many storm reports. That's what all the little circles are on here of sleet. So if you do have any reports from your area, you can let us know by emailing us, or you can also tell us through social media what you're seeing in your backyard. We report it, and also the National Weather Service reports it, and we can put out a storm report for other people to see and know what's going on. A lot of these are areas of accumulation of about 1/10 of an inch so far. Once this transitions into freezing rain, that's definitely going to change. I just had a few of you viewers send in pictures from Gaffney, and it was mainly dry, but now we're starting to see some very light sleet make its way through, traveling up I-85 right now. So Gaffney, you're probably seeing some sleet finally arrive. Accumulation totals will start to add up in the next couple minutes. Now, once we get towards about mid-morning, by about 9 to 10 o'clock, we start to see temperatures warm up near about 30, and that's why everyone is transitioning into freezing rain. We're still below freezing at 32 degrees, but we are still, we're warming up from what we were before. Freezing rain. Now, as we head towards Cullowhee and Franklin, models have been pretty consistent on keeping you in the cold rain over the last couple of days. As we head towards that lunch hour, temperatures begin to warm up again by about 1 to 2 degrees, so we're still seeing freezing rain. We are still expecting a couple hours of freezing rain. That will add up. That's when we start to see the issues of widespread power outages. That's when the roads turn icy versus kind of the sleet we're seeing right now has some grip to it, and that's when the issues really start to arrive. Then later this afternoon, by about 3 to 4 o'clock, we watch a cold front develop. It sweeps through the area as cold rain because temperatures do go above freezing. Our high today still in the mid-30s. However, behind it, temperatures drop and the winds really start to pick up, and that causes more issues for the work week. So I'll break down those details here in a couple minutes. Aaron?
All right, Victoria, thank you. Want to get you outside so you can see the roads. This is a live look at I-85 near Clemson Boulevard in Anderson County. Just in the past few minutes, we have seen SCDOT officials going up and down the road, salting, brining, plowing some of that sleet out. We saw them come on and off of the exits actually right there just a few minutes ago. So we know they're working hard this morning. We're grateful for that. That said, if you can avoid being on the roads today, highly recommend it, particularly as we get through the day. We have more freezing rain. Certainly want to avoid that if at all possible. But it looks good out there right now, at least in terms of the number of cars that are on the road. That's what we like to see.
Yeah, and the sleet we've seen overnight help keep the roads passable for four-wheel drive vehicles.
But of course, as Victoria said, any freezing rain will present some challenges, and as a result, a number of churches, businesses, and schools have made cancellations in anticipation of those travel conditions. We have those scrolling at the bottom of your screen, but our Leah Phillips is just one of our crews across the upstate. Leah, you're in Greenville County. What are you seeing?
Hey, Aaron, Destiny, good morning. We are seeing that sleet not relent. I mean, it has been a constant all morning long, coming down strong, and it is just coating the ground right here. As you can see, we're dealing with sludge. This is not the pretty powdery snow that you'd want to see. And as we track over here, I mean, you can step in this. These are tracks from just moments ago, and they're already just starting to fill in because, like I said, that sleet is coming down. Now, earlier we showed you guys our nice little wet towel, right? It was a little experiment. It froze within moments. Okay, we're talking 10 minutes. This thing was rock solid. Now, I mean, it's been out here for a good 30 minutes. This thing is absolutely... You can hit it and it doesn't move. So that just goes to show how cold it is. I mean, we have sounded like broken records all morning long talking about it, but here you can see it visually. And that means for the folks watching at home, I want you to bundle up. I want you to enjoy your Sunday morning coffee, and I want you to stay safe and stay home. Again, huge thing here. It's fun. It's pretty even. But it can be dangerous when the temperatures drop this low. So if you do have to go outside for anything mandatory, let those pets out, et cetera, that's one thing. Make it quick, bundle up, make sure you have your layers on, make sure your ears are warm, your hands are warm. Definitely try to keep those feet warm. And also with this being sleet as opposed to snow, not only are we focusing on staying warm, we're also focusing on staying not wet. We want to stay dry, so make sure you're waterproof and you're avoiding getting wet because that's when you get super cold. And I am experiencing cold temperatures that I have never ever seen before. I'm a West Coast girl, so this is a whole new can of worms for me. So we're gonna send it on over to our Isabel Marek, who is live in Anderson County. Isabel, what are we seeing over there?
Yeah, hey Leah, good morning. I think we've been saying it all morning. We are seeing some sleet out here for sure. I mean, it's all over the roadways, it's all over the sidewalks. And like you've mentioned, I don't want to stick my hands in the sleet here because they're gonna get cold because it's so cold outside. But it is really just starting to pick up. I mean, when we first got out here, it wasn't completely covered. We were seeing more of a dusting, and now we're seeing some significant amounts of sleet right here. And like you said, it's not really that here, I'll go ahead and stick my hands in there to show you. It's not really like that fun packable stuff. You can't really make a snowball out of it. It's not really something to go outside and play in. I mean, it's probably fun to see from your window. Hello, good morning. There are some people obviously on the roadway. So if you are driving, please make sure you're doing so carefully. They took that turn pretty slow. That's how you should do that as well. I'm not sure why some people are out. They could be, reporting work as first responders, so I don't want to say that they shouldn't. But if you can avoid going outside, please do so. I also know that we had a viewer send me an email just not that long ago, a couple of minutes ago, Denise sent me an email about her puppy going outside. Puppy's first winter, she said Chocolate went right outside and right back. So I think that's kind of the sentiment this morning is if you have to go out, make sure it's really quick. And yep, here's another car. We saw him pass by a little bit earlier. So just make sure you're being really safe and careful, taking those brakes long before you hit that stoplight because you could slide on some of this, especially as our meteorologists have been saying as that freezing rain starts to starts to happen and turn from sleet into freezing rain, that'll immediately coat the roads here with ice, and that's kind of what we've been seeing directly under all of this sleet is just that straight ice. I know I've been sliding around a little bit. Sleet does give you a little bit more traction to walk around, but once that turns a little bit, it will be a lot more icy outside. So again, just bundle up, stay warm, take a nice warm cup of coffee and just check in with us throughout the morning, but stay inside and stay warm. And please feel free to send me, especially if you're in Anderson County like I am, send me an email, send me what you guys are seeing, and then you guys can be my eyes and my ears out here while I'm downtown in Anderson. But for now, I'm gonna send it over to our Caitlin Ashbaugh live in Spartanburg. Caitlin, how is it looking out there?
Hey, Isabel, well, it looks like people are starting to wake up. We've seen a lot more cars on the road. We also just spoke with a security officer who's walking around downtown Spartanburg, and he's checking on people who might be out on the streets. We did hear from him that there are 2 warming shelters that are open in this area. One of them is across the street from the police headquarters here in downtown, and another one is just a few blocks down the road outside of downtown Spartanburg. But we, as I mentioned, are seeing a few people and a few people on the roads as well. They're going pretty slow, but you've been saying it, Leah's been saying it, we've all been saying it. It's best to stay off the roads. We've also been seeing a lot of crews out with utility trucks. It looks like they're trying to get those roadways cleared this morning. And we are told there are roughly more than 1,000 residents in downtown Spartanburg, but across the county, hundreds and thousands. So in that way, they've been prepping these roads. But something Armaya Payton mentioned last night in Anderson that I thought was so vital and important is crews are doing everything to prepare, right? They're doing everything to respond, but this is a two-way street. It doesn't work properly if people aren't following the protocols and the recommendations that they offer. So as we're offering and as law enforcement and authorities are recommending across the state and locally, make sure you're staying inside and staying warm. It gives them room to work, right? And it's also making sure it ensures that you have a safe weekend. We'll have more updates, of course, from Spartanburg County, but for now, reporting in Spartanburg, Caitlin Ashbaugh, WYFF News 4.
All right, Caitlin, Isabel, Leah, thank you so much. We are seeing some power outages as a result of this storm. We have a full outage map on WYFF4.com that updates with data from poweroutage.com. So far in South Carolina, we're looking pretty good, but about 2,000 customers are without power in North Carolina. Duke Energy says areas near Franklin, Waynesville, and Brevard are seeing power loss, and they say it's because of storm damage. It's not yet clear when that power will be restored, but you can download the WYFF News 4 app now to track these outages. We'll be right back. 6:46 on your Sunday morning, and if you've been with us for any period of time, you've seen on the roads, we're seeing slick roads from the winter storm as it moves through.
Yeah, we're seeing mainly sleet right now. Some of us transitioning into freezing rain if you're in Seneca or Toccoa, and that will be everyone here in the next couple hours.
Our live Super Doppler 4 weather team has been telling you all week, working around the clock, that it could be difficult to travel for a few days. Meteorologist Grace Lau is joining us live right now, outlining what we're seeing right now. Grace.
Destiny, Aaron, Victoria, good morning, guys. Yeah, we're seeing sleet, but I'm beginning to see, I just checked in radar when I was inside for a moment to see what areas are transitioning to freezing rain, and it's starting as of right now. I've been messing with, of course, the sleet on the ground right now. You kind of notice it's beginning to accumulate, still kind of moving my shoes around with it, and you really see even the tracks I had just a few minutes ago are beginning to be covered up. Here's the thing, transitioning into freezing rain, what does that mean? I've been showing you kind of all morning long. Let's go ahead and do it again. It's a bit of a clear glaze as of right now on a few of our bushes outside, and you can kind of see it with this leaf right here. It's hard. If I go like this, you can really see the ice begin to fall off of it. Now imagine about half an inch of that on power lines and on trees, and this is what we're talking about when we're talking about that accumulation of half an inch of ice. Just now seeing this on one of our trees, our bushes out here outside of our studios. Something else I want to talk about, the temperature outside. We've been talking about how cold it is. We set this out here just a moment ago, and it's showing it's 30 degrees out here at our studio as of right now. Everywhere else, also in the 20s and the 30s. The feel-like temperature certainly very cold when the breeze begins to pick up as well for a few moments. It's cold outside. We're beginning to see that transition as well. What does that mean for your area? Well, it means that we're potentially going to be dealing with some higher ice accumulations with damaging potentially trees, of course, downing some power lines because of how heavy it can be. You just saw on a small leaf just a little bit. It cracks a little bit. Imagine about half an inch of that on a tree. The trees are going to begin to droop as we go towards the next couple of hours as the sun begins to rise. We'll continue to keep you updated. As of right now, it's cold. It's sleeting, mixing in with freezing rain. As the sun begins to rise, it'll transition, and then we're going to continue to keep you updated all morning long of the conditions outside of your window. And I'm going to say outside of your window because you don't need to be out in this. Stay inside if you can, and make sure you're staying off the roads. Back to you guys.
Grace, thank you. And Grace said it perfectly. Driving in these conditions can be dangerous, and first responders are hoping people can stay off the roads. The tips from experts on how to make sure your car's ready and what to do if you run into problems.
Good morning, everyone. We're still continuing to track the winter weather across the area right now. Most of us seeing sleet, and this is a live look over downtown Greenville right now. This is mostly sleet. I know it looks like snow. I've had a few of you reach out and ask, hey, is this snow I'm looking at my window? No, this is mainly just sleet. We are seeing a few people drive across the bridge. Please take it slow if you are. This is still very slick, even if it isn't a solid block of ice. Sleet is still very slick and icy. Now, over the next couple hours, this will completely transition into freezing rain for everyone. So we are seeing still sleet across most of the area. Where you see this light purple, that is sleet. Here's our range right now. Freezing rain is pink, and dark purple is snow. So most of us seeing that sleet. But as we travel down I-85 near Clemson and Walhalla, notice that transition into freezing rain. So if you're in Oakway, Clemson, down towards Anderson and Reed Creek, you are now seeing some freezing rain. This is going to cause issues for power outages. Traveling up towards Salem and Walhalla, also seeing that transition into freezing rain. So it's starting off towards our west first, and then it blankets the area in the next few hours by about daybreak for today. And that's when we start to see more power outages across the area. That's when we start to see icy roadways, and that's when we start to see more tree damage. Sleet doesn't necessarily stick towards power lines like ice and freezing rain does. Notice all these little circles across my radar right now. These are storm reports. These are storm reports of at least a tenth of an inch of accumulation from the sleet this morning. So if you do have any reports for your area and you want to let us know, you can send it in to us via email or also through social media right now. I have a comment section of a lot of you sending me photos and also totals for your city. So thank you for doing that. If you do send it in, we can report it here. And the National Weather Service also sends out these official reports as well. It also helps us quite a bit versus just looking at a radar, seeing what's out your window and where you're located. Now, as we travel up near Gaffney, I had a few of you send in pictures from Gaffney earlier, and it was completely dry. That's definitely changed, seeing some sleet move over, and especially near Cowpens as well, up towards Chesney. But then we are now starting to dry out. So this will kind of be the trend. We'll continue to see some sleet and freezing rain, then you'll get a few breaks, and then it ramps up once again. As we now look at totals across the board, this has definitely gone up near Toccoa. Now, Toccoa, you're also seeing in Georgia that transition into some freezing rain from sleet. Accumulation now to about 3/10 of an inch near Toccoa, and then as we head near Reed Creek, we're also seeing that total go up near about 1/10 of an inch now. So we're starting to see that accumulation. Now, to track on a radar or for an official report of accumulation, it has to be at least 1/10 of an inch. So some of you might see a light coating in your yard, but it's not showing up here on our radar. That's because it hasn't reached 1/10 of an inch just yet, but it is likely, especially as that freezing rain starts to move in. That packs in more. And then we travel up towards South Carolina. Let's get closer towards Clemson and Seneca right now. Remember, this just transitioned into freezing rain, and this has definitely gone up. That was at 1/10 of an inch. Now it's at 3/10 of an inch as that freezing rain starts to pack a punch. And this will make for some very slick roadways. Please get off the roads and stay indoors through today and honestly through tomorrow. And then traveling up towards downtown Greenville. If you are in downtown Greenville, good morning. If you are watching, this has increased quite a bit. This was just at 1/10 of an inch, now at 3/10 of an inch for downtown. And then that's similar for pretty much across the board. Most of us are seeing about 1/10 of an inch towards 3/10. But the highest I've seen so far has definitely been Pickens and up 178 near Cedar Rock. Over 1/2 an inch of accumulation so far this morning. Now this is mainly sleet, and then this will really increase as we head towards later today when it becomes freezing rain. Now, towards North Carolina, Rutherfordton, about 2/10 of an inch this morning. Now, if you are in Hendersonville or Asheville, we're not seeing any accumulation just yet. Notice, though, towards Gaffney, we're starting to slowly see some accumulation there. We didn't have any just about 30 minutes ago because we weren't seeing too much of ice or sleet. Asheville, Hendersonville, notice you're not in the blue. That's because there's not 1/10 of an inch just yet. So we're continuing to bring you these updates of accumulation due to it transitioning into freezing rain. But if you are in Asheville or Hendersonville and you want to let me know what you're seeing, again, send it via email or social media so we have eyes on the ground. It's a lot easier for us to see what's going on too. We eventually transition into freezing rain. This is by 10 a.m. because notice the temperature is near about 30 degrees. So we are going to technically warm up. That is much warmer than 20, what we're seeing right now. Franklin and Cullowhee, models have been pretty consistent keeping rain in your area, but then as we head towards 3 to 4 o'clock, notice how we're all transitioning into rain. That's because the cold front's moving through, so we will see some cold rain push through the area. Heading in towards Sunday afternoon, towards Sunday evening, we all clear out by about 7 to 8 o'clock tonight, and then temperatures begin to drop. We'll also see the winds begin to pick up as well as we head towards this afternoon, and then I'll show you that in the 4-day plus and how this impacts our next week coming up in a few minutes. Destiny?
Hey, Victoria, thank you. Let's take a live look at our traffic right now. We're taking a live look at I-385 northbound near mile marker 39. I can confirm we've been watching these live looks throughout our morning, at least since 4 a.m. today, and we've been seeing SCDOT crews out there, other public officials, officials out there putting down the brine trucks and salt on the roads as well as snow plows. So they are trying and working around the clock to clear those roads, but again, we're advised to stay off of them. Meanwhile, if you have to be out, agency leaders say give yourself plenty of time. Drive slowly and limit distractions. If you do have to get on the roads during this ice storm, AAA has some safe driving reminders. They say drivers need to make sure vehicle maintenance is up to date. That includes checking your tire pressure, testing your battery, and making sure your heater is working. AAA says the main reasons roadside assistance is called during winter weather is for crashes, running out of gas, and getting locked out of your vehicle. If you become stranded, stay inside your car, turn on the hazards, and call for help.
And several school districts, colleges, and universities have also shifted instructional plans for Monday because of the winter ice storm. We have some of those scrolling across the bottom of your screen right now, but you can find a full list on WYFF4.com.
Well, we have team coverage all morning, so stay with us as we continue to track this storm.
And make sure you turn on your notifications for the free WYFF4 mobile app. You can also find the latest forecast on WYFF4.com. We'll continue to track this all throughout the morning and the transition also.
Yeah, and you just heard Victoria next to me. The keyboards are clacking because people are emailing us. They're sending in photos. They're asking questions. We're working around the clock to answer them for you. Stay with us on social media and on the air right now.
WYFF News 4 today starts with breaking news.
Sleet falling in parts of the Carolinas and northern Georgia, all part of a winter storm system hitting more than a dozen states across the country. In the upstate, some ice starting to accumulate, like you can see on our Woodruff Road sky camera in this video from overnight. That ice is expected to glaze roads, trees, and power lines as well.
And wind is set to pick up later today. Sleet pellets coating Paris Mountain. It could barely make it out the picture from the sky camera overnight, when power outages and travel problems are expected to become more likely as the winter storm moves through.
Sleet continues to fall across the area. I'll show you when this transitions into freezing rain and when we see some relief from the moisture coming up.
Sleet and freezing rain across the area coming up. I'll tell you what that means as we go towards the rest of this morning.
7:01 is your time. Good morning. I'm Destiny Chance.
I'm Aaron Baker.
And I'm meteorologist Victoria Kokinas. Thank you for joining us this morning as we continue to cover this ice storm.
That's right. And with concerns growing across our area, we've been monitoring the weather for the past 24 hours.
And as we enter our next round of all-day coverage, we have live team coverage on this breaking news story. Meteorologist Grace Lau, Leah Phillips, Isabel Mark, and Caitlin Ashball are all live across the upstate, bringing you the real-time impacts you could face as this ice storm develops.
Plus, we're tracking the roads as the potential for black ice is high. What you should know to stay safe.
But we're already seeing some impacts. In fact, dozens of churches, businesses, schools already announcing closures. We have those scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now, and we have detailed instructions on you're getting listed on WYFF4.com.
Victoria, we're seeing mainly sleet right now, but it is starting to turn into freezing rain.
Yeah, it definitely is. Some areas are already starting to see freezing rain right now. If you're down I-85 near Seneca or Toccoa, we're starting to see that transition on the radar as temperatures warm up slightly. So right now, over most of the upstate, state and the mountains, we are seeing sleet. I've had a few viewers reach out asking, hey, I think I'm seeing snow out my window. I know it looks like snow, it looks like a winter wonderland, but this is actually sleet. And sleet is snow that falls from the sky, melts, and then refreezes before it hits the ground. So it does look like snow, but it is actually still technically sleet and ice. So please don't drive on it right now. We are still seeing sleet across most of the area on the board. Towards Spartanburg, notice we are seeing that purple head over I-26, and that is sleet. On our range right here, notice the sleet is the light purple, the dark purple is that mixture, and then the pink is the freezing rain. So some of us are already seeing that pink and freezing rain starting that transition. If you're in Clemson, down I-85, hopping towards Anderson right now near Belton, freezing rain knocking on your door, this will start to accumulate quickly. This will make for very icy roadways. This will start to accumulate on the power lines and also the trees. And this is when we'll start to see more power outages across the board as well. Then traveling up a little bit further north towards Walhalla and Salem, we are seeing that freezing rain as well. So most of the freezing rain will start towards our west first, and then it coats the entire area as we head towards daybreak. So right now, Spartanburg now starting to see a little bit of sleet. I know I had some reports of Spartanburg staying mainly dry, Gaffney as well, seeing some freezing rain, or seeing some sleet start to make its way there. And then again, that will eventually transition into freezing rain. That's because temperatures slowly start to warm up for today. We'll head near about 30 degrees. Later today, our high still in the mid-30s for this afternoon, but notice temperatures slightly warming up. I know this is still technically below freezing, but it's just warm enough where we see that transition from sleet into freezing rain. So I'll walk you through that timing hour by hour and our impacts into the next week coming up here in a few minutes. Aaron?
Victoria, another look at the roads now at 7:04 just to show you how this sleet's playing out. Here's a live look at I-385 near Roper Mountain Road in Greenville County. As you can clearly see on the screen there, sleet all over the roads. We have seen plows move through and some trucks were salting and brining this morning. Seen a few cars on the road. If you can avoid traveling today, again, highly recommend that. Try to stay off those roads if you can, particularly as that freezing rain moves in later in the morning. But you can see a few cars out there right now.
And we are seeing some power outages as a result of this storm. We have an outage map on WYFF4.com that updates with data from poweroutage.com. In South Carolina, we're looking pretty good at the moment. About 1,300 customers, though, are without power. In North Carolina, that's actually gone down over the past hour. In our area, Duke Energy says areas near Franklin, Waynesville, and Brevard are seeing power loss. The utility company says this is due to storm damage. It's not clear when power will be restored. You can download the WYFF News 4 app now to track these outages. Meanwhile, we've seen heavy sleet this morning, coating the roads.
Yeah, if there's any silver lining, it at least provides more traction than freezing rain. Our Leah Phelps kicks off our live team coverage in the upstate. She's in Greenville right now. Leah, what's it looking like outside there?
Hey, Aaron, Destiny, good morning to you guys. One thing that Victoria just mentioned that I think is super interesting that we're seeing right now is that this sleet does not cling. So you can see the plants out here. They are pretty clear. They're not coated with that nice white powder like the ground is. That is the case all throughout here. We've got some trees. You can't see them from here, but you can see those green plants right there. You're seeing lots of green, not a lot of white. That can change as we head into the afternoon and we see that potential ice rain. That is what's going to stick. That's what's going to cling. And that is what's going to weigh down those trees and potentially cause them branches and trees to fall. So we're watching that very, very closely. That can lead to those potential power outages that we've been mentioning all throughout our coverage here. So again, staying safe, staying warm. We cannot make that point enough here. One thing that we are seeing a lot of snow cling to are those cars. So if you take a look over here, you've got that nice buildup of sleet. Again, it's very misleading. It looks nice. It looks powdery. It looks white, but it is not that white Christmas snow that you want to be seeing. Ice is clinging to those windows. Always a good idea to pop those windshield wipers up right now if you have not done so already. Just a few things that you can do to make your life a little bit easier in the coming days. But again, for right now, Sunday morning, I want you to stay home, enjoy your cup of coffee, stay warm. It is bitter cold out here right now, so anything you can do to avoid coming outside, honestly, we've got you covered. We're going to show you everything all throughout throughout the area. So again, stay safe, stay warm. I'm going to go ahead and toss it to our Isabel Marek, who is live in Anderson County. Isabel, it's cold there, I'm sure. What are you seeing?
Hey, Leah, good morning. It is very cold out here. We've been staying all morning. I am very much bundled up, though, and so that's helping a lot. If you are going outside, make sure you have multiple layers on, but please try to stay inside like we've been saying all morning. That is also what emergency county officials here in Anderson have also said. I was just checking their social media pages. They just posted an update a couple minutes ago. They said that there is, accumulation of ice and sleet all over the roadways in the county, so they're asking people to stay off the roads. We did just see a utility truck drive by and an ambulance, so we do have first responders out here in the county. We're here in downtown, and so we were just seeing them drive downtown. We've also seen a couple cop cars go around as well, so police officers are out and about. So staying off the roads really helps them, because then they can get to the people they need to get to, and safer when there's less people out here. I will mention power-wise. So downtown, you can see all the lights, which means that we are looking pretty good downtown here in Anderson, but there was one power outage that I saw on a Duke Energy outage map here, and I think it was in the West Anderson area, so there is one here in the county so far. On that topic, I know that it's going to take a little bit longer for first responders to get to where they need to go, so you'll have to remember to be patient as well, because they are also driving in these conditions and getting to where they need to go. But prime example right here, I'm not sure if that's law enforcement or not, but if it's not, please stay inside. I mean, as throughout the morning, it's gotten worse and worse on the roadways, just like our county emergency officials have been saying. So stay inside, stay safe, stay warm, and stay updated with both us on air and on our website, WYFF4.com, but also Anderson County emergency management officials on social media. They're posting updates throughout the morning. We're going to continue to provide you with those updates, but for now, I'm going to send it over to our Caitlin Ashbaugh live in Spartanburg. Hey, Caitlin, how's it looking out there?
Hey, Isabel. Well, we're going to emphasize two things that you just mentioned, roads and power. Spartanburg County tells us those are the two essential lifelines that they're most concerned about with this storm. And we know from talking with crews yesterday that there is a response happening here in Spartanburg County. We spoke to people who are coming in from across state lines, from places like Kentucky or North Carolina, parts of Texas and Florida, to make sure that people are here in case the power does go out. But as you can see downtown right now, we've got plenty of light. And as the sun is rising, we're starting to see more people on the roads as well. As I mentioned too, we are expecting that response to be big. We talked to our hotel yesterday, and they mentioned that they're expecting to be fully booked out. So that's how you know people are coming in from out of town with those power and lineman crews. We're seeing those trucks in our parking lot for the hotel. I mean, that's just an obvious sign that there's going to be a huge response here at the ready in case anything were to happen. And we've been mentioning the roads a lot, as I mentioned too. We spoke to a security officer earlier who's going through the area, making sure people are staying out of the way in case people need to come through for law enforcement purposes or for emergencies. That's just essential to making sure people are staying safe, and so that those essential road workers and those crews who are out can respond safely. Staying out of their way is usually the best way to do that. And as our Maya Payton mentioned last night, something that I wanted to reiterate that she said was that this is a two-way street, right? These emergency crews, they're prepping. Here in Spartanburg, we've got in downtown about 1,000 residents, but in the entire county, nearly 400,000. So these crews are at the ready. They're at work to make sure the entire county is prepared, but they can't do that without your help. And that can help through volunteer work, through donations, but it also means staying inside, staying warm, staying safe, and staying out of their way. We'll have more updates, of course, on air and online and on our social media. But for now, reporting in Spartanburg, Caitlin Ashbaugh, WYFF News 4.
Hey, I'm outside as of right now. It is coming down, transitioning into freezing rain as the sun begins to rise. Coming up, I'll explain why that's important and how long this could last.
Well, we've been continuing to track the storm and the different types of precipitation it could bring, mainly seeing sleet right now, but some of us starting to see some freezing rain.
That's unfortunate. I know so many of us throughout this were hoping for some snow.
Yeah, and roads are very slick. I mean, we are staying in hotels very close to the station, or we're staying the night at the station, including our bosses that are watching right now. And when I woke up this morning, I was sliding. Yeah. It is very dangerous out there. I know looks can be deceiving. We're going to head out to meteorologist Grace Lau, who's joining us live right now in Greenville to walk us through some of the impacts we could be seeing as the storm passes over our area. Grace, good morning.
Destiny, Aaron, Victoria, good morning, guys. Yeah, number one thing, it is slick, even though it is sleet. Something I want to talk about, though. Victoria's been mentioning, we've been talking about it all morning long, is the transition from sleet into freezing rain. It has a lot to do with the temperature. Outside right now, I've been seeing this temperature. We're close to 20-something degrees out here, slowly rising all morning long with the sunrise. And this is why this sunrise update is going to be so important. I'm going to sit this down for you just for a moment because we're dealing with the transition from now sleet. Yes, it looks nice. It's still slick. It's not really clinging to anything, to freezing rain. And what I mentioned yesterday, sleet pings, freezing rain clings. That's going to be clinging not only to trees and drooping down or power lines. It's going to be something we're going to be dealing with for the next couple of days because not only are temperatures going to continue to stay well below freezing, it's going to be a long duration event. We've started this coverage for you. I know a couple of days ago we were talking about, hey, Saturday night all the way through Sunday, we're going to be dealing with this. And certainly we're already seeing the effects of it as of right now. Slick roadways, a few power outages are continuing to come in right now. As the morning goes on, we potentially could see conditions get worse. And the reason why is because of that transition to freezing rain. A few of you, some of our counties already beginning to see this. Now, something else, it's cold outside. You can kind of see my breath as I'm talking. Of course, I don't have the wet towel. I know that Leah did earlier, but I will say this. My hair is sticking to my jacket. I've been out here for a little while, and the ice is really accumulating here on my hair. So just to give you an idea, if you have to go outside today, maybe walk your dog, go outside, run back in. It's cold, and make sure you're avoiding those roadways. Don't get outside, guys. This is a serious storm. We want you to take this serious as well. These next several days, we'll continue to stay with you as well. We'll be right back after this break.
Good morning, everyone. We're still continuing to track this winter weather that's moving across the area. All this morning, we had mainly sleet. A lot of you messaged me thinking you had snow out your window, but it is mainly sleet right now. Transitioning, though, into freezing rain. You can look at our key right here. The light purple is sleet. That pink is the freezing rain, and we are starting to see towards our western counties and towards Georgia, freezing rain starting to take over, and this will definitely add up our accumulations here in the next couple hours. Near Clemson, down towards Anderson, even Belton, we are seeing freezing rain and that transition to freezing rain right now. And freezing rain will start to cause problems when it comes to power outages. That's the ice that freezes on power lines and trees, and this will also cause icy roadways. Sleet is still fairly icy, but it has a bit more grip to it, kind of like snow. But when you get freezing rain, it creates a glaze over the roads. So Salem all the way down towards Walhalla just saw some freezing rain move over as well. All of us will see freezing rain here in the next couple hours. But as we zoom out here, we've had so many reports sent in of pictures from your city. Thank you for letting us know. It helps so much, especially the meteorologists, that we have eyes on the ground. It helps us with totals and seeing what's going on in each city versus looking at a radar. So thank you for sending those in. Keep sending them in because you see all these little circles on the radar. Those are storm reports for sleet across the upstate and towards North Carolina. And this is telling us accumulation totals. This also tells us kind of what you're seeing, if it's sleet or freezing rain. The National Weather Service also alerts us as well. So if you want to tell us what you're seeing, you can tell us via social media or email. We've had a ton this morning. So thank you very much. Now, as we head towards Gaffney, I had a few pictures sent in from Gaffney. Didn't see much in the grass. Then we started to see a few sleet pellets move in. That will be the trend over the next few hours towards I-26. You're getting a little bit of break in that winter weather. Now for our totals across the area, let's travel back towards Georgia and Toccoa. You're seeing a bit of a break as well. But you did see sleet and a mixture of freezing rain. Accumulation has gone up to about 3/10 of an inch. As we head towards Reed Creek, still in Georgia, we're still seeing about 2/10 of an inch. That hasn't moved too much in the last hour. But then as we get towards South Carolina, we'll start to see those totals go up. Clemson, this is double the last time I looked. Accumulation up towards about 4/10 of an inch, so just below half an inch. And then that continues to go up. Now, as we head towards downtown Greenville, it hasn't increased too much in the last hour. Still at 3/10 of an inch of sleet. But Pickens has been the highest total I've seen so far. Seeing more than half an inch of sleet so far in Pickens, traveling up I-78. So roadways are definitely slick in some areas compared to others. Now, as we get a little bit closer towards North Carolina, Rutherford's seeing about 2/10 of an inch, and some areas aren't seeing anything. To show accumulation on our map, where you see this blue, it has to show at least 1/10 of an inch officially for a total. So if you are down towards Lawrence, a little bit further south, we're not seeing any accumulation right now, but that'll definitely change, and you're probably seeing it out your window. As we head towards Asheville and Hendersonville, it is mainly dry right now, but all of us should start to see freezing rain here in the next hour or so. This is by 10 a.m. Notice temperatures head towards about 30 degrees, so that transitions from sleet into freezing rain due to the temperatures starting to technically warm up. I know it's still cold, but it's warmer than what we're feeling right now. Cullowhee and down towards Franklin, models have been consistent with rain. Then as we head towards 1 p.m., the lunch hour, we are still near 30. Freezing rain starts to lighten up a bit. And then we watch a cold front blow through by about 3 o'clock. A cold front is going to move through the area as temperatures head above freezing, and this will be a cold rain. There's just enough instability where you might even see some lightning in this. But once this cold front clears out, it takes the moisture with it. We drop in temperature towards the 20s by Monday morning, so we are expecting a refreeze. But then temperatures begin to warm up a bit by the afternoon, but then winds will begin to pick up, and that's a problem with power outages. By this point on Monday, we do have freezing rain stuck to power lines, trees, especially trees that were weak from Hurricane Helene. Then you take into account the winds later this afternoon near 30 miles an hour. Once the cold front moves through, winds will begin to pick up even more. By Monday, we'll feel wind gusts near 40 to 45 miles per hour in the mountains, 30 in the upstate, and that will cause issues with power lines and tree damage as well. So just something to keep in mind. Even when the moisture moves out, we're still feeling impacts as we go towards next week. So Monday and Tuesday, they are alert days due to the refreeze. We're in the 20s tomorrow. We do see some melting tomorrow afternoon, but then by Tuesday, we're back at 6 degrees, so it's still dangerous to drive. Then we follow that pattern through pretty much this whole week. We freeze in the morning, refreeze in the morning, melt some in the afternoon. For the mountains, definitely colder tomorrow. Probably will not see any melting. Then we're down to 2 degrees Tuesday, and we continue that pattern through Saturday. Destiny?
Victoria, thank you. Let's take a live look at Stone Avenue right now. Your time is 7:24 this morning and barely any cars. Actually, not seeing any cars whatsoever on the roads right now if you're headed into downtown Greenville or leaving from. You should not be, first of all, because the roads are slick and there is high risk for black ice. We have been seeing road crews out there laying down the salt and brine and also snow plows. So they are working around the clock in those 12-hour shifts since a few days ago, making sure that everything is okay on the roads. Coming up in a few minutes, we'll have another look at your traffic. Plus, breaking news as this winter storm is here now and the impacts in your area.
Well, we've been continuing to track this storm as it moves through, mainly seeing just sleet for the moment. But for some areas, this is already transitioning into freezing rain. But for here in Greenville, our meteorologist Grace Lau is outside right now with the eyes on the ground update on what she's seeing. Grace?
Hey, Victoria, good morning. You're right. Already beginning to see some areas transition from sleet into freezing rain early this morning as the sun is beginning to rise. Here's your sunrise update. If you haven't been able to see it outside, maybe you're looking through your window, it looks like snow out there, right? Here's the difference is that it's not that white, nice, fluffy stuff you can play in. Really, it's a bit slick out here. I'm kind of messing around with my boots so you can see this isn't something that you can build a snowman out of. And that sleet, it's been pinging off the ground. It's been pinging off my coat all morning long. I got icicles in my hair, guys. It's cold outside. Here's the difference, though. As this transitions to freezing rain, as it slowly warms up with the sunrise, we're going to have a nice layer of sleet across the area. And then on top of that, freezing rain. We've been talking about accumulation amounts. That forecast is beginning to verify that we could potentially see up to ½ an inch in a few areas. I know Victoria had been going through it early this morning already of how much sleet we're seeing, how much ice we're going to see. That's going to impact the roadways. That's going to impact those power outages as we're still beginning to see some reports as folks are waking up. Now, I know you're waking up. You're like, hey, that looks nice outside. That looks like snow. Maybe I can go drive on that. We're going to urge you once again, do not get outside today. Don't drive through this just because, yes, it looks like snow. It's not snow. Make sure that you're staying inside. It is slippery out here. On top of that, freezing rain is on the way, and this is a long duration event. We're going to be dealing with this as you go towards the rest of your afternoon, stopping around the evening time, and then refreeze is possible. We'll be with you all morning long and all afternoon long as well. Back to you guys in the studio.
WYFF News 4 today starts with breaking news.
We're here on Main Street in Greenville County where sleet is actively coming down. What you can expect to see out on the roads coming up next.
Anderson County, we've started to see the sleet pick up. We've got the latest on the conditions and from emergency management officials coming up.
A live look at the conditions here in downtown Spartanburg. So far, we're seeing a low amount of precipitation, but we are expecting that to worsen. Find out more coming up.
All right, let's take a live look over Woodruff Road. The sky cam here this morning. If you have taken a peek outside, I can tell you that it's windy out there. 20 degrees, feels like 9 degrees. And in Greenville, meteorologists say they're seeing sleet at the moment. The roads are very slick. Do not let this image fool you. Just because we're not seeing a lot of it does not mean that it's not dangerous. The winter storm could bring freezing rain, sleet, and some snow in parts of our area. We've seen mostly sleet, especially in the past few hours, but that is starting to change. We have team coverage across the upstate, and we're seeing impacts we're starting to see from the system. Thanks for staying with us this morning.
Yeah, let's get right to meteorologist Victoria Coquinos with this. Victoria, I guess the silver lining we've talked about throughout the morning, it started as sleet, so that's some good news, if you will, but then it's transitioning to freezing rain.
That's right. So we have mainly sleet right now. Most of us are still seeing sleet, which overall is fairly good news, especially when it comes to power outages. It comes to those icy roadways. Now, I know if you're looking out your window right now, you're like, hey, it looks like snow. It's not. It's sleet, but that's not technically, you know, the frozen glaze of ice. It's still a little slick out there, so please stay off the roadways. We've seen a lot of cars out there this morning. Stay home. Enjoy the nice view. Now, as we head towards Asheville right now, it definitely looks like winter, but notice the rooftops and the roadways. It doesn't look like there has been any winter weather towards Asheville right now. Even on the radar, it's been fairly dry. Looks like it in the sky. I've seen some very light sleet, but there hasn't been any accumulation right now. As we go towards Greenville, that's obviously a different story. It looks like a winter wonderland, but it's mainly sleet, not snow. So if you go outside, it looks like snow, you want to try and play in it, it'll probably just fall apart versus that powdery feeling that we feel with snow, or if you're trying to build a snowman or a snowball. Now, we are seeing sleet across the radar mainly, but this is slowly transitioning into freezing rain. I said earlier with daybreak, that's what we'll see, and we are. So we are seeing some sleet over Greenville right now, even towards Spartanburg, but as we travel south near Anderson, notice we are seeing some freezing rain right now. Toccoa, Walhalla, Franklin, you are mainly dry for the moment. You might see a few droplets of water down towards Toccoa. Now, as we travel down towards Clemson, even down towards Anderson, that pink you're seeing on the radar is freezing rain. Notice how it's starting to blanket the area. That's because temperatures are slowly starting to warm up. We'll head towards the mid to upper 20s, which I know it's still very cold, but that is the difference between sleet and freezing rain and snow. Then as we travel up towards Salem, nearing Walhalla, freezing rain is still moving through. Most of us are seeing sleet as we get closer towards downtown Greenville and then moving towards I-26. We've had a lot of reports this morning from you viewers and from the National Weather Service of what they're seeing out their window. I'll share some of those and also what we'll see in the next couple hours coming up here in a few minutes. Aaron?
Victoria, another look at the roads right now. Your time 7:33. This is I-85 North at Highway 153 in Anderson County. If you paint the picture here, you just see the sleet here on the roads, northbound, southbound in Anderson County. And as Victoria said, you know, that it's falling in different amounts depending on where you are. I'm looking right now in the studio at exit 92, about 50 miles up, and there's way less sleet. So it just goes to show you need to make sure you don't travel today if you can avoid it at all possible. And just try to avoid it and stay home if you can. If you do have to travel, just allow yourself extra time, as you can see people are doing right now on 85.
Yeah, and the sleet we've seen overnight helped keep the roads passable for four-wheel drive vehicles.
But of course, any freezing rain will present challenges to that. And a number of churches, businesses, and schools have also made cancellations in anticipation of those travel conditions. Those are scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now, but our Leah Phillips is just one of our crews across the upstate. Leah, you're in the Greenville area. What are you seeing right now?
Hey, Aaron, Destiny, good morning. Here in Greenville, that sleet has just been coming down nonstop, and we're starting to see that sun creep up here, and that's when it's going to make that transition into that potential freezing rain. One thing for sure, it is freezing outside in temperatures. This is our towel that we wet down in our 6 o'clock show. This thing's rock solid. I mean, it is completely frozen over, which is just crazy. Goes to show just how chilly it is out here. As you can see behind me, these cars have their windows completely iced over. You've got that sleet accumulation. It is a little different than that freezing rain we're going to see. That freezing rain's going to ice over. It's going to stick. That sleet does not cling. Our trees you can see in the area are nice and green because, like I said, freezing rain clings. Always a good idea to stay off the roads for now. If you are getting into your car, it's going to be a bit of a struggle. You'll have to break out that ice scraper for sure. But but the goal here is to stay off those roads. The roads are cleared down here in downtown Greenville. We're only seeing some city snowplows spraying that snow brine, but other than that, it's a ghost town out here, which is good news. We want to stay nice and warm and stay home for now. We're going to go ahead and send it over to our Isabel Marek, who is live in Anderson County. Isabel, what are we seeing out there?
Hey, Leah, we're seeing a lot of the same out here in Anderson County. We got a couple people out walking this morning. They're all nice and bundled up, but as you can see here on the sidewalks and the roadways, it's just very thick sleet that has fallen onto the ground now. And I know Victoria says we're starting to see it turn into freezing rain, which is why this is all starting to pack in. When we first got out here, it was a lot fluffier kind of looking, but that was still sleet is what they were telling me. But now it's starting to kind of pack together, but not in a way that you can like make a snowball like Victoria was saying. You can't really do anything with this other than probably stay away from it and stay inside, because right under all of this is in fact ice. And what we've been seeing throughout the morning is our first responders out on the roadways. We've seen utility trucks, we've seen police, we've seen ambulances. They're out here trying to protect us, trying to make sure everything is okay. When it comes to power, though, everything seems to be good here in Anderson County. You can see all the lights right around me, which means this is a good sign for us in downtown Anderson. But city and county officials both just say the number one thing they want to stress is staying off the roadways, because that makes their jobs a lot easier and it keeps you a lot safer. We'll have updates throughout the entire morning, but for now I'm going to send it over to our Caitlin Ashbaugh. Caitlin, how's it looking in Spartanburg?
Hey, Isabel, we're mentioning that power like you said, and I'm actually here with Duke Energy's Michael Frost. Michael, how frosty are you feeling right now?
That's a good one. Good morning. It's awfully cold here in Spartanburg, but we are grateful for the number of crews we've got just waiting on standby for once the storm clears to be able to get out and assess and see what's going on here.
Yeah, and level with me. How serious are we expecting this again? What are you guys prepared for?
The forecast continues to hold, and we're just looking and being able to prepare for the ice event that is certainly upon us right now. Anywhere above a quarter-inch of ice is going to have potential to cause damage on our power lines and infrastructure. So we have, as I said, we've got crews stationed across the upstate here in Spartanburg in particular as well, ready to go after the storm clears and it's safe for them to be on the roads. I've heard all morning different stations referencing the safety of being able to not be on the road unless you need to. That applies to our line crews as well. To our line crews as well, as it's important for them to be safe to be able to do their job, and we need to make sure we can get out and assess the situations first and then know exactly where to send them and then get them on the sites as quickly as possible. And that will probably be sometime later tomorrow at earliest after the storm clears and we can have safe passage.
Absolutely. Well, thank you, Michael, for everything that you guys are doing in the community. Stay tuned after the break. We'll have a report from our Washington Bureau.
Well, more than a dozen other states are feeling the impact from this winter storm. Many states' emergency declarations have been approved by the Trump administration.
The forecasted historic conditions are expected to wipe out power and impact travel for millions of Americans, including in our nation's capital. That's where we find our Washington correspondent Jackie DeFusco live this morning. Jackie, what are the conditions like in D.C.?
Well, Aaron, Destiny, this is not something that you see in Washington every day. Folks here are waking up to a blanket of white that made its way in entirely overnight, and it came down really fast. I'm going to take a step out of the way so you can see this roadway. We're in downtown D.C., so these roads are getting a lot of attention, right? We've seen a number of plows come by and take the snow away, only for more of it to fall from the sky and cause already a pretty messy situation for travelers. Now, in the last several minutes or so, this snow, which has been pretty light and fluffy, and I'll give you an example with the shovel on the ground. On the ground, you can see it's still lifting pretty easy, but you can kind of feel this in the air changing to sleet. And that's really the concern, this wintry mix, this freezing rain that could be expected throughout today, creating a blanket of ice that could make really dangerous conditions, potentially downing power lines in D.C. and just, again, creating a really messy situation for travelers. We do know, as far as Reagan National Airport, almost every flight out of that airport today has been canceled, departing from Reagan. So that has been a real challenge for folks. In addition to that, major tourist attractions like Smithsonian museums, those are closed. Federal offices are closed tomorrow for in-person work. President Donald Trump, he's also in D.C. this weekend coordinating this federal response. Just yesterday, he approved at least a dozen emergency declarations for states. So that'll free up more federal resources and really just underscores the scope of this winter storm that's hitting much of the United States this weekend. Back to you.
Jackie, I know you touched on this for just a second there. We know the Trump administration's following the impacts from the storm.
Yeah, can you tell us more about the federal response?
Yeah, so what we know about the federal response at this point has really been a whole lot of preparation ahead of this snow coming down today. Right ahead of time, they had activated their National Emergency Response Center, which basically coordinates with state and local authorities to deploy federal resources. They pre-positioned a lot of those resources, so blankets, generators, food, water, etc. In addition to that, they sent out some staff into parts of the country ahead of time, but we do know that urban search and rescue crews, for example, they're on standby and essentially just waiting on requests from governors before they head out into the country and to respond to the storm. At this point, FEMA says the number one things they want Americans to hear is to stay off the roads, both for your own safety and to make way for first responders who are certainly going to be busy today. Back to you.
Good morning, everyone. Still continuing to track the winter weather impacting the Carolinas right now and towards Georgia. Here's a live look right now over Asheville, and this is not something you see every day. Aaron and I were just talking about it. There's no snow, sleet, or ice accumulation on the ground right now in Asheville. It is mainly dry. It definitely looks like winter weather and a winter weather sky for the moment. But then we get down towards Greenville, and it's a different story. Looks like snow on the ground. I've had a lot of people message me saying, hey, looks like snow out my window. It's actually sleet. So if you do go outside, first of all, be careful, but if you do feel it, it is mainly kind of icy versus that powdery snow that we'll see. So this is sleet. Most of us are starting to transition into freezing rain this morning, and that is when we'll start to see a few issues when it comes to power outages. So where you see this purple right here, notice the key up here, that is mainly sleet. But then as we travel down I-85, we're starting to see that transition into freezing rain. Towards Oakway, Reed Creek right now, we are seeing some freezing rain starting to move in near Belton, Anderson. That is now transitioning into freezing rain. Isabel was just down there telling us that she is seeing freezing rain as well versus sleet. I also had some viewers let me know too. So it really helps when we have the viewer messages and especially pictures that you sent in, because it gives us eyes on the ground. It lets us know what's actually happening out the window versus just watching the radar. Now as we travel towards Salem, Walhalla, and down towards 6 Mile, we are seeing that transition into freezing rain, and this will really start to accumulate on the ground versus sleet. Ice really brings up our accumulation totals, and it definitely will in the next couple hours. Now, the National Weather Service typically gives us reports of storm reports, and today it's definitely from the sleet and the freezing rain. You also can send us some reports. We've had endless emails this morning of reports of freezing rain, reports of sleet, what you're seeing out your window, and also totals. And I've had numerous emails sent in. So thank you very much. Again, it is so helpful, especially to the meteorologists, letting us know what you're seeing out your window. So please continue to send those in. You can either message me on Facebook and send those in. I also have a comment section right now full of photos, or you can send it via email as well. Now, as we get a little bit closer towards Gaffney, I've had some reports near Gaffney and Cowpens, mainly dry on the grass and just a few sleet pellets. Now that's starting to change. We have some areas of sleet moving through up I-85. Now let's get to totals right now and what we're starting to see. Accumulation wise, as we travel towards Georgia down and towards Toccoa, accumulation is about 0.3 of an inch. Now this was rising quickly earlier this morning, but Toccoa is mainly dry for the moment. Then as we go towards Reed Creek, we've seen this go up a bit as well. Some of us are getting a bit of dry time right now, but we're keeping that winter look out the window. Accumulation up to 0.3 of an inch. Then we go towards Clemson. This has gone up as well. Accumulation up to about 0.4 of an inch, so just less than half an inch right now. Once we all see that freezing rain, that's when we start to see this increase quite a bit. And then let's get towards downtown Greenville. Good morning if you are watching us from Greenville right now. Accumulation up towards about 0.4 of an inch. This will go towards about half an inch when it surprised me with the next update. There's been quite a bit of sleet in the last couple minutes. And then let's travel up towards Pickens. This has been the highest total I've seen so far today. Now, if you know a total for your area, want to let me know, we can do that and try and verify it. But accumulation over half an inch so far up near Pickens in 178. Then as we go towards Rutherfordton, let's go to North Carolina. This is what held steady at 2/10 of an inch. Now, we just saw on the camera Asheville and near Hendersonville is mainly dry right now. Notice there is no blue. That tells me there has not been any type of accumulation of ice, sleet, or potentially snow for western North Carolina. For this to show up as a total, it has to be at least 1/10 of an inch. As we head through the rest of today, this is by about 11 o'clock, so by the lunch hour, temperatures will near about 30 degrees. They should actually by about 9 to 10 o'clock. And then most of us see freezing rain, but notice it's not a complete blanket. Some of us do actually get a break in the winter weather. Towards Cullowhee and Franklin, it's been pretty consistent, showing us rain on models over the last couple days. But then we watch as a cold front moves through, heading in towards about 2 to 3 o'clock. This is the cold front that's going to develop, and temperatures actually warm up with it because it's cold rain. It's not freezing rain. It's not sleet. That actually warms up our temperatures a bit because it warms up the surface, and that should melt a little bit some of the ice, but not too much. It's still not safe to drive out on the roads. Notice temperatures head towards the mid-30s. As this sweeps through, there's just enough convection. You actually might see some lightning with it. No severe weather, though, is expected. But we will see the moisture then begin to clear out by about 7 to 8 o'clock tonight. We get a break. But because a cold front's moving through, temperatures always drop behind a cold front. So we are expecting a refreeze by Monday morning, but temperatures do warm up on Monday, but then the winds will begin to pick up. And winds are definitely an issue when it comes to ice. We will see wind gusts near about 30 to 35 for today. And then once that cold front blows through on Monday, or Sunday night into Monday, winds will begin to pick up even more. By Monday, we'll see wind gusts near 40 to 45 miles per hour. And that's a problem because at this point, we have the ice already frozen on the power lines, on trees, and especially trees that were weakened by Helene, and that can bring down tree branches. So we can expect some power outages across the area, but really tonight and towards your Monday when those winds will begin to pick up. Not everyone is going to lose power, but they could be widespread, and this was one of our main concerns. And then once we get in towards Monday, we still have alert days because refreezing is expected and temperatures plummet. We have Arctic air coming in behind all this moisture that we've had, so we really don't get a break from the cold air. So even though the ice is coming in today, we still feel the effects next week. Down to the 20s by tomorrow morning, 36 by the afternoon, but then we drop towards 6 degrees Tuesday. So we go into that pattern of freezing, refreezing, and black ice each morning. So please, honestly, through this weekend, please stay safe on the roads. For the mountains, similar story. Impact days through Tuesday. Now, or alert days through Tuesday morning will drop towards 2 degrees. It is very, very cold. This is dangerous cold. And then black ice is back in the forecast Wednesday all the way through Friday. And we might feel some reprieve by the weekend. Destiny?
Yeah, Victoria, thank you. Now is not the time to risk anything on the roads, you guys. I know looks can be deceiving. You may see, oh, I think I can drive in that. You cannot. We've been seeing so far stalled vehicles off to the right-hand side with their hazard lights on. We've seen crews snow plowing throughout the area, crews laying down salt and brine, and you should be going slow. You should not be going the normal speed limit out there because you do not know if you're going to hit black ice. You don't know what your car is going to do, and this precipitation is just accumulating. So just make sure you're careful and take your time. It's the live look at I-85 South at Batesville Road. We'll continue to monitor this throughout our area. Aaron.
Yeah, and again, stay home if you can avoid the roads at all. But if you do have to head out on the roads this weekend, perhaps you're a first responder or traveling for emergency needs, we have lots of ways to check the latest conditions. You can go to WYFF4.com or the free WYFF4 app where we have live cameras from the Carolinas and Georgia.
Welcome back. Roads may be impassable for days in some areas if freezing rain starts to accumulate.
Yeah, Victoria, we know that ice will not only make driving dangerous, but the power outage is a big concern too.
That's definitely right. We're not expecting snow. I know most of us wanted snow, and if you look out your window right now, it looks like snow. Fortunately, freezing rain hasn't started to accumulate too much, but we are starting to see that transition right now for some of us. Now, meteorologist Grace Lau is outside right now in Greenville, and we're still seeing some sleet. So, Grace, are you seeing that transition just yet?
Hey, Victoria, I was about to say, sleet, yes, potentially mixed in with a lot more freezing rain than we have been seeing. I notice usually it kind of pings off of my jacket, not having as much, and it certainly looks a lot different as well. If I've been here since 3-4 o'clock early this morning, watching that transition happen. Sleet certainly has helped us out with a lot of that moisture being sleet rather than freezing rain, but ice accumulation is still possible as we go towards the rest of our morning. So as we go towards the rest of today, we're going to continue to stay with you as well. Waking up this morning, you're potentially walking outside. We've been talking about it. It looks like snow. You're wanting to go outside, potentially playing this, right? It looks like a winter wonderland out there. That is the opposite. It is certainly a bit rock solid as you get outside, and we're going to see that accumulate. Really not seeing high amounts just yet, but that transition is happening, and so we're going to continue to stay with you, keep you updated as widespread power outages are still on the table, still possible, and of course those low-hanging trees as well. This is going to be lasting all day long up until dinner time, guys, so stay with us. We'll continue to keep you updated. Back to you.
All right, Grace, thank you so much. And Grace said it best there. We've been with you since 4 o'clock this morning, and we're going to start extended coverage as well.
That's right. At least until 9 a.m. We'll continue to let you know if it's going to be further and further into our programming. But stay with us because we're working around the clock for you. You've been getting a lot of messages online and on social media.
We've seen a ton of messages, and thank you for sending those in. It really helps us and the meteorologists know kind of what's going on in each city and each area versus just looking at a radar. And it tells us you're watching too. So we really want to keep everyone safe.
Yeah.
That's right. Well, our extended coverage and our extended version of WYFF News for Today continues right now.
WYFF News for Today starts with breaking news.
Hey, good morning. I'm Destiny Chance.
And I'm meteorologist Victoria Kokinas. Thank you for continuing to join us this morning as we keep you safe and track this ice storm.
Yeah, with concerns growing across our area, we've been monitoring the weather for the past 24 hours. Victoria, we saw a lot of sleet overnight, but now we are starting to transition to see that freezing rain.
No, we definitely are, and that's when we kind of start to see more concerns. Sleet kind of has a grip to it, but then when we start to see that freezing rain, it transitions into ice, and that's when we start to see some issues when it comes to things like icy roadways, power outages across the area. So right now, as we take a look at the radar, here's a key just above me where you see sleet is the light purple, but then this pink, that's going to be freezing rain. This morning, the entire area was coated in sleet, and now we're starting to see that transition right now. So let's go down a little bit closer towards Toccoa. Let's start for the western part of our viewing area. Toccoa saw a mixture of freezing rain and sleet earlier. Now this is mostly just sleet. This will transition in freezing rain in the next couple hours. But then as we get closer, heading up towards Clemson, down to Anderson, up I-85, we have been seeing freezing rain for at least the last 30 to 40 minutes. So please do not go on I-85, especially if you are near Clemson and Anderson, even Belton, due to the freezing rain that we've been seeing. There's going to be a glaze of ice now out on the roadways, and freezing rain is starting to transition for most of the area. Notice that change of color from purple to pink near Princeton, also towards Honey Path. That is that transition from sleet into freezing rain as temperatures just warm up by about 2 to 3, 4 degrees alone, and that's what's going to bring us freezing rain versus sleet. Now, we've had a lot of reports today of freezing rain, also reports of sleet across the area. You've sent us a ton of pictures of what you're seeing out your window. We talked about it earlier, but it helps us so much to know what's going on in each city alone versus just looking at a radar, especially as meteorologists. We can kind of see how much accumulation you're seeing. So notice all these little circles on our radar right now. That's reports from the National Weather Service. So we usually send off your reports and they officially report it on the radar. So that is very helpful. Now, I've had some areas send in pictures from Gaffney. Didn't see too much in the area near Gaffney all the way down to Cowpens. That is because you're getting a little bit of a break right now from any moisture moving in, whether it's freezing rain or whether it's sleet. It's mainly dry, but that will transition. You will see a bit more sleet and freezing rain here in the next couple minutes. Now, total wise, as we go down towards Toccoa, we're seeing about 3/10 of an inch towards Toccoa, Georgia. Then as we travel up towards Reed Creek, we haven't seen this change too much in the last hour. Actually, this one just went up about 4/10 of an inch, just below half. And then as we head towards Clemson, about half an inch as well, almost. We'll continue to see this increase in the next few hours for the entire area, and I'll show you totals for areas like Greenville. Also not seeing any accumulation right now in Asheville, and I'll show you why, but a difference for Rutherfordton coming up here in the next few minutes. Destiny?
Hey, thank you, Victoria. Let's take a live look at our traffic right now. 8:03 is your time. Again, welcome to this special edition of WYFF News 4 Today. We're having extended coverage right now. I-85 South at Malden Road is what we're taking a live look at in Greenville County. I can tell you I've been seeing, transportation officials out there laying down that salt, that brine, also snow plows. Make sure that they're going through the area and treating those roads. But this is the time to drive very, very slowly if you have to. But other than that, you should not be on the roads, at least according to public officials that we've been hearing from throughout our week and our weekend. The roads are very slick and visibility is low, as Victoria and Grace have been saying. In the meantime, we are seeing some power outages as a result of this storm. We have an outage map on WYFF4.com that updates with data from poweroutage.com. In South Carolina, we're looking pretty good at the moment. About 3,000 customers, though, are without power. In North Carolina, that's about half of what we saw an hour ago. In our area, Duke Energy says that areas near Franklin, Waynesville, and Brevard are seeing power loss. Utility company says that this is due to storm damage. It's not clear when power will be restored. You can download the WYFF News 4 app now to track these outages. Meanwhile, we have seen heavy sleet this morning coating the roads. That at least provides more traction than freezing rain, which we are starting to see right now. Our Leah Phillips in Greenville right now joining us live. And Leah, what's it looking like outside right now?
Hey, Destiny, just like we said earlier, that sleet is kind of transitioning now into freezing rain, which is where we start to see that super, super slick road, that super slick pavement. We just stepped outside and they were salting the sidewalk because, I mean, you can't even walk right now. It is super slippery when you do walk. Obviously, you can't walk, but when you do walk, you got to be super, super, super careful. Watch your step. Definitely the same thing as we get out into those vehicles. We've been saying it all day long. Do not go out on the roads unless it is absolutely necessary. Really, the plan for today is to stay home, stay warm, enjoy your Sunday, take the day to relax and unwind. And in doing so, you're going to keep yourself safe. And we've also been saying that you're also going to keep our public safety workers safe, our utility workers safe, and kind of allow them space to get where they need to go when they need to be there. So again, really, really, really stay safe out there today. The ground is slick. Keep that in mind. If you're going to drive, only drive as fast as you are willing to slide off of that road. That is something really good to keep in mind here. But we are starting to see that sleet transition. It's letting up and it's now turning into that freezing rain. And that's when we're going to start to see it cling to trees and also just to the ground even more. So we're going to go ahead and send it over to our Isabel Marek, who is live in Anderson County. Isabel, are we starting to see some freezing rain out there?
Yeah, hey, Leah, we've started to see it for a little while now, and we're still seeing it kind of trickle in right now. I know we're seeing it across the area, too. You guys have been sending me emails about it. I know. Hang on, let me pull it up right here. Okay, Jason, you sent me some pictures off of Lake Hartwell. I know I can't tell if you can see it off the phone right here, but it looks like Lake Hartwell is freezing over there. And I also know you guys got some freezing rain in Iva because Tracy sent that in as well. I got to see that. That's a video. It's going to be hard to show, but I did send it to the newsroom, so we can probably get it up for y'all later on. So we're freezing all the way across the area. It's cold here. Our WYFF News 4 car is also cold. You can see the icicles right here. This is all from that freezing rain just trickling down throughout the morning. It has just continued to build. Look at that. Look at that. That's a pretty nice size icicle right there. It's been very much cold and accumulating out here. One more thing I want to show you. We've got this statue over here and he's got some clothes on him. This scared me earlier this morning. I was like, why is there somebody outside? Luckily it's just a statue, but this is freezing right here. It's very hard, and you can see that it's already started to fill up with some sleet right there. So yeah, stay inside if you can. Stay bundled up like me and this statue right here are. And then keep sending us your photos and your videos. Let us know what's going on in your side of the community. I'm here in downtown Asheville getting updates from officials, both from Duke Energy, from power companies, as well as emergency management. enforcement officials. We should have an update coming up here soon from emergency management, trying to get a live interview figured out here soon for that. So we'll continue to let you guys know. There's also a website you can go to for Anderson specifically, and I know that that's super important right now. And here it is. It's emd.andersonsheriff.org/winterstorm, I believe is that other side of that slash. And it's got updates on warming shelters and numbers for power companies if you need to report anything. But also stay up to date with them on social media. They're posting updates. They did say to stay off the roads. That was one of their most recent updates. So we'll just continue to do that. Stay inside, stay safe, and then make room for our first responders out on the roadways by staying in. So we'll continue to provide you with updates. But for now, reporting live in Anderson, Isabel Marek, WYFF News 4.
Thank you, Isabel. Well, the sleet we saw this morning does help with travel conditions. However, the message is the same. Stay off the roads if you can. Our Caitlin Ashbaugh is joining us live in Spartanburg to show us what conditions are like on the ground. Caitlin.
I'm Caitlin Ashbaugh reporting in Spartanburg, South Carolina, and we're showing you a live demonstration on what things are looking like here. As you can see, there's a pretty good bit of traction on this table with the sleet that we're seeing. But if you wipe off this sleet right here, underneath is ice. And look at this. You can imagine if it's that slippery on this table, that's what it's looking like on our sidewalks and roads. That's why we're pushing for you to stay home and stay safe. Back to you.
If you're trying to fly somewhere out of Greenville-Spartanburg International Airport, you're probably out of luck. We checked the departure board and every flight was canceled except one. That Southwest Airlines flight is scheduled to leave at 6:40 tonight to Baltimore, so it could still be canceled. If your flight is impacted, check with your airline. Meanwhile, the world's busiest airport is still operating, but nearly all of those flights are delayed. There have also been a fair amount of cancellations at Atlanta, Hartsfield, Jackson. Again, check with your airline if you have plans to travel. And much of North Carolina is seeing impacts from the storm system. Bethany Cates is in Greensboro with conditions there.
I'm Bethany Cates in Greensboro, North Carolina, and over the past couple of hours, we've definitely seen a heavier downpour of precipitation. And let me take you down to my boots for a second, because at this point, I think we're crunching on a little bit more snow than anything else, and I'll take you over to this car as well. But when we came out a little bit earlier this morning, we were seeing more of that sleet and freezing rain, but if you can see this is feeling more like a coating of snow. And I've been in touch with a few of the local law enforcement officials here, and they say that they've seen no power outages thus far. But at the same time, they have been seeing some of those weather-related incidents, such as slick roads and icy sidewalks. And they're just encouraging you to stay at home at all costs. In Greensboro, North Carolina, I'm Bethany Cates.
8:10 is your time, and Victoria, we wanted to check in with you. Has the system acted like the way the models predicted?
Yeah, pretty much. We've been forecasting this over the last couple of days, and things are tricky to forecast days out, and the closer you get, we can fine-tune the details. And definitely yesterday, Grace and I were forecasting where we'd see about half an inch of accumulation towards about an inch, and it looks like that's right on track, especially as this continues to move through. We will see it transition into freezing rain. We said we'd see sleet, and then that transition into freezing rain by the afternoon, and that's when we'd start to see, some problems. And when it comes to power outages and also icy roads, we have the sleet right now, but that could change into the freezing rain. That creates a glaze on the road. So still, please stay off the roads. I know it looks like snow, easier to drive on, but that's not the case. Yeah. And then we talked about the cold front coming through yesterday, and models are still on track for that.
Wow. Well, as we go through the week, can you talk more about the chance for ice to melt on the roads and then refreeze? And then will the treated roads be able to be thawed out?
Well, that's definitely our biggest concern. Usually you kind of see a winter system move through, and then we see a little bit of melting. But as we go through the next couple days, we're not going to see, that melting that we want. We're heading towards mid to upper 30s. We should see a little bit of melting on especially major interstates. But if you have any shaded roadways, back roads, we will refreeze each morning up until, honestly, next Sunday.
All right. Thank you, Victoria, for answering those questions. If you have any more for her, you can follow her on social media. And, of course, you can email WYFF News 4. I was about to send you to our website. Go ahead and do that and download our app. But you can email news tips at WYFF4.com. Also, we're seeing conditions in Simpsonville from this storm. You can see some sleet coming down this driveway camera. There's a little bit of accumulation, and then sleet is starting to accumulate in Greer. You can see it on the sidewalk and driveway in this video. I tell you what, you don't want to go down the stairs fast. because your hiney will be on the ground. All right, some of you may be finding out just how cold this sleet is. Jacqueline sent in this video she took around 5 o'clock this morning from Greenwood. That sleet is on her windshield and it's not moving. Definitely not acting like snow. Even an ice scraper doesn't do much in these conditions. You can share the view in your neighborhood on our WYFF4 Facebook page. Also, we have a list of links for you to check out on outages and detailing how you can report them. It includes different utilities serving customers in our area, including Duke Energy, Lawrence Electric, and Blue Ridge Electric, among others. You can find that article on WYFF4.com or your WYFF app. You can also download that by scanning the QR code on your screen. Another question for Victoria. We know the ice will make driving very dangerous and it'll impact power lines.
That's right, and we're not expecting snow. I know most of us wanted snow, and it kind of looks like snow out the window. I've had a lot of reports of people asking me, hey, I think I'm seeing snow. No, you're seeing sleet, but this will eventually start to change into freezing rain, and again, that's when we see our issues on the roadways. But meteorologist Grace Lau is live outside in Greenville right now, where I think we're starting to see that transition into freezing rain. So Grace, what are you seeing right now?
Yeah. We are continuing to watch this freezing rain, that transition as we get a bit closer towards the rest of our morning. We knew this was going to happen, and it's currently happening as of right now. And one main indicator of that, I just checked radar, and I've been watching and listening. Victoria, I know we were expecting that early this morning. Just checked radar. Looks like majority of the area beginning to transition into that freezing rain. And also, it usually pings, right? I've been seeing it, the ice pellets kind of bounce off of my jacket, off of my phone early this morning. Difference is it's a bit more wet when it hits me. It kind of sticks here for a moment. It's not really seeing as ice pellets anymore. So we knew this was going to happen. Now here's what is going to happen because we did see sleet first. Those ice totals still once again potentially could be up to half an inch in a few spots. We're seeing that potential of ice accumulation, and I keep mentioning, you're like, well, hey, it's just now transitioning to freezing rain. What does that mean? I thought it was going to be all night long. Guys, we still have the majority of the day to be seeing freezing rain move through our area. So once again, impacts are still the same. I want you guys to stay off of the roadways. Slippery conditions going into work early this morning as well. I know around 2, 3 o'clock, most of us that have been out here with you since 4 o'clock this morning, we're driving in and we were kind of texting each other saying, hey, be careful. There are some slick spots and it is just sleet. Now, on top of sleet, we're going to be seeing ice accumulation, and that's going to worsen into the afternoon. Guys, I cannot emphasize this enough. Stay home if you can. Other thing, we were seeing some power outage reports already early this morning in parts of western North Carolina. We're going to be seeing that potentially as we go towards the rest of the afternoon in the upstate, just because ice is still on the table and possible these next several hours. This is a long duration event. We've been with you since early this week, and we're going to continue to watch that for you as we notice freezing rain now in the area. Here's the issue with that. It freezes on contact. So whatever falls, whatever has been happening is going to be freezing on top of that sleet. On top of that, this is going to be lasting all night long. Temperatures, we've been watching that very closely with this event. They're going to be dropping overnight tonight. So whatever falls right now is going to be an issue for you tomorrow morning. This is why we urged you to have plans to stay inside your house for a while. Travel, once again, we want to make sure you're not doing that. We've been checking in, I know, on our DOT cameras with our crews. There's Isabel, Caitlin. Of course, Leah has been also keeping us updated. It has been a ghost town, and that is good news. This works if you also do your part and stay home and follow precautions like we've been giving you. Of course, emergency managers and officials have been giving you as well. Something I want to talk about, though, of course, the temperatures. Not only is it cold outside, it's slowly warming up just a hair. This is why we're having the issue of freezing rain across the area. And why is that worse than the sleet and the snow is because, once again, that is ice. That's that accumulation we were talking about. Storm totals for this with the sleet and ice could be up to an inch. But once again, we're going to continue to watch this for you all morning long, all afternoon long as well. We got more of this. There's another batch coming in for the afternoon, and that mainly could be freezing rain, and that has been the issue for our area. We'll continue to keep you updated all across the upstate and parts of western North Carolina as well. We're going to be staying with you. This is a special edition of extended coverage for you. We'll continue to keep you updated. Back to you guys.
All right, Grace Lau reporting live in Greenville. Thank you, Grace. Exposure to extreme colds can be dangerous and even deadly. While everyone can be affected by low temperatures, those at highest risk include the elderly, young children, and those without a warm home.
Mandy Gaither shows us how to stay safe in extreme weather and the signs of cold-related health emergencies experts say everyone should know.
As the temperatures drop, the danger rises. In 2023, more than 1,000 people died in the U.S. due to excessive cold or hypothermia, with the highest percentage of deaths happening in January.
As your body becomes so cold, a lot of your bodily functions just can't function the way that they're meant to.
Dr. Carl Allenby with Cleveland Clinic says if you have to go out in extreme cold, dress properly. That includes a scarf or mask that covers the face and mouth, gloves, water-resistant boots, a hat, water-resistant coat, and several layers of loose-fitting clothing. Body parts most affected by frostbite are the nose, ears, toes, cheeks, chin, and fingers.
As the coldness progresses and the frostbite increases, you could have things like numbness. Your extremities could get very pale and then can get hardened as well as you continue to progress through that.
When the body loses heat faster than it can produce it, hypothermia can happen. That's when there's a life-threatening drop in body temperature below 95 degrees. In adults, symptoms include shivering, exhaustion, confusion, fumbling hands, memory loss, slurred speech, and drowsiness. In babies, signs could be bright red cold skin or very low energy. Allenby says 911 should be called immediately.
You're going to rely on bystanders who realize that somebody may not be acting right or that there's some sort of change in their mentation.
I'm Mandy Gaither.
8:19 is your time, and doctors say in extreme cold, there's also an increased risk of slipping or falling, especially when the ground freezes, melts, and refreezes. They say emergency departments see a lot of hip fractures, broken wrists, and arms, as well as head injuries. And there's often a rise in car accidents as well. So if you have to hit the roads, it's important to have clothing and protective gear in your vehicle in case you get stuck. The South Carolina National Guard is deploying across South Carolina to help state agencies prepare and protect communities during the storm. They have been conducting inspections on military equipment and vehicles to make sure they're ready to help across the state during storm operations. Around 375 service members from the South Carolina Military Department are positioned across the state. A total of 42 vehicles have been dispatched to aid in these efforts, many assisting SC Highway Patrol. They're prepared to help with shelter assistance, transportation emergency operations, center support, and clearing debris across the state. Troops are on standby in counties expected to be impacted, such as Aiken, Anderson, Oconee, Lawrence, Greenville, Greenwood, Pickens, York, Cherokee, and Saluda counties. Meanwhile, in Georgia, the top official for the State Department of Transportation spoke on the extensive steps taken to prepare state roads ahead of the storm. They say it took coordination with several agencies to get that work done.
Ask of you. Limit your travel today so we can get our work done. So far, we've seen traffic volumes down about 30 to 40%, so thank you for staying off the roads. Get to where you need to be through at least Monday.
Well, Commissioner Russell McMurray says if they brine the roads when people are off the roads, the brine has a better chance of sticking. If you have to leave home, watch for crews and give yourself extra time. Staff also encourage drivers to make sure they have winter clothes with them, especially if they have car trouble. Lawrence County Council has declared a local state of emergency during this ice storm to help people escape the cold. Warming centers are open at the Lawrence and Clinton police departments. A warming shelter meant for overnight stays. It's also open at the Lawrence County Agriculture Center. The county also has a non-emergency line. It's 864-984-2523. You can see that on your screen. Again, this is meant to help keep 911 lines open. Warming shelters are also open in Oconee County. You can head to Walhalla High School on North Highway, where there is a medical needs shelter. Seneca Middle School is opening later today to help keep people warm, which is off of Wells Highway. We got this question on my Instagram page. People were asking, are crews working those 12-hour shifts? The answer is yes, and they have been for a few days now. Power crews from Florida are now in the Carolinas to assist with any power outages. Duke Energy spokesperson Ryan Mosier says just a half an inch of ice can bring down power lines. Plus, there's also a major threat of trees falling down. Duke Energy says they have more than 3,000 crews scattered across South Carolina and another 15,000 in North Carolina ready to efficiently move resources. Meanwhile, if you are stuck at your home and your power goes out, here are a few ideas for nutrition foods you can enjoy, even if you can't use the kitchen. Clemson University Extension Food Safety Specialists advise you to eat fresh produce along with a long shelf life. Cereal, breakfast bars, and all canned foods are a good idea as well. If your fridge temp goes above 40 degrees for more than 2 hours, you'll need to throw out meats and eggs.
But if we're going to go higher than 40 degrees, then we're still in what we call that temperature danger zone for those pathogens to start growing. And then we're also running into risks of storing food outside, of course, pests, wild animals, or just our local pets in the neighborhood, getting into that food.
She also says while you have power, cook any raw proteins and highly perishable foods or store them in the freezer. Victoria.
All right, so let's continue to track the winter weather across the area right now. And here's not something you see every day. Right now across Asheville, there is no accumulation for winter weather on the ground right now. It definitely looks like a winter sky. We've had some power outage reports in western North Carolina, but right now on the roadways in Asheville, it looks fairly clear. Different story as we travel south towards Greenville. Looks like a winter wonderland. I know it looks like snow, but it's actually sleet. If you are waking up right now, we've been talking about this the last couple of hours. This is mainly sleet that fell this morning, and it will eventually transition into freezing rain in the next few hours. So some of us are actually getting a break from the moisture. It's not a constant all-day event. We are seeing some sleet moving through Greenville up towards Spartanburg and I-26, but then notice this pink color off towards our west near Walhalla and Clemson, down towards Anderson. That is freezing rain. We're still seeing some light sleet towards Toccoa right now, some of it starting to transition into that freezing rain as temperatures warm a degree or two in the next few hours. Then as we travel up I-85, Clemson, Salem, Anderson, Oakway, Reed Creek, seeing freezing rain move over, and this will start to accumulate fairly quickly in the next hour or so. So we'll start to see those accumulation totals definitely increase. Most of us right now are at 0.2 of an inch, and some of us near about half an inch. Princeton right now down towards Honey Path, you are also seeing that transition to freezing rain. And then total wise, what we're seeing right now in Greenville, this has gone up 1/10 of an inch in the last hour, about 0.4 of an inch in Greenville. This is mainly sleet. We're just now starting to see some light freezing rain mixed in here in Greenville. But then as we travel up further northward towards Pickens, this is definitely the highest total I've seen so far. But this has actually held steady in the last 2 hours, just above half an inch of accumulation with that sleet that moved through early this morning. And then as we travel towards North Carolina, Rutherfordton, this has increased as well by about 1/10 of an inch in the last 2 hours. Right now, accumulation at 3/10. Now towards Asheville and Hendersonville, we just saw it's mainly dry, and that's similar as we travel down I-26. Once we pass Lawrence and Union, we aren't seeing too much accumulation wise. To make it show up on the map, to show us a total, it has to be at least 1/10 of an inch. We just saw on the camera, Asheville really didn't see much, Hendersonville as well. Cold front will actually start to move through later today. We still have a few hours of that freezing rain mixed in. Then a cold rain starts to impact us by about 4 o'clock. And then we start to see the moisture completely clear out, heading in towards about 6 to 7 later tonight. But behind that, we still have issues with the ice because we start to see temperatures drop, and we also have the winds picking up, which will cause some issues with power outages still at least through tomorrow. And then that black ice threat will continue through the rest of this week. Destiny?
All right, Victoria, thank you. This winter storm has stirred up emotional anxiety for some, and many people have traumatic memories from Helene just more than a year ago. We spoke with Dr. Frank Clark, a psychiatrist with Prisma Health, for what you can do to protect your emotional health.
There's a trauma component there, and when we are traumatized, we tend to become hypervigilant. We tend to overreact, and so we have to ground ourselves and center ourselves. So if we're constantly staring at our weather app, that's just going to drive up our anxiety. We have to know when it's time to put the phone down and turn off the media for a moment. We can come back to it later. You manage the anxiety. Do not let the anxiety manage you.
If you need immediate support, call or text 988 or reach out to someone at your local mental health center. We're continuing to follow the storm as it moves through our area and the impacts it's having. Stay with us for this extended version of WYFF News 4 Today, right now.
WYFF News 4 Today starts with breaking news.
Your time's 8:29 on Sunday morning. This is January 25th. We're taking a live look outside with our Peace Center Skycam. We've been following this all throughout the morning, been on air with you since 4 a.m. And as you can clearly see in the image here, you see that sleet on the roads. You see some of that freezing rain there. There's a result of that as well. Thanks for joining us this morning. If you've been with us throughout the morning, we thank you for that as well. I want to get straight to meteorologist Victoria Kokinos. Victoria, we followed this throughout the morning. I guess the silver lining is that we saw sleet early on, which was kind of nice, but that's transitioning as we go throughout the day to freezing rain,
That's exactly right. So it was good that we saw sleet first because that takes away the ice accumulation across the area. It looks really pretty outside. It is a nice view, but please stay off the roadways. There are a few cars out there. They are treating the roads right now as well, but if you can, stay indoors. If it's an emergency, they are treating some of the interstates for the moment. But it looks like a winter wonderland, but this is mostly sleet. I've had a lot of people send me photos this morning, and they have been great. It lets us know what's kind of going on in each city, in each area, eyes on the ground versus just looking at a radar. So thank you so much for sending those in. Continue to do so throughout the day. Now that we are slowly seeing that transition from sleet to freezing rain, but notice it's not coating the entire area. Some of us are getting a break. Asheville, on our Asheville camera, had no accumulation on the ground. So as we travel towards Greenville right now, light sleet still moving through and towards Pickens as well. But then as we get closer towards Toccoa, we're seeing that mixture of some light freezing rain, but mostly sleet, and it's tapering off a bit near 123 up towards 184. Then as we get closer into South Carolina, near Clemson and Anderson, up towards Salem, we're seeing that mix of freezing rain. That's what that pink is. So when we see that color pink, that tells us it is freezing rain versus sleet. The purple is sleet. There's the key at the top of the screen right there if you need it. But again, we are starting to see that transition as the sun comes up because we're going up 1 to 2 or 3 degrees. And that's when we see the change in precipitation. So near Princeton, we just had some light freezing rain move over. That's similar for Honey Path as well. So if you are inside, you'll probably hear the freezing rain. And of course, please stay indoors because at this point, if you are seeing freezing rain in your area, it will now create a light ice glaze over either the roadways or the sidewalks, or maybe even if you have a porch or a deck. Over the next couple hours, we will see temperatures begin to warm up. I do think this is off a bit. I do think we hit the 30s a little bit earlier, towards about 2 to 3 o'clock. But regardless, we'll continue to see that freezing rain as a result of the temperature slightly warming. But then notice by 8 o'clock, we're dry. That's because a cold front will begin to move through. Before this, it takes some moisture with it, but it will drop our temperatures by tomorrow. So more details on that here in a couple of minutes. Aaron.
Victoria, we've been following the roads all throughout the morning as well to see where they stand and to see that sleet on the roads. What we're looking at right now is I-85 at Pelham Road. You can clearly see northbound, southbound, not what it looks like during a typical day of the week. Fortunately, not many cars out there. Again, we advise if you can avoid it today, don't travel at all. It's just not great conditions out there as the freezing rain moves in. It'll be even worse, as Victoria said, that glaze of ice on the roads. Now, what I will say is SCDOT, county, city crews are treating these roads. So we've seen them all throughout the morning. We've seen plows go through to try and move some of that sleet out. We've seen salt and brine trucks out throughout the morning, not just on 85, but on 385, on 26 as well, and even on some areas like Woodruff Road. We had the Woodruff Road Skycam. We've been taking a close look. You're still seeing 1, 2, 3, 4 cars out there, but again, it's not a pleasant commute. If you do have to get out, allow a lot of extra time. As you can see, those cars moving much slower than you would see typically during the normal week at 85 southbound. So we'll continue to monitor this, but again, expect those conditions to continue to get worse given that freezing rain as we go throughout the morning and afternoon. And we're also seeing power outages as a result of this storm. This is something that we were worried about even earlier in the week, just given the amount of ice that was forecast, given the amount of winds that were forecast, or the speed of the winds that were forecast. And we're seeing those in North Carolina primarily. Right now in South Carolina, we're looking pretty good overall. We're hoping that trend stays that way. But about 3,300 customers are without power in North Carolina. And just for context, that's increased over the past hour or so, but stayed steady over the past 30 minutes or so. Duke Energy says the main areas there are near Franklin, Waynesville, and Brevard. That's where they're seeing power loss. And they say that's because of storm damage. Duke also says it's not clear when that power will be restored. But we do expect outages to continue throughout the day, as Victoria said, throughout the morning, as those wind gusts continue to increase in western North Carolina and also in in the upstate in South Carolina as well. And it's not just the Carolinas and Georgia. In fact, this storm is hitting dozens of states, including much of the East Coast. Pennsylvania, one of those states seeing impacts. And there was bad timing in one city where a water main broke just before the storm arrived. Gabrielle Thomas is in York, Pennsylvania, with what it looks like there this morning.
City crews have been here on West Jackson Street and Jessup Place for hours now, working to clean up the aftermath of a water main break that happened yesterday afternoon. Let me show you what the scene looks like right now. As you can see, crews are still cleaning up, moving cinder blocks. What was once a street with flowing water yesterday is now a street covered in snow and ice as well. Now, folks who live on this street and students who use this route to get to York College's campus are concerned for their safety. Let me give you some background. Police say the water main break left several inches of water in some areas, with standing water reaching up to a foot deep in parts of the street. To start the cleanup process and prevent more flooding, the York Water Company and city crews shut off the water to assess the damage and start repairs. We spoke to one student who says his car got stuck in the water. Take a listen.
I was woken up to a call that's saying the water line broke and my car was kind of in the middle of it. I was pretty concerned because I was on FaceTime and they flipped the camera and my car was like, it was up to like my bumper in water. So I was like kind of worried about my car.
As a result of the water main break, many people who live in this area are experiencing water outages, but crews are hoping to get everything cleaned up soon. In York City, I'm Gabrielle Thomas.
Meanwhile, a lot of snow is building up on the runways at BWI Marshall Airport in Baltimore, Maryland. Delencia Jenkins showing us how crews are working to keep operations running there.
Well, hey there, several inches of snow has fallen across the state of Maryland already, allowing for folks here, Marylanders, to wake up to a winter wonderland. Here at BWI Marshall, operation is trying to get underway. There's plows plowing parking lots, folks shoveling the sidewalk, making it as safe as possible for commuters. MTA is expected to run and have scheduled transportation, but folks are, of course, encouraged to stay up to date on these alerts and updates through the website. We are continuing to see the snow fall right now. It is falling as a powdery snow here as I pick it up. So here it is very dry outside, just a powdery snow, but this is all going to change as we move throughout the morning. Eventually, the snow will change over to sleet and even freezing rain, causing more dangerous conditions across the state, especially here in Anne Arundel County. We could see the snow that is powdery right now, easy to move, become heavy and even dangerous for folks to clean up. So folks are encouraged to stay safe, stay inside, and if you do have to venture outdoors, make sure you bundle up. At BWI Marshall, Delencia Jenkins.
Meanwhile, it's not just western North Carolina in our coverage area. In fact, a lot of North Carolina is feeling the impact from this system, and the type of precipitation is varied as well, from sleet and freezing rain in our area, the western North Carolina area, all the way up to snow in northwestern North Carolina. Aaron Burnett's in Mount Airy with the conditions there. All right, we'll work to get that story to you as quickly as we can, but I do want to highlight meteorologist Grace Lau as well. She's been doing a phenomenal job throughout the morning. She's been outside in Greenville covering the storm as it's moved through our area, first with the sleet this morning, and then as the freezing rain transitions in, she's been covering that as well. And it's not just Grace either. Our entire Live Super Doppler 4 weather team has been keeping you prepped for this all week. One thing we know out of this, though, it could be difficult to travel for the rest of the weekend, even into Monday. Meteorologist Grace Lau is here now with what we're seeing right this second. Good morning, Grace.
Hey, Aaron, good morning. You're right. We have been with each other all morning long. We've been with you guys back home as well. We've been tracking this storm since early this week. We knew that we would be dealing with some sort of winter precipitation. This is a large storm, not only covering our area, but all the way in parts of the Northeast. There's still a winter weather advisory in the coast of South Carolina this morning. So, guys, this is a monster of a winter storm. But what does it mean for your area and what is it bringing right now? One thing I want to go ahead and talk about. We did see some freezing rain last night, quickly transitioned into sleet. That's helped us out a little bit with the ice totals, but ice is still on the way. Freezing rain, that's what that ice accumulation is. Beginning to see that transition since early this morning around 6:30 was when that transition happened. A lot of you have been sending me pictures and videos. That has been such a help, not only for me, but for other meteorologists. Of course, Victoria has been getting some as well. I know we've been posting those online, letting people know what you're seeing outside. It does matter because we're watching the radar, we're watching those trends, but what you're hearing sometimes is sleet. I've been getting a lot of messages saying, hey, this looks like snow, but I'm hearing something. It doesn't really sound like a white fluffy stuff on the ground. It has a ping to it. And that's certainly what we've been seeing all morning long. As the temperatures slowly begin to rise, I'm going to go ahead and bend down, grab my handy dandy thermometer out here. We've been using it all morning long, guys. We've been seeing the temperatures out here slowly rise. It was around 20 something earlier, seeing that go up just a little bit closer towards the middle there near 30. And the reason why that's so important is that's why we're going to be dealing with freezing rain. That's when it falls from the sky. The atmosphere is a little bit warmer. It goes to that warm layer and then refreezes as it hits the ground. And you know what that means? When it refreezes, when it hits the ground, that means it is ice accumulation. Once again, still, we have a while to go. I just saw a cat run behind me. We have a while to go as we go towards the rest of the afternoon. Yes, this is a long duration event. This started late last night around dinner time for a few of you guys. Accumulations, storm totals could be close to an inch or even higher. That means sleet and ice mixed in. But as we go towards the afternoon, it looks like we're potentially going to be seeing some more ice, that freezing rain move through. It has been consistently downpouring. I'm right outside in Greenville right now. Tracks I made just a few minutes ago are being covered once again with sleet and ice and freezing rain. It is a lot different than snow. It's not white, it's not fluffy. You really can't make anything with it. And something I'm noticing that's certainly a lot different than earlier. I'm kind of moving my boots around here. I made a mark here to know where I need to stand, but it's already been covered. It's really rock solid. It's not fluffy out here, right? It's not something you can make a snowman. It's not something you can have fun with. This is mainly sleet now being covered with freezing rain, potential ice accumulations here in Greenville. I know parts of Anderson County, we've had Isabel there early this morning. She's been seeing more freezing rain. That kind of started with you a bit earlier. Of course, I know we have Caitlin in Spartanburg. She's beginning to see that as well. Leah is in Greenville. You guys in the studio continuing to keep everyone updated. We've been with you since 4 o'clock this morning. We're going to continue this coverage as you're waking up, as you're getting your day started, looking outside. It looks like snow. We're once again urging you to not drive on the roadways. I know emergency management crews are on standby. I know that there have been a lot of preparations before this storm. And the reason why we're telling you this is a lot different. This isn't a snowstorm. This isn't just a sleet storm. This is ice. It is slick out on the roadways. Driving in early this morning, I was experiencing it. This is why we're urging you to stay home. Of course, power outages are still beginning to roll through as well. We're beginning to see those in parts of western North Carolina. For our area, we'll continue to keep you updated online. Of course, here, continuous coverage, and of course on our social media as well. Send us pictures. Let us know what you're seeing. That helps us out a lot. Back to you.
All right, Grace, thank you so much for the update. And that's something Victoria and I were talking about this morning as well. Just the differences between cities, the difference in accumulation right now as the storm rolls through. So again, a prudent reminder, if you could avoid traveling, we certainly recommend it. Give yourself some time just to spend some time at home, even if conditions look okay right now, perhaps where you might be going. If a friend or family member tells you that, we still recommend hunkering down if you can. Now let's get back to western and northwestern North Carolina to see how things look there. Aaron Burnett's in Mount Airy with the conditions.
It's now daylight here on Rockford Street in Mount Airy. It's still this main drag that we've been on all morning long. And as you can see, the snow is starting to get even worse out here. It's still very slippery. I can kick it up with my feet, and it's not good conditions to make a snowman or anything. It's the type of snow you need to stay at home for. It's because it's not safe to drive. It makes for terrible driving conditions. The good news, Mount Airy, is that the power situation has not changed. Power outages have not been seen in this area, according to energy companies that we've been monitoring their sites. And we hope it stays that way so you guys can stay at home, stay warm, and stay safe. That is still the message from emergency responders as the day continues, and we hope that that remains the case and you guys continue to heed those warnings.
It's 8:44. Let's look at our cameras in terms of the roads and see where they stand right now. Fortunately, few people on the roads. That's certainly good news on this Sunday morning. Here's I-85 North at Highway 276, an area that normally on a Sunday morning about this time would see a lot of traffic. You can see just how the roads look right now. You can see that sleet there. We have seen plows move through here throughout the morning. We've seen salt trucks and brine trucks move through. But again, as that sleet continues and it transitions into freezing rain, the recommendation, not just from state officials, but from everyone, is to make sure you avoid the roads unless it's an absolute emergency. In fact, right now you can see some of those trucks moving down through here right now. Looks to be a sleet plow, I should say, in the instance of this morning, moving through right there. We're thankful for those crews that are working hard to try and clear those roads as this precipitation moves in. See a few cars as well, but again, only travel if you absolutely have to, just given that weather we're expecting throughout the day. And if you have to be out this morning, agency leaders say give yourself plenty of time. Be sure to drive slowly and limit distractions. If you do have to get out on the roads during the ice storm, AAA has a few safe driving reminders. First, they say drivers have to make sure vehicle maintenance is up to date, and that includes things like checking your tire pressure, testing out your battery, and making sure your heater's working. AAA says the main reasons roadside assistance is called during winter weather is for crashes, running out of gas, and then also getting locked out of your vehicle. Now, if you do have to travel and you become stranded, be sure to stay inside your car, turn on your hazard lights, and call for help.
If you find yourself, in the middle of a severe winter storm like we're expecting, the main thing to do is to slow down. Give yourself extra following distance behind the vehicle in front of you, because we know that your ability to stop is greatly reduced.
AAA says keep your gas tank at least half full in case you get stuck or traffic comes to a standstill, and they also recommend having an emergency kit in your vehicle. And if your power in your home goes out because of the ice and wind, drivers may come across stoplights that are out because those are obviously powered as well. Deputies with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office say when the lights are out, you should always treat it as a four-way stop. If they're blinking yellow, though, just slow down and proceed with caution. Their first advice, though, again, as we've been talking about throughout the morning, is to avoid being on the roads. Also, this time of year, carbon monoxide can be particularly dangerous. Those poisonous fumes are produced by things that can keep you warm, things like fireplaces, furnaces, and generators. Mandy Gaither goes over the dangers, but also how to reduce the risk of carbon monoxide exposure as the temperatures drop.
Every year in the U.S., unintentional carbon monoxide poisoning sends more than 100,000 people to the emergency room, hospitalizes more than 14,000 patients, and kills more than 400 people.
A lot of the symptoms of the early start to carbon monoxide exposure can mimic some of the cold and flu-like symptoms.
Dr. Jason Milk with Cleveland Clinic says that adds to the challenge of identifying when carbon monoxide is making a person sick. The most common symptoms of poisoning are headache, dizziness, weakness, upset stomach, vomiting, chest pain, and confusion.
The emergency departments have ability of how to measure your carbon monoxide levels. And the antidote for carbon monoxide exposure is eliminating the source, meaning getting away from the risk. And then oxygen is the therapy.
Reduce risk of exposure by using a carbon monoxide detector that will alert when there's a danger. The CDC also says to never use a generator inside your home or garage, even if doors and windows are open. Only use them outside, more than 20 feet away from windows, doors, and vents, and never heat your home with a gas oven. Don't run your vehicle inside a garage that's attached to a house, even when the garage door is open. For a detached garage, open the door to let in fresh air when running a car.
If you have multiple family members, everyone in the home has all the same symptoms. It may be that carbon monoxide is the common denominator as to why everyone doesn't feel good.
And that was Mandy Gaither reporting. The sub-freezing temperatures are stressful on our bodies, so doctors warn us to avoid the risk of hypothermia by dressing in lots of layers. Emergency management physician Dr. Nathaniel Mann says hypothermia can lead to bad effects down the road, and it's particularly important for people with heart disease or respiratory conditions to prepare for the extreme cold because even minor exposures can be dangerous.
So essentially, when you're exposed to more cold, your body wants to clamp down on some of your blood vessels. And if you have, for example, a history of heart disease and you're exercising in the cold, it can increase the likelihood that you reduce the amount of blood flow that's required for your heart to function appropriately. So we caution people with a history of heart disease from vigorous exercise in the cold sometimes because it can increase the risk of a heart event, for example.
Above all, Dr. Mann says, listen to your body. When you start to shiver, it's for sure time to come inside or also add more layers. The South Carolina Department of Public Health is allowing a one-time early refill of scheduled 3 to 5 prescriptions, and that's due to the potential for power outages over the next few days. Early refills can be requested through January 30th. Victoria?
Well, some of us are starting to see that transition from sleet into freezing rain. Let's take a look out the window across parts of the area. Here's a live look right now towards Paris Mountain. You can kind of see the mountain here, but looking off into the distance, it is cloudy. There was quite a bit of sleet coming over the camera earlier this morning. Looks like it's calmed down just a bit, but definitely still a little bit of a gloomy, cold look. Here's a look at downtown Lawrence. Good morning. If you are in Lawrence right now watching, we appreciate you tuning in. We are seeing some sleet accumulate on the cement, but looks like the grass is seeing a very light coating, not accumulating on the grass, but still towards the rooftops and also towards the cement near the umbrellas and the table, seeing a bit of sleet as well. Now let's travel towards Lake Hartwell. This is definitely a scene to look at. Here's over the lake. We are seeing some sleet come down and freezing rain on the camera. It's a little bit hard to see, but I can close up and look towards the bay of the lake. We are seeing that sleet accumulate also on the dock as well. And then not many people out on the lake, which is probably how it should be. It is very cold outside for the moment. We are still seeing sleet for some of us, and then we're starting to see that transition into freezing rain. Most of the sleet that we're still seeing is near Pickens and Greenville up towards Spartanburg, and then we are still seeing some freezing rain as we get towards Clemson, Wahala, down towards Anderson. And if you are in Toccoa this morning, good morning. We are starting to see Toccoa dry out a bit. You are getting a break from all this winter weather. That'll be the trend for everyone throughout the day. Some of us will get breaks. Some of us will start to see more freezing rain. And it will continue on and off until a cold front moves through later tonight. As we head towards Clemson and down I-85, let's hop over 85 towards Anderson. You're seeing a little bit of a break. It looks like some light freezing rain towards your direction. Also in Belton, Clemson seeing some decent freezing rain right now. So if you are seeing this pink over your area, that's for freezing rain. Please continue to stay indoors. This will create a glaze of ice. And this is when we'll start to see some ice on the power lines. Usually sleet doesn't accumulate on power lines. Does a little bit on the trees, but mainly it just sticks towards the ground. Now, as we travel a little bit further south towards Honey Path, we just had freezing rain move over also towards Princeton. Hour by hour, most of the temperatures will stay in the 20s, nearing 30. Again, I do think this is underdoing it just a bit. I do think we near 30 degrees by about 2 to 3 o'clock. Regardless, it's 1 or 2 degrees. But this will be mainly freezing rain because of the change in temperature. But then a cold front moves through after about 3 o'clock, and then we dry out. This is by 8 p.m., mostly cloudy skies. We do actually see a break later today. So let's time all this out. This is by about noon today. So in the next about 3 hours, we will start to see some more freezing rain. So where you see all this pink across the area, that is some more freezing rain. But notice there's breaks in it. It's not a constant blanket over the upstate or even the mountains. So temperatures near about 30 degrees. This is by noon. Now models have been consistent towards Cullowhee and Franklin that you'll stay above freezing and you'll see some rain. Then as we head towards the later afternoon, we watch a strong cold front develop. This is by 3 o'clock for today. Sweeps through the area starting west first, and then it continues to push towards downtown Greenville throughout the evening. And then that brings up our temperatures because rain is warmer. And this is by about 6 o'clock this evening. We slowly begin to dry out. I do think this is mainly gone by about 6 to 7 today. Then we're left behind with temperatures in the 30s for most of us, but then they drop by Monday. Because that cold front has come through, temperatures will drop behind it. By Monday morning, we're in the teens and 20s across the board. But notice these white lines. And those are the winds starting to pick up. So when you have the ice accumulating later today on the power lines and on the trees, then we have the winds picking up. That's kind of when we start to see a little bit of a problem when it comes to power outages. I know we're seeing power outages up towards western North Carolina. We probably will start to see some in the upstate here in just a bit. Heading in towards Sunday around 4 o'clock for today, wind gusts fairly calm. We are seeing some gusts near about 15 towards the mountains. But once that cold front clears, winds always pick up behind it, and we'll see gusts for tomorrow. especially towards the mountains, around 40 to 45 miles per hour, near 30 to 35 here in the upstate. So even though the moisture is gone tomorrow, this storm will still bring us some impacts tomorrow morning, especially through the afternoon. So here's a look at your 4-day plus. I know it clears out for today with the moisture, but then we have these freezing temperatures heading in towards the next couple days. Monday and Tuesday are alert days, 28 degrees on Monday morning. That's when we see that refreeze, but then we do get a bit of a break by Monday afternoon at 36. Minimal melting expected because we drop down to 6 degrees by Tuesday. We're still near freezing on Tuesday afternoon. Then we kind of go into a pattern of freezing in the morning and then melting a bit by the afternoon. That will continue all the way through at least on Saturday. For the mountains, similar. We'll keep alert days through Tuesday. We drop towards dangerous cold at 2 degrees Tuesday morning, 36 by the afternoon. We'll stay in the teens for the majority of the week through each morning. So watch for black ice if you are heading back to work or school this week, at least through Friday.
All right, Victoria, thank you. Let's take a look at the roads again. I want to show you this, a live look at I-85 South at Highway 81 in Anderson County. Nothing on the roads right now, but I will tell you about 4 minutes ago, I watched an 18-wheeler slide on that ice in those southbound lanes. Fortunately, they were able to correct the 18-wheeler and continue moving, but that just goes to show you how dangerous the roads are right now, and that if you could avoid it at all, don't recommend being on not just the major interstates, but back roads, any roads right now, because it goes to show you right here, this is 85, a major thoroughfare that we've watched SCDOT and city and county crews clean up all throughout the morning with salt, with brine, with plows, and we're still seeing those issues right now. So recommend you stay off the roads again if you can, unless it's an absolute emergency. If you do have to get out, be sure to allow yourself a lot of extra time, go well under the speed limit. And I heard someone this morning say it really well, be prepared to slide at the speed that you're going at. So that's something to keep in mind. Go as slowly as you can. Also in Malden, bridges have already frozen over in the city. Ashmore Bridge Road at S Curve from Sonoma Drive to Fowler Circle is currently shut down, and that's according to the Malden Police Department. But officers say conditions are slippery, and in fact, all bridges within the city are icy, so people are being asked to avoid those areas and those roads. And parkway closures along the entire Blue Ridge Parkway are in place as well, and those are expected to remain in place until staff can safely assess the road conditions and clear any storm debris. And we do want to remind you again, we've been saying this all throughout the morning, but it's so important. If you have to head out on the roads today or even into tomorrow morning, we've got a number of ways to check the latest conditions. We're, of course, covering it on air right now as part of our extended coverage, but you can always head to WYFF4.com or the free WYFF4 app. We have live cameras from across the Carolinas and Georgia that can give you a snapshot of what those roads look like as you prepare to head out. Again, only recommend doing it in the case of an emergency today. And viewers are sending in their photos of what they're seeing from around the upstate in western North Carolina. This is from Oconee County, and take a look at this picture. You can see the sleet accumulation there. It almost looks like a wintry wonderland. I know Victoria and Grace have been saying it throughout the morning. It looks like snow, but it is sleet. And a reminder for you all throughout the morning, we want to see what things look like where you are. Rodney sent this one in from downtown Lyman. Beautiful here. You see the sleet moving around and it almost again looks like a wintry wonderland. We saw something similar on Paris Mountain. What's been interesting throughout the morning is seeing how that precipitation has fallen throughout the morning in different places at different times. And this is a photo from Simpsonville. Take a look at this. Joanna sent in this photo, a serene scene there with the sleet on the ground, coating that driveway, coating what looks to be some sidewalks there also. It's a beautiful view, but again, certainly slippery. Wendy shared this picture from Waterloo, where you can see the sleet right there, kind of coating the grass. You can see down there by the flags, some sleet there as well. Got that sleet, got that freezing rain. And then we have one from Pumpkin Town as well. Kirsten in this photo, again on the grass there. It looks a lot like snow, but yeah, it's behaving like ice, and that's because it's sleet right there in the yard. I know kids throughout the morning have talked to us as well, talking about, you know, getting out on the ice and having a little fun. But Ashley sent in this photo of ice in Seneca, complete with the measuring tape. She says it measured about 1.5 inches, and that was just around 7 o'clock this morning. So if you've been with us since 7 o'clock, even since 4 o'clock, you know those precipitation totals have increased all throughout the morning and will continue throughout the day. That's according to Victoria. We really enjoyed seeing our view of the storm from where you live, so be sure to send us our photos. You're our eyes on the ground as well. We have team coverage throughout the upstate, western North Carolina, but we love to see what's happening in your neck of the woods. And hey, as you can see just now, we may even share them on air. All right, we're continuing to follow the storm as it moves through our area, also the impacts.
That's right. We have live team coverage coming up after the break on this extended version of WYFF News 4 Today.
WYFF News 4 Today starts with breaking news.
All right, welcome to the extended newscast of WYFF News 4 today. I'm Destiny Chance.
And I'm Aaron Baker.
And I'm meteorologist Victoria Kokinas, and now meteorologist Chris Justice is joining us as well.
Yeah, what a day. What a day we got out there.
What a day, what a week. You guys have been working around the clock, social media, on the air, online. What is the latest right now?
Well, you guys are doing such a great job keeping people up to date. I can tell you what I saw outside is the roads are getting worse. And the fact is, last night when we left the studio, it was freezing rain, and then we had that sleet. And Victoria, that's great that we transitioned to sleet for a few hours, because that less ice was more freezing, or less freezing rain, more sleet. But now we're going back to that freezing rain.
Yeah, that's exactly right. So now we're starting to see that transition into freezing rain, Chris. And we saw, like you said earlier this morning, that sleet. So that kind of gave us a little bit of traction. But you can see on the radar right now, Chris, we're starting to go back towards that freezing rain. And this, as I've been saying all morning, is when we're going to start to see some problems on the roadways and some power outages.
Yeah, noticing people asking on Facebook, it's like they're waking up and maybe they're in a lull of precipitation, saying, hey, this is it. I wish that was it. But unfortunately, looking at the clock, we still got, 8 hours or so. But looking at live Super Doppler 4, that gives us an instant look at what's happening. You got sleet in the purple, and then this pink is what you do not want to see. If we can stay in this purple longer, that's better. That's what's landing on the ground. That's what's accumulating. The freezing rain is that pink. That's what we had at the very beginning of the storm. That clings, that sticks to the trees, the leaves. And in fact, leaving downtown Greenville this morning, you kind of take a branch or a leaf and you kind of bend it a little bit. You'll see the different layers. Scrape off the sleet, and then at the bottom is about 1/10 of an inch of ice. That's probably what we're going to get on top of everything now.
Right, so we're still seeing that freezing rain over Clemson. We're starting to see the freezing rain form first towards like our western counties, western cities, Clemson, up towards Salem, and then we're slowly seeing it transition towards Greenville. Grace was outside moments ago and said she's starting to see that transition over Greenville right now from sleet to freezing rain.
I'd say it's 50-50. Just holding your jacket out, you can almost hear the sleet pinging off, but also you kind of notice the rain hitting your face. And that's not rain, unfortunately. It freezes upon contact, and with temperatures as cold as they are, it's going to begin to accumulate on top of that. So almost an Oreo. You got the ice on the bottom, the sleet, and now you got the ice, what's going to accumulate on top. The longer we can spend in this sleet, though, the better, so we can get through the rest of this storm. We'll send it over to you, Destiny and Aaron, as we continue to track this winter storm.
All right, thank you, Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice, Victoria Kokinas. We've got our weather team here live throughout the morning. All of us are here right now letting you know what to expect. Let's talk about some of those power outages that we've been seeing because of the storm. We do have an outage map that's on WYFF4.com that's going to be updating the power outages. In South Carolina, it's looking pretty good right now, but about 3,400 customers are without power in North Carolina, which is about 100 more customers than what we were seeing about half an hour ago. In our area, Duke Energy says that Franklin, Waynesville, and Brevard are seeing power loss.
Yeah, this is something we've been following throughout the morning and will continue to get worse, most likely, as meteorologist Victoria Kokinas has said, Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice, too, as those heavy winds come in throughout the day in western North Carolina and also in upstate South Carolina. So this is something we'll continue to follow throughout the morning for you. We have a full team across the upstate, western North Carolina as well, and we're taking a close look at traffic.
That's right. Meteorologist Grace Lau, Leah Phillips, Isabel Marick, and Caitlin Ashbaugh are live across the upstate, bringing you real-time impacts that you can face as this ice storm is developing.
And one thing we've seen all throughout the morning, the roads don't look great. They've gotten worse as the morning has gone on also. SCDOT, we've seen crews out there plowing and working to clear those roads as best they can. But here's Highway 81 on Interstate 85 southbound, and you can just see the sleet build up there. Just moments ago, actually, Destiny, before you rejoined, there was an 18-wheeler that slid, and we watched it slide, and then they were able, fortunately, to correct themselves and then move on. But that just goes to show you how slick those roads are, not just in that area, but across 85.
We've also been seeing stalled vehicles off to the right-hand side with their hazard lights on. I'm telling you, you may think that it's okay to go ahead and just drive normally. It's not. It is not the time to be outdoors on the roads right now. We've been seeing the DOT crews with the snowplows and salt and brine trucks out there, and not many vehicles on the road, but again, the roads are very slick.
Yeah, and that's from Greenville to Spartanburg to Asheville to Anderson. In fact, we've seen heavy sleet this morning coating those roads, and I guess there's one good news piece about that. At least that happened for part of the morning.
Yeah, that's because it provides more traction in the freezing rain, according to our meteorologist, which we're starting to see now. Our Leah Phillips is joining us live in Greenville, that is. And Leah, what is it looking like outside?
Destiny, Aaron, good morning. It is looking and feeling very, very, very cold, and it is definitely starting to slow down. Just moments ago, actually, sleet was coming down heavy and hard. It's letting up just a little bit here, but we have been expecting those ebbs and flows of that sleet mixed in with that freezing rain. And just like you were saying, the sleet is what we want to see because it gives you just a little bit more traction if you do have to get out on those roads. Again, we cannot emphasize this enough. If you can, stay off the roads and stay home today. Enjoy your Sunday. Stay bundled up. Stay warm. If you do need to get out on the roads, though, like Aaron said, great thing to remember. Only drive as fast as you are willing to potentially slide. So definitely try to stay off the roads. Stay home for today. We are just seeing some beautiful, beautiful sleet on the floor. And it is just very cold, very, very, very cold. But we aren't seeing a lot of people out on the roads. The only people we have seen so far are those Greenville City snow trucks. They are throwing that brine out. They are plowing the roads, trying to get them up to the best conditions possible for the people that do have to get out onto the road. But for right now, we are just looking at some sleet mixed in with that freezing rain. We'll continue to keep you updated all throughout the morning. Our Isabel Marek is currently live in Anderson County. Isabel, what are we looking at out there?
Yeah, hey, Leah, we are here in Anderson County still. We're still seeing a lot of that sleet that turned into freezing rain is what Victoria was saying a little bit earlier, coating all the roadways, coating all the sidewalks. We've got Emergency Management Director of Anderson County, Joshua Hawkins. Josh, how's it looking out there? What do you want people to know right now?
Yeah, so really want people to know that it's not over yet. We're still, the predictions are still showing more ice on its way. So we want to make sure everybody's prepared, everybody's staying off these roadways. They're already covered in ice. So let's just keep everybody off the roadways, keep them home, keep them warm. Luckily, right now, we're showing no power outages in Anderson. Let's hope it stays that way. And we're sitting here ready, prepared, ready to go.
Yeah, it looks like throughout the whole entire morning we didn't really see any power outages, which was great. Let's talk about your crews out on the road as well. You know, what went into prepping things and how are things going now?
Yeah, so there was a lot of salting and brining operations. A lot of crews just getting ready with generators and making sure that the EMS and fire stations are able to be easily accessible in and out. Currently, they're working at the hospital to try to get some of that ice off of there so the ambulances can get out a little bit easier. But it's just a constant, battle with the ice, just trying to make sure that these first responders are able to get where they need to go.
Yeah, and I feel like staying off the roadways is really important for that so that first responders can get to where they're going. What are we looking at right here behind us?
Yeah, so we've got a little bit of everybody. We've got fire, law, EMS, Public Works, our county administration, the National Guard, the DOT. Everybody's in this room right now. We're all working together. We're all communicating together and just making sure everything's running great. We've got American Red Cross in here, keeping up with all our shelters, making sure that those have plenty of food, plenty of amenities, making sure that they're warm and taken care of. And, without the power outages, we don't see a large increase in shelter operations. Hope Missions is almost full right now. But our Civic Center still has room. We have a lot of room in there that we can bring more people in if needed.
Yeah, we were at the Anderson Civic Center yesterday and we saw it open up at 7. So you said there's more room. How long will this be open until, the Anderson Civic Center specifically?
Yeah, so the Civic Center is going to be open for the duration. As long as we need it during the storm, as long as that we have the potential for power outages, the roadways being blocked, we're gonna continue that operation and make sure people are taken care of.
Okay, is there anything else that you want to say before we end this interview?
Yeah, so go to our website. All the shelter information is on that website. We're keeping it live. We're keeping it up to date. If anything changes with shelter information or closures or anything that we need to get out to the general public, we're pushing it to that website. So y'all have got it. Share it out to them. We really want to push people in that direction.
Yeah, it's a very handy website. I've seen it's got all the tools that they need right on there. Well, thank you so much, Josh. But for now, reporting live here in Anderson, Isabel Marek, WYFF News 4.
Plug American Red Cross. I got you.
Hey, Isabel. Well, we are actually out in Spartanburg County, and what we're seeing right now is not a lot of road treatment per se, but we are seeing sidewalk treatment starting. We spoke to a few workers who were out here on Main Street, close to the Converse Street area. You can see that change in color here. This is ice melt that they're putting down. You may have seen it before the storm started yesterday. People who were pre-treating these roads, they tell us that this is supposed to start working almost immediately, but depending on how much accumulation is on the ground, that'll show you whether or not this kind of subsides sooner rather than later. I'm starting to see kind of through the sleet a little bit, so I find that very interesting. I wonder if that means it is working faster because of that accumulation. As I mentioned, they are crews out on the street, not behind us right now. They just actually turned the corner, but they are treating this area. And as I mentioned before, Spartanburg County has about nearly 400,000 people to treat, and in downtown Spartanburg, just over 1,000 residents. And there are a lot of crews on deck for power, roads, sidewalks, and emergency supplies and shelters to make sure everyone stays safe during this storm. Of course, we'll have you updated on air and online and on social media. You can also check your local government websites and your law enforcement websites, your authority websites. They'll have the latest updates on what's going on your side of town. But for now, reporting in Spartanburg County, Caitlin Ashbaugh, WYFF News 4.
All right, Caitlin, thank you. I just want to say, not too long ago, we checked in with Hearst, Washington correspondent Jackie DeFusco, in her live shot in D.C., Washington, D.C. She said that all departing flights out of Reagan are grounded right now because of this winter weather. But we do want to report some things a little closer to home. Nearly all of the flights are canceled right now out of GSP International Airport, and only one flight is scheduled as on time. That flight is a Southwest one to Baltimore at 6:40 p.m. That's tonight. Of course, still plenty of time for them to decide if it's actually canceled.
Yeah, and fingers crossed that that one actually stays, because we just ran a story from Baltimore in our earlier half hour showing the snow and the impacts there. I mean, the problem with this storm is it's impacted dozens of states. I mean, it's impacted Dallas. DFW is a big hub for American, Charlotte for American, Atlanta for Delta, and it's impacting connecting flights. In fact, Hartsville, Jackson, and Atlanta, we know some flights are taking off there. If you were with us earlier in the week, we talked about some new technology that Hartsville, Jackson was deploying to try and keep that snow and ice off the runways. But we know that others are canceled. So check with your airline if you have plans to travel.
Meanwhile, in North Carolina, much of the state is seeing impacts from this storm system. Bethany Cates is in Greensboro with the conditions there.
I'm Bethany Cates in Greensboro, North Carolina, and over the past couple of hours, we've definitely seen a heavier downpour of precipitation. And let me take you down to my boots for a second, because at this point, I think we're crunching on a little bit more snow than anything else, and I'll take you over to this car as well. But when we came out a little bit earlier this morning, we were seeing more of that sleet and freezing rain, but if you can see this is feeling more like a coating of snow. And I've been in touch with a few of the local law enforcement officials here, and they say that they've seen no power outages thus far. But at the same time, they have been seeing some of those weather-related incidents, such as slick roads and icy sidewalks. And they're just encouraging you to stay at home at all costs. In Greensboro, North Carolina, I'm Bethany Cates.
Well, the big difference is when you see precipitation type sleet versus freezing rain, that means all the difference in the world. Good and bad both. I would say overall very positive that we're getting more sleet across the upstate, but a different story in the mountains.
It's definitely a different story. We're just looking at the cameras for Asheville. It definitely looks like more of a glaze of ice versus sleet because temperatures are so much colder. And now we're starting to see that transition here. Had all that sleet this morning. That really impacts our totals, but kind of gives us a break a little bit from that ice. But now we're starting to see that change.
The prayer all along has been, let's stay in sleet as most as possible. When we left the TV station last night, it was heavy freezing rain. So you got that layer of about 1/10 of an inch of ice on the bottom. Then you got all that sleet. Imagine if all that 4 hours would have been just freezing rain. That's impactful more to the trees because it starts weighing those branches down. A 1/2 inch of ice weighs 500 pounds. If we could have avoided, I don't know, 1/4 inch of ice, that's 250 pounds less weight that we have on the trees and the power lines out there. We'll take that any day. But it does look like, as conditions are continuing to change, we're transitioning to that freezing rain point. And folks, we have until 5, 6 o'clock tonight. That's when the precipitation moves out, that we'll continue to see more of this moisture stream in. And that's a lot to go.
And we're just getting updates. It looks like we only have 2 power outages so far in the upstate, which is great. Definitely more towards western North Carolina. We saw they were seeing more freezing rain than we are. But as we see this transition, the winds will begin to pick up with that freezing rain, like you said, it's weighing down the power lines. It'll weigh down the trees. So still, I know some of us are starting to see, you know, it looks like a winter wonderland outside, seeing a little bit of a break, but we are expecting still impacts throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, the big concern is what you'll start to see is it looks like it's raining outside, and on top of all that slushy sleet that you have out there, it's going to coat everything with a glaze of ice, and instead it's going to look like it's raining. And for those of you in Asheville, I mean, I don't know if we can bring up the weather one right now. You can see Asheville does not look like a wintry wonderland. It's a 180 compared to what we have across the upstate. Instead of being white, it looks like it's been raining, but that is ice, folks. It has been freezing rain the entire time in the mountains, because as we look at the temperatures right now, it is 26 degrees in Asheville, and it is freezing rain. So a little bit deceiving in the fact that it looks like, hey, nothing happened in Asheville. No, it is just ice there. The roads, you see that black road in the distance there, 240 is right beside of it. So you got I-240, and then you got that road that's a side to Interstate Road. Looks wet from rain, but look at that car coming very, very slowly down 240 right there. So hey, slick road's going to be the name of the game. But in the upstate, it is a different story. It looks like a wintry wonderland. It looks like snow and ice, like the kids dreamed of, right? But unfortunately, that base, almost if we describe it like an Oreo, the little bit of ice on the bottom, the sleet in the middle. Now we're going to get that ice on top, and how long we spend in that freezing rain is going to be key.
Yeah, and I've seen a lot of pictures sent in from viewers. Some of you and your children are outside playing in the sleet, so I'm glad some of you are enjoying it. But in the next couple hours, let's get inside, because we'll start to see that freezing rain. It's definitely going to get slick.
Yeah, temperatures holding steady right here in the 20s. We'll see as that front moves through later today. That's going to be the last kind of force of some heavy rain today. And unfortunately, it's going to fall as freezing rain for most of us.
So we'll continue to keep you updated, and we'll have another check of the radar here in a couple minutes. Aaron, Destiny.
All right, Chris, Victoria, thank you so much. Yeah, we're seeing conditions in Simpsonville from this storm. Take a look at this first. This is some sleet coming down in this driveway camera in Simpsonville. This is in southern Greenville County. One of the things we talked about all throughout the morning is just, at least as the moisture and the precipitations come in, how different it looks from city to city as it moves in. It's not just Simpsonville either. In fact, sleet's starting to accumulate in Greer. We saw that on this sidewalk and driveway in this video. You know, one of the National Weather Service posted, I believe Chris posted it as well. It's been, 1,200 plus days since we've seen winter weather. Well, it's here.
Yeah, it is here and across of much of the country right now. Some of you may be finding out just how cold this sleet is. Jacqueline here sent in this video she took around 5 o'clock this morning from Greenwood. That sleet on her windshield is not moving, definitely not acting like snow. Get this, even an ice scraper doesn't do much in these conditions. You can share the view from your neighborhood on our WYFF4 Facebook page.
One little tip as well, if you are parking outside, bring those windshield wipers up just in case you do have to travel. That way the windshield wipers won't stick to the windshield.
You did that for me last night.
I did that for you last night at the hotel, because I was like, you know what, just to be on the safe side, 'cause you knew we were driving in this morning. So I was like, let's keep the cars safe. We have a list of links for you to check on outages. Thank you for saying that. Makes me feel good. Thank you. We're also detailing how you can report outages. It includes different utilities serving customers like Duke Energy, Lawrence Electric, and Blue Ridge Electric, among others. We have that article on WYFF4.com or on the mobile app, and you can download that by scanning the QR code. You can see it right there on the right side of your screen. Just point your smartphone camera at that, and you'll be good to go.
Yeah, what can I say? We look out for each other around here. We're a true family. By the way, people have been sleeping here at the station overnight, including our bosses, managers. We're out here working for you. We've been on the air since 4 a.m. Our extended version of WYFF News 4 Today is continuing right now, but the ice is going to make it very, very dangerous as far as your driving goes, and it will impact power lines.
Yeah, this is something that we've been following. Fortunately, as Victoria and Chris have said, and we've talked about all throughout the morning, it started as sleet, and then now as that freezing rain is transitioning, certainly good to not have as much freezing rain, but still impactful. We have meteorologist Grace Lau this morning, looking at the impacts outside and what we can expect as we go throughout not just the morning, but the afternoon as well. Grace.
Destiny, Aaron, good morning, good afternoon. What time is it? We don't know. We've been here with you since early, around 4 o'clock this morning, tracking this storm. We were talking about it earlier this week. We knew some sort of winter precipitation will impact our area, and across parts of pretty much the entire United States, reporting some issues this morning, bringing it back home right now. Last night, you just heard Chris mention we had that little thin layer of freezing rain and then transitioning to sleet this morning. I've been talking about the differences between that, and he's been talking about the branches, right? We were talking about half an inch of ice is around 500 pounds on a power line, on a tree. I've been having this bush behind me, kind of checking it, seeing what's on some of the leaves, and I have this for you right here to kind of demonstrate it's not really clinging to the leaves on the bushes or on the trees, but what is this ice from late last night. You really see that small layer right there kind of coating the leaf. This is not the sleet we have been seeing. That first little round of ice we had late last night that transitioned to sleet. Sleet's not not on that. That's ice. That's freezing rain. And as we get a bit closer towards the rest of our afternoon, we got a while to go, guys. This is not ending. I know it got a little bit lighter out here. I'm in Greenville and across Spartanburg as well, but we have a long while of dealing with what potentially could be a long duration of freezing rain, and that's what's going to cause the issues. That's what's going to cause the power outages. That's what's going to cause hazardous road conditions. Something else I want to go ahead and mention, we kind of traveled up this way. I'm right outside of our studios here on Rutherford Street, and we're looking at potentially seeing nobody out there. Guys, it is a ghost town. It is quiet. It looks like a winter wonderland. Once again, that sleet, that's not snow that you're looking at. And as we get a bit closer towards the rest of the afternoon, I hope that it stays that way. Quiet. Guys, I want to once again urge you to stay home. This is a situation that needs to be taken seriously. Yes, I know it looks like a winter wonderland. Yes, I know it looks like snow outside. And as we get a bit closer towards the afternoon, you may want to go outside, play in it. You're tired of being inside. You say, this is nothing. I've dealt with this kind of situation before. Once again, we still got a while of potentially seeing freezing rain as temperatures are going to be rising just a little bit. And of course, we're going to continue to stay with you throughout the rest of the morning. Something else I want to go ahead and mention, if you are going to be inside for a while, you may potentially expect some power outages. As of right now, upstate, not too bad. Parts of western North Carolina, remember I was talking about that early this morning. More power outages came in overnight because they're dealing with more ice than sleet. We've been seeing sleet all morning, now beginning to see that transition kind of waves across a few of our counties. I know we have Caitlin in Spartanburg. Leah, of course, is in downtown Greenville. I know we have Isabel out there in Anderson. She was talking about it was a little bit more fluffy earlier. Now, like, why is it a bit different? Why is it a bit harder? The reason why is, well, because they were going to see some freezing rain on top of that sleet. And once again, after the system moves through, our last little bit of freezing rain late around dinner time for you guys, we still got a few more days of this. The temperatures are really not going to be getting out of freezing in those overnight lows in the next couple of days. This is why we've alerted those days as well, and impact days even through Thursday and potentially Friday as well. It's because we got a while to get rid of everything that's on the ground and melt. I know crews have been out. I know everyone's been taking precautions. That's good. Once again, roads are clear. Roads are empty. It is quiet, and that is good news. Following these next couple of days, we'll be with you. We'll continue to keep you updated all morning and all transitioning now into afternoon long. Back to you guys in studio.
All right, Grace, thank you. And we've been talking about this all throughout the morning as well. Just the cold temperatures and exposure to extreme cold can be dangerous, even deadly. And while everyone can be affected, those at highest risk include the elderly, young kids, and people without a warm house.
Yeah, Mandy Gaither is showing us how to stay safe in extreme weather and the signs of cold-related health emergencies experts say everyone should know.
As the temperatures drop, the danger rises. In 2023, more than 1,000 people died in the U.S. due to excessive cold or hypothermia, with the highest percentage of deaths happening in January.
As your body becomes so cold, a lot of your bodily functions just can't function the way that they're meant to.
Dr. Carl Allenby with Cleveland Clinic says if you have to go out in extreme cold, dress properly. That includes a scarf or mask that covers the face and mouth, gloves, water-resistant boots, a hat, water-resistant coat, and several layers of loose-fitting clothing. Body parts most affected by frostbite are the nose, ears, toes, cheeks, chin, and fingers.
As the coldness progresses and the frostbite increases, you can have things like numbness. Your extremities could get very pale and then can get hardened as well as you continue to progress through that.
When the body loses heat faster than it can produce it, hypothermia can happen. That's when there's a life-threatening drop in body temperature below 95 degrees. In adults, symptoms include shivering, exhaustion, confusion, fumbling hands, memory loss, slurred speech, and drowsiness. In babies, signs could be bright red cold skin or very low energy. Allenby says 911 should be called immediately.
You're going to rely on bystanders who realize that somebody may not be acting right or that there's some sort of change in their mentation.
I'm Mandy Gaither.
Also, doctors say in extreme cold, there's also an increased risk of slipping or falling, especially when the ground freezes, melts, and refreezes. They say emergency departments see a lot of hip fractures, broken wrists and arms, as well as head injuries.
There's often a rise in car accidents as well. So if you have to hit the roads, as we've been saying all throughout the day, it's so important to have your clothing and protective gear and an emergency kit in your vehicle in case you get stuck.
9:24 is your time, and the South Carolina National Guard is deploying across South Carolina to help state agencies prepare and protect communities during the winter storm.
They've been conducting inspections on both military equipment and their vehicles to make sure they're ready to help across the state during these storm operations.
Yeah, around 375 service members from the South Carolina Military Department are positioned across the state. A total of 42 vehicles have been dispatched to aid in these efforts, many assisting SC Highway Patrol. They're prepared to help with shelter assistance, transportation, emergency operations, center support, and clearing debris across the state.
Troops are also on standby in counties expected to be impacted, like Aiken, Anderson, Oconee, Lawrence, Greenville, Greenwood, Pickens, York, Cherokee, and Saluda counties.
Meanwhile, in Georgia, the top official for the State Department of Transportation spoke on the extensive steps taken to prepare state roads ahead of this storm.
They say it took coordination with several agencies, in fact, to get that work done.
Yeah, that's right. Let's take a listen.
What we ask of you, limit your travel today so we can get our work done. So far, we've seen traffic volumes down about 30 to 40%, so thank you for staying off the roads. Get to where you need to be through at least Monday.
Commissioner Russell McMurray says if they brine the roads when people are off the roads, that brine has a better chance of sticking. If you have to leave the house, watch for crews and be sure to give yourself extra time. Drive as slowly as you can. Staff also encourage drivers to make sure they have those winter clothes, especially if you have car trouble and get stranded.
Lawrence County Council has declared a local state of emergency during this ice storm to help people escape the cold. Warming centers are open at the Lawrence and Clinton Police Departments. A warming shelter meant for overnight stays is also open at the Lawrence County Agriculture Center. The county also has a non-emergency line, which the number is on your screen right now, 864-984-2523. Again, that number is 864-984-2523. This is meant to help keep 911 lines open.
Warming shelters are also open in Oconee County, so if you can get there safely, you can head to Walhalla High School on North Highway. There's a medical needs shelter there. Seneca Middle School is opening later today as well to help keep people warm. That's over on Wells Highway. Victoria?
All right, so keeping an eye on the radar this morning as we continue to see sleet turn into freezing rain for most of us. We're seeing some sleet move over Greenville right now. We just had a report from the National Weather Service. I was just reading it of freezing rain in northwest Spartanburg. If you are in Spartanburg, feel free to send us any updates or if you are seeing any freezing rain. Most of that freezing rain you can see on the radar is in the pink. There's the key just above us. Toccoa right now getting a little bit of dry time. That will change. All of us will get some breaks in the freezing rain, but then it should ramp right back up. As we travel up towards I-85, we are seeing that freezing rain move up towards Greenville near Piedmont. Pickens seeing some sleet for the moment. Again, most of us will start to see this change into freezing rain in the coming hours. Accumulation-wise, we've been seeing near 1/10 of an inch, even increasing. Toccoa right now seeing about 4/10 of an inch of accumulation, and I've had some reports of even higher. If those in your back, if you are sending me pictures of your backyard, some of you are sending me measurements, so thank you for doing that. It helps a lot. We get our measurements from the radar, but if we do have eyes on the ground, it also helps us quite a bit. Reed Creek seeing near about 1/2 inch of accumulation, traveling up towards Clemson, over 1/2 inch this morning, nearing about it's almost 10 o'clock right now. Accumulation over 1/2 inch in Clemson as well. And then that's a mixture of sleet and freezing rain near Pickens. This is nearing almost 1 inch. This is some of the highest I've seen so far this morning. Now, as we head through about the lunch hour, we'll continue to see that freezing rain move through the upstate and parts of North Carolina. So I know if you are getting a break right now, you're thinking, oh, it's over. No, we still have some freezing rain left throughout the afternoon. And when this all transitions into freezing rain, I've been saying it all morning, that's kind of when we get the issues of freezing on power lines, freezing on trees, especially trees that were weakened from Helene. It can bring down those tree limbs, so we're not out of the woods just yet. It does make for a very pretty view, though, outside your window. Just be sure to stay indoors, and we'll keep you updated on the power issues. Now, towards Franklin and Cullowhee, models have been pretty consistent on keeping mainly rain towards those areas, but then we watch as a cold front develops as we head towards later this afternoon. This is by about 3 to 4 o'clock. A cold front moves through in the form of mainly rain And as it does, temperatures slightly warm up by a few degrees. But a few degrees really makes a difference. That's the difference in freezing rain and for other areas sleet and some areas snow. Now we're not seeing snow here, but when it comes to winter weather, we really take a look at the temperatures. So when that rain moves through, it warms it up slightly near about 30 degrees, some of us going above freezing. But once that cold front clears, temperatures always drop behind a cold front, and that's when we run into issues going into the work week. We'll start to see temperatures drop once again by Monday morning. We'll go back below freezing in the 20s, and that's when refreezing definitely becomes an issue on the roads. Winds will also begin to pick up, and when you take into account the ice that will freeze eventually here today on the trees and also the power lines, that's when we get those gusty winds. That's when power outages could become a bit more widespread than what we're seeing already. So for this afternoon, winds aren't too bad. We'll see wind gusts near about 30 miles an hour at times as that cold front moves through in the mountains. And here in the upstate, you can pick out the cold front on the map right now. Heading in towards later this evening, we'll see wind gusts near about 20-25 with that front. Winds ease a bit, but then they'll pick right back up by Monday afternoon, near about 40 miles an hour, 45 in areas in western North Carolina. For the upstate, near about 20 to 25. But again, you have the heavy ice on the power lines, you have the heavy ice on the trees, and that's why travel will still be a concern for tomorrow and power outages, because we're going to go into a pattern of slight melting and then refreezing. So that's why we do have alert days Monday and Tuesday. We drop down to 6 degrees by Tuesday morning, 35 by the afternoon. Now, Wednesday will be one of the warmest days of the week, so we should see slight melting. Now, it's still only 30 degrees, but then we drop back towards 18. So there's that pattern of refreezing each morning. If you have to head back to work or school next week, please watch for black ice. For the mountains, that's pretty similar. Monday and Tuesday are alert days, dropping towards the single digits on Tuesday. And then we see that threat for black ice Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and honestly, probably through Saturday.
WYFF News 4 today starts with breaking news.
Good Sunday morning to you. It's 9:34. We're taking a live look outside with our Peace Center sky cam. Certainly a different image than we've seen for the past, 1,200 or so days in the upstate. Temperature is 21 and the feels like 11 degrees.
Yeah, definitely cold out there. Definitely windy. I mean, we stayed not too far away from the station at a hotel they put us up in, and even the commute here, Chris.
Yeah.
Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice is joining us now, by the way. I've heard your squeaky shoes because because of the precipitation out there.
Yeah, I mean, everything's wet. I mean, try to tell a 4-year-old this is not snow, first of all.
Yeah.
It looks like snow. You got our crews out there. It is beautiful, but it is dangerous. And that's the thing, is the sleet is now transitioning to freezing rain, and that's what we've been hoping for. We wanted more hours of sleet, and we got it. Unfortunately, that has coated the roads. Here's a look right now at 385 from our Hilton Greenville Skycam, our Woodruff Skycam, I should say, and it is a mess outside. You can see the lens covered up halfway, so there's one thing. But also looking at the road, our own version of Spaghetti Junction, there's a little car right there trying to go. Look how slow they're going. I would not get out, folks. I would just stay where you're at. A couple of different reasons. One, the precipitation still has 8 hours to go. I see you folks online. I see you saying this thing's over. It's not over. We got 8 more hours. This thing is really about 50-60% over, and the last batch of precipitation is going to be the heaviest. And unfortunately, with the temperatures that we have outside in downtown Greenville, 22 degrees, this is going to fall as either sleet or freezing rain. Unfortunately, we have concerns that it is going to be freezing rain. Let me show you why. We've got cold air diving in right here. The moisture stream from the south continues. Now, a good news here west of Asheville, as we expected, the cold air comes in here, banks up against the Appalachian Mountains. Less influenced by that cold air, the western mountains. You may be higher up, but you're actually warmer. You will stay rain the rest of the time. Meanwhile, in the lower elevations, it is going to be ice the entire rest of this morning through the afternoon hours. Here we are, Greenville, Spartanburg, Rutherfordton, Hendersonville. Be careful with the kids out. I know my family's getting out and trying to enjoy it because it does look like snow and it's exciting for the kids. We don't see this around here a whole lot, but be careful. It is very slippery. Last night, we had a glaze of about 1/10 of an inch of ice, and then the transition to sleet happened. That was great. We spent 3 hours of time within sleet, which would have been freezing rain, which is amazing, the fact that it was not freezing rain, because that would have been an extra 1/4 of an inch of ice that we would have had. Here's Asheville. You can notice the slowdowns. We can look at all of our tools here, our cameras, our radar, but some of the best ground truth is actually the way the roads are behaving. You see there's lots of slowdowns out there for the folks that are traveling. In and around 240 in Asheville, it is freezing rain. Across the upstate, it is ice. Now, good news here for one area, and that's Jackson County. Back through Swain County, you've transitioned to rain. That protected area that's higher up away from the colder air, you're not under a warning at all anymore because you are rain and 39 degrees. But look at the difference. This is a real tell here. You got that cold air baking up against the lower elevations. Meanwhile, higher up, it's 39 in Cullowhee, it's 22 in Greenville. So that 20 to 22 degree temperature is going to lock in through the day. I don't see us eroding away above freezing. This will stay ice the entire rest of the day, whether it's ice in the form of sleet or freezing rain. And these cold temperatures are locked in by this northeast wind, which is remaining intact. Meanwhile, let me show you the next 12 hours. We're going to hold steady there through the rest of the precipitation. See here at 6 o'clock, that's when the last batch moves out. We're still 30 degrees in the Greenville area. So all of this will fall either as freezing rain, and I'm afraid it's going to be that freezing rain that clings to the trees. Let me show you the difference because sleet pings, freezing rain clings. Okay, say that with me again. I feel like I'm teaching my Clemson class, right? Sleet pings, it bounces off and piles up. Freezing rain will cling. It kind of attaches itself to the branches, the leaves, and the power lines. So moving forward here, past 10 a.m., this is our high-resolution model, which corrects itself based on conditions every hour. Here we are at 2 p.m. We've got freezing rain. That's the kind that's going to cling to the trees. Thankfully, what we've had so far hasn't affected the trees hardly at all. It's been mainly the roads and the ground. Well, now moving forward, we're going to see that freezing rain come on top of that. And there's a batch of heavy precipitation through 6 o'clock. In fact, we're looking at some of the models, just looked at it. There's a 10 to 15% coverage of lightning density across the area. There's such forcing in the upper parts of the atmosphere that we may hear thunder when this rolls through. How wild is that? Thunder ice is possible between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock. Once that passes through, we get colder air to rush in. And I'm afraid if we have power outage concerns, it's going to be late tonight into tomorrow morning because that's when the winds begin to pick up. So how much more do we have left? I just made this map to update it based on current conditions. We've got 1 to 2 inches of sleet on the ground already. I think when it's all said and done north of I-85, we have the potential to grow up to a ½ an inch to 0.75 of an inch of ice on top of what we already have. Now, farther south, it's more like a ½ of an inch of additional ice. In the mountains west of Asheville, it's icy and rainy. Still slick, don't get me wrong, but not as bad as the upstate. This area in red right here is going to be the highest impact areas. And as we look at that, the highest resolution model showing here through the rest of the day, if we can get sleet, we'll get a ½ of an inch of ice. If we get less sleet, we'll get more. So that's the whole ball game here today, is trying to decide what's going to fall as ice, what's going to fall as freezing rain, and our tools, the radar, they're all going to help us decide that. We'll keep you posted. Send it back to you guys.
All right, Chris, thank you. You know, we've got an Asheville native, a Hendersonville native, and a Greenville native here on set right now. And I was just thinking, you know, you look at the Asheville sky cams, Hendersonville sky cams, and I've had people message me say it doesn't look that bad. But as Chris said, yeah, we've got the freezing rain up there. Still avoid the roads if you can, because that's that black ice you got to worry about.
Absolutely. We've been seeing that across our area. We're taking a live look right now from our SCDOT camera. We've been seeing crews out there lay down that salt and brine and the snowplow go through the area. But this is Highway 81 in Anderson County. Should you have to drive, absolutely has to be an emergency or it's completely necessary. Make sure that you're driving very, very, very slow, definitely below the speed limit, and make sure that you're prepared in your car in case you have a stalled vehicle or you have to stay inside of your car.
Yeah, another big thing we've been worried about throughout the morning, we continue to keep an eye on the power outages as a result of the storm. First, we have an outage map on WYFF4.com that updates with data from poweroutage.com. And as of right now in South Carolina, we're looking okay, but about 3,300 customers are without power in North Carolina.
Yeah, and that's increased over the past hour, half hour, but it stayed steady over the past few minutes at least. In our area, Duke Energy says the areas near Franklin, Waynesville, and Brevard are seeing power loss. The utility company says this is because of storm damage. It is not clear when power will be restored. You can download the WYFF News 4 app to track these outages. Also, I want to mention, if you take a look at your screen, you see that QR code on the right-hand side of your screen. Go ahead and download the mobile app. Should you lose power as we see more outages, you make sure you download it to stay connected with us, and you can stream our newscast so you can have up-to-the-minute updates. Meanwhile, the sleet that we saw overnight helped keep the roads passable for four-wheel drive vehicles.
Yeah, some good news there, a little bit of a silver lining, as Chris and Victoria have said. But any freezing rain will present some challenges, and a number of churches, businesses, and schools have made cancellations in anticipation of those travel conditions. We've had those all throughout the morning scrolling at the bottom of your screen, but our Leah Phillips is just one of our crews across the upstate.
That's right. Leah, what are you seeing so far?
Hey, Destiny, Aaron, good morning. We are here in downtown Greenville. I got Main Street right behind me, and it is a ghost town. I can show you the streets right now. As you can see, just not even tracks, really. We've seen a couple Greenville city vehicles coming through to kind of plow and get the snow brine, laid on the roads. But I mean, you've seen some footprints here, and these were just made by a couple folks that were heading out. But other than that, I mean, the roads are nice and clear. It is a good sign because that means folks aren't out driving around, and that's exactly what we've been preaching all week long. Unless you have an absolute emergency and you need to head out the door, we really advise that you stay safe and you stay off those roads. Now, one thing that's really interesting about the sleet that we've been talking about, Chris just said it, freezing rain clings while this sleet just pings. So one thing I find really cool as someone who doesn't get to see a lot of icy weather like this, it doesn't stick to trees or plants. So that's something we're going to see change a little bit more as that freezing rain makes its way into our area. You're going to start to see the plants, trees, etc. ice over a little bit there. So good news is people are off the road, staying home, enjoying your Sunday, being safe out there. I know Chris said the kids are excited about it. Try this kid right here. This is exciting for me. I've never seen anything other than rainfall from the sky in Arizona. We don't get a whole lot of weather like this. So while it's cold and we want folks to be safe, definitely enjoy it. It's a beautiful Sunday morning. Again, warming shelters are available throughout Greenville County. If you do need those resources, they are on our website at WYFF4.com, and we'll continue to keep you updated on these winter weather conditions all throughout the rest of the morning. I'm going to go ahead and send it over to our Isabel Marek, who is live in Anderson County. Isabel, what are we seeing over there?
Yeah, hey, Leah, good morning or good afternoon almost at this point. We've been out here for a little while. We saw, that sleet coming down earlier this morning in Anderson, and then it kind of turned into some freezing rain. But here we are inside, so it's hard to tell exactly what exactly is happening outside right now. But we've got the Director of Emergency Management, Josh Hawkins, here. Josh, what do you want people to know, as we're continuing to monitor the conditions here in Anderson?
Yeah, obviously continue to stay off the roadways. We've got a lot of iced over roadways. There's still more to come. We're only halfway through this. The National Weather Service has been reminding us, make sure that everybody understands we're only halfway through this event. There's still more precipitation to come. There's still more ice to accumulate. So these roads, while they're bad now, could continue to get worse. Still monitoring power, making sure that everybody's up and running. So far, we've got 0 power outages in Anderson. I'm going to knock on some wood. Yeah. Because that is, that's great right now. Hopefully it stays that way. Our shelters are managing very well. We do have people in the shelters, but we have openings. We have availability if anybody does need to come to our shelters that you can find on our website.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Josh. Let's walk around a little bit, too. There's a lot going on right now. You can see everybody's very much hard at work. We saw that they had some cots in another room, so people are sleeping here as well. They've been up overnight. We're in the Emergency Operations Center right now. And what are we looking at, right here behind us? I mean, I see some cameras. I see some forecasting going on. Walk us through what we're looking at.
So up here, you're actually seeing our cameras from the Civic Center itself. So we're actually watching where Duke Energy is, where the shelter is. We're kind of monitoring that to make sure that they're still able to get in and out freely. We've got the airport on there. We've got our weather system where we're constantly monitoring the actual radar. And then we have our CAD system, other cameras. We're just monitoring everything we can. We use a system called Palmetto EOC where we talk back and forth to the state. And then, the room is just filled with people from all different agencies. So we've got fire, EMS, law enforcement, public works, county administration, the National Guard, our 911 center, American Red Cross, the South Carolina Department of Transportation. Yeah. I mean, we're really, and this is county and municipalities. Our goal is to ultimately work together and make sure that we're doing everything we can to keep Anderson safe.
Yeah, what are we looking at right here? It looks almost kind of what I've seen in a call center before. It looks like these might be calls coming in.
So that is actually our computer-aided dispatch. So that's coming directly from our 911 center. Any calls for service pop up on that screen. We can see that real time. And the nice thing about having that here is not only it helps our 911 dispatchers, but our public works are able to get their calls. Our law enforcement, fire, EMS, if there's any trouble, they can pull that up. They can read the call real quick. They can call the individual back. We can do all that from this center as well. So it takes that pressure off of 911 and kind of helps everybody as a whole.
Yeah, so you guys have a lot of tools here. I know you have some tools for people back at home as well. Can you talk about that website?
Yeah, so our website, emd.andersonsheriff.org. If you go there, click on the winter storm link, that is going to get you all the information you need about shelters. It's going to get you winter weather tips. It'll give you the websites for all the power companies. It's a little bit of everything. We've got the closures listed. We're trying to keep that as a one-stop shop so that you can find all the information you need to keep yourself safe during the winter storm in Anderson.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much, Josh, and thank you for all the hard work that you guys are doing. We'll continue to keep you updated throughout the day as we watch and monitor these weather conditions. But for now, I'm going to toss it over to our Caitlin Ashbaugh, who's live in Spartanburg. Hey, Caitlin, how is it looking out there?
Hey, Isabel. Well, one thing that we're seeing happen is sidewalk treatment. That's exciting, right? We took some ice melt from one of the dry areas just to show you what it looks like. Ignore the grub on my hands. I apologize. I got it off the ground. But you can see some of that green coloring, that green dye. When they put it in the snow here, not the snow, the sleet, it helps melt the ice. And they said it happens kind of almost immediately. It's been less than an hour since they treated it. And look. Ta-da! See, and no ice underneath. Earlier we were telling you it was dangerous to be on the roads and the sidewalks because under the sleet there was a hard sleet of ice, but now as you can see, not slippery at all. But we haven't seen road conditions treated yet. It's very early in the day, but we are starting to see snowplows come out in the area. And at this point, we do know that in the city of Spartanburg, there's at least 180 miles of roadway to cover. And across the county, that could obviously be even more. So these crews are getting hard at work this morning. We've got multiple around the county that are treating these areas. And it will probably be focused on the main and secondary roads, not as much maybe on downtown, but more the places where you might see people driving. But as I mentioned, and as several of us have mentioned several times, it's probably best to stay out of their way as they're working to get the sidewalks clean and the roadways clean and to make room for essential workers and hospital emergencies. That's very important as well. We'll have more updates throughout the hour and throughout the morning, but for now, reporting in Spartanburg, Caitlin Ashbaugh, WYFF News 4.
Caitlin, thank you. You know, from Spartanburg to Anderson all the way up to Asheville, one thing is consistent. We're seeing slick roads as a result of this winter storm.
This is not the type of weather where you can be cute in your Uggs because you will slip like how I did this morning. Definitely want to be weather aware and make sure that you're prepared. Our WYFF News 4 weather team has been prepping you all week because it is going to be difficult to travel for the next few days.
Yeah, meteorologist Grace Lyles outlining what we're seeing right now and what to expect as we go throughout the day. Grace.
Destiny, Aaron, good morning. Here's what's going on right now. Precipitation has kind of halted a bit in Greenville. You're probably saying, oh, it's done. I can go outside and playing this. We still have a long while, guys. We still have several hours of kind of on and off waves of now. We've been seeing sleet, potentially freezing rain, and that's that ice accumulation we were talking about. I know earlier this week we were tracking this, saying we know we're going to be dealing with some sort of winter weather, whether it was snow at first, of course, ice, sleet, whatever. But here it is now. Early this morning, and we've kind of noticed a bit of a trend, right? We saw a thin little layer of freezing rain to begin with from late last night to early wee hours of this morning, quickly transitioning into sleet. We're halting for a moment. We are not done yet. We still have the entire afternoon, even into your early evening around 6 or 7 o'clock. Then it begins to clear up for us. One thing I want to go ahead and mention, though, I'm going to bend down and grab this. This has been my thermometer. It's been out here with me all morning long. You know, it's a little bit hard to grab because thin layer of sleet. This is not snow, so it might not be easy to wipe off, and it really is. You can kind of hear my gloves go over this. I wanted to show you, but really can't anymore. It's saying that we're just a little bit above the 20s right now, so it is still very cold. Once we transition, though, into around the 30s, and precipitation is still coming down in waves, we're going to be dealing with freezing rain, and that's that ice. That was a great also demonstration that sleet is not snow. If it was snow, could have easily wiped it away. It would have been good. A lot of you are dealing with that on your windshields this morning. Of course, potentially dealing with this outside as you go out there. It is slick, guys. It is slippery. Something else I want to go ahead and show you. I've been marking my spot out here, kind of see where I need to stand. And certainly you notice this is not fluffy. This is not fun. This isn't something you don't play in the snow and, of course, build snowman. It's slick out here. What you're seeing right here while I'm kicking around, that's also on our roadways, guys. This is why we've been urging you to stay home. This is not a situation where you want to be out and about. You probably woke up, you saw outside, you're like, oh, it's snow. I can go outside, I can drive around. Once again, the roads are slick. This is not snow. This is something I want you to pay attention to, of course. It's been quiet. It's been calm. Folks are staying at home. This is good news. We're not seeing any of those reports as of right now. As we go towards the rest of the afternoon, though, like I mentioned, we're not done with this just yet. We still have several hours of potentially seeing freezing rain, and that's when we potentially see those power outages because it's going to be thick ice on potentially trees. Of course, power lines. We'll continue to keep you updated all morning long. We'll continue to stay with you throughout the afternoon as well. Back to you guys.
All right, Grace, thank you. You know, we've sent in some video, or had videos sent in rather, of people enjoying the sleet and the freezing rain. The chickens are also enjoying the weather here in Simpsonville. They think it's pretty excellent.
Okay, Aaron. It's the top of the year, so you know they're on that I'm trying to, get slim diet. Because what are they eating? What's nutritious right there?
I don't even know. They're just walking around trying to get their 10,000 steps in.
The point is we do enjoy the video and the photos that you all send in to the WYFF newsroom. You can post those on our WYFF4 Facebook page. They're having a good time out there. Chris.
We move forward. So what's next? That's the big question as you're trying to get out and decide what your day is. Well, first things first, bundle the kiddos up. You know, like if you're like mine, they're going to want to get out and see this, enjoy it, and make the best of the snow day because it looks like snow, right? But to a 4-year-old, a kid, it's all the same, right? But look at these temperatures. It's 21 in Spartanburg, but feels like 10. It's 22 in Greenville. You can't even see right here because it's glazed over with ice. Anderson, Lake Hartwell, you've got sleet and you got ice on the ground. Asheville looks like it's just wet, but that is all ice in Asheville. You did not transition over to sleet. You had freezing rain all night, so that is why you do not have the white ground right there, but rather everything's just glazed over in ice. And what's to come is going to be ice. Here's the view, or lack thereof, from our Woodruff Road Skycam. So this tells you kind of the danger there is now we're starting to get that freezing rain to shift back over because just about 30 minutes ago you could see this camera. So that tells me that now we're getting the freezing rain. Remember, freezing rain clings, sleet pings, and that's what we have outside. That's how you can tell what is what. It's 22 degrees out, so anything that does fall is sticking. So that's why I do think we're starting to see that transition to freezing rain. And there's a big moisture stream back toward the west coming up from Atlanta. Meanwhile, the cold air keeps driving in. Now, that said, the less protected area, or the more protected areas from that cold air, is in the southwest mountains. West of Asheville, you got 4,000-foot mountains right here. It's like a wall, keeping the cold air on this side, keeping the warmer, relatively speaking, air to the west. So you have been removed from the warning right there. Another way that we can kind of tell how this is behaving is looking at the roadways. Here's our traffic tools. And in and around Asheville, you notice all the slowdowns here. Same story in Hendersonville. Folks are slowing down for a reason because there's ice on the roads in Asheville. For the upstate, it is sleet, it is ice, both. There is significant slowdowns. People are going about, 75% of the speed limit right there. I mean, just really, really slow out. And you need to, because from Woodruff Road to Spartanburg through I-85, even the big interstates are having some issues right now. So an ice storm warning continues throughout the entire area except for the southwest mountains. As you're beginning to warm up, as expected, you are going to transition to rain. Look at the difference, though. 39 in Cullowhee to 22 in Greenville. That's what that 4,000-foot mountain range will do right there. Blocks that cold air that's trying to come in from the northeast from getting up and over. For the rest of us, we're locked in, I think, through the entirety here. I have a hard time believing that we're going to get above freezing in the upstate, meaning this is likely to fall as ice for the rest of the duration of this ice storm here. Let me show you how we go throughout the next 12 hours. We'll continue to have this storm through about 5, 6 o'clock. After that, the precipitation is done, but the wind will actually climb up tonight as the cold front pushes through the area. Let me show you the brand new model that corrects itself based on every hour. Here we are moving through 10 a.m. We're going to see that freezing rain become a little more predominant, a little bit more steady. Instead of drizzle, it's going to become more steady. And what that's going to mean is you almost get an Oreo. Last night we had a thin glaze of freezing rain. Then the sleet came over. Now that's great. Sleet for 4 hours versus freezing rain for 4 hours is the difference in us getting to an inch of ice and probably a half an inch on the max side. So there's good news there. But a half an inch of ice on top of what we already have is going to be really, really terrible for those roads and will lead to the trees and power lines being coated. I think it's really heavy through about 6 o'clock, and then when it pushes out, there may be a few snowflakes on the very back end of this before it all picks out of here. Now, I do want to show you the wind starts to pick up as that cold front moves through. So how much more more can you expect? Well, total here, this is what we have on the ground versus what we're going to see. I think we could get an additional 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch on the high side right here along the North Carolina state line. Now, that said, Greenville probably closer to 1/2 inch. So somewhere in that realm, you could get that max potential of some more ice coming through because we have about 7 or 8 more hours of precipitation. And this, the rate that I'm seeing back through Georgia is about 1/10 of an inch per hour of additional accumulation. So if we calculate that out, we could get another 1/2 inch of ice potential there. South of I-85, where the moisture is going to be a little bit more scattered here and there, you probably could get 1/4 of an inch of ice up to 1/2 inch. And then in the mountains west of Asheville, you're sitting in a better spot right now. Let me show you the wind, because as this front moves through, the winds will kick up to 20 or 25 miles per hour. If you have any kind of coated trees like that, that could be an issue. But it's not till tomorrow morning that I think if we get widespread power outages, the risk would be the highest, because look at these gusts going into 2 a.m. tonight, 20 or so miles per hour, and that's after we get whatever ice we get throughout the rest of the day today. Look at the mountains pushing 30 miles per hour. Doesn't stop there. Going into Monday morning, 6 a.m., we've got gusts in the northern part of the county, 40 to 50 miles per hour. So that kind of wind would be very concerning. Now, if we do lose power, and it's going to be cold, we're talking about near single digits here across the upstate and the mountains, pushing 0 degrees in the mountains. That is temperature, not the wind chill. Let me show you the 4-day plus forecast. Here's what we expect. Major ice today, 30 degrees. We may get up to 36 tomorrow, but you got to know that this freezing rain, sleet, freezing rain combo, remember the sandwich or the Oreo, it is hard to melt. You get a little bit of ice on the bottom and the top, it protects it, and then it just takes forever to get it gone. So what we'll have happen here is a little bit of thawing and melting, and then we go down to a hard freeze of 6 degrees. So that refreezes everything. Very hard to get that to thaw on Tuesday again, because you're only up to 35, back down to 17. Now, where I think we do our most appreciable melting is going to be Wednesday. But look at this. We cool right back down Wednesday night into 18 degrees, and then another cool down comes our way where we're just above freezing the rest of the week. So you kind of do the math here. I don't see us seeing much improvement until next weekend as far as completely removing the ice from the roadways. Now, hopefully they can dry these roads. The drier they can get things, the better. And with the sunshine this week, that will help dry things. That's what we need. We need it to dry, not just go away. And unfortunately, with this sleet, freezing rain combo, it's really hard to get to the core of that to get it melted. So windy with icy roads tomorrow. That's when I expect power outages. We've got the winds that'll kick up, especially in the mountains down toward the northern upstate, and then dangerous cold down to 2 Tuesday morning. We're in the 20s for a couple of days going into the rest of the week.
All right, Chris Justice, Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice, thank you so much for that update. Hey, Tri-County Technical College has the latest because it is announcing it will be closed Monday.
Yeah, and we also just heard Henderson County Schools closed Monday for annual leave, entirely closed. A lot of districts, colleges, and universities have shifted their instructional plans tomorrow because of the inclement weather we're dealing with right now. You can find a full list on WYFF4.com, and it's also scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
We've been live on the air since 4 o'clock this morning, working for you. We're continuing to follow this storm as it moves through our area and its impact it's having.
We'll have the very latest all throughout the day. We'll be right back.
WYFF News 4 today starts with breaking news.
10 o'clock on this Sunday, January 25th. Good morning to you. I'm Aaron Baker.
Hey, and I'm Destiny Chance.
I'm meteorologist Victoria Kokinis.
Yeah, we've got lots of rain and freezing rain happening right now. And I tell you what, there's about 8 more hours of this to go. And watching the different, you guys have been doing such a great job showing us what's happening outside.
Me too.
As this is getting going here.
Yeah. We've been tracking the latest, staying updated on our mobile app. By the way, on your screen right now, you can scan the QR code should we go out with the power. I mean, that's something to watch for today.
Definitely so. We could potentially, yeah, if you do go out with power, that's something to keep in mind because we have that freezing rain coming now.
And that's the concern here is that we're entering a new part of the storm where the freezing rain's taking shape. And we've got some clues as that. Let me show you our sky cams across the area because you could really readily see them earlier and maybe 30 minutes ago. But now look at our Greenville sky cam. It's now glazed back over. And that tells me that we've shifted away from the sleet, which is kind of pinging on the camera, versus freezing rain, which is clinging to it. So unfortunately, with temperatures this cold, anything that's falling is freezing. And unfortunately, it looks like we're back to the freezing rain, which is not what we want to see. It's been great that we spent 3 or 4 hours last night in sleet because that lowered our ice accumulations by about 1/4 of an inch at least. But now we're entering the phase where we have about 6 more hours, 7 more hours, 5, 6 o'clock this evening of precipitation left. And that's going to fall mainly as freezing rain across the area. Let me show you that sky cam over Woodruff Road. You can't see it. A minute ago, we're able to very clearly see the cars down there. Now it's cleaned up with freezing rain. It's 22 degrees, feels like 12 outside, and this is the concern as we move forward, is those temperatures are locked in cold as more moisture streams in. This is going to continue to be the case out ahead of this main line, which will cross through this evening at about 6 o'clock across the area. Let me zoom in here on live Super Doppler 4. You can see some of this freezing rain beginning to pick up across the area. Where you don't see freezing rain, it is likely freezing drizzle, so you're not completely out of the woods. And unfortunately, that mist kind of clings to things. It more slowly adds up, but across the northern part of the upstate, that's where the precipitation is going to be the most persistent. Let me show you our traffic system here, because this is another clue as far as what we're seeing. People are slowing down in and around Asheville. You did not get sleet at all last night. It has been freezing rain the whole go of it from Asheville to Hendersonville, and that has caused the roads just to look wet. But I promise you, folks, don't trust your deck, your sidewalk. If it looks wet, it's likely ice, and you can slip and fall and get hurt very easily with that. Across the upstate, boy, the traffic has really slowed down. These oranges mean folks are going really slow, and thankfully so, because everything is iced over, even on the big roads. So please do not get out. The roads are treacherous. We have an ice storm warning until Monday at 1 p.m. And folks, the storm still has 8 hours left. That's the big deal here, is what we have on the ground is not it. We have got more of the storm to go throughout the day as this steady stream of moisture comes on in. What you'll notice is everything kind of hardens up today. That kind of powdery sleet, it almost resembles snow outside, will kind of get a glaze over, and you'll notice, hey, it's kind of crunchy as you step down on it. Instead of like sand, it's going to start to feel more like ice because of these temperatures in the 20s. It's all going to harden up, especially when that freezing rain comes over and just glistens everything. You want to cover everybody up. That's one thing, because if the kids are going out right now to kind of play in it, try keeping them outside, away from going outside, right? It looks like a snow day, right? Cover their skin, because we've got the moisture flying around. It's going to cling to their skin, and it feels like 9 to 11 degrees outside. So that's dangerous on exposed skin. So over the next 12 hours, we'll see that sleet and freezing rain be really heavy. And some of that could come on through 4, 5, 6 o'clock. By 7 o'clock, we're done with any precipitation, but we're not done with the impacts. The temperatures are going to stay around freezing, and the wind, it begins to pick up. Let me map out this model here. It shows the high resolution model as we go throughout the rest of the day. 2 o'clock, we got freezing rain pretty widespread, and then a batch of heavy. You see those brighter pinks there? That's some heavier freezing rain and drizzle that's coming through, and that's through about 5, 6 o'clock, and then we're done by about 7. May have a quick burst of snow on the back end. That'd be kind of nice, right? It's a little last piece of niceness there on top of the ice, unfortunately, is what we got. And this is going to be a hard thing to melt. As far as additional activity, it's almost like an Oreo. We had a thin layer of about 1/10 of an inch of ice last night, because from midnight through about 1 or 2 a.m. it was freezing rain. Then it shifted over to about 4 hours of sleet. So we have 1 to 2 inches of sleet. Now we could get up to a 1/2 inch of ice in Greenville. But you get up here toward the escarpment where the elevation starts to go up. You get that to wring out more moisture. There could be as much as 3/4 of an inch of ice. Folks, that's getting into next level ice storm. To the southern part of the upstate, more likely 1/4 of an inch of ice, but I put the range up to a 1/2 inch. So what you're looking at here, everybody jumps right to the bigger number. I think you're looking at a 1/2 inch, but you have the capacity to get up to 3/4 of an inch. And thankfully, we had that sleet that came down that brought down at least 1/4 of an inch of ice off and fell as sleet, which is fantastic news. So what about power outages? Many of you have been asking about that. I want to bring Victoria in. Victoria, been watching this, and folks, nobody wants to lose power. And thankfully, with sleet, that risk is a lot lower. But now that we have the wind coming in, we're concerned that as we get freezing rain, it could be an issue.
Yeah, that's exactly right. We're concerned as this changes into freezing rain, the winds will begin to pick up. And especially as we head towards Monday, a cold front's moving through. But as these winds pick up and we have this ice hardened now on power lines, we also have it on trees, and trees that were damaged by Helene that already weakened. This is going to cause some power outages across the area. We really don't have many right now, which is the good news, but because we had sleet earlier today. But as this transitions into freezing rain, that's when we start to see a few issues. So winds fairly calm a little bit this afternoon. We'll see gusts near about 20 to 25 miles per hour, but as a cold front begins to swing in, that starts to change. Then as we head towards early on Monday, winds will slowly begin to pick up. We'll see gusts nearing 30 miles an hour, even more towards areas in western North Carolina, pushing near 45 in Hendersonville and up towards Asheville near 37. That's not exact numbers, but that is showing you how strong they can get for tomorrow. In the upstate, we'll see wind gusts nearing 25, 30 miles an hour in spots. But again, you take into account with this, we have the ice on the trees. We have the ice on the power lines at this point. That's going into Monday. That's when power outages become such an issue. That's why that was one of our biggest concerns. And then we have the refreeze back in the forecast. Heading in towards Monday, we're back in the 20s due to that cold front. We warm up a bit by the afternoon, but watch as we head towards Tuesday morning. We drop to the single digits. We'll go through a pattern of refreezing, melting slightly in the afternoon, then refreezing back each morning. But this is by Tuesday, 36 degrees. So we'll see some minimal melting out there. But then there's that temperature drop again. We're going back to the teens. We have dangerous cold throughout this entire week. Future temperatures heading in towards Wednesday will still stay near freezing. Some of us below freezing up towards western North Carolina. And then we drop once again. So this is our concern as we head towards next week. And Chris, we're watching that 4-day plus, and we'll continue to see some issues next week just because of the system.
Yeah, look at this. I mean, we kind of do that ping pong, and folks have been asking, what are we going to see the rest of the week as far as school or work? You know, we're no experts on the roads. We can tell you everything about the weather, but I know that the men and women out there that are treating the roads are doing a fantastic job, and the linemen, hats off to you. I mean, trying to get us back up and running this week. But here's the problem that we're going to have. When you have ice and then sleet and then ice on top, that is very hard to melt because the sun has a hard time getting into that ice on top, and the roads, which have some warmth, try to melt it from the bottom, but you have ice on the bottom, ice on the top. It has a tough time because when it does do that and then you go back down to 6, it hardens everything back up again. Then the atmosphere has to try to do it again the next day, and you only get up to 35. Then it refreezes again. You get up to 38. That's probably our best day. What we can hope for is that the plows can get out there, get everything off the road so that they can dry. If you can get drying, that's going to be the key. But even runoff is going to be a problem with black ice Thursday and Friday as we do that dance of thawing, refreezing. Hopefully at least the big roads, the main roads, can get passable by midweek, but I'm afraid at least on the back roads, we're not going to do any appreciable melting this week because we stay near freezing as that second cold blast comes in through Thursday into Friday. And for the mountains, this is even more pronounced. We've got temperatures that are oh so cold after the ice today, which by the way, it has been pure ice in Asheville and Hendersonville. Those of you who are watching us in Asheville, Hendersonville, Flat Rock, Lake Lure, you're saying, look at the wintry wonderland of the upstate. Well, you have been freezing rain the whole day. It just looks like it's wet outside, like it rained. Trust me, don't just go out and walk your dog like normal. You will slip and fall because it is ice up there. 17 Monday morning, down to 2 on Tuesday morning. Look at this, several days spent with highs in the 20s. This is a nasty week here. We haven't seen a cold blast like this or an ice storm like this in many, many years. We'll send it back to you, Destiny and Aaron.
All right, Chris Justice, thank you so much for that. Let's turn to our traffic right now. We've been keeping a close eye on this, at least since 4 o'clock this morning when we've been on the air. We have not stopped working for you. I can tell you, like Chris was saying, this is not the conditions to be going outside and driving on the roads. We had a very short commute this morning. Luckily, it was only a mile away from the news station, but even that commute was wet. It is slick, and it is dangerous. You should be driving slowly should you have to leave the house. Live look right here out of Anderson County from our SCDOT camera, I-85 at Highway 81.
Yeah, we're taking a look at the power outages as well as a result of this storm. You saw Chris Justice and Victoria Kukinos talking about this as well. Those heavy winds in western North Carolina as we go through today and tomorrow, also in the upstate, we've seen some outages. First, we have an outage map on WYFF4.com that updates with data from poweroutage.com. So far in South Carolina, we're looking okay. Fewer than 1,000 customers are seeing outages, but 3,400 without power in North Carolina.
That's right. Isn't it, which place did you mention that has the most right now?
Franklin. That was what on the weather maps they were showing as high wind, and Franklin is one of those areas that's seeing outages.
Yeah, and in our area, Duke Energy is saying that areas near Franklin, Waynesville, and Brevard are seeing power loss. The utility company says this because of storm damage. It's not clear when the power will be restored, but you can download our WYFF4 News app right now to track these outages. You can scan the QR code that's on the right-hand side of your screen at the bottom. Meanwhile, we've seen heavy sleet this morning coating those roads.
Yeah, certainly a little bit of a silver lining in this storm, as Chris and Victoria have talked about. It provides a little more traction than freezing rain, but we're starting to see that now.
Yeah, our Leah Phillips is joining us live now from Greenville with the latest. Leah, what are you seeing?
Hey, Destiny, Aaron, good morning. That snowfall, sleet, ice, freezing rain that we've been seeing is actually letting up on us just a little bit right now, thankfully, and I'm appreciating it as we are out in the cold. But we've been talking about those roads all morning long, right? And this is just one of the reasons we really are encouraging y'all to stay off the roads. Moments ago, we actually just watched, you can see that white truck right there. There's not enough traction on that road. They tried to make it up that hill, couldn't do it, had to pull off into that parking lot. We just watched as folks were trying to to manually push that truck back into place. But again, these road conditions are just not made for our vehicles right now. So again, that's why we can't stress enough. If you can, stay off the road, stay at home. It is a lovely Sunday to stay inside, and that's what we're really encouraging you to do, just so you don't end up in those situations. Now, one thing, changing gears just a little bit here, we're showing you how cold it is, because when temperatures drop, it can get a little dangerous, so we want you to bundle up, we want you to be safe, and again, want you to stay inside right now. We got this towel here, right? We froze it, we put some water on it right before this hit. Guys, I'm talking 10 minutes ago, and this thing is getting frozen already. I mean, this is a normal towel, a little bit of water, supposed to be able to move, and it is absolutely freezing out here. And it's been a solid 10 minutes. Just goes to show you just how cold it is. So again, if you are getting outside, like Chris just mentioned, you're not taking your dog on your typical Sunday morning walk. You really got to bundle up, make it quick, take the dog outside, bring it back inside. That's all you can do right now. It is so cold. Again, it's a beautiful Sunday to stay inside, enjoy that cup of coffee, stay warm and bundled up. Again, limiting that traffic on the road unless it is an absolute emergency, right? That's also going to keep our public safety workers, first responders, and our utility workers safe as they work through these power outages that Aaron and Destiny just mentioned. We'll continue to keep you updated on any changing conditions in the coming hours. I'm going to go ahead and send it over to our Isabel Marek, who is live in Anderson County. Isabel, how you doing over there?
Yeah, hi, Leah. We've stepped back outside from the Emergency Operations Center here in Anderson County. That's exactly where we are right now, but that's because I wanted to show you, well, first of all, they're doing a conference inside, so that's why we are outside, because they're doing a conference with the state. So there's a lot going on in there. They're monitoring conditions, especially out here, though. It's very slippery. I tried to slide to show you guys that all of this sleet and the freezing rain has packed down. Like, this is just straight like cement out here pretty much, which is what we're seeing on the roadways. I actually right before my hit, I had seen a car come around the corner from one of those side streets, took the turn a little too far and slid across the road. Luckily they were okay, they didn't slide into anything, but we want to be careful. We want to stay off the roads if you can. That's what we keep talking about with emergency management officials as well. They're monitoring their calls right now. They're monitoring the road conditions, the changing weather, what's going to happen this afternoon, going into tomorrow. They've got an eye on everything. We've been watching them meet about it. They've got representatives from every agency right here in the center. Yeah, we're seeing cars still driving around. This is not fun and games, to be completely honest with you. We do not want people to be unsafe. It makes, yeah, see, there we go. Yep, people are sliding around, and oh gosh, that is very, very, very dangerous. I would not want to do that if I were you. But as you can tell right there, it's very slippery. It's very slidey. You want to stay inside. Keep yourself safe. Keep others safe as well. And also, that takes some of the pressure off of our first responders who are working overnight. I know the people here have been up overnight, kind of like how we have here at Channel 4, and they've also been sleeping here. So there's been a lot of hard work going on. But like I just want to mention again, reiterate again and again and again, stay inside, stay warm. It is cold out here, and it's the weather conditions both on the roadways and obviously in the air too. It's just been continuously kind of flying around and dropping down and hardening, which is the main concern here. Luckily in Anderson, though, power outage wise, they've been monitoring it. We've been monitoring it. It looks like we have no power outages here, knock on wood, you know, but we're hoping it stays that same way. But we're monitoring it. The officials here are monitoring it, and we're going to continue to provide you with updates throughout the rest of the day. But for now, I'm going to toss it over to our Caitlin Ashbaugh. She's live in Spartanburg. Caitlin, how is it looking over there?
Hey, Isabel, but it's looking pretty calm in terms of we're not getting as much precipitation, but I can't feel my face. My nose just can't feel it. It's frigid out here. But you and Leah were both talking about something that I'm going to talk about too, right? Roads. And we want to show you the difference between a treated road or treated sidewalk and a non-treated sidewalk. So right now, you can see here, these are pre-treated and they've been treated with ice melt. And when you kick your feet up like this, no more ice under there. Able to walk on it, there's traction. But then if you walk over to the road, which road work has not started out here yet, and you move that out of the way, it's really hard to even kick out of the way. But if underneath there you look, there is a hard sheet of ice. And that's what you were saying, Isabel and Leah. Both of you mentioned that you're seeing people sliding around on the roads. That is because they haven't been treated yet. And for that reason, they're very dangerous and they're typical. You can slide on these roads. You can see in the middle of the roadway here, as people are coming through, you're starting to see the tire marks and that ice that's laying down on the ground. And as I mentioned earlier, City of Spartanburg alone has about 180 miles of roadway to cover. You can imagine throughout the county that extends even further. And we've heard that there's been hundreds of thousands of people who are showing up here from across state lines to work on power and to help with the roads, but that doesn't happen without your help. And essentially that means staying home, staying off the roads, and giving these workers room to work. Of course, we'll have updates throughout the day, but for now, reporting in Spartanburg County, Caitlin Ashbaugh, WYFF News 4.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you, Leah. And also thank you to Isabel. If you were trying to fly out of Greenville Spartanburg International Airport, you are probably out of luck. We just checked the departure board and every flight has now been canceled. There was a Southwest airline flight scheduled to leave at 6:40 tonight to Baltimore. That was still marked at around 8 o'clock this morning, but now it has been canceled. If your flight is impacted, be sure to check with your airline. Meanwhile, the world's busiest airport is still operating, but nearly all of those flights are delayed or canceled. According to FlightAware, there have been more than 1,600 cancellations and more than 350 delays at Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Again, check with your airline if you have plans to travel.
And winter storms affecting dozens of states across the country. A live look now from Chicago, where lake effect snow is falling. Between O'Hare and Midway airports, there were more than 600 flights canceled today. Some areas could see wind chills. They're leaving temperatures between -15 and 25 degrees tonight and all the way into tomorrow.
Meanwhile, much of North Carolina is seeing impacts from this storm system. Bethany Cates is in Greensboro with the conditions there.
I'm Bethany Cates in Greensboro, North Carolina, and over the past couple of hours, we've definitely seen a heavier downpour of precipitation. And let me take you down to my boots for a second, because at this point, I think we're crunching on a little bit more snow than anything else, and I'll take you over to this car as well. But when we came out a little bit earlier this morning, we were seeing more of that sleet and freezing rain, but if you can see this is feeling more like a coating of snow. And I've been in touch with a few of the local law enforcement officials here, and they say that they've seen no power outages thus far. But at the same time, they have been seeing some of those weather-related incidents, such as slick roads and icy sidewalks. And they're just encouraging you to stay at home at all costs. In Greensboro, North Carolina, I'm Bethany Cates.
All right, we're tracking the snow and the ice and the sleet. Kind of got it all across the area, but right now the concern is for that freezing rain.
Yeah, we saw the sleet this morning. That really helped cut back on some totals, but now we're starting to see that transition into freezing rain, and some of us are starting to see it on the trees right now.
Yeah, you can see that across northern Greenville County. Let me show you what's happening right now across Caesar's Head. This is in northern Greenville County. You can see what the difference is with the freezing rain. It clings to the trees, so you can see that ice glazed over look to the trees, and this is happening from the mountains down. So where we had that, I don't want to say beautiful, but it is a beautiful treat to us, the fact that we spent 4 hours within sleet versus 4 hours within ice. That cut back on those totals of ice by about 1/4 of an inch, maybe even more. But here's the problem. We still have 7 hours of this storm left, and temperatures right now around 23 degrees. And notice our icon shows it is freezing rain outside right now, and our models are showing that as well. Here's a look at the moisture stream coming up from the west. You see rain, even some storms back toward Alabama. We'll be watching this closely as it comes on through, because our cold air is going to lock in. That's what happens so often, is we get this northeast wind that has us in the teens and 20s across the area. I mean, the wind chill right now is in the single digits. So, hey, I know the kids want to get out and enjoy it. I've tried keeping my kids in. They're out there having fun with it. You need to cover almost all their skin, because it feels like the single digits, and with the freezing rain clinging, it just gets to their skin and can be really, really cold, okay? So keep that in mind. It's going to be a rough couple of days here. As we look at the mountains, we've got an accident here going down 26, and I'm afraid we're going to see more of this as the slowdown is keeping people going way below the speed limit. That just is an indication that there are slowdowns out where it's almost impassable. Look at Spartanburg. The red means it's just pretty much stopped across the area. Using our traffic system to help show you what we're seeing on the radar. And with this, we have an ice storm warning until Monday at 1 p.m. Notice the moisture continuing to stream in. We are nowhere near freezing right now. We'll get close to it in some spots back toward the west, but I think that wedge of cold air holds on across the upstate to where everything that falls the rest of the day is likely to be ice, especially in northern Greenville, Spartanburg, and Cherokee counties, even as we go into this afternoon hours. The wind, about 15 miles per hour right now at the northeast. That's not too bad, but once we start to get the ice to cling to the trees as we go throughout the day, which does look to happen, we're going to stay below freezing as that precipitation moves in. May get just above freezing tonight, right before that colder air moves in. You see the west-southwest winds, they're going to flip to the northwest tonight around 2 a.m. And that's when the wind actually picks up. And that's, I'm afraid, when we'll see our power outages tonight while we sleep into tomorrow morning. So 2 o'clock, we've got freezing rain across the area. Remember, freezing rain clings, sleet pings. That's how you know what's happening outside. This new model just finished processing shows at 6 o'clock tonight, we've got maybe some snow on the back end as, again, there's colder air trying to rush in. It's a little bit of a colder solution than we've seen on our models, but by 7, 8 o'clock, this thing is gone. And then we have to pay attention to what happens beyond that. Additional ice, additional accumulation. We've got 1 to 2 inches of sleet already. We could get up to a ½ an inch of ice additional moving on through. I put the bottom numbers, what's most likely, and then everybody jumps right to the top number, right? But you do have the potential, if we get some of these heavier bands to roll on through, that could be a lot more ice. I want to bring in Victoria because, Victoria, the bigger question we get asked is, when is school going to come back? We don't know the answer to that quite yet, but we do know that there's going to be a window here where power outages will become a real concern.
Yeah, definitely. We had that sleet earlier, and we really don't have too many power outages right now, but then we're getting the freezing rain for the moment. These winds will begin to pick up, and that's when we start to see that issue of power outages. Once the winds really start to become a bit gusty out there, really starting on Monday, you have the frozen rain on the trees from the freezing rain. You have it on the power lines. That's when we start to see some issues. So this is heading in towards early Monday by 2 a.m. Notice winds start to pick up. The cold front that Chris was just talking about has moved through, and the strong winds always come in behind the cold front. So then we see wind gusts near western North Carolina could reach over 45 miles per hour, near 30 here in the upstate, and that is going to cause issues when it comes to, again, power outages. They could become more widespread due to the freezing rain on the power lines and the heavy trees. Tree limbs can easily break, especially ones damaged by Helene. Then we go into the issue of next week of the refreeze. This is by Tuesday morning. I wish we had warm air right after this. You know, this lasted a day, then we warmed up. That's not the case. We'll start in the single digits on Tuesday. We do get some minimal melting on Tuesday afternoon, going above freezing. Hopefully, you know, the plows can come through and clean up some of the roads. But if you do have back roads or shaded roads, unfortunately, that probably won't be the case. Then as we head towards Wednesday morning, we're back in the teens, near freezing in the afternoon. And then we hop on that train. That continues through the majority of this week, Chris. That's what we've been talking about. We've been watching it. We are wanting to see that warm up. But unfortunately, you know, in the 7-day, we just aren't seeing it.
I mean, this dance that we do with freezing then thawing is the concern. I mean, the sun's going to be our friend. That's going to help us dry out. And if we can dry the roads, that's going to be the key there. But look at that secondary cold blast coming through Thursday, Friday. We even have temperatures getting back to the single digits, close to it there on Friday.
I know. We were looking towards the weekend, maybe seeing a cool down or warm up. We're back in the 30s still on Saturday. Thankfully, we do have some sunshine, but we still have that threat for black ice. Honestly, we're looking towards the weekend. We're still starting off in the teens on Saturday.
Look at the mountains. I mean, we're getting very close to sub-zero temperatures. I mean, this low is for Asheville. That's where we forecast for. But you look outside of Asheville, these live Super Doppler 4 alert days continue because there's going to be very little melting of what ice is out there in Asheville. Big cold coming in this week.
So we're still seeing this affect us. I know it's happening today, but we're still going to see impacts through next week.
WYFF News 4 today starts with breaking news.
We're back at 10:29 on Sunday, January 25th, keeping a close eye on the winter weather that's moving into our area. First with a live look from our Peace Center sky cam in downtown Greenville. A bit of a winter wonderland, so it looks out there. A lot of that being sleet so far this morning. Temperatures 22, feels like 14 downtown.
That's right. And Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice told me that that specific camera is probably where we'll see our highest visibility throughout our area. We'll get to that in just a little bit. In the meantime, let's take a live look from our Lawrence sky cam right now as we switch gears. Here we go. There's Town Square. Very cold out there. Also seeing that precipitation on the ground. And we like to see that there's no one outside. Again, you're bundling up.
Certainly some good news for sure. And this is one Chris and I were talking about earlier. You know, it's a little bit inverted here between Lawrence and Greenville and the Asheville sky cam. It just looks a little different. This is typically something that you would see in Asheville, this winter wonderland looking image. There's certainly freezing rain up there, but Asheville, Hendersonville, a bit of a different view than what we've seen so far in the upstate.
That's right. This winter storm has brought sleet sleet to much of our area, and we are starting to see more freezing rain. We do have team coverage across the upstate and the impacts we're starting to see from this system.
Yeah, we're glad you've been with us all throughout the morning. We want to get straight to Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice for the latest. Chris, we started with the sleet, but conditions are certainly changing as the storm moves through, right?
Yeah, you can tell by the cameras. They're starting to get that glazed look on them. That's when you know it's changing to the freezing rain, which clings to things. Let me show you our sky cams across the area. Asheville now looking quite dry, but it's wet out. And what happens here is you've got the white coating the grounds in the upstate, and that's allowing for it to look like it's a different story in the mountains. It's wet, but it's freezing rain, and that's the deceiving part of it, is there's no white. Traditionally, you would associate that with ice, but look at these streets. That is a solid glaze of ice, and we've been watching folks travel on I-240 right here, going at a crawl, and you see a utility truck right there trying to salt that bridge over 240. My, oh my, that's a rough go of it in the mountains, and we're seeing that on our other tools as well, which I'll show you on traffic in just a minute. But look at this moisture streaming up from the south. We're going to continue to get more of this to come through, and unfortunately, it's going to fall as freezing rain, which is what coats the trees with ice. Sleet doesn't really coat anything besides the ground because it's a ball of ice. It just falls to the ground. Good for the trees, bad for the roads, and unfortunately, the roads are going to have a terrible time melting this week because we have that freezing rain glaze. That's where we started out at about 10 o'clock yesterday, and it glazed over about 1/10 of an inch of ice. Then we got the sleet, and then on top of that, we're going to have more ice. Let me show you what's happening right now across the upstate to the mountains. Look at our traffic travel times right now. There's a slowdown just about everywhere, and that's indicating that people are slowing down than a typical drive time, and that's because there's ice that they're encountering. In fact, there is unfortunately an accident right now going down 26 from Hendersonville. The Saluda grade, always so dangerous in rain, much less ice. In this case, we've got big slowdowns all across the area from Anderson to Greenville to Spartanburg. Roads are impassable in many areas, even the big roads. An ice storm warning continues until Monday at 1 p.m. Look at these temperatures. We're 22 in Greenville, 26 in Pickens, 24 in Anderson, and it's more of a freezing mist, freezing drizzle type situation right now, and temperatures, they're locked in. I don't see us warming up above freezing in the upstate today, and that locks us in with all the moisture that comes here. It's going to accumulate in some wintry form or fashion. Now through about 4 o'clock, but I left up the live Super Doppler 4 alert hours because the roads are going to be treacherous. We may get up to above freezing at 10 o'clock, only to crash right back down by around midnight because that's when the cold front moves through. Let me show you what I'm talking about here, because moving forward here, we've got ice and more of it. All this is going to fall as rain, but it freezes upon contact. Remember, the temperature at the ground and the surfaces are all in the teens and 20s. So as we move forward here, 2 p.m., we've got heavy freezing rain. This continues through 5, 6 o'clock. So folks, we've still got, by my math, looking at the clock on live TV, 7.5 hours or so of more freezing rain and precipitation. The back end of this moves through around 6 or 7 o'clock, maybe some flurries on the back end, and then we're clearing out. That's the problem here. Once we clear out, the wind picks up. All right, so total ice. This is a little bit of a moving target here. If we continue to get more sleet, which unfortunately we're not, we're going to get more ice. Less sleet, more ice kind of thing. So the potential is there with the precipitation we see coming in, about 1/10 of an inch of ice accretion per hour. That's the rate that we're looking at here. So as we go forward here, you can kind of do the math there. We could get up to 1/2 inch of that. And then the wind comes in. This is a big concern as the gusts come through this afternoon with the main front. They could have some power outages, but not just tonight. Into tomorrow morning early, those gusts, when the coldest air moves into the mountains, we're talking about gusts getting up to 30. Maybe even climbing up to 45 miles per hour. So you may make it through today, you may make it through tonight, and then the power goes out. And that's the big concern here, is those temperatures tumble way on down. Single digits on the way for the mountains and the upstate. And we do this whole song and dance all week long with the melting, the refreezing, the melting, the refreezing. So we've issued live Super Doppler 4 impact days and alert days through the rest of the week here, because I honestly see this being a problem on the roads all the way through Friday. Even though the precipitation is completely done, we get that cold air that just does not want to let up. And do know that with ice on the ground, it keeps temperatures colder in the air because of that. So we're going to be watching this very closely. Destiny, Aaron.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Let's take a look at the roads right now, see where they stand. This is a live look at Highway 81 in Anderson County. We've been following Highway 81 for some time, and as Chris said, you can see the ice right there as this transitions to freezing rain on the camera. About an hour ago, we saw an 18-wheeler that started to jackknife a bit there. They were able to correct themselves and move on, but it just goes to show how the roads are right now and how much you should avoid those. And southbound, northbound on 85, all the major interstates seeing issues right now as well. We'll continue to monitor it, but again, seeing a few cars, 18-wheelers, but if you can avoid traveling this morning, even this afternoon, maybe even tomorrow morning, certainly recommend that.
Meanwhile, North Carolina is seeing more than 8,000 customers without power. In our area, Transylvania County is seeing the biggest impact with about 3,300 customers without electricity. In South Carolina, fewer than 1,000 customers are without power, and about 300 customers in Pickens County are waiting to have power turned back on. Also, in Georgia, significant outages there. More than 22,000 customers are without power, with about 5,000 of those being affected in Rabun County.
Yeah, we've been continuing to follow this as well. You know, we had North Carolina Governor Josh Stein yesterday. All the governors, in fact, give briefings on what they expected in the Carolinas and Georgia. And we know that Governor Josh Stein at 11:30 will speak on the status of the state so far.
Yeah, he's been providing daily briefings since Thursday, and we've been streaming it live on the air and on our website. So we are going to be doing that in just a little bit because there is going to be a press conference there at 11:30 this morning. Well, the sleet that we saw overnight, it did help to keep those roads passable for four-wheel drive vehicles.
But as we've been saying all throughout the morning, any freezing rain as that moves through the day is going to be challenging in a number of churches, businesses, schools. We've seen schools even just this morning canceling for Monday as well in anticipation of tough travel conditions. We have those scrolling at the bottom of your screen right now, but our Leah Phillips is just one of our crews across the upstate.
Yeah, we have live team coverage with multiple reporters. Leah's the first up right now. Leah, what are you seeing right now?
Hey, Destiny, Aaron, good morning. We are seeing and feeling these cold, sub-freezing temperatures right now. And we are seeing a little bit less sleet and that freezing rain. We're not seeing so much of it, which is awfully nice for right now. We actually just saw some folks making their way up the street going for a walk. We also just ran into someone who was out here in flip-flops. Can you believe that? The guy was actually flip-flopped up. I can't believe it. I can barely feel my toes right now. Let's take a look at how cold it's getting. I'm going to show you this sign real quick. This is one thing we've been talking about all day long. So with freezing rain, it clings to stuff, right? That's something we've been saying over and over and over again. That's what makes those roads so slippery and so dangerous. As you can see, a little bit of that freezing rain is leaving its mark already. This sign is just completely frozen over, and that's what can happen to those tree branches, and that's what can cause those down power lines. That's that ice accumulation that we keep talking about. You're seeing it right here. Another interesting thing that I just kind of want to show you guys, just to show you how dangerously cold it can get. So this was that towel that we froze in our last hit that we showed you, and it's so cold that things are just sticking. Can you believe that? I always thought the thing about licking a pole from the Christmas Story was not true. Apparently it is, and you can see it right there. So obviously very cold conditions out there, and when it gets this cold, it can be life-threatening. So definitely bundle up. Don't walk around in flip-flops. Make sure you've got your layers on. And again, we've been saying it all day. Cannot drive this point home enough. It is a beautiful day to stay inside and stay warm and stay safe, especially staying off these roads, y'all. We have not seen a whole lot of traffic here. The people that we do see are at a crawl, and we have seen a couple of those Greenville City snow trucks out plowing the roads, spraying that snow brine, getting those roads as safe as possible. But again, we just watched some folks get stuck because there's not enough traffic or traction on the road, and that ice is going to make them very slick. We're going to go ahead and send it over to our Isabel Marek, who is live in Anderson County. Isabel, how are you doing over there?
Yeah, hey, Leah, good afternoon at this point, right? It's been, it's not coming down too hard right now. We're seeing like a couple flurries of some that freezing rain, that sleet that we've been seeing all morning. Obviously right here, I'm off to the side, but these are what used to be parking spaces in the road. You can't see them, and it's definitely slippery here, which is why we're trying to get people to stay off the roadways right now, but we're seeing some every now and then. Hello, hi guys, be safe, please. But the other thing about it being slippery outside is it seems like it's not really slippery enough to, or it's not, oh, they left. We had some sledders out here. We had them a little bit earlier, but I think they all started to head down that way a little bit. But yeah, we saw some people come out of this apartment complex right over here and try to enjoy their kind of sleet and freezing rain this morning or this afternoon at this point. Emergency management officials still say to stay off the roads, obviously. But if you're not driving, I mean, you can still come outside for short bursts of time, as long as you're being safe and careful about it all as well. We're seeing a lot of people kind of come. Oh, there they are. They're sliding around right there. There you can see it a little bit. Yeah. How you guys doing? Wait, come here for a second. We talked to them briefly before we went on there. All right, what's your name? Hang on. Josh? Campbell. Okay, guys, talk to me really quick. So you saw what it looked like outside. What made you want to come out and kind of experience everything?
Because it's ice. I mean, anything you can imagine just sliding around out here would be really fun. So we just kind of came out here and just want to have some fun. We know it's going to get a little bit worse later, so we want to go ahead and try it out.
It's kind of stopped right now from sleeting, so it's that time of the day where it's like, okay, it's not sleeting on you. You can still see it. How's the sledding, though? I know you've got what looks like a piece of Tupperware in your hand.
Yes. You want to see?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I want to see how this goes. Does it actually work?
A little bit.
A little bit. So did you guys just have these laying around?
Unfortunately. Yeah. So we found some just laying in our apartment, so we got them out here.
Oh wow.
A little penguin dive.
A little penguin dive. That's professional work right there. Fantastic. I love it. Yeah, so in Anderson, as you can tell, we're seeing a lot of some slick spots. It's very, very slippery. So stay safe out there, stay warm. We'll continue to provide you with updates throughout the rest of the day, but for now, I'm going to send it over to Caitlin Ashbaugh live in Spartanburg. Caitlin, how's it looking out there?
Hey, Isabel, it's sounding like y'all are having a lot of fun out there in Anderson. Here we're seeing kind of a similar thing going on where people are coming out to explore around downtown Spartanburg. We saw a few people walking their dogs around. The dogs had their little coats on, and the people were bundled up. And as we're bundled up, we're telling you it's really cold out. I can barely feel the tip of my nose right now. And earlier we were actually turned this way with our backs to the Denny's headquarters here, but now we're facing toward it, and I can just feel this wind coming through and hitting my face. It is very cold. I'm sure you can feel it through the screen here a little bit. I don't even have to talk about it really, but as we're mentioning, these temperatures are cold and they could potentially be dangerous, even though people are coming out and having fun. But if you are doing that, make sure you're doing it safely and that you are researching before you head out and making sure that you are not getting in the way of any of our essential workers, and that you're also making sure that you're protecting yourself as you're exploring the area. Of course, we also mentioned earlier, people are coming out to treat the roads and the sidewalks this morning. As I mentioned earlier, this sidewalk that we're stepping on right now has been treated. You can tell by the difference in the color here. It's a bit of a greenish color. That's that ice melt that they pour on the roads and the sidewalks to make sure that it is not slick by the time you go on your walk. So cruising around, there you go. Nice. There's traction and there's no ice, but the roads are still icy. We're standing next to one right now, and we tested it out earlier. There's still a hard sheet of ice underneath, and we have been seeing cars coming through and slipping and sliding. They're going quite fast, and that's always the thing that we mentioned too. I heard it earlier today. It's be sure that you're willing to go as fast as you're willing to slip off the road, especially as these roads are icy. There's crews all around the county that are treating this area, but as I mentioned, there's only 180 miles in the city of Spartanburg alone for roadways. You can imagine that only extends past the county even further, so crews have a lot of work to get done. So we'll keep you updated on what's going on out here in Spartanburg County, but for now, reporting in Spartanburg, Caitlin Ashbaugh, WYFF News 4.
All right, Caitlin, Leah, Isabel, thank you so much. One constant across our entire area, we are seeing slick roads no matter where you are from the winter storm as it moves through.
Yeah, our WYFF News 4 team, our weather team, all of us in news and management, we've been staying here at the station overnight, nearby hotels. I can tell you, we drove not too far away from the station. The roads are very, very hard to drive on, and we should be listening to those officials. By staying off of them, it's going to be difficult to travel for a few days.
Yeah, and that was when we came in at 3 a.m. when it was largely sleet, only getting worse as the day goes on. We have meteorologist Grace Lau with us. She's outlining what we're seeing not just right now, but as we go through the day. Grace?
Aaron, Destiny, good morning. Let's tell you what's happening right now, because the question is, what's next? It looks like it has stopped across the area, and that is not the truth, guys. We have a very long afternoon and evening ahead of us, as what's next is freezing rain, and that has been the concern with this storm, as we've been tracking this since early last weekend. Monday, we started noticing trends as we got closer and closer. We knew we were going to see some sort of winter precipitation. Now it's here, and yes, it is the form of freezing rain first. That was late last night. Sleet these past couple of hours. Now a bit of a drizzle outside. I'm getting some reports. Of course, my hometown, Chesney, you guys are tuned in, and I've been getting a lot of text messages from you guys saying, hey, I think this is freezing rain. I think I'm seeing this, and you wouldn't be wrong, because as we go towards the rest of the morning, we knew this was going to be an issue. Transitioning from that sleet mix to mainly freezing rain, we have a very long afternoon and evening ahead of us. One thing I want to go ahead and talk about, we were talking talking about that potential for ice accumulation on power lines, of course, on trees. I'm going to go down here and get my tiny experiment for you guys. The best way I can show it to you, small scale. I picked this branch, this twig off of one of our bushes. Sorry, guys. And you notice that thin layer right here, I want to point it out, of ice. This is what happened late last night. It is sticking to this leaf, and that's what's on the roadway. So Caitlin Ashball, she was in Spartanburg, talking about that thin layer of ice underneath the sleet. That's pretty much widespread across our area. So yes, you're thinking, I've seen sleet, I've seen snow, I know how to deal with both of that. Sticking to my glove here. I know how to deal with both of that, but the issue is that thin layer of ice underneath it, and then the ice that could potentially be on top of the sleet as well. Storm totals from this, including sleet, including ice, that forecast is verifying for our area. We're going to continue to see a freezing rain move through. We're getting some reports of power outages, mainly in parts of western North Carolina. And if you're putting two and two together, we've been talking about, hey, Asheville, that camera outside, it looks a bit more like clear. You didn't get anything. That's wrong. That's a glaze of ice, and more power outages are in parts of western North Carolina because they were dealing with more freezing rain than our area. As we go towards the rest of the afternoon, here's what you need to do. Please continue to stay inside. It has been so quiet out here. It's been quiet in parts of Spartanburg and Anderson, and we're going to continue to keep you updated on that. Greenville downtown's been quiet as well, and I urge you to stay inside, because we're going to be dealing with this all afternoon, all evening long. Ice is still certainly on the table underneath that sleet, and then on top of it as well. Chris Justice has been talking about an Oreo, and I think that's the best way to describe it, right? On the bottom, you got ice, in the middle, sleet. We're going to put that top layer on once again, and that will be potentially some ice outside later this afternoon and evening as the temperatures begin to kind of continue to rise a little bit in a few spots, and that moisture is still certainly here in our area. Now, something else I want to go ahead and mention, this is not going to be just tonight and then tomorrow everything melts and you're good to go. This is going to be a long duration event, because even after the storm moves through, we have several nights of temperatures in the teens, which means whatever melts in the sunshine, whatever goes away, potentially could refreeze in the form of a blanket over our area. And then another night into Tuesday, ice across some of those back roads, of course, across some of those shaded roadways as well. I want you to stay careful. I want you to take this seriously. We are not done just yet, and we'll continue to stay with you and keep you updated all afternoon long.
Thank you, Grace, reporting live there from Greenville. Great job. Well, it's not just the upstate that this winter storm is impacting. Millions of people across the country are feeling this Arctic blast.
And that includes thousands of people in Arkansas. They're without power this morning. Hearst meteorologist Drake Foley shows us what it's looking like there right now.
I'm in Springdale, Arkansas, where we have seen snow and sleet fall across the area, leading to dangerous travel conditions on highways and interstates. Multiple vehicles, including cars and semi-trucks, have been stuck on the sides of roads here, needing assistance to be pulled out by officers or bystanders that are just looking to help. Now, county officials say they're looking to plow these roads before they treat them, and refreezing is expected throughout the week as colder conditions continue to push through the area. I'm Drake Foley. Back to you.
And we're taking a look at some of the shutdowns and delays as well. This is something we've been following as this winter weather has impacted not just our area, Asheville Regional, Greenville-Spartanburg International Airport, but impacting airports regionally across dozens of states as well. What we know right now is there are several cancellations at GSP Airport. We've seen dozens of those happen. There was one flight that we were following, a Southwest flight, and I believe as late as 8 o'clock it was saying it was delayed, but that has since been canceled as well.
Every single flight, at least according to GSP social media, today's arrivals and departures have been canceled. Again, check your airline for rebooking and next steps. Also, out of Chicago, between O'Hare and Midway, at least 600 flights are canceled there. And in Atlanta, we're seeing some canceled flights as well, and Charlotte as well, too.
Yeah, it's certainly a concern, even as we go into tomorrow and Tuesday, because these are hub airports. You've got Atlanta, you've got Charlotte, you've got Chicago for United, for American, for Delta. The fly in the ointment is those flights will be out of position for perhaps several days or even just one day, leading to some delays.
Jackie DeFusco, who is our Hearst, Washington correspondent, we had a live shot with her not too long ago, and she said all of the flights out of Reagan Airport, they were canceled. So that's just something to be mindful of as well. We're seeing this across the board in much of our country. We'll continue to monitor that throughout your morning and throughout your afternoon and evening.
Yeah, let's take a look at this winter weather, though, at Wofford College. Thomas sent us this picture from around 8:30 this morning. Got the sleet there on the ground, giving that winter wonderland-like look, at least a little bit.
I was going to spill the tea. I remember some parties over there. I attended some in college, but it's nice to see the people are staying safe there at Wofford. This is at the Village. Campus will be closed, though, tomorrow.
And we have a video of chickens in the snow. I'm not yoking around here. This is a new video this morning just into the newsroom. The chickens enjoying the weather, having a little fun in Simpsonville.
What did your T-shirt say?
I'm just a beautiful chicken nugget.
Okay,
That's what
all
they're
right.
saying right there.
Well, Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice is joining us right now. What's the latest, Chris?
Jokes are excellent over there, Aaron. Yeah, let's look outside right now at our Skycams. A useful tool is showing you what's happening and where. We've got Greenville slotted in right here with the sleet. Notice the DOT crews right there slowly going across as the city tries to clean up the bridges and overpasses. They're going to have to go slow because now we're entering the sleet changing over to freezing rain portion of this forecast. And this is where we said yesterday, folks, if we could just end the storm when you wake up in the morning, it wouldn't be great, but it'd be manageable. If we could just stop right here. But unfortunately, we still have 6 or 7 more hours of this storm to go. Let me show you a little bit closer here into the Peace Center. You can see what looks like some sleet and freezing rain coming down. And unfortunately, this is going to add to the totals that we have because there's now some pretty moderate freezing rain happening. Let's shift up to northern Greenville County. I want to show you our Caesars Head Skycam to show you the difference because from the mountains down, we're seeing that transition happen. Notice the glaze of ice on the trees. This is what's to come, folks. And we're going to see this spread over the entire area as freezing rain clings, sleet pings. Keep that in mind as you're outside as it looks like it's raining, but it clings to the trees. And that's what we already have across the northern part of the county. There's at least 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch of ice on these trees. And the ice is going to continue to accrue because look at these temperatures. We're 23 degrees right now in Greenville. So as we move forward, this steady stream of moisture continues to come up. Meanwhile, the cold air locks in. I think we stay below freezing in the upstate the entire time. Could snow mix in at times? Yes. We'll get a little snow, we'll get a little sleet, but predominantly we're talking about freezing rain continuing. And I'm afraid this is a slow process here, folks. If we continue at this, we're going to have some high ice totals on those trees. Now, it was a great thing that last night we spent about 4 hours in the sleet category. That allowed us to get less on the trees, more on the ground. What was good for the trees is bad for travel conditions, I can tell you that. There is an accident right now going down 26 toward the south. Slowdowns everywhere, even on the major interstates, 40, 26, 85. All are having some issues right now, and folks going way below what the speed limit would be, and rightfully so, because many of the major roads are even impassable. An ice storm warning until Monday at 1 p.m. This is a long duration event. Let me show you that steady stream of moisture coming in. Yeah, this is going to add to the totals here, folks. Not only sleet, but the freezing rain. You're going to start to notice the trees getting that crystallized look here within the next hour, and it does not take long. Last night we went from good to bad to ugly really fast. I mean, trying to walk in downtown Greenville to our hotel, I mean, you had to do the little shuffle walk. Otherwise, you would slip and fall, and it just looked like it was rain on the ground. So please do not be deceived, especially in the mountains where it's been freezing rain in Asheville and Hendersonville. If you haven't stepped out yet, it is a solid sheet of ice. It is not just rain. Temperatures are around 21 degrees in Spartanburg, 23 in Greenville. The more we continue to have that cold, dry air push in and undercut that moisture, the longer this is going to stay frozen. And I'm telling you, folks, we're in for the long haul here. As we've got about 6 or 7 more hours of this. I'm thinking 4 to 5 o'clock is when this batch moves on out. 4 o'clock for maybe Clemson and Seneca, 5 o'clock for Greenville and Spartanburg. And then after that, temperatures hold steady around freezing before the cold air moves in after midnight. Let's bring in Victoria. Victoria, been monitoring this high-resolution rapid refresh model. It's kind of our useful tool next to the radar. It corrects itself based on every hour, and it's showing we're in the thick of it for the next few hours.
Yeah, definitely. We're still going to see that freezing rain. I know we had sleet this morning, but that is transitioning right now to freezing rain. We just saw it on our cameras in downtown Greenville, and we'll continue to see that kind of blanket the area in the next couple hours as well as it continues to move through, Chris. And then we start to see that cold front develop. But notice this is by 2. We're still seeing that freezing rain stretching all the way up to North Carolina.
And what's interesting here is you got that northeast wind coming here, banking up against the mountains. They hit this 4,000-foot mountain right here. This side of the mountain actually warmer because they don't get that cool northeast wind. So it's rain west of Asheville, but for us in the upstate, we're locked in with that cold that stretches way back to even metro Atlanta. The model getting a good handle on that cold, dry air that's undercutting this, and we're in for the thick of it here, and that's when it gets heavy when that squall line comes through.
And we've had a lot of questions. You know, when is this going to end? When are we going to see the sunshine come back out? Well, we have that front developing, and then it starts to move through later this afternoon. It kind of takes some moisture with it later today, but look at all this freezing rain rain still ahead of it. This is by 6 p.m. We still have some freezing rain left over and moisture towards Greenville, getting closer towards I-26, eventually I-77. So like Chris said earlier, we still have a few hours left of this to go, and that will add up accumulation. And then it finally clears out later tonight before we start to see some of that relief. And then by tomorrow, temperatures are still cold, so we still don't have the relief from the cold weather.
Well, that and the wind. When the cold air comes in, we're talking about this ice accumulation that could get up to a ½ an inch in some areas like Caesar's Head, where you already have a cling of ice on the trees. We could get even more. And when the wind comes in, that's going to be the big concern. Folks have been asking us, when am I going to lose power? Will I lose power? Well, the concern is going to be when this cold air rushes in, like any cold front. It gets breezy from the mountains down. And look at this, as we go into tonight, even into tomorrow morning, you get any kind of ice on the trees. This kind of wind comes in, that's a problem.
It definitely is, especially like you said, the cold front comes in. The strongest winds always come in behind the cold front. So then the problem arrives tomorrow. The moisture's gone. We stop seeing that freezing rain, but then we take up the wind gust, and we'll still see power outages more than likely through tomorrow with gusts, look at that, near 45 in western North Carolina, then near 25, 30 here in the upstate. We have the frozen rain on the trees. We have it on the power lines. We'll still see those impacts through Monday until we finally start to ease with the winds, but then temperatures are back. It's still cold out there.
You got to find a way to stay warm in this, because if you do lose power, be very, very careful. So live Super Doppler 4 alert days throughout Tuesday as we go from this thaw slightly. 36 isn't going to do much, but then a hard freeze down to 6 on Tuesday. Victoria, I'm afraid we're going to have ice problems all the way through the week as we do this song and dance each day.
I know. I wish we had the, the cold weather come in. It'd be gone. We warm up. It's a day thing, but it's not. Look at this entire week. We stay in the teens each morning. Tuesday down to 6, and then we see sunshine on Saturday, but we're still in the 30s through the afternoon, so minimal thawing, and then we refreeze each morning.
Yeah, big problems.
WYFF News 4 today starts with breaking news.
It's 10:59 on this Sunday. Thanks for staying with us for this extended edition of WYFF News 4 today. First, we're taking a live look from our Hendersonville Skycam. And as a reminder, Henderson County Public Schools are closed tomorrow, annual leave, as well as City of Hendersonville government offices and facilities.
Yeah, there will be no trash pickup tomorrow. It will resume on February 2nd. Hendersonville is under a state of emergency, which means there is a dusk to dawn curfew to allow crews to work and to keep the public safe. Also, let's take a live look from our Lawrence Skycam this morning. Definitely very cold out there. I heard our meteorologist tell us if you are headed outside, you're going to want to cover your skin from head to toe because it is that chilly outside.
Oh, certainly cold. And we're also looking at Buffalo, New York, a little bit outside of our area. You know, another round of lake effect snow for New Yorkers. This is a storm we've seen cross dozens of states. That's when cold, dry air passes over warmer, open lake water. It picks up moisture and produces that intense snowfall exceeding several inches per hour, and that usually happens before lakes freeze.
Thanks for waking up with us. I'm Destiny Chance.
And I'm Aaron Baker. Glad you're here.
Yeah, and Victoria Kokinos is here along with Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice, and we've got crews across the board. Take a look at this. This is something you'll only see on WYFF4. We are all throughout the upstate covering things just for you. We've been on the air since 4 o'clock this morning. We're going to continue to do so. Y'all have been monitoring the weather much longer.
yeah, definitely. So, you know, we had that sleet this morning. Now we're watching the freezing rain coming in.
Yeah, we are also staying on top of this breaking news story.
Yeah, we know GSP's canceled all the flights there for today, so that's something to keep in mind. Atlanta's being affected by this. Charlotte's being affected by this. If your travel plans, even extended to tomorrow, recommend you take a look at something else, at least a plan B, just given all those planes will be out of rotation. So we've been following that. I mean, this has really been a story throughout the morning because it started as sleet in a lot of our areas. Now it's transitioning into that freezing rain.
Yeah, something I remember that Chris was saying, if you're looking at the camera, what's the rule of thumb? If it sticks?
Freezing rain clings. Sleet pings. You can feel it on your jacket. Sleet pings and bounces off. The freezing rain will attach to you, and that's the problem. Is we were hoping that we would stay sleet the entire time. That would have been golden. The fact that we got 4 hours overnight, Victoria, that cut our totals down by at least 1/4 of an inch, which is a blessing. Let me show you the sky cams because we're starting to see that transition back to freezing rain. Last night we had freezing rain at the beginning, and that coated everything with a little glaze of ice, and then it changed to sleet, which is great. We spent less time in the ice category, but now we're back to that ice, and you can see our cameras kind of glazing over. I want to show you Greenville. Here's northern Greenville County. Look at the clinging on the trees. So that's what's to come here as that moisture begins to attach to the trees. So you'll see more of this where the trees start getting a little droopy, a little more droopy as the day goes on. Folks, I remember saying it yesterday. If we could stop the storm right now in the morning hours, we'd be okay. I mean, it wouldn't be great like it is right now. It's not great. But the fact is we still have 6 more hours of this storm to go. And that's 6 more hours of ice accumulating. That's what sends us from a okay, this is enough kind of storm to way too much. Let me show you what's going on right now in Greenville. There's the glaze of ice on the trees. I want to go a little bit closer in here as we look at what's going on in some other areas across the area, including Lake Hartwell, including other areas around town like Hendersonville. We've seen all areas be coated on the ground. Here is Lake Hartwell. I want to show you this. It almost looks like it's blowing right here. You've got sleet and you've got freezing rain. Look at it kind of blowing along the lake right here. This is freezing rain. Now it's beginning to attach to the trees. This is when you get problems where that moisture floats around in the air and clings to the power lines, clings to the trees, and it begins to accumulate. And unfortunately, that's going to be a problem. Let me show you our SkyCam to our satellite. We've got more of this moisture stream coming up from the south, and this is going to be the case throughout the day until this right here moves through the area. We are in it, and when that does move through, it could really enhance those precipitation types. I've noticed on our models, they keep us going steadily up, and then we get a big jump when that main line moves through, because just like in the summertime, when you get a main line that comes through, that last batch brings in the heaviest downpours and precipitation. Here we are going throughout the day today, frozen precipitation. I can also look at our traffic tools. There are slowdowns everywhere. People are going below the speed limit. I-40, this is ice in the mountains. It is sleet as you go toward Hendersonville and ice on top. There's an accident here on 26 going toward the eastbound. As you look in Spartanburg, Greenville counties, everybody's slowing down, and rightfully so. Even 85, 26, 385, all becoming impassable as we coat everything with sleet, and now on top of that, a glaze of ice. Ice storm warning in place because of that. We're in the low to mid 20s across the area. I think we remain at or below freezing throughout the rest of the precipitation, meaning what falls is going to stick as ice. We're in the low 20s. That wind coming in, undercutting that moisture coming up, that locks in the cold air and reinforces it. Otherwise, this would eventually change over to all rain. Notice our forecast map here. We do go from the mid-20s to the upper 20s to just below freezing at 5 o'clock. Then the precipitation moves out. Unfortunately, this batch that comes through between 4 and 5 o'clock is going to be heavy freezing rain. So that's going to add to these totals and, again, cling to the trees. So far, the trees have been fine. I think many of you would be fine with having worse road conditions versus having less power. So that's going to be the problem as we move forward. Is this model showing sleet and a little bit of freezing rain, but look how that changes over to pink. That pink means ice. And as we move forward here, here's 2 o'clock. We're in the heavy ice. As we go through 6 o'clock, that's still moving through, and eventually this kicks on out of here as we go into the evening hours. As far as totals are concerned, we could get another ½ an inch of ice on top of the sleet that we have. I've put 0.75 there because I do think some areas, as you get up toward the escarpment here, northern Pickens County, Pumpkintown, Dacusville, Highway 11, basically, you know, as you go from Greenville over to Lake Kiowee, that area north is going to get close to and challenge that 0.75. And folks, we haven't seen that since 2005, okay? Areas outside of there, Travelers Rest, Taylors, Greer, Greenville, I think we could get a ½ an inch of ice between now and the end of the day. And again, it's that old adage that I said yesterday, if we could stop the storm right now, it would be impactful but manageable. From here on out, we go from, okay, this goes from bad to worse. Unfortunately, the wind also picks up. Many of you are asking about power outage. You're thinking, hey, we've made it. Make sure you keep some simple facts in mind today. You're taking pictures, you're filming the kids. Make sure you plug your phone back in to keep it charged so you can watch us. Download the WYFF 4 mobile app. Great idea to keep informed if your power does go out. Keep those devices charged because we're not out of the woods at all. When we go to bed tonight, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., the wind starts to pick up, and we could have gusts that approach 40 to 45 miles per hour by tomorrow morning. Good idea to crank up the heat a little bit today, right? Make sure that your outside unit is free of ice or it will shut it down, right? You want to make sure to chip off some of that ice. But get your house warm. Have a way to get into some warmer rooms if the power does go out, say in the middle of the night, 2, 3 a.m., right? You want to have a room. My wife, we've got a little room in the house that we've kind of got towels around the door frames and whatnot, so it keeps the drafts from coming in. So if the power goes out, everybody can kind of get in there. You don't want to be doing that at 2 or 3 a.m. because the house will get cold quickly with these temperatures coming in, especially Monday night into Tuesday. We're just above 0 in the mountains and the single digits in the upstate. So the 4-day plus looks like this. Live Super Doppler 4 alert days. Anytime you see the red, it's our way of alerting you to dangerous weather. You see it during tornadoes, hurricanes, or here in this case, ice. And I've got it all the way through Tuesday. Tuesday, not for what's falling, but for these temperatures that'll refreeze everything. I'm afraid we're in the thick of it through at least Tuesday. Now, by Wednesday, we do get some meaningful melting. However, we get that runoff, and black ice will be a problem Thursday and Friday. Folks are asking me about schools. I give the superintendents around the area my best guess. I'm on the phone with them throughout the storms and before it and after it. And I tell you, I don't know what the DOT is capable of. I know they're great men and women out there doing their best. But I can tell you the thawing and the refreezing is going to be a problem through Friday. Hopefully, they can be efficient at drying things off, because the more the sun can dry things, the less that we have to refreeze. But I'm afraid that runoff is going to be a problem, especially on those back roads through the rest of the week. Destiny, Aaron.
All right, Chris, thank you so much for that update. Let's turn to our traffic right now. We're taking a live look right now. I-385, this is in Greenville County. It looks like the lanes are back open. This is near Neely Ferry Road in Simpsonville. Earlier, we saw a couple of cars off to the right-hand side of the road because of an emergency vehicle blocking off lanes. The roads are very slick out there. We've been on the air today since 4 o'clock this morning. You know, Aaron and I have been tag teaming, so has the entire team, but I can tell you we've seen some snow plows, some salt and brine trucks on parts of I-85, but this is not the condition to be out on the roads. And also, we've just been seeing, you saw a semi skid on the highway earlier, right?
On I-85 near mile marker 27 down in Anderson County, it slid and it was able to correct itself and continue going. And I think that's kind of the rule of thumb. You look at this and you think, okay, hey, kind of looks like the roads are somewhat clear. They're plowing everywhere. We know that. But look at this compared to mile marker 27 on 85. It's a much different story. There's more ice on the road. So I think the moral of the story is, you know, don't just assume you look at one camera and you think, oh, it's close to my house.
Yeah.
Everything is good because they're still working to clear those roads, and some places are worse than others.
And it was slippery before we were leaving our hotel today to come into work. If that's how it's feeling when it's on our feet, imagine if you are driving a vehicle. Also, our meteorologists tell us that visibility is not great right now. They're tracking that as well. So just make sure that you're cautious, you're weather aware, and you do stay off the roads if you can. Yeah, you're hearing us talk a lot about power outages and the potential for power outages as well. What we know right now is North Carolina is seeing about 4,000 customers without power. In South Carolina, it's fewer than 1,000 customers right now without power, but 300 customers in Pickens County. They're waiting to have their power turned back on. And as Chris and Victoria have said throughout the morning, those wind gusts are going to increase as the day goes on into tomorrow. So we're not out of the woods of a power threat yet. Yeah, something emergency officials have been urging for the past few days. Just make sure you're prepared. Go ahead and have flashlights on standby, making sure that you can heat your home safely should the power go out, in a room like Chris just mentioned that his family has, where they can all go to warm up and to gather with the blankets. Also in Georgia, there's significant outages there. You can see on your screen more than 22,000 customers are without power, with about 5,000 of those being affected in Rabun County. I also want to note on your screen right now, the right-hand side of your screen, there's a QR code. If you look there, you can download our mobile app, as we could likely see more power outages, and you can download the WYFF4 mobile app to stay connected even as we do lose power potentially. 11:09 is your time, and we have seen heavy sleet this morning coating the roads. It was a silver lining this morning, as unfortunately as it transitions to freezing rain, those roads are becoming even more of a concern. Our Leah Phillips is in Greenville County right now with the latest. Leah, what's it looking like outside?
Hey, Destiny. Hey, Aaron. It's all right. It's been a long day. I said it was Saturday earlier today. It's most definitely Sunday, and it's a beautiful Sunday to stay inside, especially as we kick into this freezing rain. We're hitting that transition period from sleet, which we saw earlier today, and now that freezing rain. Now, here's the thing. Chris just said it. We know what we're saying. Freezing rain clings versus sleet that pings, so it bounces off. You can see it on me right now. My coat is starting to get a little bit of that freezing rain. You can see it in this hat, I'm sure. One thing that I'm super interested in, and I have definitely spoken about earlier today, is plants and sticking to the trees, right? So right here beneath me, we've got a little plant, and it is completely just, if you snap things off, these leaves are just frozen, and you can see all that accumulation. I don't know if you can really perfectly see through the camera, but in person you can see there's a thin layer of ice on there. Now, this is a very small scale, but that's the issue that we are facing with our trees, and that's one thing that is a major concern, especially like Destiny and Aaron were just talking about, those power outages. This is where we see that come to fruition, because when that ice accumulates on things like branches and even those telephone poles and wires, that's when they go down, and that's when we see those those outages. That's a major potential outcome of this storm. So we'll be watching that, of course. You can track those power outages on our website at WYFF4.com. We'll continue to keep you updated on all those conditions, but really interesting, especially as that forecast changes into that freezing rain. We're going to go ahead and send it over to our Isabel Marek, who is live in Anderson County. Isabel, how are things over there?
Yeah, hey, Leah, we're starting to see it kind of pick up over here. It's kind of looks more like, that freezing rain for sure, because it's attaching to our equipment. So we had our tripod out here for just about 20 minutes, and already you could see it freeze over. It might be a little hard to see on camera, but you could probably see it right here too. Yeah, that's all ice. It's only been out for about 20 minutes. It's already starting to get coated. Stay safe, y'all. Stay warm. Hi. And obviously we want people to be careful if they're going to be out on the roads and try to stay inside, because look at all this too. These are just all icicles down here on the cart. Yeah, we've been pulling some off all morning long because it's just all that freezing rain coming down and then freezing, right? That's why it's called that. One thing I want to mention again about power outages, it looks like right here in Anderson County, we're doing pretty well, and Anderson County emergency officials are watching that. But just north of us, I checked the outage map, and it looked like Pickens and Oconee counties were starting to have some outages, which is literally just right above Anderson County. So we're trying to keep an eye on it. Hopefully, as you can see right behind me, we have power on, we've got the lights on. Hopefully it stays that way, but it's super slippery. Sludgy right here. So this one's a little bit more sludgy, but if you go literally just down a little bit, it slips. So you'll want to be really extra careful if you're out walking out here, if you're out driving. One thing I'll mention too is I know we were keeping an eye on this storm as it came from the east, and my parents actually live in Nashville, and they were texting me saying that it came through. They had snow. My mom sent some pictures of her and the dog with the snow, and then it quickly changed very fast, and now my parents don't have any power, and they're actually running my brother's fish tank with my mom's electric vehicle because it's got fish in it and no power. So just wanted to put that out there, that the storm did already come through there, and they're already starting to see some effects. So I want everybody to be extra careful. We do see some people out here right now because it started to pick up on and off, but it hasn't been too bad with that freezing rain right now. But just be careful if you're going to be out here. I know people are starting to wake up, get ready, get on with their day rather. Here on Sunday, we saw some people setting around. There it is right there, up and down as well. But yeah, we're going to keep an eye on this power. We've continuously been in contact with Anderson County management officials as well, and their number one thing that they've said, that we've said all day, is just to stay off the roads if you can, just because first responders are trying to do their best work, and they can't do it when there's a lot of people out on the roadways. If we keep it clear, we keep everybody safe, it's just way better that way. We'll continue to keep you updated here in Anderson, but for now I'm going to send it over to our Caitlin Ashbaugh. She's live in Spartanburg. And Caitlin, how's it looking over there?
Well, we just saw it. It's right out of frame here, but there's a big truck that just came down Main Street, and they were at a red light and attempted to kind of speed up and start once the light turned green, and they were stuck for a good minute there. And that just shows you why it is dangerous to be out on these roads right now. And as you mentioned, we're kind of getting that same thing. We're getting some drops on us now. And that was not happening until about a minute before you guys tossed to me. This is just coming down like crazy now, but it wasn't happening earlier. For a while, it was very quiet here. We spoke to people at the hotel, a couple actually, that was telling us earlier that they live in Spartanburg, but they usually lose power during events like this, and they just wanted to be safe, so they ended up booking a hotel room actually where we're staying. And we're hearing that a lot across the board, that people took those initial preps to, if they were at risk of losing power, they ended up just staying in a hotel or finding another place to stay. Also want to bring up warming shelters, right? Those are still a huge thing, especially here in Spartanburg County. I believe we have about 6 of them. Some of them are for special medical needs. Some of them are pet friendly. Others are specific to men, women, and children, and there's a lot of options there. I believe there's one here in downtown near the police headquarters, and there's another one kind of down the road a few blocks. But that is some information to know, right? If you need a warm place to stay and they have food, supplies, and enough beds to house close to 100 people each, that is where you need to go, and you can reach out to the Spartanburg County Emergency Services to get more information on that. They've got hundreds and hundreds of groups of volunteers that are setting those up, and they're keeping them for you guys so you can stay safe during this storm. We've seen a few people on the sidewalks. As I mentioned earlier, these are treated sidewalks at this point, so there's no ice underneath them. They're easy to walk on, and there's traction, but as we've been emphasizing as well, especially as this starts to pick up, it's going to get colder. It's going to feel less enjoyable than more so a winter wonderland as people have been treating it. So, of course, stay home, stay safe. Keep an eye on social media and on air and online, also with your local authorities to see what's going on. But for now, reporting in Spartanburg, Caitlin Ashbaugh, WYFF News 4.
Caitlin, Leah, Isabel, thank you so much. The South Carolina Emergency Management Division has set up a winter weather hotline.
Yeah, you can call toll-free 24/7 with your questions about the state's winter weather response. That number is on your screen, 866-246-0133. We also have this number on WYFF4.com with information from officials. There are several shelters opening in Spartanburg County. Shelters for general public needs are located at High Point Academy, Campobello First Baptist, Florence Moore Memorial Church, Benjamin E. Mays, and Northwest Center. For special medical needs, the Hodge Center at USC Upstate is open. Also, warming shelters are open in Greenville County. Those are operating our Greenville Rescue Mission, but note it is for men only. Miracle Hill Shepherd's Gate for women and children, and the Salvation Army is opening its dining hall as a warming station from 10 to 11:45 a.m. and from 1 to 4:45 p.m. They are also passing out blankets while supplies last.
And in Anderson County, the warming shelters that are open are located at Home Missions, the Anderson Civic Center, Long Branch Baptist Church, Park Church, which opens at 5 p.m. Haven of Rest, which is open to men only, and the Pelzer Gym. There's also a medical emergency power shelter, and the county's asking you to call a number that's on your screen for more information for that Pelzer Gym one as well. Let's take a look at that number. It's 833-351-9990. And again, that's the medical emergency power shelter in Anderson County. Let's talk about Buncombe County as well in North Carolina. Under Buncombe County's Code Purple status, there are more warming shelters open. Those shelters are Safe Shelter on New Lester Highway, which is for men only. Then there's Safe Shelter on Balm Grove, which is for women only. There's ABCCM Transformation Village for women and children. The Salvation Army on Haywood Street for men only. And then there's also the Homeward Bound Slash of Hope, which is pet friendly. We also know the Red Cross is operating shelters at Hearts with Hands, Irwin High, and the Reuters YMCA.
Well, if you're trying to fly somewhere out of Greenville Spartanburg International Airport, you're probably out of luck. We checked the departure board and every flight has now been canceled. There was a Southwest Airlines flight scheduled to leave at 6:40 tonight to Baltimore that was still marked on the time as of 8 o'clock this morning, that is. But again, it's now been canceled. If your flight is impacted, check with your airline. Also, the world's busiest airport is still operating, but nearly all of those flights are delayed or canceled. According to FlightAware, there have been more than 1,600 cancellations and more than 350 delays at Atlanta Hartsfield-Jackson International Airport. Again, check with your airline if you have plans to travel.
And a live look now from Chicago. This is a storm that has wide-reaching impacts across dozens of states. This is although where a lake effect snow is falling. Between O'Hare and Midway airports, there were more than 600 flights canceled today. And some areas could see wind chills, leaving temperatures between -15 and 25 degrees tonight and into tomorrow. Massive snowstorms blanketing Pennsylvania as well, and several inches of snow. Pittsburgh, in fact, has broken its daily snow record for today at 5.3 inches and growing. That information all from our sister station there. The majority of snowfall today is set to accumulate between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. and there's a winter storm warning in effect through noon on Monday.
Meanwhile, much of North Carolina is seeing impacts from this storm system.
Yeah, Bethany Cates is in Greensboro with the conditions taking place there.
I'm Bethany Cates in Greensboro, North Carolina, and over the past couple of hours, we've definitely seen a heavier downpour of precipitation. And let me take you down to my boots for a second, because at this point, I think we're crunching on a little bit more snow than anything else, and I'll take you over to this car as well. But when we came out a little bit earlier this morning, we were seeing more of that sleet and freezing rain, but if you can see this is feeling more like a coating of snow. And I've been in touch with a few of the local law enforcement officials here, and they say that they've seen no power outages thus far. But at the same time, they have been seeing some of those weather-related incidents such as slick roads and icy sidewalks, and they're just encouraging you to stay at home at all costs. In Greensboro, North Carolina, I'm Bethany Cates.
Well, welcome back. Yeah, I want to step outside to be able to see what's going on outside. Meteorologist Grace Lau joins me right now. Grace, what I can tell you from stepping outside about an hour ago, the thing that I noticed different is just how crunchy things are right now. What are you noticing?
I mean, yeah, I've been here since 4 o'clock this morning. I was able to kind of pick it up and play with it, but we're out here stomping, and I didn't mean to kick you there, but it's certainly a rock solid out here. Something else I want to show you. As soon as you walked out here, guys, this wasn't like this, 20 minutes ago? Yeah. We saw that one batch move through, and I think I texted you and Victoria inside. I was like, hey, we got some freezing rain out here, and this is what the roads are going to be like.
You can see the numbers, yeah. And that's the key here is that this is glazing over and everything is hard. So we have that first layer, which was the freezing rain about midnight. Then we got 2 inches or so of sleet. Now we're getting the ice on top. So the roads are going to get worse. And what we're going to notice is these bushes, trees, got a pine tree back there. We're going to start to notice over the next couple of hours, those getting a little more droopy. And that's the concern. We're already seeing that in the northern part of the county. Let's look at what's going on right now with our Skycam network, because you can see our Skycams across the area beginning to glaze over with more ice. And as we go throughout the next several hours, Grace, this thing's still going. You've been reiterating that to people, is that this thing still has 6 hours.
We have a while. I know a lot of folks probably texting me, hey, this is done, we're over with, I'm going to go outside and play with it. And I keep telling people, stay inside if you can. We have a very long time of now just freezing rain.
Yeah, and at this point in it, it's freezing rain. It's not sleet. So remember, freezing rain clings. That's what's going to attach to the trees. And moving forward, you see Anderson. It is cold out. Greenville, the freezing rain coming down. And as we move forward, look at the radar. More moisture streaming back in from the south and west. And that's going to allow whatever is here to continue to transition over. You see that squall line back toward the north and west. That's going to be what comes our way as we see this continue to build. And that's going to send in more moisture our way, which will accumulate. You can see here returns. That's what the radar does best. What it is not showing is the freezing drizzle. I can see it out here. It's misting. It's kind of drizzly. All of that is clinging to everything because we're in the low 20s. I know the kids want to get out and enjoy it. Try to stop them. It's not going to happen. My kids are out trying to sled in this right now. It is cold. It feels like 9 degrees outside across a good bit of the upstate. With more moisture streaming in, this is an issue. Look at the traffic right now from Asheville to Hendersonville. There are accidents on the major interstates. Even the big interstates are having problems, from 26 to 40, from Morganton to Asheville, down 26 from Asheville into Spartanburg and Greenville counties. It is a mess out. You see accidents on 385, I-85, everybody going much slower than a speed limit drive because of the fact that everything is glazing over. And that's what we have right now, is this is beginning to become more of an issue. As we look at the ice storm warning, it continues until 1 p.m. on Monday. This will continue to become more of a problem. Let me show you what's going on as far as the rest of the day, because these 20s are going to lock in. We're going to be in through the freezing all the way through the rest of the event here in the upstate. We've got a brand new computer model that shows, Victoria and I were just looking at it, we double down on this cold. The wind locks in that cold air, and as the moisture continues to stream in, watch what happens. That temperature doesn't get above freezing as the precipitation is here. We're going to be locked in below that, so all the extra precipitation, which accumulates at about 1/10 of an inch per hour, you add that up, we could get up to 1/2 an inch of ice on top of what we have for the rest of the day. Here's that model showing widespread freezing rain becoming more widespread into the afternoon hours. Through the end of this, could get really heavy 4 or 5 o'clock. And don't be surprised if we hear thunder. There's an incredible amount of energy just above our heads, which could allow this to become more of an issue. And on the backside of this, we could actually see some flurries out of this. I want to bring Grace back in. Grace, we've got the cold, and yeah, just in the past 10 minutes, I've noticed this glaze over. I mean, you could pick it up and throw a snowball, maybe a sleet ball. Now, I mean, you can't even really dig into it. Definitely a glaze that's, I'd say, 1/4 of an inch or so thick.
Yeah, I mean, since early this morning, I walked in around 3 o'clock, and it was soft. I was like, okay, we're dealing with sleet. I woke up, and that's the first thing I noticed. I was like, oh, it's not freezing rain. Yeah. I knew we had more on the way later in the afternoon, and after sunrise, we saw a bit of a transition. One little swath came in earlier, just about 20 minutes ago, and glazed the entire parking lot. I've been here since early this morning, and it's a drastic difference. And maybe you were out early this morning with your family playing out in the sleet, and you thought it was fun, but I mean, as you go, here we go.
Yeah.
I was about to say, I heard it.
I mean, this is just like the summertime when you get into a heavy downpour. I mean, it is pouring right now. This is sleet and heavy freezing rain absolutely coming down as we speak. So what we're going to see in these as this continues, I mean, it is like we're in the summertime, but pouring right now. I'm glad I got a hat on, or else we'd have some issues with this hat. Look at the trees back there. This is going to be a fair indication. That flag as well, as we go throughout the next 12 hours, next 6 hours or so, we're going to start to see those glaze on over. So a lot of concerns out here as we are in the midst of what is a very heavy sleet and freezing rain. We'll send it back to you inside. We'll have much more.
WYFF News 4 today starts with breaking news.
Thank you for staying with us with our continuing coverage of this winter storm. Right now, we're taking a live look from our Lake Hartwell Skycam. You can see that precipitation is just sticking on the boats out there. The dock definitely slippery. I mean, in downtown Greenville, where we are, I had some trouble getting to work this morning. Definitely not any conditions that you want to be driving in, for sure.
For sure. And in our area, you know, we had that sleet in the beginning that transitioned to freezing rain. In North Carolina, for the most part, freezing rain. Chris was talking about that a minute ago. This is going to take a live look now from our Hendersonville Skycam and see how things stand there. You can kind of see those trees. Take a look at the ice on those trees already. We know an emergency briefing from North Carolina Governor Josh Stein is going to take place any minute now. We'll bring that to you live.
Yeah, that's your neck of the woods.
Yeah.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and toss it to our chief meteorologist, Chris Justice. Chris, conditions are changing as this storm is moving through. What's the latest right now?
Yeah, and just being out here in the past 15 minutes or so, I can tell you it's turning into heavy freezing rain. And the way I know is that the sleet pings and kind of clings off of you. Now, there's a little bit of that in here, but I'm also noticing a lot of water droplets on my jacket. Now, of course, it's not going to freeze over on me, but I'm telling you, on the trees, on the flagpole back here, we're going to start to notice that glaze over, because this is the equivalent of some heavy rain in the summertime, except for we're at 22 degrees here in Greenville and surrounding areas. So this is going to cause the icy situation here. And I can tell you, just in the past 30 minutes, this has gone from you being able to walk on it and stomp on it to a hard concrete. Now, I want to show you what's going on right here. I mean, I'm kind of punching this pretty good. I can punch it and get through, but this is at least a quarter of an inch. I can pull it up. You got almost a sandwich here. You got the sleet from this morning, and now it's glazing over to a pretty good hard coating on top of this, meaning the roads are going to go downhill quickly from having some traction with your tires to all of a sudden not being able to drive at all, because all you're doing is just kind of skidding. So please keep that in mind, as folks, we got 6 more hours of this storm to go, and at the rate this is coming down, sometimes it's a little more than 1/10 of an inch per hour. Sometimes it's a little bit less, but otherwise we're talking about this ice accumulating hour by hour. This thing doesn't move out until 6 o'clock. Let's look at our sky cams across the area, because we're glazed over everywhere, and now we're entering the ice portion of this storm. Let's show you what's going on from Greenville to Spartanburg. As we see this move on through, look at this. You can see the visibility is down in Spartanburg. That's because the rain is picking up. And again, it's not rain, it's freezing rain. Look at Spartanburg's temperature, 21 degrees. It's 29 in Asheville, 24 in Anderson. Now, moving forward, we're going to continue to see that ice build up little by little, because that steady stream of moisture is coming in from the south. Let's look closer at what's going on as we go into the next couple of hours. That steady stream of moisture coming up over top that cold air, and that's locking us in. It is so cold out here, and we keep getting this moderate burst of moisture coming in, and here it is. You can see hour by hour, by 2 o'clock, it's picking up heavier and heavier outside to where we get into some heavier precipitation. And looking closer at this, back out here live, I can tell you it's picking up heavy right now. I mean, it sounds like it's the spring or the summer. You kind of close your eyes, it sounds like it's raining, but I'm telling you, as it cleans, as it sits on something, it is freezing upon contact. And that's my biggest concern here, is we're going to start to see these trees, and it's going to be a fair indication here. I can already tell you that big poplar, oak over there, and that pine are going to be some of the first to indicate to us how much ice we have accumulating out here, clinging to the trees, clinging to the roadways. And that's going to be the big concern as we move throughout the evening, as this thing doesn't even move out until 4 or 5 o'clock. Back out here live, I can tell you it is coming down really hard and heavy right now. I want to send things into meteorologist Victoria Coquin volcanoes. Victoria, we're concerned about as we continue to add up this ice little by little here that we're going to continue to get the trees to be a problem. And you're watching the winds because the winds pick up behind this, and that could cause those power outages.
Right, so we have that cold front moving through later tonight. We saw Chris talking about it behind it, a little burst of flurries, but once that cold front clears, the winds will begin to pick up. Now we have the freezing rain, we just saw it outside moving in right now. That'll add to the current totals that we're seeing. It was good that we saw sleet this morning. That kind of gave us a break from the ice, but then we'll see some areas pick up near 1/4 of an inch or slightly higher before this is all done. And then we start to see the winds pick up. That is going to be the biggest concern for the area before this is finally cleared. So again, we will see a bit more in our totals, and then we start to see some relief. But then once that moisture's gone, the winds will begin to pick up. We'll see wind gusts topping near 45 in spots for tomorrow. But notice for tonight, heading in towards later this afternoon, we do see those winds pick up near 20-25 miles per hour with the freezing rain that's going to start building on these power lines. The trees, like Chris was talking about, that'll make for power outages to become more widespread. That's our main concern with this system as well. Power outages and power going out when it's so cold outside. Then the cold front moves through, and the strongest winds always come in behind a cold front. So even though the freezing rain is gone tomorrow, the sleet is gone, the winds pick up. So winds will pick up near 40-45 miles per hour in western North Carolina tomorrow afternoon, near 25-30 here in the upstate. And that's going to be a big problem when you already have the weight of the ice on these power lines and on these trees. And we still have trees that are damaged from Helene. That means they're fairly weak. And don't be surprised if you start seeing trees maybe toppling over or tree branches coming down in the next couple hours. Then I wish this was the end of it. If we go towards Monday and Tuesday, the moisture's gone. Hey, this could all melt, but it's not going to, because now we have Arctic air blasting over the area. Heading in towards Tuesday morning, we're dropping to the single digits. So we are expecting this to refreeze each morning. This is still dangerous cold across the upstate and towards North Carolina. Then by 5 p.m., we go slightly above freezing, but melting will be minimal because we're only slightly above freezing. We're still in the 30s. Then watch this routine. We go right back down towards the teens on Wednesday and hardly stay above freezing heading in towards Wednesday afternoon. And then we stay in this pattern over the next couple of days. So Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday all are alert days. That's because, again, we're going to the single digits by Tuesday, 35 by the afternoon. And then Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, we stay in the 30s with that refreezing possible. Now for the mountains, similar story. We will see that refreezing, but now I'm going to toss it back to the anchors because I think we have an update from Governor Stein.
All right, thank you so much, Victoria. Yeah, we've been waiting for this press conference from North Carolina Governor Josh Stein.
Yeah, they've been providing daily briefings since Thursday. Let's listen in from Raleigh.
Our road conditions. Right now, there's a lot of ice and wintry junk on the roads. As temperatures get colder, that will only turn to hard ice. Fortunately, there's not many cars on the road. That's a good thing. We want to keep it that way. If you're an NFL fan, Conference Championship Sunday, you can cheer on Drake May. If you're not, find that TV series that your friend recommended, and maybe you can binge watch. But stay home, stay warm, stay off the roads. The state efforts are hard at work. The state emergency response team is in full force. The North Carolina Department of Transportation crews are busy plowing the roads and applying sand and salt to try to make them have greater traction. We've had 3 brief interstate closures. All of the interstates have now been reopened. The State Highway Patrol is busy clearing the roads. They have removed 339 abandoned cars. They have dealt with over 400 car crashes. Again, please stay off the roads. The North Carolina National Guard has deployed more than 100 force packages. That's groups of anywhere from 4 to a dozen National Guardsmen and women. They are around the state, and they are partnering with local governments, providing whatever assistance is required. I want to thank our federal and local partners for their collaboration. Yesterday, I requested the White House grant an emergency declaration. The White House, President Trump, responded quickly last night. We've executed that agreement today, and I appreciate their quick response. Local governments are hard at work making sure that they, of course, they're the closest to their own constituents. They have opened up 50 warming stations across the state. 45 shelters. If you have any need for either warming station, shelter, or other human service, please reach out to your county emergency management, go to their website, check out their social media. As I said earlier, the big concerns remain what they were yesterday. It's power outages and it's road conditions. If your power goes out, make sure you know where your flashlights are. Keep your devices charged at full charge so that if the power goes out, you can have them last as long as possible. Keep your doors and windows closed to keep the warmth in. Wear layers, sleep with multiple blankets. Pay attention to your physical conditions. We don't want people getting frostbite. We do not want hypothermia. If you have loss of feeling or color in your fingers, if there's uncontrolled shivering or disorientation, you should call 911. Stay off the roads. Black ice is going to stick around for a few days. Every night this week, we're going to get below freezing, so whatever precipitation is on the ground is going to turn to ice overnight. Secondary roads in particular aren't going to get treated as quickly. There are just too many of them across the state. So understand that road conditions will remain dangerous into next week. If you have to drive much slower than normal, give much more distance than normal so that you have more time to respond. Do not make sharp turns or a sudden stop. Last thing is check on folks out there who you fear are vulnerable. This is the time for us all to be good neighbors. Think about somebody who just needs to know, you just need to know that they're doing okay. That's how we're going to get through this storm together. I appreciate you all. And at this point, I'll turn it over to Director Ray.
Thank you, Governor. Good morning, everyone. So we'll first start with a weather update. I think key takeaways as we move through today is a major winter storm is underway across much of North Carolina and will linger into early Monday morning. We still have a bit more of time before this storm and its impacts fully clear the state. A winter storm warning, ice storm warning, and winter weather advisory also remain in effect across much of North Carolina into Monday. Since last evening, we've seen snow, sleet, and freezing rain all being reported across North Carolina. And by sunrise today, at least a quarter of an inch of ice accumulation had been reported across our southwest mountains. Areas of snow and sleet that remain across the mountains are forecast to change over to freezing rain this morning, with the greatest ice accumulation expected along the southwestern mountains and portions of our Blue Ridge Escarpment. Freezing rain across portions of eastern North Carolina is expected to change over to rain throughout the day today. While we may see some lulls in precipitation through the day for some locations of the state, a final round is expected to push across the state Sunday evening and overnight. The greatest impact Sunday will continue to be from ice accumulations, where a quarter to half an inch of elevated flat ice accrual remains possible across portions of the mountains, our foothills, and into the Piedmont. Dangerously cold temperatures are forecast through next week, with low temperatures dipping into the single digits to near zero Monday night and into the teens and 20s through the remainder of this week. As the governor said yesterday, the White House approved his request for an emergency declaration. This allows for direct federal assistance to support emergency response, life-saving support, should the state require that level of assistance. There are 55 county emergency operations center activated across the impacted area today, with 72 local states of emergency in place. The state emergency response team remains postured to support our local communities, both in commodity distribution or in supporting local public safety response. As the governor said, in addition to the work that the power companies have done, we have base camps across the state for Duke Energy to surge restoration crews into impacted areas, along with mutual aid crews from both our electric co-ops and our partners in the electricities. To reinforce some personal preparedness information, as the governor stated, many communities across the state have opened shelters and warming centers for those who cannot stay at home. You can find that updated information, what's available in your community, by visiting your local government or local emergency management website and social media feeds. Additionally, for winter storm information and important links, please visit readync.gov/winterstorm 2026. And finally, as a reminder, roadway conditions have deteriorated since last night. They will continue throughout the day today and into the evening. The safest thing remains to stay at home and let our first responders, the State Highway Patrol, and the NCDOT the ability to work safely. Thank you, Governor.
Well, Secretary Johnson.
Thank you, Governor. Director Ray. Yes, I want to reiterate, we appreciate everybody's cooperation. It was great to come into the State Transportation Operations Center this morning and see almost no cars on the road other than plows and other DOT equipment they're working to clear the road and spread salt and sand across the state. This is a widespread storm with many roads have been impacted and are dangerous to travel on. We've got 2,500 employees working in storm response right now. They've already spread 32,000 tons of salt. I'm sure that number's changed since I walked in here, and it will continue to grow throughout the day. They've also already put in additional 800,000 gallons of brine on the roads. We've got 1,300 trucks in operation, along with almost 1,000 contractors. So we're working hard to treat. Today we focus largely on the interstates and major U.S. routes and 4-lane highways. The secondary routes will take some time. With lingering cold temperatures, it may be days before some of those secondary routes become passable. So I encourage everybody to use extreme caution before they venture out. And also check driveandc.com for the latest road conditions. The ferries, most of the ferries are operational. None of them are impacted by storm. There were some closures this morning due to fog. All rail travel has been canceled. Again, we encourage people to stay at home, stay off the roads, and allow our folks to do their best that they can to clear these interstates and other roads.
Thank you, Secretary. At this point, we're happy to take questions. If you have a question, please signify by the raise hand function.
We're not seeing anybody. Oh, no, sorry. Dawn, please go ahead and ask your question. Dawn, you need to unmute yourself to ask your question, please. Dawn Vaughn.
I'll hear Matt. All right, giving you up-to-the-minute updates here. You've been listening in to a virtual update on the winter storm from officials in North Carolina, including North Carolina Governor Josh Stein. Some main points he was saying, mind you, we've been having these daily briefings since Thursday leading up to the storm. Now we're in the thick of it. Governor Josh Stein saying that power outages and road conditions are the main concern right now, and now is the time to gather those flashlights and to charge devices. I've been doing that almost every single chance that I get here at the station. He also says that make sure that you're sleeping with multiple blankets, to layer up, stay off the roads, and if you do have to drive, just go slow, allow more room in front of you and the other vehicle, of course, and just make sure that you're not going above the speed limit. Go very slow.
Yeah, and one thing the Department of Transportation officials really stated and said multiple times actually at that press conference, they appreciate people being off the roads. That allows the plows to go through, to get the brine, to get the salt on the roads. I always look for the big picture pieces too statewide in these press conferences after the storm hits, and Governor Stein said so far there have been over 400 car crashes, 339 abandoned cars. So that just goes to show you since this morning, really, I mean, that's 400 car crashes just today. Just saying, what, it's 11:46.
Just today, this weather and bitterly cold temperatures will continue throughout the week. Let's take a live look right now at our power outages. We have been updating this every chance that we get. Take a look at your screen. North Carolina is seeing more than 7,000 customers without power. In South Carolina, more than 1,000 customers are without power now.
Yeah, big jump from what it was this morning. I mean, it was 3,000 or so, jumped up to almost 7,000. We know in Georgia there are significant outages there as well. More than 35,000 customers without power in the Peach State, with about 8,000 of those being affected in Rabun County alone. Of course, we're following this all throughout the day for you. Let's get a check on weather with Chris.
Hey guys, yeah, we got a little bit of a break in the heaviest freezing rain. A little bit ago, it just came down like a pouring rain shower in the summer, except for it was freezing rain, and that's starting to glaze over. Unfortunately, what I'm seeing out here is the sleet that we had earlier that was a little crunchy, a little bit of a base, is now kind of turning over to a little bit of a solid glaze. If I were to kind of slide over here, I just kind of glide on the top of it. It's becoming icy out here, and you imagine as we go throughout the rest of the day here, we're talking about 1/10 of an inch per hour is about the capability that we'll have here to get get this to accumulate, and we've got about 5-6 hours longer to go before this system pushes on out of here. And that last push, like a cold front gives us in the summertime, it's going to be some heavy precipitation. So what I've noticed here in just the past 30-45 minutes is we've transitioned away from sleet, which kind of pings off of things, to more freezing rain, which clings to the bushes, clings to the trees. You see that pine way back here behind me? I bet that's going to start to droop a little bit more. The flags will also be an indication, and it's starting to pick up here again. As you're hearing it, sounds like rain picking up, just like in the summertime, except for this is freezing rain. And the way that I can tell is the way it's bouncing off of my jacket. I do see some sleet in this, but it's also freezing rain because my jacket is wet. If it were only sleet, I would not be wet with droplets. It would just be sleet. And here comes another heavy batch. Let's look at some of the tools that we have across the area, including our really great SkyCam network that we have that gives us a view around the area. I'm showing you what's happening here in downtown Greenville, but we've got cameras scattered about along with our technology that tells you what's going on. As we move forward here, we're going to continue to see these SkyCams look a little bit more icy as we go from Anderson to Greenville to Spartanburg to Asheville. As we look ahead here, those SkyCams are going to continue to look a little more icy on those trees. Look at the steady stream of moisture. The radar doing its best to pick up on these fine pieces of rain. I mean, it is pouring right now where I'm at. And as we see this steady stream continue to move on in, that's going to feed more batches of this. It'll slack up a little bit, then begin to pour again. Another tool that we have, the traffic network. You see the crash here on I-26. Unfortunately, there are accidents out there. Also, the colors, the yellows and oranges, indicate people are slowing down, as they should. Even the major roads are starting to have some problems, especially as we get this glaze of ice to go on top of everything. Greenville to Spartanburg, we've got lots of ice starting to show up on just about everything, and it doesn't take long. 15-20 minutes causes that ice. That's why we have an ice storm warning until Monday at 1 p.m. We have not had such a wide-reaching ice storm warning in 20 plus years. You have to go back to 2005 to see an ice storm warning that's been this wide spanning. As we look ahead here, we've got the radar and the temperatures plotted here. Notice how temperatures are locked in low to mid 20s. We may ease up into the upper 20s, but I expect us to stay below freezing throughout the entirety. And that's important because anywhere that's not protected by that mountain, you see Cullowhee and Franklin in the 40s, that east wind banks up against the mountains, keeps everybody east of it locked in with the cold. Moving forward here, we're going to see that change over the next 12 hours. Notice how we get up to freezing but never above it, and as the precipitation falls, every bit of it through the next 6 hours will be freezing rain or sleet accumulating. Walking you through the model minute by minute here as we go through 2, 3, 4 o'clock, we're going to see that ice begin to pile up. Continuing through this evening, that right there, that's when the big batch comes through. That's going to be pouring freezing rain, and there's a possibility that we could hear thunder in this. There's that kind of dynamics above us, and then as we go throughout the rest of the evening here, that last batch of cold air begins to rush on in. I want to bring in meteorologist Grace Lau back out here live. Grace has been out here showed us the conditions. I do think that as we were probably an hour or two ago that we had more of a crunchy base here. This is turning into, I won't say hockey rink yet, because if you kind of mash your boot down really hard, you kind of can crunch it down, but this is definitely glazing over.
Oh yeah, I was about to slide over here, but I was afraid I might slip into you. No, certainly something I've noticed. I've been here since 4 o'clock this morning. I was able to kick it around, kind of mark my spot where I need to stand. Yeah. Not able to do that anymore. I know I have some cousins back in Mayo, back in Chesney. They wanted to play in this, and they just called me and said, oh, it's not as fun anymore.
Yeah.
And that's kind of what we're dealing with as we go towards the rest of the day, that this is going to turn from potentially more of a fun event early this morning. And I want to go ahead and bring this out as well. Guys, I was able to wipe this away just maybe even an hour ago. Yeah. This rock solid, right? Actually, I just knocked it and it cracked a little bit. And that's what is going to accumulate on power lines, right? On trees. I'm trying to reiterate, it may stop for a moment. It may just be a burst of the freezing rain, but we got all night long for this as well.
I mean, we're talking about right here in the past hour or so. In just 1 hour, this is 11 o'clock to noon. This is glazed over to ice. This has probably 1/10 of an inch of ice on it. And think about that. So are the trees. So are the power lines. And if we could stop right here, I think we'd be okay. It's certainly an impactful storm system, but we still have 5 more hours to go of this coming down and freezing and clinging. Again, we're going to use these trees as our backdrop to kind of see how they behave over the next couple of hours, because I see a batch at 2 o'clock coming in pretty heavy. And then that squall line coming in tonight. That's going to be the equivalent of some heavy summer rain.
I mean, as once again, I keep trying to reiterate to folks back home, listen, it looks nice outside because you have that layer of sleet. It does look like snow. You want to go outside and play in this. urge you again, you've been calling it an Oreo. I like that analogy. The freezing rain layer first from late last night, and then we had about 4 hours of sleet. Now beginning to have that top layer of freezing rain, which is ice once again on top of that, and that's what you'd be driving on. So make sure you're staying home. We keep telling folks there are going to be power outages potentially. Stay off the roadways. And this right here is the reason why. This is what's on your roadways right now.
And speaking of power outages, let's bring in meteorologist Victoria Coquinos. Victoria, we've been monitoring the situation, the wind, the ice. It is getting a lot worse out here, but you add in the amount of wind, this is going to become a problem. Our window for power outages will begin to grow as we go into tonight and through tomorrow morning.
Yeah, that's right, Chris and Grace. I'm sure you're seeing the freezing rain out there right now. Hopefully you guys can get warm in the next couple minutes, but we are seeing that freezing rain start to impact most of the area. Some of us are getting a break, but then we'll start to see that squall line move in later tonight, and we'll see totals start to add up a bit more. So here's a look at totals across the area right now. Now transitioning into freezing rain. Some of us could see about 1/4 of an inch more before we finally start to dry out through the rest of tonight. Now we're still seeing some freezing rain in spots. This eventually turns towards that squall line, which will be heavy rain as it does move through, and then the winds will begin to pick up, which will be the problem. So again, we still are adding towards these totals right now. We have the freezing rain coming down in most areas. This is going to add now towards the power lines and towards most trees and tree limbs. Sleet really doesn't stick to power lines like freezing rain does. So here comes the problem when it comes to power outages. Winds will begin to pick up later today. Then that squall line moves through, similar to a squall line. That heavy rain starts to move in, and then winds will begin to pick up as well as we head towards Monday overnight. So the strongest winds move in by Monday. So you might think, oh, Monday morning, Monday afternoon, hey, the freezing rain is gone, but we are still going to feel impacts from this system because by then we have the freezing rain on the power lines, but then the winds will begin to pick up. Winds will be strongest by Monday afternoon. We'll see gusts near 40-45 miles an hour towards western North Carolina as that cold front finally clears the area. The strongest winds come in behind it. So then we'll see wind gusts near 25-30 in the upstate. And that's why the power outages are our biggest concern. They're not too widespread right now, which is good news. That's because we had the sleet earlier today. We had about 4 to 5 hours of sleet before it transitioned into freezing rain. Now, once this does clear, I wish we could say, hey, this is going to melt. This is a 1-2 day thing. But then we have the freezing temperature still in the forecast. This is Tuesday morning out the door. If you do have to go back to work or school this day, we're down to the single digits. And these are actual temperatures. These are not wind chills. It will be 6 degrees here in Greenville. 2 degrees up towards the mountains. Then through the afternoon on Tuesday, we do get minimal melting. We'll head towards the 30s, and then we cool right back off towards the teens. We'll follow this pattern for the next couple of days all the way through the weekend, where we see minimal melting in the afternoon. We're back in the teens as we head towards the morning and then afternoon hours. So it still feels like winter. We're still well below average. We see the impacts for today. So again, for today, we'll continue to see that freezing rain across the area. Some of us do get some dry time, then it picks back up. Before that line of rain starts to move through later tonight, most of us will see another round of freezing rain. Then the rain moves through. We could see some small bursts of flurries behind it, but then temperatures will begin to drop. We head back towards the 20s on Monday. Winds will pick up by Monday afternoon. Again, for the upstate, they'll be between 25 to 30 miles an hour. That's where the power outage damage starts to come in. 36 degrees, and then we refreeze. 6 degrees Tuesday morning, 35 by the afternoon. We kick off that pattern. Now, Wednesday is the warmest afternoon of the week. We're still in the upper 30s. So black ice in the morning, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday, and honestly, potentially on Saturday, depending on how much they can clean off the roadways at the time, could still be a problem. We'll see sunshine this weekend, and we're staying around 38. Now, towards the mountains, again, we start to see that rain move through later today. Some batches of freezing rain still possible. And then by Monday, we drop to 17 degrees, and wind gusts reach 40 to 45 in spots in western North Carolina. Then as we head towards Tuesday, 2 degrees, 36 by the afternoon. And then we stay in that pattern of refreezing each morning, and we stay near freezing by the afternoon.
WYFF News 4 today starts with breaking news.
I was about to say good morning, you guys. We've been on the air since 4 o'clock this morning. Thank you for joining us this afternoon. I'm Destiny Chance.
Officially afternoon. I'm Aaron Baker. We have Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice and Meteorologist Grace Lam, Victoria Kokinos, all tracking this winter storm. We're glad all of you are here with us today as well.
Yeah, that's right. We are already seeing some impacts across our area. Dozens of churches, businesses, and schools announcing closures. You can see the list of those by region scrolling at the bottom of your screen. But for now, let's go ahead and toss it to meteorologist Chris Justice and Grace Lau out there live. But first, Victoria Kokinos? Actually, first, Chris.
Model that just came in, we're seeing this come down. I mean, we keep peeking out the window because sometimes we transition to nowcasting, and that's what we're doing out here. It is absolutely pouring, except for it's not sleet, it's not rain, but it's freezing rain, so it's glazing over. And Grace, I'll tell you, we've been monitoring these trees back here. That pine's going to be the first one to watch because it starts getting a little more droopy. They catch the freezing rain a little bit more. But even these bushes, the little shrubs we have out here, beautiful landscaping, by the way, outside of WYFF 4. But it is glazing over really hard.
Yeah, I was about to say, as soon as I turned back behind me, I was like, those look a lot different than they did just 30 minutes ago to an hour. A bit of a glaze beginning to hover over some of those bushes. We've been saying this all morning long. Sleet pings, freezing rain clings, and I'm beginning to see the clinging all around me. I'm sure you are at home as well, as this is more of an ice type of situation rather than a winter wonderland, get outside and play.
Yeah, I mean, my kids are out trying to sled in it right now, but it gets miserable pretty fast because it feels like 10 degrees outside and it's misty. So any exposed skin, it gets cold really, really fast. So you need to cover up as much as you can. What I would suggest doing right now, because we're entering the ice phase of this storm, and folks, we have, I think it's noon, you just mentioned, Destiny. It could be 4 o'clock, it could be 4 a.m. I wouldn't really know what time it is right now. We're in that no man's land because we're in the middle of this storm, but there's 5 more hours of this precipitation coming on in, and that's the concern. As we remain below freezing, we're entering the risk for power outages. So even though you're on your phone staying up to us, plug it in, make sure it's charged, make sure you have the WYFF 4 mobile app so that if your power does go out, you can't watch us on TV, you can watch us online. Let's send things into meteorologist Victoria Kokinos. Victoria, you've been monitoring the conditions on the radar and the sky cams right now. Just about everybody glazing over versus getting that sleet right now.
Yeah, that's definitely right, Chris. And we are seeing it outside right now. Y'all are getting pelted with freezing rain. We had the sleet this morning that gave us some relief in those totals, but right now all transitioning to freezing rain. We've seen a lot of pictures sent in by you, the viewers, of your children sledding, having fun in the winter weather, and I'm glad, but now it's transitioning into ice, and that is not going to be as fun. So Greenville, 25 degrees. This is Lake Hartwell. Spartanburg, 23. Asheville at 29, and Anderson down to 25. So you can see the freezing rain starting to glaze over and the sleet just below it. So right now we are starting to watch right now just off to our west. This is a squall line that will start to make its way here. The box near Montgomery, Alabama and Albany, that's a tornado watch. As it arrives here, we're just expecting rain, but eventually we'll clear out our moisture. What we're seeing right now is most of this freezing rain starting to move towards Gaffney and Spartanburg. It looks like there's not a lot, but our radar is actually not picking up that freezing drizzle that we'll see. So we are still expecting freezing rain over the next couple hours, and this is really impacting our roadways. We've said, please stay off the roadways. Officials have said that. We are seeing backups near Asheville and I-40. We also have a wreck near Hendersonville and that stop and go traffic on I-40 as well. Then as we travel towards Greenville, notice traffic is starting to build up. Please stay off the roads. They are trying to clean the roads right now. We've seen it on the cameras all morning. It looks like 385 is looking okay, but that does not mean get out and drive on it. Please don't. And as we travel towards 85, it's starting to clean up a bit. But look at this traffic. Again, please stay inside. It looks nice outside. It looks like a winter wonderland, but the freezing rain is turning it into ice. And that is why we do have an ice storm warning in place until 1 p.m. on Monday afternoon. That's when we finally see some relief. Temperatures heading above freezing, but for now, the freezing rain is still an impact, and eventually so will the winds. Temperatures right now, we're at 25 degrees in Greenville, but Chris just said it moments ago, it feels like 10 degrees, and that's why most of us are now starting to see that transition into freezing rain. Some areas are warmer where the winds are coming in from a different direction. Cullowhee 46, Franklin 39, but again, we are very cold here in Greenville in the upstate. One thing to note, though, as we head towards tomorrow, and really by the afternoon tomorrow, afternoon hours, winds will begin to pick up. Ice is freezing right now on, we have the power lines also on the trees. This is going to cause issues for power outages. Sleet doesn't freeze on power lines. Freezing rain does. Then we pick up the winds in the forecast, and this will cause issues as temperatures head towards the 30s this afternoon. That's why we have the alert all the way through tonight and towards tomorrow. So timing this out, Freezing rain is still expected as we head towards later this afternoon. This still blankets the area. We're still expecting another round of freezing rain to impact us. But then watch this line of rain start to move through. This will be due to a cold front as it sweeps across the area. It kind of takes that moisture with it. You also, as this moves through, might be able to hear some thunder. As it does pass through the upstate, we'll have one more burst of flurries. We kind of get a little bit of everything today, and then we finally clear out. Now, we may dry out, but we still see impacts from the system going into Monday, because once that cold front clears, the rain clears out, then temperatures drop and winds pick up. As the winds pick up, that's going to cause issues for the power outages by Monday. As we head towards the next couple days, or excuse me, this evening, we could see maybe about 1/4 of an inch more for ice totals, but most of it is starting to add up later this evening. So again, about 1/4 of an inch more, which isn't too much, but we still want you to stay off the roadways. It's not fun to play in. Once it starts to glaze the ground, maybe bring the kiddos inside. For the winds, as we head towards Sunday afternoon, towards the evening, we'll start to see the winds ease, but then they pick right back up with the cold front that's moving in. Once we head overnight, we'll start to see winds pick up in the upstate near 20-25 miles per hour, but then notice towards the mountains tomorrow, wind gusts pick up near 40-45 miles an hour. So that's why widespread power outages are still expected tonight and towards Monday. So even though the freezing rain and sleet is gone tomorrow, we're still feeling the effects. And then temperatures begin to drop. By Tuesday morning, we're in the single digits, feel a bit of melting, minimal by Tuesday afternoon, and then we go into that pattern. Teens as we head towards Wednesday morning, back near freezing, and then back in the teens by Thursday. So we don't have much relief temperature-wise over the next couple of days. So Monday and Tuesday are still alert days. Wednesday, we're dropping to the teens. Then through Friday, we'll have a threat for black ice, and we're watching Saturday. Hopefully, they'll get the roads cleaned by then, but we'll keep an eye on it. For the mountains, similar story. Winds pick up 45 miles an hour Monday afternoon, and then we have that threat for black ice all the way through Friday. Destiny?
Victoria, thank you. Speaking of black ice, let's take a live look at our traffic right now to see how the roads are shaping up. It looks like the lanes are back open. This is 385 in Greenville County. I believe this is near Neely Ferry Road in Simpsonville. Yeah, we saw earlier a couple of cars off to the right-hand side of the road because of emergency vehicle blocking the lanes. Huge reminder, though, if it's not an emergency, just stay home. Roads are slick. We've also been seeing some snowplows out there, salt and brine trucks on parts of I-85. Not many vehicles on the roads, but a reminder, this applies for all of our coverage area, but in North Carolina, we just heard from Governor Josh Stein, who urged people to stay off the roads. And if you do have to travel on the roads, make sure that you give yourself plenty of time to get there, enough space between you and the vehicle in front of you, plenty of that, and also slow down. Don't go the speed limit, don't go above it, just go way below it, and make sure you pack your car in case you do end up on the side of the road to stay warm.
And officials said it best. This was their rough quote. They said, be prepared to slide at the speed that you're going on the road.
Wow.
And that's very telling. Just try to avoid even doing the speed limit, like you said. Go as slow as possible and give that extra distance. You know, power outage is something we're keeping a close eye on as well. Given those winds, you've heard Victoria and Chris talk about it. I was texting with my family in North Carolina. They're in Asheville right now, in North Asheville, and they said they were hearing transformers blow. So this is a huge concern, not just right now, but as we go throughout the rest of the day. If you're in that Grove Park area, North Asheville, you might have heard those too. In North Carolina total, we're seeing almost 7,000 customers, about 6,500 customers without power. In South Carolina, more than 1,000 customers without power just right now.
Yeah, mind you, we've been on the air since 4 o'clock this morning. We saw at first 1,000 outages in North Carolina. That number keeps creeping up. Let's take a look at Georgia. Significant outages here. More than 35,000 customers are without power in the state of Georgia. And in Rabun County, our coverage area, it's more than 8,000 people affected by those outages. Right now, we're going to head out live in Anderson County. Our Isabel Mark is joining us.
Yeah, she's been with us all throughout the morning as well, watching as those conditions got worse and worse. She's spoken with representatives that are working to clear the roads as well. Isabel, what can you tell us about the situation at 12 o'clock? How does it look out there?
Yeah, hey, Aaron and Destiny. I know you guys are mentioning outages. I just saw an email come through from Duke Energy saying that they're ready to mobilize if anything happens, but I'm watching the counties around Anderson start to lose power. Luckily here, I just checked the outage. Let me try that again. I just checked the outage map. Sorry, y'all. We've been out here for a little while trying to provide updates, but there's only about 2 homes here in the area that do not have power. That is good news for Anderson, but it is something to mention as we're watching other counties start to lose some power. Now, we also know that that emergency management officials were saying that they are monitoring it as well. They have their own command post that we were at earlier this morning, getting updates from them. They were also in a state conference, so they're getting, they're talking with state leaders. They're talking here on the local level. It comes all the way down. I know that on the federal level, they're also having those conversations. So there's a lot of help here in Anderson County. We are still seeing some people kind of slide around on the ice a little bit on the roadways. Let's be careful, y'all. Let's stay inside. Let's make it easier for our first responders. That is the number one thing I've been talking about. Yeah, there's one of them, for example. Yep, taking that turn really slow because it is super icy. Let me just prove it here. So we're standing on top of some sidewalk, right? And we've seen the freezing rain. We've seen the sleet. I heard Grace talk about it a little bit earlier. There you go, so that you can hear it a little bit more. That is just straight concrete right here. I mean, I'm being really careful because I don't have any traction on my shoes here, but it's okay. It's super slippery. So I want to show you guys, if you're out walking, if you're out driving around, maybe don't. Stay inside, stay warm. I was saying it earlier today, take a cup of coffee and watch, Channel 4 and drink your hot coffee and be able to do that inside while you're staying nice and warm. Let's walk over here a little bit as well. We were seeing this earlier. Let's check again on this fabric that's been on top of this statue. So earlier this morning, it was kind of frozen. Oh, yeah, look at that, Josh. If you can hear that, it's just completely frozen over now. Yeah, with photojournalist Josh Murphy this morning. Thank you so much, Josh. And it's frozen here too. So yeah, that just kind of shows you how everything has gone from, seeing that sleet this morning to that freezing rain. And now, and we got Duke Energy over there as well. So we have officials out. They are here to help. But they do say that the number one thing you can do to help them is, one, report outages. Keep yourself safe, because then it means that they have less people to worry about out on the roads. We have watched throughout the morning, it get consistently a little bit more dangerous out on these roadways. I keep saying it, I know I do, but that's like the number one thing I want to hit home. We saw some sledders earlier as well, sledding down the hill, and it was fun for a little while, they were saying, but then we saw them walk back just about an hour ago, because they were saying, it's not so much fun anymore. It's getting colder. There's this freezing rain that's coming down, and that's what we're dealing with here, is kind of those dangerous conditions, the ones that you do not want to be out in. We're continuing to get updates from officials and monitor those outages and everything else that we could be expecting as we get into the later parts of the day. But for now, reporting live in Anderson, I'm Isabel Marek, WYFF News 4.
Isabel, thank you. We've had crews across Western Carolinas this morning and into the evening as well. Last night, we'll have those tonight. And one of those areas that we've been covering is Spartanburg.
Yeah, that's right. Our Caitlin Ashbaugh is joining us live from Spartanburg. Caitlin, you had a great demonstration not too long ago where you were showing that table and the water bottle and just how slick it is on the roads. What are you seeing right now, Caitlin?
Hey, Aaron and Destiny. Absolutely. I mean, out here it's still slick. As Isabel mentioned, we've been seeing people slip and slide in their cars pretty much all morning since people have gotten on the road since the sun came up. We've seen a few EMS workers and some police driving through the area, some with their lights on, some just coming through and checking on people. But overall, it is very slippery out here. As you guys mentioned, I mean, we've been talking about it. This is a stack of different things now. Earlier, right before you took our hit, we got that freezing rain that we've been seeing across in Greenville and Anderson County. Leah and Isabel told you about that earlier. We actually finally got it just a few minutes ago, and it was probably the first time anything has actually clung to our windshield since this morning. Everything else is pretty much melted once we turn the defrost on, but that's stuck for a pretty good bit of time. So as you guys are mentioning, it's a pretty dangerous thing to be out whenever that starts getting underway. And it can be a little bit nerve-wracking. So the best thing that you can do is stay out of road workers' ways as they're headed out here. As I mentioned, those EMS workers and those police that are out here helping serve the community, it's best to stay out of their way and make sure that you're being extra safe. Earlier today, we also saw a car that was driving way over the speed limit through downtown Spartanburg. He got to this light down here, and whenever he went to go turn right, there were two cars coming from this side, and he just barely made it through without accidentally causing an accident. And that's just something that you want to avoid, of course. Make sure that you're driving at a pace that you would prefer. Don't do what he is doing. Don't do that. That is very dangerous. drive at a pace that you would feel comfortable with if you did have to slide off the road, because that is how you cause accidents. And accidents are what we're trying to avoid, because there are hundreds and thousands of workers and volunteers out here helping serve the community and keep you safe. So make sure you're doing what you're doing. Follow protocols, stay inside if you can, and stay safe. Reporting in Spartanburg, Caitlin Ashbaugh, WYFF News 4.
Caitlin, thank you so much for the tips. We've been saying it all throughout the morning. The city of Greenville is saying it as well. They issued another warning about the dangers of driving and sliding in the ice, something we've been following.
Yeah, Greenville police are saying that of the 8 cars that they saw this morning, 3 were in a ditch and 2 had crashed. Firefighters also responding to 2 crashes last night. Officials saying the safest way to avoid crashes, again, is to stay home. The city also warns people who are sledding in the streets that they could be preventing crews from treating the streets. So far, Greenville Public Works crews say that they've used more than 4,000 pounds of ice melt and have spread 30 truckloads of salt. They'll receive more brine solution today.
And also several school districts, colleges, and universities have shifted their instructional plans tomorrow because of the inclement weather we're dealing with right now. We have a full list scrolling at the bottom of your screen. It's also on our web at WYFF4.com.
Well, if you were trying to fly somewhere out of Greenville Spartanburg International Airport, all arrivals and departures have been canceled today. If your flight is impacted, check with your airline. Also, the world's busiest airport is still operating, but nearly all of those flights are delayed or canceled. According to FlightAware, there have been more than 1,600 cancellations and more than 350 delays at Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson International Airport. Again, check with your airline if you do have plans to travel.
The South Carolina Emergency Management Division has set up a winter weather hotline.
Yeah, you can call toll-free 24/7 with your questions about the state's winter weather response. That number is 866-246-0133. Just realized how fast I was talking, you guys. That number is 866-246-0133. We also have this number on WYFF4.com with information from officials. Check this out. Several businesses are closed today, and we've just learned that Harris Teeter grocery stores in our area will close at 4 p.m. today. A spokesperson says they anticipate reopening tomorrow at 8 a.m. Also, as millions of people across the country deal with this Arctic blast, the snowfall is almost over in Oklahoma.
But yesterday, Oklahoma City broke a nearly 80-year-old record for daily snowfall. Kylie Thomas from our sister station shows us what it's looking like there right now.
This is what it looks like in Oklahoma Sunday morning, a winter wonderland. We're in Pauls Valley in Garvin County, about 55 miles south of Oklahoma City. Driving conditions on the interstates have been a focal point for the state. Snowplows have been deployed across Oklahoma, hundreds of them. Here above I-35, traffic is down to a single lane and will be for the foreseeable future.
The system is also slowed in parts of the Midwest. You know, we were just looking at that. I mean, that's great news. Obviously, there will be an ending for us, too. I know we're in it right now, but there'll be an end.
Right in the thick of it. Yeah. Some areas are seeing record levels of snow. Here's Lykyra Banks from our sister station in Arkansas.
Well, despite what it looks like, things are actually winding down here in northwest Arkansas. We're in Rogers, Arkansas. That's about 15 minutes outside of Fayetteville. But just taking a look, we are left with a winter wonderland after about 2 days of snowfall. The most snow that we've seen here in Arkansas, northwest Arkansas, in about 15 years. So although the snow is expected to wind down by the early afternoon hours here, we do know that we are expected to get below freezing temperatures, single-digit temperatures here in northwest Arkansas, and that's going to last all week. So even though the snow may not be falling, it's going to be sticking around here for a while. Reporting, I'm Lykyra Banks.
I'm live outside of our studios here in Greenville. We're in a lull in the precipitation, but it's kind of misty out, and that mist is dangerous because it's floating around in temperatures that are 22 to 23 degrees. But then all of a sudden you'll get a batch that moves through, and it sounds like it's just pouring rain in the summertime, but it's not. Let's check out our sky cams around the area. Everybody glazing over. It's misty, it's drizzly, then the rain comes in. This is freezing rain, folks. This is far from over. We have 5 or 6 more hours of pure ice. This is the tree part of the storm. This is the ice part, and unfortunately, this is the power outage part of the storm. Back toward the west, look at that. A tornado watch has been issued for southern Alabama and southern Georgia. This tells you this storm is dynamic, but in our area, we are frozen. We have temperatures that are in the 20s, and they will stay in the 20s. As this squall line moves through, though, the energy is still there in the upper parts of the atmosphere. It is very possible we hear thunder today, what's called thunder ice. Now, a good indication of where we are with the roads is looking at the traffic. Notice the slowdowns in and around 240, 40 in Asheville, 26. There are accidents, unfortunately, up and down. Folks are going significantly below the speed limit, as they should. Honestly, you probably shouldn't be driving at all. Look at I-85. Even major interstates having slowdowns and some problems as things are now glazing over. Sleet is fine. You can get some traction, but we're entering the ice part, hence the ice storm warning. We have not had an ice storm warning like this since 2005. 21 years now has been since we've seen an ice this all-encompassing. Now, moving forward here, we're going to be watching those temperatures closely because right now we're 25. It's 26 in Hartwell. That wedge goes all the way back down toward Atlanta Metro. So as long as that can hold on, everything that we have is going to fall as freezing rain. And I've noticed it glazing over significantly out here. And as we move forward here, the new model that we have maps this out for us because that cold northeast wind locks in as the moisture streams in. Let's walk you through that new high-resolution rapid refresh model. It corrects itself based on the hour. You can see here temperatures do not get above freezing through 6 o'clock. I want to show you that first because moving throughout, look at this swath of moisture that comes our way. And it's all going to fall as what looks like rain, but it clings. It'll cling to the power lines, the trees. And that's the problem is through 6 o'clock tonight, this will pick up and be heavy and more widespread, especially in the northern part of the upstate where I think we could have a 1/4 of an inch of ice or even a 1/2 of an inch of ice more. Back out here live, I want to show you a couple of things because in just the past 30 minutes that we've been out here, in and out, we've seen this base harden up. Now, it used to be you could kind of walk around like it's snow. Now, I mean, I could slide on this if I wanted without denting it. I also want to show you our handy-dandy little thermometer here. We knocked the ice off of this just a little bit ago. Now it is frozen back over. That just shows you the glaze of ice that is formed in just the past, say, 20 minutes since we busted this up. Now, Grace, come on over here. Meteorologist Grace Lau has been out here since 4 a.m. Let's kind of knock some of this off. Look at that. I mean, see if we can break a piece off to show it. I mean, just in the past, 20 minutes? That's a 1/10 of an inch of ice right there. This thing was clear just a minute ago, and you can kind of show that. This is turning into the icy portion of the storm.
Yeah, I mean, this was out here with me this morning at 4 a.m., right? I was able to wipe it off with the sleet, like saying, oh, 1 second, I put it down, and I put it down for a little bit too long, and now this has kind of been my gauge of what this is and what's happening outside. And once again, if you want to be out on the roadways, this is what you're going to be driving on. This is ice, guys. So as we turn into the icy portion of this storm, still kind of seeing it right now. This is like a drizzle out here. It's a consistent drizzle, even if you're not seeing those heavier swaths we've been seeing, freezing rain. It sounds like a springtime storm, a summertime storm. We still got several hours of this as well. So certainly something I want you to pay attention to. We've been talking about the urgency all week long. Yes, we saw sleet, but guys, transitioning to an ice storm, this is something I'm going to take seriously because power outages with higher wind gusts are possible now.
Well, look at this. I mean, back toward the west, this is our kind of gauge of what's going on. I'm noticing these trees getting a little more glisten on them. That flag is starting to look a little more white. It's the ice coating it right here. And as we keep moving forward here, we're going to see this rain or this drizzle glisten everything back over. And this is the problem, folks. We're seeing this add up. Now, here's the deal. If we're looking for what has changed in this storm or not, last night we had a 1/10 of an inch of ice at about midnight. Then it changed to freezing rain to sleet. And that sleet was actually good because we spent 3-4 hours that gave us this beautiful white that could have been pure ice. That cut back totals a little bit. Instead of an inch tops, now we could have an additional 1/2 inch, which is a benefit. But Grace, tell us about a 1/2 inch of ice. That's a lot of weight on these trees.
That's a lot of weight. We've been trying to use a system that you might know, because if you're saying I've dealt with a 1/2 inch of snow, I've dealt with a 1/2 inch of sleet, I'm good. And 1/2 inch of ice is around 500 pounds on a tree, on power lines. I know a few folks back home, back in Chesney, I always got to reference them. We have low-hanging power lines still from Helene, and all that weight could cause those power outages on top of already potentially weakened trees in your front yards, your backyards as well. So even though totals have been cut down just a little bit, this is still a major storm you got to pay attention to.
I tell you what, and a couple of things to note. Let's bring in meteorologist Victoria Coquinos. Victoria, Bradford, Grace, and even Dale's been checking in via text. and calling, just seeing if we're okay. We're looking at a couple of different questions. Victoria, a lot of people are asking us, is there going to be school this week? You're not the superintendent of Greenville County Schools or Spartanburg or anything like that, but we can tell you that this is a problem because, Victoria, this is a lot to have to melt. And when you were looking at temperatures like this, it's going to freeze, thaw, freeze, and then thaw again. And the wind is going to be a problem. We may have some power outages.
That's right. So we are seeing the freezing rain out there. I can see it behind y'all. Hope you're staying warm out there right now. So we'll continue to see that freezing rain, and that's definitely the problem for us right now. But then we take into account the winds. We had a few hours of sleet this morning that really helped cut back on some of the ice totals. But then we will start to see that freezing rain blanket the entire area. We still have another round on the way before it transitions into rain. Chris just showed you that on our models. And then the winds will begin to pick up. We're seeing that rain move through because it's along a cold front. Well, when cold fronts come through, winds pick up behind it. So this is later this afternoon. Notice winds starting to pick up near Lawrence, Greenwood, and Abbeville. And then they start to pick up with the cold front as it moves through the area. As it does, we do clear out from the sleet and freezing rain, which is good news, but then the winds will begin to pick up. And that's why we have a threat for widespread power outages, because with gusty winds, you already have the freezing rain and ice on power lines. You have them on trees, on weak tree branches. I know some of us are still recovering from Helene, and that can cause widespread power outages across the area. We do have a few right now, but it's not terrible, but that is expected to increase later today. So then by Monday, we're done with the moisture, we're done with the freezing rain, but then we have the winds and we have frigid temperatures due to the front that's moving through later tonight. So by tomorrow morning and towards the afternoon, we will see wind gusts near 40-45 miles per hour towards western North Carolina, towards the upstate near about 20 to 25, and even in towards northeast Georgia, we'll see wind gusts near 25 miles per hour. Then we take into account the temperatures. Chris was just talking about it. We freeze, we refreeze. We freeze again, we refreeze. We continue that through the rest of the week. This is 7 a.m. out the door Wednesday morning, 18 degrees, 30 in the afternoon. And then we continue that pattern all the way through the weekend. Here's a look at our 4-day plus. Really not much relief in it. We might see some sunshine. Hopefully by the afternoons when we're in the mid to upper 30s, they can get the roads a bit clear. And that's similar for the mountains. We're going to see that freeze and refreeze each week. Aaron?
We've been taking live looks all throughout the morning, all across our region. We have one of those from Hendersonville. That's one of the areas. You know, as a reminder, though, this afternoon, Henderson County Public Schools are closed tomorrow, annual leave, as well as City of Hendersonville government offices and facilities.
Yes, we're also getting word that there will be no trash pickup, and we are also hearing that it will resume on February 2nd. Hendersonville is under a state of emergency, as a reminder, which means there is a dusk to dawn curfew to allow crews to work and to keep the public safe. Also, let's take a live look right now from our Lawrence Sky Cam. You know, a better live look here is, of course, the sun is up and out, but it is very, very cold. You can see the precipitation right there. Just sticking on the roads to make sure that you're careful.
We'll be back with more in just a few minutes.
WYFF News 4 Today starts with breaking news.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back. I'm live outside of the studios as our winter storm is transitioning into another phase. Now we're in the ice portion of the phase. We're talking about this continuing to be a worsening situation. Now, this is far from over. We have about 5 more hours of impacts. And I can tell you, just standing out here, my jacket is wet from what looks like rain. Now, rain is not going to cling to me and freeze because my jacket is not below freezing. But everything else, the trees, the power lines, the ground, the roads, all below freezing. I want to show you something here. I've got our handy-dandy thermometer, which we just cleared off completely. Just in the past, say, 5 minutes, it's already got a glaze of ice on it here. And this is always starting to glaze back over. If I leave this alone, which we'll leave it a little untouched here for a little bit, but this is just, I'd say 5 minutes or less, it's got a glaze of ice already on it. So we're in the situation here where this mist, this drizzle, this freezing rain will accumulate about 1/10 of an inch of ice per hour. And we have about 5 hours left. So in some of the highest potential here, we could get another 1/2 inch of ice. And that's where this transitions from the roads being bad, they're already bad, to the trees. And I want to look back here behind me. The flag, that pine, some of these trees back here are getting a little glisten of ice on them. And that's only going to continue to accrete or accumulate as we go throughout the next couple of hours, because we are in the low to mid 20s right here, and with that cold northeast wind locking in. Now, something interesting this afternoon as the main squall line moves through, it's got some punch with it. We've got a lot lot of energy in the atmosphere. We could see lightning and hear thunder even though we're in the 20s. Look at these sky cams. They're looking like they're kind of fogged in. That is freezing drizzle and freezing rain. 26 in Greenville, 25 in Anderson. Folks, this is transitioning into the bad part of the storm. Now, I said this yesterday. If we could stop the storm in the morning, it'd be a significant storm, but manageable. This is where this goes from manageable to not manageable. Notice how convective this is. The bottom part of your screen shows a tornado watch in southern Alabama, southern Georgia. Meanwhile, to the north, a squall line's making it toward us. We're not going to warm up. We're going to stay in the 20s, so that heavy precipitation comes in. That's going to allow the ice to build up very, very quickly. An idea of how bad the ice is getting, Asheville southeastbound, it is accumulating. Asheville itself is actually okay right now. You have warmed up above freezing, but you go to Black Mountain, Marion, McDowell County, south toward Henderson County, Polk, Rutherford County. It is a different situation. That southern and eastern facing slopes are really accumulating that ice very quickly. Greenville to Spartanburg, we've got slowdowns. The yellows, the oranges on the map indicate people going significantly below a speed limit drive. Let me show you the ice storm warning. We haven't had this widespread of an ice storm since 2005. 21 years since we've had these kind of numbers. And folks, again, it's just getting started with the ice portion of this. We've had sleet. Now, thankfully, we had 4 hours of sleet. That cut down the freezing rain portion of this. And that's what we mentioned before. We're praying for more sleet. If we get more sleet, you get less ice. Unfortunately, now there's no chance we switch back to sleet. This is going to be ice throughout. Here's the northeast wind locking up against the mountains. So those southern and eastern facing slopes of the mountains cold, locked in with the freeze. Let me show you what that does, because moving forward throughout the next 12 hours, you see through 6 o'clock, we are below freezing. That's when the precipitation is coming through. So all of this will fall as freezing rain. And remember that storm activity I showed you. This could be convective type ice coming down like a hard summer's rain, except for it's freezing as ice. Notice this about 2, 3, 4 o'clock, that coming in heavy, coming in hard. And that's the concern here as we move forward. This is only going to get worse. Back out here live, I want to show you a couple of things. As we walk on this surface, just about 2 hours ago, you're able to kind of walk on it almost like snow. It looks like snow. I know my kids are sledding outside trying to enjoy it, but now it's to the point where I can slide my boots across it and kind of be like I'm on a hockey rink. Let's send things into meteorologist Victoria Coquinos. Victoria, we've been watching this very closely. I'm telling you, what's going to be concerning to me, and I know to you, is that as we continue to get this ice to build up on the trees, it's going to be a slow build, 1/10 of an inch per hour. Doesn't sound like a lot, but Victoria, those winds are going to begin to pick up, and that's a big concern.
Is. We kind of had some relief this morning, Chris. We had that sleet we were talking about earlier. Now we definitely can tell it's freezing rain. I can see it right now behind you, and that's kind of what we'll see over the next couple hours is the freezing rain. So I'm sure, is it bouncing off your jacket right now? Can you see it at all?
No more bouncing, so that's how we know. You kept saying it this morning. Ice will ping and the sleet or the freezing rain will cling. My jacket is soaking wet right now, so that's how you know it's rain and it's beginning to freeze on contact. But folks are asking about power outages. I think, Victoria, we'd rather just kind of stop right here. But, I mean, I'm kind of getting hit in the north as the wind's blowing in with that freezing rain. That's the problem here is this shifts from the roads being bad to, unfortunately, the trees being bad. And that's when we start to get those power outages. You got that model that maps the rest of this out for us.
Right. So we are going to see the winds pick up. You talked about the squall line moving through tonight, and then the winds always pick up behind it. So unfortunately for us, like you said, I wish this was it. I wish we were done. But once it moves through, that's when the winds start to pick up, and that's when we start to see the issue. So, Chris, I know you're concerned too. My concern is going to be the power outages starting tomorrow, right?
Yeah, walk us through that, because as we go into tomorrow morning, 40, 45 mile per hour winds, that model behind you is seriously concerning, because already in the northern part of the Greenville County, folks, I don't know if we have the Caesars Head Skycam. You tell me in my ear if we do, because Victoria and I were just talking about that. If you can get that up for us a minute, just let me know. But I want to show you that northern part of the county, and then, Victoria, you're noticing that map, and here you are at 2 a.m. Right. Yeah. 2 a.m. tonight through tomorrow morning. What are you seeing those winds? They get up to 40, 45 miles per hour. Let's look at that, then let's look at Caesars Head.
So as we go towards tonight and towards tomorrow, Chris, then we see those winds pick up 40, 45 miles per hour towards western North Carolina, and then we start to see the winds pick up in the upstate towards 2025. So this is what Chris and I are worried about as we head towards tomorrow, really. Once the moisture's gone, hey, we're finally done with the freezing rain, we're finally done with the sleet, but then the moisture begins to pick up. So the winds will begin to pick up. So this will be an issue for widespread power outages across the board. You have the freezing rain now now ice on power lines on the trees. This is going to cause some issues, especially for areas towards western North Carolina where winds are up to 45 miles per hour at times. And then that will continue throughout the afternoon. So Chris was going to show Caesar's head moments ago. Maybe we can get him back up with us here in a second. But temperatures will start to drop quite a bit as we head towards 7 a.m. Tuesday morning. We're finally done with the moisture. We have the winds. Well, we don't get relief in the temperatures at all. We're dropping near about 9 degrees through the morning. We're in the single digits also towards western North Carolina. And then we're in the 30s throughout the afternoon by 5. So we go through a period of freezing, refreezing, and that will continue through the rest of the week because temperatures are so cold. So now you have frigid temperatures. You have the winds picking up for tomorrow. So then we keep impacts through the rest of the week. So power outages aren't terrible right now, but that changes starting into Monday as those winds pick up near 45 in western North Carolina, 30, 35 here in the upstate. Chilly, icy, still by Tuesday morning. We're at 6 degrees. And then we start that pattern of freezing and refreezing all the way through Saturday. That's similar for the mountains. Again, winds will be strongest in the mountains for tomorrow near 40, 45. We're already concerned about power outages in western North Carolina because you saw freezing rain this morning, especially towards Asheville, where the upstate got a few hours of sleet. Then Tuesday, we're at 2 degrees, 36, and then all of us start that pattern of refreezing each morning, causing a threat for black ice, at least through the weekend. Destiny?
All right, thank you for that, Victoria. She was just talking about black ice. We're talking about your travel right now as we're taking a live look. I-385 southbound near mile marker 29.5 in Greenville County. This is near Neely Ferry Road in Simpsonville. Can tell you, okay, even though you're seeing a couple of cars out there, you need to make sure that you're driving extra slow and just make sure that you're not underestimating this weather. It may look clear, but we have been on the roads. We were out there earlier this morning as we were coming into work, a very short commute. However, still nothing you want to play around with, nothing that you want to joke about, and also something to stay weather aware about. We've seen some snow plows, salt and brine trucks on parts of I-85 as crews have been working around the clock. We're told that they've been working those 12-hour shifts for days now as they're prepping and treating the roads. Again, very slick. And I believe you saw a semi-truck skid not too long ago, Aaron?
Yeah, earlier this morning on 85, it was near mile marker 27. It did skid and was able to correct itself and continue driving. But it just goes to show you, even in our area, I mean, 385 southbound, the way that it's been plowed looks slightly different right now than 85. So if you do have to travel, allow some time for that as well. Not all areas are plowed yet. They're working hard on that. We're thankful for the men and women working out there to get those roads clear. But just give yourself extra time. And as we've been saying throughout the morning, the quote that keeps coming back to my mind is the official that said, be prepared to skid at the speed that you're going. So do you want to go the speed limit? Probably not. You want to do at least half of that.
Yeah, and if you're just now joining us and if you're new to WYFF, for both Aaron and I are from this area. I'm from the upstate. You're from western North Carolina. It's been a while since we've seen winter weather like this, and you're also getting text messages from your family members.
Yeah, power outage concerns huge, and we saw Chris and Victoria talking about that just throughout the day and into tomorrow as well. My brother, they're in North Asheville right now at my parents' house, and they were saying they heard transformers blowing. Their power went off, it came back on. That was near the Grove Park. Expect to see more of that, unfortunately, as we go throughout the day. Those wind increases continue. We've been covering power outages. We know North Carolina so far seeing about 8,000 customers without power. I remember when we started this morning, it was like 1,000, 1,500.
And they keep creeping up. This is only the beginning, you guys. This is Sunday, 12:39 p.m. In South Carolina, more than 1,000 customers are without power right now. And in Georgia, take a look at this. Significant outages here. More than 34,000 customers are without power. More than 9,000 of those being affected in Rabun County. Now's a great time, too, to go ahead and charge all of your devices. I have a backup charger, a work phone. I'm trying to make sure everything is charged to the fullest just in case we may run out of power.
Yeah, we've seen a little bit of everything throughout the morning. You know, we saw the images from Asheville, from Hendersonville, lots of freezing rain there. Looks much different than our roads do right now. A little bit more sleet in the morning that's transitioned to freezing rain.
And we're not trying to instill panic. We are just making sure that you're aware and you're prepared because we're going to be getting some phone calls as we continue our coverage. Let's go to our live team coverage across the upstate.
Yeah, we have our Leah Phillips in Greenville. We have teams all throughout the upstate and in the Western Carolinas. But Leah, you just heard from local law enforcement, right?
Aaron, Destiny, yeah, I just spoke with Greenville City Chief of Police, Howie Thompson, and he tells me that he's concerned over the amount of people that he's seeing out on the roads right now. And we're not just talking cars. We're not just talking vehicle traffic. We're talking foot traffic. I mean, we've taken it home with how much we want to avoid being out on those roads for a number of reasons, right? But there are a lot of folks out, especially here in downtown Greenville. I know that is kind of to be expected, especially considering so many people live in downtown Greenville, so they don't really have to drive to get there. They just kind of walk out of their apartments and they're there. But guys, these are dangerously cold temperatures right now. And another big concern that Chief Thompson told me was that when there is traffic of any kind in the roads, that poses kind of a problem for our first responders. We're talking firefighters, police, even our utility workers who are trying to restore power, like you just mentioned. When there is traffic in the roads, it can cause backup and build up that we don't want to see, because we want to allow them to respond to those emergency situations as efficiently as humanly possible, right? They do tell me that if there are emergency calls, that you can make them to limit them to those true emergencies. But in the case of emergencies, those response times are going to be delayed because, again, when you're out on these roads, you need to be careful. You need to travel slowly. Again, you can only drive as fast as you're willing to slide, right? And that is true for our public safety workers as well. So to keep them safe, to keep you safe, really encouraging folks to stay inside today. Stay home. It's our job to be out here and show you what's going on. It's your job to stay safe and stay secure, all right? That's what they basically told me in a nutshell. We'll have more on that interview coming up later today. I'm going to go ahead and toss it over to Chris Justice back in the studio.
Yeah, and hats off to all of our crew outside covering. I got the benefit of coming in and out here. It is cold outside. Anything to your exposed skin gets really, really cold. Thankfully, I had a hat on outside. It is 26 degrees in Greenville. It is 25 in Anderson. Asheville is at 29. Beginning to warm up in Asheville. Asheville westbound's actually beginning to look a little bit better. A much different story as you come just down the mountain a little bit. Here's a look at northern Greenville County. Notice the ice on the trees. It looks like fog. Folks, this is freezing drizzle, freezing mist, and it's clinging to everything because we are so cold in Greenville. 26 degrees with moderate freezing rain coming down right now. Feels like 16. Folks, this is far from over. I want to reiterate that. This is not a storm that's fizzling out or going down. In fact, I would argue that the worst part of the storm is still yet to come. 1, we have more ice to come. 2, we have higher winds to come. So folks, please keep that in mind. As Aaron was just telling you, in and around Asheville, they had pure ice. They did not have sleet. Now things are transitioning to be a little bit better in Asheville, but I'd say the damage is already done. You've already got the ice on the trees. For us in the upstate and the foothills from basically Hendersonville south back through North Georgia, we're in the thick of it here. This is an intense look here, folks. It's very rare to see a map that has ice and snow and then severe weather. Yeah, there could be tornadoes south of Macon, Georgia. Meanwhile, we're in a significant ice storm of which we have not seen in 20 years. We have not had this high of totals and this widespread in 20 years. This is all pushing off toward the east. So this is far from over. We have until 6 p.m. for all this moisture to come in. And folks, all this moisture is going to spill in to temperatures that are in the 20s. And I don't see us warming up. Yeah, the warm nose is going to try to work in, but folks, we have what's called a wedge. That wedge comes down from Charlotte. It banks up that cold air up against the Appalachian Mountains and it locks in. It's very hard to erode. And I've been telling you that on the models all week. Is Wednesday, Thursday, the models would try to erode away and bring that in. Oftentimes this wedge holds on stronger and longer than the models ever show because of the mechanics of the way the mountains work. You have a 4,000-foot mountain wall right here. So that banks up against those mountains. They warm up and we stay cold here across the upstate, and that's a problem. Noticing the traffic here as we look at our roads and how the slowdown is occurring. We've got basically stop-and-go traffic across the mountain. Same story across Greenville and Spartanburg. It is rough on I-26 going westbound and eastbound. Same story on I-85 as we've got some big issues here up and down the corridors here of major interstates, and that's just the major roads. The back roads are going to be even worse. An ice storm warning goes until Monday at 1 p.m. Here's a look at temperatures. Look at Hartwell, 25, 23 in Gaffney. We are in the thick of it here, folks. And again, with all that moisture still to come in, I'd argue that the worst is still yet to come as far as ice is concerned. Again, we don't say that to scare you. We say it to prepare you. Our job is to let you know what's coming. And unfortunately, the highest winds and the highest ice are still yet to come. Let me show you the timeline. Now through 6 p.m., we're in the thick of it through the heavy precipitation. In fact, this line that comes in later could be really heavy. 9 p.m., we're out of it. it, and we go a little bit above freezing, but not enough to begin to melt things. Let me show you this model. Here's 10 a.m. That's what we were this morning as we had the freezing rain shift back over. As we go toward 2 o'clock, we're beginning to pick up some heavier bands of precipitation. And again, this is pretty dynamic. A tornado watch to the south and ice to the north. This could be convective. We could have what's called thunder ice. I want to send things out to meteorologist Grace Lau. Grace, you've been outside since 4 a.m. It is cold. Tell us what you're seeing, because what's so indicative of what we have right now is just how things are glazing over outside. I came in, my jacket was just soaked. That's an indication that this is not sleet anymore, but pure freezing rain.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, outside you get the best of both worlds. You get to head inside just for a moment. Let's go ahead and talk about what's happening outside. As of right now, early this morning, I've been with you since 4 o'clock. We had sleet. It was a nice base layer. Unfortunately, has now transitioned to freezing rain. Right now, still seeing a bit of a freezing drizzle. I still see some little spots up in the air, some drizzle outside. I want to go ahead and show you. I am slipping and sliding around out here. This is not something you want to go outside and play in. Certainly a bit more solid than we were just a couple of hours ago. A big difference from the crunchy sleet we were dealing with. And Chris, like you mentioned, your jacket, right? It was soaking wet. And as of right now, we keep saying sleet pings, freezing rain cleans. That's not going to cling on to my jacket. It's built for that. But certainly a very big difference from the type of precipitation we're seeing. Something else, Chris, I don't know if you're looking right now, but I want to show you. We did set this down just a second ago. This was our handy dandy thermometer. We broke off all the ice that was from just an hour or so, and take a look at this. You see already seeing some accumulation on there. You left about 5-6 minutes ago. This was not been that long out here. I'm gonna set it down again just to see how much we could get. Even though it's not heavy right now, it's just been a bit of a drizzle out here. Something that we're watching in the next couple of hours. We still have about 5 more 6 hours of this exact situation. And I've been getting a lot of questions from folks. It's cold. We're seeing moisture. Why is this not snow?
Yeah.
Why are we not seeing snow?
And that's the big concern here, is it looks a little bit deceiving. It's like, hey, why is that? It's a warm bubble above our heads. And Grace, you just explained that right. I mean, we've got that drizzle kind of glazing over on everything, and that's just 5 minutes. Imagine what 5 more hours will do. What are you seeing as far as the trees behind you here? Because they're starting to glaze over. I can see that pine behind you, a really good indication. And plus the flag here outside of WYFF 4. We've got that as a good indication of what's going on. I see John's panning out a little bit. Yeah, looking a lot more wintry in those trees behind you.
Yeah, Chris, I was just about to mention, I just saw it out of the corner of my eye. The bushes look a lot different from about 20 minutes ago. Beginning to see the flag look a bit more white. You know, it's the South Carolina flag, supposed to be blue. It's a bit more white right now. John, zooming in on that for me. The trees behind me beginning to sag. I'm also getting a lot more pictures from folks near Seneca. I know they've been seeing a lot of ice near that area as well. I've been seeing a lot more photos come in, more of a thicker glaze in a few parts across the upstate. And we keep mentioning, and I look down, you kind of see the Ford. Can you zoom in on this? You kind of see how icy our equipment is out here. We've been out here since 4 o'clock this morning. I've not seen this. This has only happened in the last couple of hours, guys. Since about around 11 or 12, we knew that was going to transition, mainly been freezing rain, and that's what's been kind of stacking up here. You really see it. And it's not snow, guys. This is freezing rain. This is an ice type of situation. Even though it's not coming in heavier bands here and there, a bit of a drizzle, and that drizzle is still accumulating. The best of evidence I have is the thermometer right there beside me. We'll continue to keep you updated. And yeah, Chris, this is something I want folks to pay attention to. It looks like a winter wonderland. Certainly, though, is not in the next couple of hours.
Well, let's let that thermometer sit for maybe 30 more minutes. We'll check back in with it, see what it accumulates in 30 minutes. Thanks, Grace. Stay warm out there. Yeah, the feels like temperature 11 degrees. It is so cold. Please be careful out there and cover your exposed skin best as possible. As we look at the new models coming through, I think the worst of the ice is yet to come, because the heavier bands are still coming in through 4 or 5 o'clock. I think between 4 o'clock and 6 o'clock, we're going to get the biggest rush of ice to come through. And then by 7 o'clock, things are taming down precipitation-wise. And then things are pretty calm through the early part of the evening hours. I don't expect much wind. We're kind of in the calm. You're thinking, hey, we made it. You pop in a movie, you head to bed. What I would encourage you to do is charge your phones, download the WYFF 4 mobile app, because at some point during the overnight hours, the ice is coated on the trees, things are steady, but the wind is going to pick up because the actual front's going to work through and send temperatures plummeting. Tomorrow into Tuesday comes the coldest air we've had so far this season, near 0. So with that comes a chance for wind to pick up. And if we're going to lose power, I'm afraid that occurs as we go into tonight. Notice how winds are around 20 miles per hour this evening, but look what happens as we go into the overnight hours, midnight through 4, 5, 6 a.m. Those gusts begin to climb to 30 in Hendersonville. More as you go down toward the northern part of the upstates. And again, these are the areas that have ice that are already 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch. Caesars Head, through Tigerville, North Greenville University, you folks up through Lake Robinson. That's going to be a big problem in Taylors and Greer, northern parts of Greenville and Travelers Rest. As we get the wind to pick up tomorrow, that's when we could begin to have the power outages. Destiny, Aaron, this is a long haul to go. I mean, we've been in the thick of it. We're at least halfway through with it. And if the storm could stop now, that'd be great. But unfortunately, we've got some big impacts ahead through 6, 7 o'clock.
Thank you so much to Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice and the rest of our weather team. We are all continuing to track this system and its impacts, so make sure you turn on notifications for the free WYFF4 mobile app. You can also find the latest forecast on WYFF4.com.
Meanwhile, counties across Kentucky, Ohio, and Indiana are issuing snow emergencies.
County agencies will declare a snow emergency if they determine the weather has made travel hazardous. Agencies can also choose the level of snow emergency depending on weather conditions. Here's Nicole LaPonte from our sister station.
Nicole LaPonte here in Cincinnati, Ohio, where we have been tracking these conditions all morning long. The snow is like a 1-2 punch. Not only is it coming down steadily all morning long, there's also this bitter cold that we've also been dealing with. We can see the impact of this storm already based on this fresh blanket of snow that has completely covered this road right here. And then off into the distance, these cars are just beginning to get buried as this is the start of the snowstorm and really the start of the impacts of what we're seeing here in this Midwest city. Not only with Cincinnati, but crews across the entire country. They have been working around the clock to make sure all of these roads are safe. Their goal, passable, not perfect. Back to you.
Meanwhile, a massive snowstorm is blanketing Pennsylvania in several inches of snow. In fact, Pittsburgh has broken its daily snow record for today at 5.3 inches and growing. That information all from our sister station there, WTAE. The majority of snowfall today is set to accumulate between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. and also winter storm warnings in effect through noon on Monday.
Well, Ava Rash from our sister station takes us on a drive around Washington County.
I'm Eva Rash in Live Drive 4, keeping an eye on the roads in western Pennsylvania. Right now we're in Washington County, and I want to flip this camera around so you can get an idea of what these roads look like here. We've been seeing tons of snow plows come through this area, but the snow is coming down so quickly that crews are just having a really difficult time keeping up with it. Most cars are keeping it nice and slow out on the roadways, which is good. We don't want any accidents here. And really, there aren't too many cars out anyway, so that is some good news. Whenever we spoke to officials earlier this week, they said that they were trying to keep some of the main arteries open and cleared so that if there are any emergencies, they can make sure that everybody gets to where they need to be smoothly and in a safe manner. But for now, I'll send it back to you.
Meanwhile, Asheville City Schools is operating on a teacher work day tomorrow. It's optional and there's no school for students. Also, campuses will be closed. There's no remote learning either because some might not be able to access the internet due to those power outages. And in addition, the district will utilize banked instructional hours in order to keep the scheduled parent-teacher conference day in February.
Yes, several school districts, colleges, and universities have shifted their instructional plans tomorrow due to inclement weather. You can find a full list on WYFF4.com and scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Let's check this out in Pickens. John Bowman sent in this photo, about 1/2 an inch of ice there.
Yeah, the tape measure out and everything. You know, we saw quite a bit in Pickens County as well. Victoria this morning talking about that accumulation increasing there first, almost is one of those first places in the upstate that saw that accumulation before the rest of our area.
Now, it may seem like not that much to you, but it only takes just a little bit of that ice for the power lines to be at least 500 pounds. What is that, 1/4 of an inch, I believe?
Yeah.
Yes. I listen to my meteorologist. I don't know about y'all. Well, let's take a live look right now of the driving conditions on I-385. This is in in Greenville County. This is pre-recorded, actually. We're just showing you a montage here of the roads and just how slick they are.
Yeah, and clearly bad throughout the morning, got worse as the freezing rain hit, continuing to be worse as we go throughout the day. Avoid the roads if you can today. One piece of good news, though, take a look at these snow plows. We have some video of this on I-385 near the exit for the Greenville Zoo. They've been out all throughout the morning, so huge thank you to the men and women of SCDOT, the city crews, the county crews that are working to clean up those roads. Almost every time we took a traffic camera this morning, there were plows on those roads.
So incredibly grateful for all of our crews out there. Let's toss it back to Chris for one more wrap of the weather this half hour.
Yeah, Destiny, Aaron, you guys have done such a great job alerting people to what's going on. As we look at what's happening right now, we've got ice, and more ice. I'm seeing it on all of our Skycam. Things are just taking on kind of a glistened look, and it looks almost like it's foggy, but unfortunately at 25 degrees, it's misty drizzle that is clinging to everything, the trees, the power lines. This is where this turns into a more dangerous situation because the ice becomes more of a situation. And even those plows that are clearing the ground, just as fast as they can, you get that mist to kind of settle down, and unfortunately it allows for that to build up. Here's northern Greenville County at Caesars Head. Notice how the trees are completely glistened over. You saw some of those measurements from northern Pickens County. Does not surprise me. Some of us already have a ½ inch of ice. We've got more to go. Unfortunately, we're kind of in the middle of the ice portion of this storm. With it being 1 o'clock right now, we have at least 4, maybe 5 more hours of ice. And if I do the math, we're averaging about 1/10 of an inch of glaze per hour. We could have as much as a ½ inch of ice more to come. That's not a guarantee that everybody's going to get a ½ an inch more, but more of an average. There'll be spots. Even if you get a ¼ inch more, folks, this is about to turn into another level. We're continuing our coverage throughout the day to keep you safe. That's the whole goal. We hope that you just stay at home. A good thing to do is charge your phones right now as we continue our coverage of this winter storm moving through.
WYFF News 4 today starts with breaking news.
Good afternoon, and thank you for staying with us on WYFF News 4 for our extended coverage of this winter storm. Alongside Jane Robelo, I'm Mark Whiteman, picking things up now for Aaron and Destiny. It has been a long morning already, and as Chris has said many times, we expect the worst of this storm to come. We have team coverage all across our area this afternoon.
And we so appreciate your trust in us. As Mark said, we've got team coverage. We've got our meteorologists out everywhere. You know that you can trust us, and we appreciate too, Mark, just in getting back in here today. We're not seeing a lot of people on the road, so we do appreciate too that you all seem to be really heeding people's warnings. Let's take you to North Carolina right now and take a look from our Hendersonville Skycam. There we see it. Chris said it was going to get icy. Our meteorologists have said that freezing rain and ice is going to get bad, and we can already see it, Mark, collecting on those trees, beginning to weigh them down.
Undoubtedly. And as we continue our whip around coverage in our area, let's take a look now at the Lawrence Skycam, and as you can see, that sheet of snow and ice there as well. That haze as we continue to experience this winter weather storm coating our area. That is a really pretty picture though, isn't it, in Lawrence County?
If you're inside, it's beautiful. Let's take you now to downtown Greenville from our Peace Center Skycam. Again, really beautiful. Very few traffic, very few cars out, which is great. Please keep it that way. We want to keep our roads clear for our emergency service providers, and also later, well, even now, we're seeing some power outages. We want to make sure that the line crews can get out. But a lovely scene in downtown Greenville if you're home watching us, safe and warm in your own house.
Yeah, and Jane, you mentioned it earlier, but we're staying downtown at a hotel and driving into the station here this afternoon. It was encouraging to see how few cars there were out on those roads as they continue to get treated. A note now for anyone with tickets to a Peace Center event over the next few days, the Acropolis Reed Quintet performance that was scheduled for today, that will no longer be happening.
And the Peace Center does say that ticket refunds will be provided at your point of purchase. There's no word yet on performances of the Outsiders. That's set for Tuesday, so stay in touch. We'll keep you updated on that. Let's get you right over to Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice. Chris is with Victoria Kokinos right side in our studios. What are y'all seeing right now at this hour at 1 o'clock?
Yeah, transitioning to ice. We had that sleet, Victoria, and last night it started at midnight. There was a pretty good 1/10 of an inch of glaze of freezing rain. I went to sleep and then I woke up and it was a wintry wonderland. That sleet was a blessing We spent about 4 hours in it.
We did. I came in around 1 a.m., 2 a.m., and it was just blanket across the area. It looked like snow, but it wasn't. It was sleet. But I was actually thankful when I woke up and saw it. That cut back just a little bit on our ice totals because they're definitely going to add up in the next couple hours.
Yeah, we always were saying that the sleet would be better. You know, if we're picking a lesser of the two evils, sleet would be better for the power lines and the trees. But at about 10 o'clock, we switched back over to freezing rain. And that's what we're noticing is these sky cams have started glistening over into a lot more ice. I mean, you look at northern Greenville County, Pickens, Dacusville, Pumpkintown, we've had reports of a ½ inch of ice, and people are proving it to us with their rulers out there. I love that. A for effort. Northern Greenville County seeing that as well. So if you have a ½ inch of ice already, these are going to be the areas that have the bigger problems when it comes to the next 5 hours, because that line doesn't come through till 6.
Right, and then the winds begin to pick up. Behind this, we'll see winds start gusting behind that line near 40, 45 miles an hour in spots, and then that's when the power outage problem starts to come in, and that's kind of our main worry starting tomorrow.
And here we are, 26 degrees in Greenville. We've got the clouds, we've got the drizzle, and there's more moisture coming in. This is a dynamic map, Victoria. I don't think I've ever seen a map like this with a tornado watch in it, an ice storm warning, and snow to the northern part. This is wild.
I know. If you look down in the corner of your screen right here near Montgomery in South Georgia and Albany, that's a tornado watch, and this squall line will move through our area tonight. Now, we're not going to see any severe weather tornado-wise, but we still have that threat of freezing rain through this evening just because of this.
And it's convective based. Even this line up here in the cold has a lot of energy in the upper parts of the atmosphere. And I want to show you this. This is important to note. The wedge of colder air coming in, diving down I-85. It's so cold all the way down to Atlanta that there's a little bit of snow trying to mix in right here. Is this heavy line? This is important to watch. This is a key to the rest of the day. This heavy batch is hitting that cold air, and that moisture is going to go up and over it. So there's going to be some real telltales what's happening back through Atlanta Metro, Dahlonega, then back up through Commerce. This is going to be an area we're going to have to watch, because I think that level of cold air is deeper and more entrenched than these models even think. And this is going to be big because this has a lot of precipitation with it.
All right, my parents are down towards Atlanta near Hall County, and they were saying they did see some sleet earlier today and freezing rain. Then they're watching now this front move through and seeing it. They said they had a few flurries moments ago, so we are watching it.
Trying to change over right there. I mean, that's just how deep the cold air is. So you look back up our way, we're even more entrenched. In fact, there will be a pocket that'll go through. We're in some drizzle, then a pocket of heavier comes through. That's what you're going to see here is over time. Now, 1/10 of an inch doesn't sound like a lot. I mean, it's barely there. Maybe a couple of copy papers thick. But you add that up over the course of 5 hours. 1/10 of an inch per hour over 5 hours is up to a ½ an inch, and that's the capability. But right here where it's persistent, those are going to be those areas. Caesar's Head just looking iced in right now.
And even just a piece of paper, putting that on the roadways, thinking that's ice, that's slick. So thankfully we had the sleet earlier, but now we're seeing that slick glaze of ice on the roads. And on power lines now, it's going to accumulate on trees, and that's going to be the big issue starting tomorrow because we have temperatures are so cold, and then the winds will begin to pick up.
You should have seen us going into the leaving the station last night. There was a lot of us kind of doing the shuffle walk. I mean, because even just, like you said, a copy paper of ice, it makes it a solid sheet of ice out there. On top of that, sleets is the problem. Our traffic tools giving us an indication of where people are slowing down. Good thing, 40, 240, in through 26. I mean, there's some big time slowdowns here. People are taking it easy.
And even this morning, we had the cameras on the roadways all morning. 385, they kept plowing it. It looks fairly dry on our cameras, but if you go out there, I'm sure it's a glaze of ice. It may look like it's clear from the sleet, but ice is on it.
One of the biggest concerns there is it looks like it's just wet. Never trust a wet road right now because it is below freezing across the area, hence the ice storm warning that we have right now. I do want to give Grace a heads up because I'd like to send it out to Grace here in a minute for us three to be able to talk together. So maybe giving her an on-deck call right there if that's okay. Maybe in a few minutes then. We'll toss back to her in a few minutes. Just put her on deck. But here we are with the ice storm warning. We want to check on a couple of things here because, Victoria, look at these temperatures. I mean, we're not even talking close to freezing. Gaffney's at 24. Union's at 22. We're locked in here as the heavier precipitation moves in, except for this. How crazy is that? 51 in Cullowhee.
And even this morning, we were down to 20. And now we're changing into freezing rain. We were down to 20. That's why we got the sleet. And now we're seeing the freezing rain as temperatures, they're still below freezing. They go up a few degrees, and that kind of changes our winter impact.
And major, looking here at this wall of mountains here. You got a 4,000-foot mountain right here. So what that does is this moisture comes in, banks up against that mountain. The colder air stays right there, and it gets entrenched. Meanwhile, the upper level parts of the atmosphere bring in that warmth on that side of the mountain, and it gets to 51 there. That's why it's 51, but almost 20, 30 degrees colder as you go down the mountain there. Look at these temperatures. I mean, we are just so cold. That northeast wind locks in the cold. The moisture comes in, allows things just to continue across the area, and that wind's still staying strong right there. Let's look at the next 12 hours, because as the precipitation comes through, we're still in the 20s. By 7 o'clock, we're done, but we still got temperatures that are going to be cold, and that's when the winds shift from the west to the northwest, and that cold is going to be a big concern moving forward. Here's the new model. We've got a lot of precipitation heading on in, and by this evening, this is going to be some of the heavy stuff, and we could hear thunder out of some of this. That's going to be the big concern as we move forward, and lots more ice on the way. So folks that are asking, is this over? Not by a long shot.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, you said I was on deck. I ran outside. This should be a grace cam as soon as I jumped out of my chair. But let's give you a quick update of what's going on right now. Drizzle outside. It's not rain, it's freezing drizzle, and it's been consistent these past couple of hours. Been having some larger bands or kind of waves of freezing rain move through. Kind of sounds like a summer thunderstorm. It's not. It's freezing rain, which means when it hits the ground, it clings. Let's give you a quick check, though. This has been my measurement out here for the past couple of hours. Been with you since 4 a.m. This is the thermometer. We cleared it off just a couple of minutes ago. Now it's been about 15, 20 minutes, and it's completely frozen over once again. I'm going to go ahead and run my hands over it, and you see really not given much, and that means that this is ice. This is freezing rain dropping to the ground and clinging. Once again, here we go. Here's this kind of situation that you need to make sure that you're being careful. Of course, it is slick outside when you're walking on it. Number one, I could really slide around if I wanted to, and this is what you'll be driving on. This is number one, why roadways are a concern, and the number two, power lines. Like Chris and Victoria mentioned, whatever begins to fall, it sounds like a tenth of an inch an hour. We got 5 more hours of this, and we've been comparing about 500 pounds to half an inch on power lines and then trees as well. I'm looking around me once again, beginning to see a glaze across the area, Chris, and this is going to be something we're watching pretty much all evening long. I know you guys have been watching models, of course. 1 to 2 o'clock, we knew we'd be dealing with this all day long. As we're getting closer and closer to that, guys, this is going to potentially be something to watch late this evening. Not only are we dealing with ice accumulation, but higher wind gusts behind this as well, right?
And what's interesting seeing you behind you there, Grace, is you've got that coating of sleet on the ground. It looks like it's hardening up, so it's turning into more of a less of a crunchy and more of an ice rink. You said you can almost slide your boot across it, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give you a demonstration. I'll back up as much as I can if he'll let me here. And yeah, this is really not snow out here. If I go to something I haven't already touched, yeah, this is pretty slick out here, guys. If I go the wrong way, I might be going down. So I'm not going to do much, guys. I won't do that. But
Grace, this morning, you were kind of playing in it. We were showing the sleet moving around, and so were the reporters like, hey, this could move. Yeah. This isn't ice. But now it is. You're pretty much solid right now.
Well, thank you, Grace.
Oh, yeah, this is...
So it's hard. Yeah, it's hardening up, and that's the problem here, Victoria. I think as we go forward here is that this turns from a little less fun to a little more concerning, because everything is kind of glistening up out there, and we still have more ice on the way. Here's 2 o'clock. We go through 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock. Some of this is some really heavy, what we call convective banding coming on through. Some of this could be the heaviest ice that we've had yet, and it accumulates quickly.
Right, so that's going to be the main problem. Then we see that line move through later tonight, and behind it, there are the winds, and they start to pick up. And then I wish this was over. I wish we were warm tomorrow. We'd warm up. It's just a day thing, but then we have the frigid temperatures and the winds picking up tomorrow afternoon. We're in the single digits Tuesday.
It's not the South Carolina special where it's gone the next day by noon. This is a long haul. We'll send it back to you, Mark and Jane.
Chris and Victoria, thank you so much. And as we continue with our live coverage, we do have teams scattered all across the upstate.
Yeah, and our Leah Phillips is live in Greenville for us this afternoon. Leah, we understand you spoke with law enforcement just a short time ago. What can you tell us?
Hey, Jane and Mark, good afternoon. My goodness. It feels like evening. We've been out here covering this storm since 4 a.m. and thankfully things are letting up. And you are right, Mark. We just got done speaking with the chief of police here in Greenville City. That's Howie. Why am I blanking on his last name? I'm completely Chief Howie. We spoke with him earlier and he told us, Howie Thompson, there we go. Took me a second. It's cold out here. Chief Howie Thompson told us that there is a concerning amount of foot traffic, and we've been talking about cars all day long. That's one thing, right? We've covered the bases there. Try to not get behind the wheel unless it's absolutely vital, right? But foot traffic, that's another thing that law enforcement is concerned about, because having folks out in the road, I know these roads are empty and it's exciting. You want to run out in the streets. We just saw some folks trying to sled, but this is that nice slick ice right now, so not super fun to sled on. But they're asking that folks stay home, stay warm. That's another thing we've been telling you guys to do that is so important right now, because first responders, if they need to make their way to those emergency calls, they're not going to be able to do it if there are folks in the road. And right now, response times are already very, very, very much delayed because they have to travel just as slowly and as safely as they possibly can to get to those emergencies. So they just ask that people stay off the road. That way, they can respond as efficiently and as safely as possible. We're trying to keep everybody safe here in Greenville County and beyond. That's right. I'm going to go ahead and send it back to you guys in the studio. For now, reporting live in Greenville, I'm Leah Phillips, WYFF News 4.
Leah, thank you. Stay warm out there, and we certainly do appreciate that update. We do want to look now at our power outages and the updates there. North Carolina now has experiencing more than 7,000 customers without power at this hour. In South Carolina, that number is much lower, but still climbing, more than 1,000 customers without power there.
And taking a look at Georgia, significant outages there. More than 34,000 customers are without power. Now, this is up in those North Georgia mountains. More than 9,000 of those being affected in Rabun County. A lot of elevation there and a lot of trees. Let's take you now to Asheville. Let's take a look and see what our Asheville Skycam is showing us. We see those clouds. It looks kind of still there right now, Mark. But again, some frozen precipitation accumulated there on the trees and on the rooftops in Asheville.
And the things we keep stressing and will continue to stress over the course of the day, these dangerous road conditions, being safe and being alert. If you do need to leave the house, our Nate Stanley is in Asheville, and he will join us coming up later on this afternoon. But for now, we do want to mention Asheville City Schools will be operating on a teacher workday tomorrow. This is optional. There is no school for students, and all campuses will be closed. There is no remote learning either, because some might not be able to access internet. In addition, the district will utilize banked instructional hours in order to keep the scheduled parent-teacher conference day in February. But again, no school for students tomorrow in Asheville.
And you can hear them cheer. Yeah. Several school districts and colleges, also universities, they're also shifting their instructional plans for tomorrow because of this weather. And you can find a full list of those at WYFF4.com. You'll also see them scrolling there at the bottom of your screen.
And we do appreciate all of you across our area sharing your pictures and images and experiences throughout this winter storm. In Pickens, Gene Bowman sent in this photo, about half an inch of ice there. And I got to keep those rulers handy so we can keep tracking those ice accumulations across our area.
That's exactly what Chris and Victoria have been warning about, right? Those slow accumulations of ice. Here's what it looked like driving this morning on I-385 in Greenville. This is video from the dash cam of one of our coworkers heading into work. Please note that that dash cam camera is planted there. He's not driving. But
both hands on the wheel.
Both hands on the wheel. Look at that dash cam. But and this area has been salted as well. As Leah had mentioned, 385 has been salted. These roads have been salted. But still, you see that accumulation of sleet and ice and frozen rain right there. We've got some snowplows too. Snowplows out on 385. This is near the exit for the Greenville Zoo, which is closed. The animals are taken care of. SCDOT crews have been working to clear roads, and a salute to them. So many men and women, thousands throughout the state, making sure that we're all staying safe.
This is one of those times that you see all of emergency management come together and do their best to make things as smooth and safe as possible, as quickly as possible. And so, as you mentioned, Jane, we do appreciate and thank them all for all the hard work they will be doing today and really all week long as we continue to push past this ice storm. The city of Greenville issued another warning about the dangers of driving and sledding in the ice. Jane, I know as we were driving in, we saw a few people considering
sledders.
Yes, saw some sledders. Greenville police say of the 8 cars that they saw this morning, 3 of those cars were in a ditch. 2 had crashed. Not very good percentages there. Firefighters also responded to 2 crashes last night. Officials say the safest way to avoid crashes is just by staying at home, sitting on your couch, watching the ice and snow from the comfort of home. The city also warns that people who are sledding in the streets, they could be preventing crews from treating those streets. So please do consider that if you're thinking about getting outside and experiencing this winter weather.
Yeah, that's probably the best reason to stay off the roads, right? So crews can get on them. Now, so far, Greenville Public Works crews have used more than 4,000 pounds of ice melt. They've spread 30 truckloads of salt. That's almost inconceivable, but they've got a lot more. They're going to keep going. They're receiving even more brine solution today to continue to keep those roads brined and salted.
And so many school districts, colleges, and universities are continuing to shift their instructional plans tomorrow. We've already mentioned several in Western North Carolina. All this due to the ongoing ice and snow accumulations. And you can find a full list on WYFF4.com. Scrolling at the bottom of your screen will continue to keep you updated as those school changes continue to roll in.
And so many airlines were great about contacting people well ahead of the storm several days ago, asking about changing flights. But if some of you were trying to fly out of Greenville-Spartanburg International Airport today, you just need to know that all arrivals and departures have been canceled for today at GSP. If your flight is impacted, you can check with your airline to rebook. But again, many people did that in advance of the storm. And at the world's busiest airport, it is still operating. Atlanta, Hartsfield, Jackson, down in Atlanta. Nearly all of those flights, though, are delayed or canceled, but they are still operating. According to FlightAware, there have been more than 1,600 cancellations, more than 350 delays at Atlanta, Hartsfield, Jackson International. Again, check with your airline if you do have plans to travel. Really, anytime this week might be a good time now to kind of rework some of your travel plans.
And the South Carolina Emergency Management Division wants to remind you that they have set up a winter weather hotline. You can call toll-free 24/7 with your questions about the state's winter weather response. That number, you see it right there on your screen, 1-866-246-0133. That's 866-246-0133. We also have this number on our website, WYFF4.com, as well as information, continuously updated information from officials.
Several businesses closed today, and we've just learned that Harris Teeter grocery stores in our area are open now, but they will close at 4 o'clock this afternoon. A spokesperson said that they do anticipate reopening tomorrow at 8 o'clock in the morning. So that's kind of good if you can get out or if you can walk to a nearby grocery store. They will be open at those hours. Now, as millions of people all across the country are dealing with this big Arctic blast, the snowfall almost over back out in Oklahoma.
Yeah, and yesterday, Oklahoma City broke a nearly 80-year-old record for daily snowfall. Kylie Thomas with our sister station shows us what it's looking like out there right now.
This is what it looks like in Oklahoma Sunday morning, a winter wonderland. We're in Pauls Valley in Garvin County, about 55 miles south of Oklahoma City. Driving conditions on the interstates have been a focal point for the state. Snowplows have been deployed across Oklahoma, hundreds of them. Here above I-35, traffic is down to a single lane and will be for the foreseeable future.
Now, this system has slowed in parts of the Midwest as well.
Yeah, but some areas are still seeing record levels of snow. Here's Lakira Banks from our sister station in Arkansas.
Well, despite what it looks like, things are actually winding down here in northwest Arkansas. We're in Rogers, Arkansas. That's about 15 minutes outside of Fayetteville. But just taking a look, we are left with a winter wonderland after about 2 days of snowfall, the most snow that we've seen here in Arkansas, northwest Arkansas, in about 15 years. So although the snow is expected to wind down by the early afternoon hours here, we do know that we are expected to get below freezing temperatures, single-digit temperatures here in northwest Arkansas, and that's going to last all week. So even though the snow may not be falling, it's going to be sticking around here for a while. Reporting, I'm Lakira Banks.
And thank you all, our viewers. You're doing such a great job of sending us what conditions look like right where you are, because we do have such a diverse area. One dog, I don't want to spend any time in the sleep. Inside's just fine with me.
Did that U-turn real quick and sent this video and take a look, couple steps out, and Yeah, no ice on the paws. No thank you there. Experts do say if you're taking your dog out to go to the bathroom, you should keep those trips short in these conditions.
Yeah, for yourself and for your dog.
No
This
doubt.
sleet looks like snow. It's pretty and white, but apparently you can still sled on it a little bit. Some kids out in Simpsonville taking advantage of that surface. Sleet is not powdery, though, like snow is. And as we heard Grace Lau tell us a little bit ago, that sleet is now starting to kind of freeze up. So this is fun from earlier, but maybe think twice if you're going to get out and do that.
Yeah, it's best to bundle up, best to keep those outdoor visits brief. It looks fun, it looks inviting, but just remember, those conditions can turn dangerous or unsafe quite quickly. People woke up to sleet-coated yards and trees near Hendersonville this morning. Joey sent us this video he took from Laurel Park below Jump Off Rock. That really is, I mean, it's majestic to look at, Jane, but we are certainly experiencing this ice and snowstorm across our area.
Yeah, and glad that Joey could shoot that from inside. The elevation right there is about 3,000 feet. That sleet also coating the roads, coating the trees. Again, stay inside if you can. And if you can safely take pictures, we love seeing this. This is fun to share.
And some of you may just be finding out just how cold this sleet is. Jacqueline sent in the video she took around 5 o'clock this morning in Greenwood. That sleet on her windshield, it's not moving at all. Again, this is not acting like snow. Even an ice scraper wouldn't do much in these conditions. This sleet and this ice storm continuing to coat our area.
Yeah, thank you, Jacqueline. That's a great demonstration. Did you
Perfect,
see? It's
yeah.
not just wiping off.
Gonna need that de-icer at some point.
Exactly, or back inside the house.
Yeah.
Just wait for it all to go. One of our favorite videos today, this is the chickens.
Wow.
The ladies out enjoying the winter weather in Simpsonville, just kind of pecking around in the yard looking for some creatures that may still be around.
They don't seem
mind
bothered at all. They don't seem bothered in the slightest. Not like that pup we saw a short time ago. They're enjoying themselves out there. And also want to share this with you. Rodney sent this in from downtown Lyman, and you can really see, yeah, that freezing rain there is coating. You can see the wind moving very quickly there, and we are certainly experiencing that and have seen that all across our area.
Reminds me of the 70s. That was like a disco show in the 1970s.
I will defer to your judgment on that one.
I might be one of few who will relate to that.
And Joanna sent in this photo from Simpsonville. That's a serene scene, sleet on the ground there. It's quiet, it's peaceful, and what we love to see in this, there's no one out there crunching around on it. Everyone's staying inside, staying warm, staying safe.
See the sleet and stay inside. How about this one? Wendy shared this picture. This is from Waterloo. You can see the sleet. It's again, you look outside, you think, oh, we've got snow. No, that's sleet, a lot of it. And that's that sleet that's starting to freeze up right now, but really pretty pictures taken from your house.
And in Campobello, look at these dogs. They look like they're having a blast playing out in this winter mix. And we certainly do appreciate all of you continuing to share your pictures and videos, giving us the eyes all across our area. And Bryant sent us this video. Says it even looks like the pond was freezing over there. But the pups don't seem to mind. They're out having a good time out there.
Those guys are brave.
Yeah, they certainly are, out in the ice and the sleet. We've really enjoyed seeing all of your views of the storm from where you live. And we encourage you to keep on sending your photos and your videos to our WYFF4 Facebook page. As you see, we might even share them on air. And let's go ahead and take a look now at our current weather conditions. Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice continuing to track the storm. Chris?
Mark, Jane, so great to see a kind of a picture of the area, so to speak. But this is about to turn into another type of storm here. The National Weather Service on the national level highlighting our area of the upstate for high precipitation values over the next 3 hours. That is freezing rain. It's going to come down at more than 1/10 of an inch per hour at times, not the entire time, because we've got that squall line moving through. Let me show you what's happening across northern Greenville County. Look at the glaze on the trees. That is a 1/2 inch in Caesar's Head, Table Rock. You go through northern Pickens, northern Greenville County. We've got a bigger glaze of ice that's kind of transitioning down toward the southern parts of the area. Look at this, and here we are as we enter what will be the highest precipitation type values as we go throughout the next 2 hours. We're going to see that rainfall rate come down real hard and heavy, which will coat these trees with even more ice, and then the wind picks up. Never have I ever seen a map like this with a tornado watch down here, ice, and then snow. This is quite the dynamic storm system. You have to go back to 93 or 2005 to see this much convection available. Now, that said, I want to show you this convection or stormy line is moving into a pocket of very, very cold air. And as it is entering that and falling as heavy freezing rain. So we have 5 hours left. We're getting about 1/10 of an inch of ice per hour. Some of that's going to be more than 1/10 of an inch per hour, which could send some of the northern parts of the upstate to some really high ice levels. And it comes in bands. You get a batch that comes through, kind of slacks off. It's kind of misty and drizzle, and then it picks back up, and you see that continue over and over again. Watching our traffic signals here. Asheville westbound looking better. Asheville southeastbound, it is the difference in night and day as you go into Henderson County from Edneyville south through Fruitland, down the mountain, down 25 or 26. Major issues here. Even on the big interstates, we're having slowdowns because of the ice. As soon as they come through with the plow and try to treat it, the ice glazes right back over. We're going to continue to keep you posted as this continues to move our way.
WYFF News 4 today starts with breaking news.
Hi, good afternoon. Thank you for staying with us on WYFF News 4, our extended coverage of this ice storm. I'm Mark Whiteman alongside Jane Robelo.
And we certainly do appreciate your trust in being with us today. We've got crews throughout our area. Our meteorologist, I was going to say meteorological team. Oh, it actually came out.
Yeah.
Yes, 4 meteorologists keeping an eye on this. Let's get straight to Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice, who's had his eye on this storm for a long time. And Chris, it's continuing to change and develop as it gets over us.
It is. It's turning into a big ice storm here. We had the sleet. Now we've got the ice on top of it. A view from our area just shows a window to the world, right? We've got 26 in Anderson with heavy freezing rain. Asheville is beginning to slowly look better because they're higher up, less influenced by that colder wind. I'm monitoring Greenville especially. Here's our Woodruff Road sky cam. It's a great look at some of the interstates. You see some of these folks coming around. They're coming slow, but they're making it. As the crews come through, they are continuing to hit 385 and kind of our own version of Spaghetti Junction, right? It's doable, but every time a truck goes through and it clears the road, you get that freezing drizzle or freezing rain. It coats it right back. So you can't trust a wet road because it is going to freeze back over in a matter of seconds, if not minutes, okay? Feels like 16 outside. 26 is the temperature. Try telling your kids not go out and sled in this snow. It looks like snow, and for some of the kids, it's a magical snow day for so many of you, but this is really ice, and it's really getting a bit more concerning. And what I would tell you to do here is as we go throughout the next couple of hours, we're probably going to start to see that ice really pile up on the trees. That's when the risk for power outages begins to go up. So if you can, maybe get your house a little warmer. Make sure you're not keeping the doors open coming in and out. Shut off an area of your house. Get it ready so that that's your room you're going to go into tonight when you go to bed if you lose power, because there is the real possibility that things go downhill quickly this afternoon because of how much ice we're seeing. This is a convective line, as we call it. It's almost the equivalent of a squall line in the summertime, except for our temperatures are in the 20s. So you got that rain rate that's similar to a summertime thunderstorm, but instead of it falling as rain, it's freezing rain. The same token, you got a tornado watch just south of Macon. How wild is that? That just shows you how convective the system is. And yes, we could see lightning when it's icing. So you could get thunder ice, as we call it. Now, what you're going to see here is it picks up, slacks back down. Here's Greenville. You got some more of this back toward the west. I'm going to hop outside here in just a minute and be able to look at some of this, because I'm telling you, this is going to pick back up, and we're going to start to see it glaze over in many more areas. Monitoring our traffic tools as well. We've got Marion, McDowell County, anywhere southern and eastern facing on the slopes really running into problems, especially across the upstate, especially in the northern part of the upstate, from Greenville to Anderson, down through Greenwood and Abbeville, Lawrence. Things are glazing up quickly out there, and that is going to be a problem. It is 24 in Greenwood. It is 26 in Anderson. You folks in Hart County, Elbert County, Clemson, Seneca, Oconee County, we are dealing with some big time ice. Spartanburg County as well. And it's beginning to grow. These temperatures are cold and staying cold across the area. That is the problem. Our northeast wind coming in, cutting out that moisture, and it is really starting to pile up out there. Let me show you the timeline here, because I expect things to go downhill through about 4 o'clock. After that, we're clearing out. Yeah, the precipitation is done, but the problems are not. Notice how those winds begin to grow overnight. As the wind shifts to the northwest, we're actually going to see some higher winds. Let me show you this, because this is a convective model. It's the HRR. Shows as we go throughout 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, we're going to see this heavier batch of moisture move our way. That'll be the equivalent of heavy rain coming in, except for it's freezing upon contact. That's when the trees get really glazed over, and that weight will unfortunately be compromised when we have some winds that come through tonight. This is why the power crews are scattered about and ready to run. rock because we have got the winds that are coming in tonight that are 20, 30, 40 miles per hour. And that is a concern because as that wind comes through, it's going to be able to send these temperatures, I should say these trees that are coated by the ice into some different levels. And temperatures, temperatures behind this are oh so cold. So please have ways to stay warm because Tuesday morning is still looking like just above 0 in the mountains and around 8, 9, 10 degrees across the upstate. Our 4-day plus looks like this. I've got big time concerns for ice all the way through this week into Wednesday, 17 up to 38. That's our most meaningful melting. But folks, when you have an Oreo, almost hate to say that, right? But you have that glaze of ice at the bottom. In the middle is your sleet, like an Oreo, just less tasty, right? And then on the top's that ice we get on top. It's very hard to melt because the sun comes down, tries to melt that top layer, but it's ice, can't get to the sleet. And on the bottom layer, the ground's trying to melt it from the bottom up, but it's also got to get through that layer of ice. So you get that slow melting from the top to the bottom, but that takes days. That takes a lot of sunshine. Now, crews are out there hitting those roads over and over and over again, but you're going to get runoff because each day we thaw, you get the runoff, then you get the hard refreeze, 18 to 34, 12 to 33, all the way through Friday. I expect issues all week long. We'll send it back to you, Mark and Jane.
Chris, thank you so much. What a great explanation of what's coming and why. It really helps us to prepare, especially, Chris, when you're telling people, go ahead and warm up your homes now and figure out what that one room is going to be that you can get into in case the power does go out. We are taking care of you. We have live team coverage all across the upstate for you today.
I'm also starting to think a little bit about Oreos right now. We're going to be locked in here for the long haul.
That was a cruel comparison.
Terrific explanation, though, Chris. We do appreciate it. And our team coverage continues in Greenville. Our Leah Phillips, you have been live with our viewers since very early this morning. Leah, what can you tell us about this day and as you continue to see conditions in the city of Greenville?
Hey, Mark and Jane. We have been out here covering this all day, and what a special, special day it has been. I'm not from these parts. I'm from the West Coast out in Arizona. We don't see weather like this ever, and I'm from southern Arizona at that. So northern Arizona, you see a little bit more snow and sleet. But in the south, you aren't seeing any of that. But we have been hammering home the importance of staying off the roads, not driving around, staying off the roads, period, staying nice and warm. And we're going to show you exactly why. If you look behind me here, that is that sludge. We've been saying this is not that white Christmas, powdery, crisp snow that you want to see. This is icy. This is sleet. And this is what is going to be freezing over. So that's why these can be very dangerous conditions to drive in. And again, it's just that nasty sludge as we watch the temperatures shift and change. It's going to melt, it's going to freeze. And that is exactly why it is so vital that you protect you and your loved ones. You stay home. We want to watch out for our public safety workers and law enforcement, firefighters. We want to allow them to respond to things safely and timely. That is just so important right now. Really watching out for one another. Make sure you stay warm, bundle up. This is going to be an icy, icy, icy one. I'm experiencing temperatures that I have never experienced before, but it has been so fascinating just to watch how people watch out for each other, watch out for their community, and I'm excited to see how the rest of it turns out. So I'm going to send it back to you guys, but for now, live in Greenville, I'm Leah Phillips, WYFF News 4.
How about it, Jane? Stick the girl from Arizona in the ice, right?
This is her first. Leah told us that before this ice event, she had never actually even seen snow precipitation come down out of the sky. So now she's out there 12 hours in a row, really covering it. I think she has a good picture of what it is now. And really, that's a great perspective for many of us, too. We think we know, but when you get somebody like Leah coming in who's really just fresh and it's all 101, it's a reminder to us, sleet, freezing rain, that not all of this is fun. It's pretty, but it's not fun. It can be very dangerous.
Yeah, we can speak.
Thank you, Leah.
Yeah, I appreciate it, Leah. We can certainly speak to that. We saw a truck out sliding on the road this morning as we were getting ready to leave the hotel. So again, a reminder that those conditions, though they might look pretty, can be very unsafe. Certainly enjoyed that perspective from Leah there.
We were all watching from the area where they serve breakfast in the hotel, and I was happy to see a number of people came out to help that fella.
Push that car,
yeah, it was kind of a lesson in this is a dangerous thing. We're going to continue our team coverage now, staying in the city of Greenville.
Yeah, our Taniqua Penix is live at Unity Park, and Taniqua taking a look at how conditions are right there.
Hey, Mark and Jane. Well, before things get too bad, people are out just trying to have a little bit of fun here at Unity Park, and you can see it looks beautiful. Now, I have a special guest with me over here, Frosty's hanging out in the tree. How are you doing, Frosty? Great. He says he's doing great. Take a look. We got some people that were out here earlier. They were sledding down the hills. We still got some people way back there. You got people walking the dogs. Again, right now, while things aren't too bad, people are just trying to come out and really enjoy this. Now, it looks like snow, but it's very icy. You can actually hear the crunch as you are walking through it. Even picking it up right here is very hard. I don't even know how Frosty was able to be created because it's not sticking together. Again, you can kind of just see how hard it is and even hear it when it hits the ground. So again, we will be here monitoring the conditions. Right now, people are trying to get that last minute, a little bit of fun in, some kids having a good time, pets being able to walk out and just exercise a little bit. We'll be here all day, but for now, reporting live in Greenville, Taniqua Penix, WYFF News 4.
Taniqua, we love the snowman stuck in the tree, and I think he's going to be happy there. Let's go to my alma mater, Clemson University students out sledding in a boat. Yes, Nancy said this to us. Murphy's one of the fellows sledding, and that's her son. Thank you so much, Nancy, for the invite to sled. We're going to take you up on that. That could actually be a pretty good sports event. Mark and his team might want to.
I was wondering if someone's going to try and sneak into, not giving anyone any ideas, but someone might be sneaking into Memorial Stadium today and try and sled down the hill there.
That's a great place to do. We used to just take the trays out of the cafeteria.
There you go. Yeah, we might see some Clemson football players.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, making an attempt down there today. A massive snowstorm blanketing Pennsylvania. This is live right now. Pittsburgh, several inches of snow there. Pittsburgh has broken its daily snow record for today, 5.3 inches, and as you can clearly see, that number is going to continue to climb. This information we're providing you, that comes from our sister station there in Pittsburgh. The majority of snowfall today is set to accumulate between 10 a.m. and 4 p.m., so it's all happening right now, and it's continuing to happen there in Pennsylvania. A winter storm warning is in effect through noon on Monday. Jane, that is something to see right there.
Yeah, that's real snow. In parts of the Northeast, that snow is falling 1 to 2 inches per hour. As you just said, that broken a record already in Pittsburgh. I have a feeling that more is to come. New York City, Philadelphia, they're all under those big alerts.
No question there. Here's AJ Sisson from our sister station in Pennsylvania driving around in the Harrisburg area.
Hey there, this is AJ Sisson here. We're in central Pennsylvania, driving around the Capital Beltway. We're around Harrisburg, Pennsylvania right now, just giving you a look at the roads at this point in time. We're around 9:20 a.m. on Sunday. The snow is coming down near whiteout conditions. The roads are slick, covered in snow. We got road temperatures just under 10 degrees. That's where the snow is sticking to the ground right now. I've been speaking with the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation. They say that things have been mostly quiet this morning, not many trouble spots, but they do emphasize that when you're out and driving in the snow to keep distance between you and the person in front of you, they did have a plow truck hit this morning, hit the Salt Bay and behind, and there were no injuries to report at the time itself. But they're just emphasizing to take it slow on the roads. We are seeing some extra plow trucks out here right now. You can see on the bridge driving right above us right now. This is what things have looked like with plow trains and plow trucks all over the roads. This is just what we're seeing here in central Pennsylvania. We're keeping eyes on this as well. But for now, I'm AJ Sisson.
AJ Sisson reporting for us. Thank you. We love this. These are the dogs. These are the dogs that like to be outside. This is from a viewer in Campobello. They're having a blast at this winter mix. Ann Bryan, thank you so much for sending this in. She says it even looks like the pond is freezing over, but we just congratulate you for sending the pups out to play. He found a stick. He's making the most of that. And I hope that Ann is videotaping this safely from her porch.
She doesn't kind of get that. Don't want to slide out on the ice. You know what, Jane? We tried to get our cats out on the ice this morning. They were not having any of it. Yeah, they'll just stay inside.
I don't blame them.
At Asheville Regional Airport, all departures are canceled right now if you're planning on a flight That plan is going to have to be moved. Almost all arrivals are canceled as well. There is one arrival from Allegiant Airlines that's delayed, but again, all departures out of Asheville Regional Airport have been canceled. And if you were trying to fly somewhere out of Greenville-Spartanburg International Airport, all arrivals, all departures have been canceled today as well. If your flight is impacted, you should check with your airline.
Well, and Chris Justice is telling us that this may last for some time. So if you're planning to fly anytime soon, you might want to take a look at rearranging your plans. As we take a look at power outages on Ready NC, we're seeing a different picture than Duke Energy at the moment. Right now, there are more than 15,000 power outages across North Carolina, with Western North Carolina, of course, seeing the most damage. Transylvania County has more than 9,000 outages. Haywood County has almost 3,000. Henderson County, nearly 1,500 outages, and I'm thinking that we are probably going to see those grow as Chris is talking about that ice accumulating even more on trees and power lines.
Yeah, and we hope all of our friends in Western North Carolina are prepared and staying safe. Power and road crews across the country, they are working long hours during the winter storm, as you might imagine.
And we appreciate that so much. Here's Wayman, Ted Wayman from our sister station. He has a look at conditions in Framingham, Massachusetts.
Eversource just wrapped up a news conference here to talk about the storm and safety. They want to get out to their customers that this can be a dangerous time, and if customers smell gas in and around their home, call 911 or Eversource. They also want to tell customers to keep an eye on frozen gas lines. With prolonged cold weather like this, sometimes gas lines can freeze up. They're also monitoring electrical power, but because it is relatively cold and the snow is very light, they hope not to have a lot of down power lines as this storm continues. In Hyde Park, Massachusetts, I'm Ted Wayman. Now back to you.
Growing ice concerns as we get to 2, 3 o'clock through about 6 o'clock. We're being highlighted by the national folks at the National Weather Service saying that we could have ice accumulations at about 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch during that time frame because of the squall line moving through. Right now, you can see from our Woodruff Road Skycam, they're trying as they can to get that sleet off of 385, get it dry, because as fast as they can get it cleared, more freezing rain and drizzle kind of settles on it. Same story in Spartanburg. Looks hazy, misty. That's freezing rain and freezing drizzle. Same story at Anderson and in Asheville, and the power is flickering right now in and around Hendersonville up through Buncombe County as the power outages are beginning to grow. You can see half of our Skycam just filtered in by the ice right now. As we look at temperatures, everything that's falling is ice because it's 26 degrees right now. Here's the concern. You've got this squall line, this equivalent of a heavy summer downpour. Our area highlighted right in here for that 1/4 inch to 1/2 inch intense banding. Now, that could add to our totals significantly. That puts a huge stress on the trees and power lines. And folks, this is the part of the storm we've been warning about that will turn from bad to worse in a hurry. You can see what's happening back through North Georgia. And as I look at the storm reports, North Georgia getting what Alabama and Mississippi had. Right there in North Mississippi, North Alabama, that same line that's moving our way produced significant icing. There is 1/2 inch of ice right here across northern Alabama and Mississippi that caused big time problems. So as we move forward, don't be surprised if we really begin to add up our ice and the stress on the trees from this line right here. Folks, this is about to turn into kind of another gear, this storm, and then it settles down. So we got to get through 6, 7 o'clock before things do. But right now you can see that moisture beginning to intensify. This is going to fill in. If you have a break where it's kind of drizzly, it's about to fill in with some heavy precipitation. This is about to go into another gear here. Monitoring our traffic as well. Asheville westbound, fine. Asheville south and eastbound, it's a different story. There's slowdowns. People are going slower than a normal drive, especially across the upstate. There are problems on almost every road, including the major interstates, I-85, 26, 385. You got to go slow, but it's best just not to be out. Ice storm warning through Monday at 1 p.m. So yeah, we're all below freezing. Temperatures are going to be very, very close here. I think the mountains are fine, but right here in the southern part of the upstate is where we're going to have that issue as temperatures are holding steady, low to mid 20s right now. That wedge trying to hold on right now as that squall line moves in, and as it does, boy, it's going to give us some problems. So the next 12 hours, it's really through 4, 5 o'clock. By 7, we're clear. Temperatures are below freezing up through then, and that's the problem, is anything that falls in that heavy rain section of this is going to be ice, and a lot of it. Here's the time frame of that: 2, 3, 4 o'clock. I think we're really seeing it come down hard and heavy. Those trees are getting more glistened over, and that's going to be a problem, folks. As we look at 7 o'clock tonight, we've got this pushing on out, maybe a quick hit of some flurries, and then we're done with it. Now, the winds take a little bit longer behind that to build up, but when the cold air comes rushing in tonight, I think it may be 2, 3, 4 a.m., that's when you could lose power, because the trees are coated, but we're still. When you start moving those trees around with a little bit of wind, that's when the problems come. I see northern Greenville up through the mountains getting close to 40-mile-per-hour gusts tonight. And folks, that's any kind of ice on trees doing that's going to be a big problem. So you may go to bed tonight and then lose power. What I would suggest is have a room in your house ready. I'm serious. Pitch a tent in your house. Many of you have camping tents, right? Find a room. Maybe it's an interior bedroom, an interior hallway. Pitch a tent there. Kind of use beach towels or towels to kind of cover the doorway so that you kind of keep the drafts from coming in. Make that your warm place. You'd be really surprised at the walls and then the tent and your family just kind of making a camp out of it, that how warm you would stay with that. It's the thing to do, and have it ready before you go to bed, because you don't want to be finding all that at 2 a.m. Who wants to be pitching a tent at 2 a.m., right? Single digits to 9 degrees as we go into our Tuesday morning. So folks, if we lose power, that's the concern. And high temperatures this week are just above freezing. Here's a look at that 4-day forecast. I've got 30 today, 36 as we go through Monday, 35 on Tuesday, 38 degrees on Wednesday, and here we go, rocking and rolling into the rest of the week. I see problems. I see problems with the freezing and the thawing, the freezing and the thawing, and that's going to be a problem as we move forward here, as I see us keeping that problem going. In the mountains, we're even colder here. I see us staying so cold this week. In fact, you could be near 0. That's in Asheville. You go outside of the city, I could see us being even colder than that, where some areas are sub-0 in the mountains, which is a big problem. Let's look at our SkyCam network, because I want to take you on a tour around the area, because I think this kind of tells the story. There's 385 and Woodruff Road. It's slushy, but here comes the biggest ice that we've had so far today. I want to take you now to Hendersonville, so you can kind of see the different section of what we have going on across the area. And as we look at this very closely, you've got some serious ice on the trees there in Hendersonville as we're glazing things up. Here is Greenville downtown at the Peace Center. You see Main Street. Folks are able to traverse Main Street, that bridge, slowly but surely, right? And each time we see that band come through, it kind of glazes things over. Our Spartanburg SkyCam is coming to you right there. That mist off in the distance, that's my concern, is we're seeing that mist be so thick and prevalent that it's unfortunately causing things to really glaze up around the area. Here's I-85 at mile marker 44. And again, any camera that's facing toward the north or the northeast is giving us problems. It glazes over. You see a tractor and trailer there going near speed limit, so they're getting I-85 and such clear as best they can. Here's a view of northern Greenville County near Caesar's Head. We're able to see the glaze on the trees. Now this area, notice how the limbs are beginning to droop. This is an area that is big concerns, because I've seen rulers, I've seen you guys in Dacusville, Pumpkintown, Travelers Rest, Greer. You've got the measurement out, and we've already had a 1/2 of an inch of ice. Notice how those trees are beginning to droop. You add in 30, 40-mile-per-hour winds tonight, that right there is going to be our power outage risk.
Terrific, Chris. And again, just great advice that Chris just said. You'll probably already have gone to bed by the time the power is going to be compromised. So make your plan before you go to sleep to find that room. I love the idea of pitching a tent.
Yeah.
Your little boy would love that.
Little slumber party at home, right? Yeah. Get that. Make sure everything is charged up. Make sure you find that place in your home where you can be warmest if we do, in fact, lose power in those overnight hours, because you might feel like you're in the clear right now, but as Chris and our entire weather team have outlined all morning long, and really since yesterday, the conditions are going to continue to worsen as we continue to experience that ice accumulation across our area. Our weather team working so hard to keep you informed, Jane, and so much as well for all of our crews all across our region, continuing to stay out in the elements and keep us informed as those conditions continue to change.
They're out there, so you don't have to be. Rashad Williams is in Greenville. And Rashad, what are you noticing, first of all? And then also, you've heard from the Greenville Police Department?
Jane, I love how you phrase that. We're out here so people don't have to be. I just want to talk about what I've seen so far throughout the morning. I think this is an occasion where people are forced to take a step back. You know, we're always in this daily cycle of getting up, going to work, making things happen. You're at home right now, you're with your loved ones, you're forced to be there, you're forced to have conversations. There may be people that you don't like as much, but you're having the time to mend that and to spend time together. I've seen a lot of families outside sledding, walking around, again, spending that crucial time together. We caught up with Chief Howie Thompson with the Greenville Police Department. He also mentioned that he's seen a lot of people out walking. He loves that, but he's also seen people out driving, and he said he doesn't love that so much. So he encourages people to stay off the roads. Being out on foot is fine, enjoying the weather, but they advise if you're out sledding or doing any other outdoor activities, do it on secondary roads instead of the main roads. And here's why the chief says that you should not be out driving.
We ask that the drivers not be on the road because several reasons. When you're out there on the road, you're putting yourself in danger. And then when the emergency responders have to respond, you're putting them in danger. You're also slowing down our public works crews. They've been doing a great job out here working on these roadways.
He also mentioned the full police department is out on duty today. If a 911 call is made, instead of one officer responding in two separate vehicles, two officers will be in one vehicle to try to minimize potential risks or impacts of driving. Also, don't call 911 if it's not an emergency. The number that they're asking you to call is 864-271-5333. You can call that number if you have any questions or if you need any simple advice. Jane, Mark, back to you.
Rashad, terrific. Thank you so much for that. And here's a good update, too. North Carolina Governor Josh Stein held a briefing today where he was stressing the importance of everything we've been saying, and that is staying home.
And we will continue to say it as well. He says NCDOT have cleared more than 300 abandoned cars and dealt with more than 400 car crashes.
Black ice is going to stick around for a few days. Every night this week, we're going to get below freezing. So whatever precipitation is on the ground is going to turn to ice overnight.
And officials say at least 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulation was reported this morning. A final round of ice is expected to hit tonight, and the governor emphasized that you should check on your neighbors and your family members as conditions change.
Yes, and we heard Governor McMaster of South Carolina saying that frequently yesterday as well. An update now from Toccoa, Georgia. Stevens County 911 dispatchers are starting to receive calls about downed trees and power lines and icy roads. This is something that Chris says people in the upstate are going to be seeing a little later on this evening, already seeing it now in the upper elevations of Georgia. Officials will tell us that they're working hard to clear the roadways, and power outages are impacting people in several areas in Georgia, including central Toccoa, where a transformer recently blew.
And officials across the Carolinas and Georgia are urging people to stay home today. We've mentioned that several times, and we're going to continue to mention it because that is of utmost importance as we delve further into the storm. Here's a look now at the differences between primary and secondary roads. On your left, that is North Church Street, and that had been treated with salt and brine. On the right, a sleet-covered Howard Street there in Spartanburg County, and you most definitely see the difference and why it's so important to stay off those roads and continue to allow emergency management personnel to treat those roads with salt and brine the deeper into this storm we get.
That's right. Some people are also trying to do what they can to keep their pets warm in these frigid temperatures. Look closely and you'll see that little puppy poking his face out of his daddy's jacket.
That's amazing.
I'm sure that
nice and warm,
keeping them both warm, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, appreciate Leslie Campos sending that from Malden. And we do want to continue to mention that we have team coverage all across our region. We're sort of in that shift change right now, right? The morning crews that have been with you since this morning, they're moving off. Our evening crews are settling in. We're going to continue to keep you informed all throughout this storm.
That's exactly right. There's not going to be a minute that you're wondering what's going on. We're your friends. We're here for you. You've got a lot of questions. There's a lot of anxiety, but good, solid information will help keep you calm, and we're here for you doing that all day. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
WYFF News 4 Today starts with breaking news.
Hey, good afternoon, and thank you for staying with us on WYFF News 4 for our extended coverage of this winter storm. I'm Mark Whiteman alongside Jane Robelo. It's so good to introduce her twice. Let's take a live look now from our Asheville Skycam as we continue to bring you winter weather coverage across our region as we continue to experience this ice and sleet storm really coating the entirety of our area.
Yeah, that Asheville Skycam looks kind of innocent, but there's a lot of ice out there that's been coating the trees, coating the power lines, and the temperatures are starting to drop right now. So don't let that calm picture lull you into a sense of security. We're going to have some power outages as this storm goes on.
And we're going to continue to show you some pretty pictures as well, but a reminder again about those hazardous conditions continuing to change. And Lawrence, again, another pretty picture there, but much prettier from the comfort of your couch as we see this all across our area.
The Peace Center. Let's take a look at the Peace Center Skycam. This is downtown Greenville. We do see just a few cars out, which is nice. The Peace Center has canceled some performances. They've also got performances coming up on Tuesday that they're going to postpone, or they'll let you know about. We see right here the Acropolis Reed Quintet that was set for today. That has been canceled. They will give you ticket refunds. They'll provide that at the point of purchase. No word yet on the Outsiders. A lot of you are making plans for Tuesday, but as Chris and Victoria are telling us, this is going to be a long-lasting storm, so hang on before you make any plans about that.
And our weather team is continuing to track this storm and the impacts of it across our area. Let's get now to Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice for the latest. Chris.
Yeah, Mark, Jane, we've got a serious situation setting up over the next 3 hours. I'm concerned about what we're going to see with rain rates coming down. This is what northern Greenville County looks like, and I've seen these trees start to go a little more droopy. You can see the weight of what is a ½ an inch of ice on these trees near Caesars Head, Table Rock, east toward the northern part of Greenville County. As you go up into North Carolina, this area has the most, but you go down toward Travelers Rest, Taylor's, that ice at about ½ an inch. Here's the deal, folks. We're about to enter the worst part of the storm. These rain rates back toward Georgia are coming down at ½ an inch per hour. Okay, so that doesn't mean we're going to have that stay with us the whole 3 hours moving forward to get ¾ an inch of ice. But folks, it's very possible we gather a ½ an inch of ice additional to what we have right now. I want to send things out to meteorologist Grace Lau. Grace, things have been going back and forth, and you're in the thick of it right now. Is it starting to pick back up outside in and around Greenville?
Pour down here in Greenville. I'm right outside, and once again, it's kind of been an on and off situation, either drizzle or periods where we're seeing some heavy freezing rain. That's the difference, guys. This isn't just regular rain coming down. It freezes upon contact because it's so cold out here. And something we've been watching all morning long, and now we're in the afternoon, guys, is that we had a bit of a layer of freezing rain overnight late last night. Now we have sleet on top of that, and now it's been coated with freezing rain. Just had that moment we were dealing with a lot of freezing rain. I'm going to go ahead and back up and check on some of the things I've been using to measure how much we're seeing. A bit of a glaze now across some of our bushes here. Taking a look back to some of the trees here outside of our studios here at WYFF. And something I'm noticing as well, the flags as well, a bit of a faded color. And it's not because they're faded, it's because we're dealing with a glaze of ice over most of our area now. Beginning pictures as well from a few of you. I know a few near Seneca, been seeing a nice glaze over the trees over your front yard. It might look nice, it might look pretty. We still have several hours of freezing rain falling down, and once again, that is ice. That's that ½ an inch or ½ an inch of ice accumulation. And yes, the sleet helped us out a little bit, but even ½ an inch of ice is about 500 pounds on power lines, on trees. I think you've heard us say that over and over and over. And like Chris mentions, we still have a while to go, and we still have a lot more to potentially fall on top of what we're already seeing. Some of this now beginning to kind of freeze over the sleet. I'm going to go ahead and back up. You see really icy conditions out here. This isn't something you want to play in. This isn't something you want to drive in. I mean, certainly rock solid right now. I can stomp on it. It's more like an ice skating rink, a hockey rink. Nothing you want to play with, especially driving conditions as well, and power outages. Now, Chris, I want to go ahead and show you this as well. We've been using this to kind of gauge how much ice we're seeing. About 1/10 of an inch an hour, you said, if I can pick this up for you as of right now. This is our thermometer. We had this earlier. Now, once again, a bit more glaze than we were just 30, 40 minutes ago. So, once again, it's accumulating. Even though it might just be a bit of a drizzle, it's still coming down. And that's certainly something that's beginning to stack up outside here in Greenville, across our area. And, of course,
parts of western North Carolina. I know they're dealing with power outages as well. We'll stay with you all afternoon long as well. Back to you.
Hey, Grace, yeah, great report there. I want to tell you, you're in that drizzle right now in Greenville, but look what's happening back toward Anderson. You get some of this heavier returns. That comes down heavier. You get 1/10 of an inch or more in a matter of an hour. So that's where it starts to build up. And folks, look back toward North Georgia. This is the equivalent of a heavy summer downpour. Instead of it being rain, though, it's going to be freezing rain. That's when this turns from bad to worse. In fact, that highlight from the Storm Prediction Center, the Weather Prediction Center, showing we could get 1/4 of an inch to 1/2 an inch in a matter of 2 hours, folks. That is going to put a lot more weight on these trees. And for Asheville northwestbound, you're fine for now. There's starting to be some power outages, but the ice that you've had is about all the ice you're going to get. It's areas south where there's already slowdowns, 240, 40, down 26 and 25. We got some serious slowdowns here, and that's because the ice will come on these trees and on these roads just as fast as they plow it off, right? They're trying to treat these roads. An ice storm warning goes until Monday at 1 p.m. where we're seeing improvement in the western parts of the mountains, less influenced by that cold wind. Here we are, 27 in Spartanburg, 26 in Greenville. I do not see us getting above freezing through the entire rest of the storm. That locks us in with the ice back through North Georgia. And if I look back for ground truth, look back at the storm reports in North Georgia, in Alabama, folks, they're getting 1/2 an inch of ice, and that's going to be a problem because it's bringing down trees and power lines. The scenes that I'm seeing in northern Alabama, northern Mississippi are now moving into North Georgia. I'm afraid we're going to see similar scenes in some places of the upstate with trees down and power outages. Here's the timeline of it. It's heavy through 5 p.m. Then we're done with the precipitation. But notice the winds. They start to slowly kick back up. That's as the front moves through. So here we are. New computer model shows heavy rain coming through, but it's not rain. Remember, it's freezing rain because it freezes on contact. We get that to come through 4, 5, 6 o'clock, and by the time we get to 7, it's kicking on out of here, and we've got the wind that's kicking up. Let me show you that, because remember, any amount of ice we have on the trees, even if it's what we have right now, is going to start to blow around in this wind, which tonight, you may go to bed 2, 3, 4 o'clock. Well, the winds start kicking up 25, 30, 35, maybe even 40 miles per hour across the northern parts of Greenville County. And remember, that's the area that's having the highest amount of ice. So that's my big concern here, is that we will likely get power outages into tonight. Now, you want to go ahead and set your house up. Maybe you'll go to a room, an air mattress set up by a gas logs or something like that. Make sure you have beach towels kind of set up around doors so that the draft doesn't get in. You can stay warm in your house. You just got to be creative. I'd rather you put 10 blankets on you than use some kind of alternative form of heat that's not safe. Fumes from kerosene or propane are not safe inside. It's carbon monoxide and can be deadly. So please don't play around with that. Don't use your generator in a garage, not even if it's close to it. Get it away. They say 20 feet away from your house, okay? I know you can't really use that in freezing rain. It's not worth it, folks. It's just not worth it with the kind of fumes it can put off. We'll show you the 4-day here in a few minutes because I'm still putting it together for the rest of the week. But I got to tell you, the cold weather and this next 3 hours of ice really, really concern me.
Wonderful advice, Chris. We want to make sure that you stay safe, and especially with those alternative sources of heat. So many different parts of our area are experiencing this storm in different ways and at different times. So we have crews positioned throughout our viewing area so they can kind of keep you up to date on what's happening where you live.
Yeah, you said it best earlier, Jane. They're outside, so you don't have to be. We will continue to bring you the story as it continues to evolve all across our area. And our Peyton Furtado joins us now live in Spartanburg at Fifth Third Park. They call it action at the fraction when the baseball team's playing. Different type of action happening there this afternoon. Peyton.
Hey, good afternoon, Mark and Jane. I missed you. It's so good to be back. I want to give you a beautiful view of beautiful Fifth Third Park here in Spartanburg, covered in ice. Definitely not ready for a game unless things get really interesting. Yeah, it's covered over here in Spartanburg. We've got some of the roads treated, not quite all of them just yet. Chris keeps mentioning that freezing rain. Honestly, I've got a song stuck in my head, freezing rain out here. That's basically what we're seeing all throughout our region. It's kind of slowed down right now, the droplets. It's just this kind of ever-present mist. So as soon as you walk out, like a wall of ice, a wall of cold as soon as you get out there. No real reason to be out here, especially if you want to drive somewhere. There's no real reason to do that at this point. Make sure you're staying safe, staying home. If you go outside, get all bundled up like I am, right? Make sure you're taking the right precautions. We're going to bring you updates throughout Spartanburg County today, but for now, live in Spartanburg, I'm Peyton Furtado, WYFF News 4.
Peyton, thank you. And she's messing with Prince a little bit there, but I don't know that he would mind.
We got a baseball swing. We got a Purple Rain reference. Peyton off to a strong start today. Our Isabel Mark joins us now live from Anderson. Isabel, you've been with our viewers all morning long. What can you tell us about how conditions are changing in Anderson?
Yeah, hey, Mark and Jane, good afternoon at this point. We've been watching it since about 4 a.m. this morning when we went live on the air. And what we've seen is a lot of ice. Let's be honest here. It started off kind of as sleet, and then right down here you can see all this ice. We just pulled this off of our WYFF4 news vehicle. You can see how thick it is. That's from us being out here all day long. That came from the very top there, and I don't want to guess on how big that is, but it looks like it could be either a quarter to a half inch of ice. And that's just how much we've seen accumulate over the last few hours. It really started to pick up when we went live this morning. And so we've been in contact with Anderson County emergency management officials. They have their station right here, their emergency operations center, and that's where they have state agencies from all, or let me rephrase that there. They've got agencies from all over the county inside of there, from SCDOT to emergency management to people from all over in one hub. That way that they can react when they need, if and when they need to. We've been a little lucky when it comes to power here in Anderson because we haven't seen any go out really. We've seen like maybe 1 or 2 sparingly throughout the county, and emergency management officials have been talking about all day. They've been like, yes, let's hope it stays that way. But I know we've seen some across, the northern or up north from us a little bit in Naconee and Pickens County start to lose that power. That is still a concern here in Anderson, something they are monitoring very, very closely. We just saw Master Trooper Mitchell Ridgway pull in from SCDOT, so we're going to probably get an update from him here soon. But for now, reporting live in Anderson, Isabel Mark, WYFF News 4.
Isabel, thank you. And she makes such a great point, Mark, in talking about all of the different agencies within the county are gathered there. We're seeing that really in counties throughout our area. And then those counties have an interaction with the state emergency management services. You and I were saying yesterday, as we're listening to these governors talk, the communications between all of the emergency response teams locally, countywide, and then statewide, even with federal, it's just really impressive.
Yeah, activated and ready to go in the event that they need to. Obviously, the optimist amongst us will continue to keep our fingers crossed that things don't get much worse, but the pragmatist, the realist, we've heard Chris all morning. We talk about the ice and the wind impacts. We do expect to see more power outages across our area as these hours tick on. But our team coverage does continue now in downtown Greenville.
Our Taniqua Penix is live at Unity Park with a look at conditions there. Last hour, you showed us a snowman in a tree. I hope that everybody's behaving, even the snowmen.
He didn't want to talk either, Taniqua.
He was a little stubborn, but listen, we were talking about ice, power outages, and staying off the road, but look at this. You got people that are running around just having a good time, taking a much-needed break from being cooped up inside during the ice storm. Look at him go. He's been waiting for that moment to go down the hill. And if you do come out, you want to make sure you're dressed properly. You see the people, they have their hats on, gloves, scarves. Frostbite is a real thing, and one of the first signs that you'll notice with frostbite is a tingling, and actually feel a little tingling at my fingertips, on my toes. So experts say you want to keep it short. Go somewhere to warm up if you do feel that. Limited time outside. Make sure you're layered up. Loose, warm layers trap heat better than one heavy coat. Remember, this is an ice storm. They're having fun right now, but we do want to take it serious. So just make sure you take the necessary precautions. For now, reporting live in Greenville, Taniqua Penix, WYFF News 4.
I love it, Taniqua. Folks trying to make it a snow day outside. I know my kids are. They'll go out, they'll play in it. They last 30, 45 minutes, come back in, get warm. It's still fun, but I tell you what, we're about to change into the part where maybe it's not so fun, because I'm noticing the trees get a little more droopy here across northern Greenville County. I'm noticing the mist and the haze off in the distance, but unfortunately it is freezing mist and haze as we have a lot of moisture coming our way. In fact, our area now being highlighted for what could be an additional 1/4 of an inch to a 1/2 inch of ice on top of what we already have. Notice these trees. The limbs are kind of drooping down. Now, you know, the old saying, you can bend but not break. Well, that's the same thing. These trees are strong, right? Especially resilient after Helene. The Helene winds came through and took all the scrub stuff off. These trees are strong, but they can't withstand this much weight for long, and especially if you add more to it, then add some wind to the mix, we've got an issue, especially because we're 26 degrees, but it feels like 18 degrees outside. Let me show you what I'm concerned about. There's a convective line here. I mean, look at this. Tornado watches to the south, ice warnings to the north, and look what's happening in North Georgia. Back through North Alabama, they gained a ½ inch of ice in about an hour, hour and a half. I mean, it came pouring down, and it is really bad back there. Widespread power outages back through northern Alabama from Huntsville and surrounding areas. Now that's across North Georgia, and you see the wedge. You see how cold it is digging in. Metro Atlanta getting some ice right now. That's up through Gainesville, Dahlonega, up through Rabun County, and pushing in. So this batch of moisture is about to be the real deal, folks. We haven't had heavy rain rates like this since we've started. And you're seeing that. You'll see it pick up. It'll be drizzly, and then it'll pick up and be pretty steady rain, which isn't rain. Remember, it's freezing rain. It freezes upon contact. Northern Oconee County, Stevens County, back through the north, all this is pushing east, and we're going to have ice rates that could be as high as a ¼ inch per hour. It won't be like that the whole time, but I would not be surprised if we get some significant totals out of this. And again, you may hear thunder out of it. It's that kind of a convective band. Watching our traffic north and westbound, actually seen it improve west of Asheville as the rain has moved in, but south and east of town, it is a little bit more dire. Greenville, Spartanburg, all having some slowdowns right now. People are going below a speed limit drive, which they should. Honestly, you probably just should not even be outside because the ice is continuing to get worse. It's 26 degrees in downtown Greenville right now with another batch of freezing rain heading in. Let me send things out to meteorologist Grace Lau. Grace, thank you so much for what you've been doing for the public today, giving us a look at what's going on. You've been out there since 4 a.m. this morning. I hope you're able to keep warm a little bit here and there. Tell us what you're seeing right now with the ice as it's beginning to pile up outside.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, you're right. Don't worry. I'm warm. I have my hand warmers and my gloves. I'm good right now. I've been able to get inside just for a moment because of how brutally cold it is right now. I want to go ahead and tell you what's happening, though, outside. I was just skating around here earlier. I'm going to try to back up and see if he kind of gets me out of already the marks I've made, but it is slick conditions. This is not fun. I can basically do a routine out here. This is not something you want to be out and about in. Something else, I want to ask if you could zoom in potentially to the leaves behind me. I'm beginning to see some icicles form on a few of these out here. I'm going to see how far I can walk to them, and this is what's accumulating. Here we go. See if we can get this on our power lines, on our trees beginning to droop. This is a glaze. This is a lot more than what we were seeing just several hours ago. And the reason why is that at first we did have, I'm going to crack this so you can see, we did have some sleet, and now it's transitioning to freezing rain. And Chris and Victoria have been telling us all morning long and now all afternoon long that, guys, we're going to be dealing with freezing rain for the next couple of hours. Drizzle right now, there have been periods of seeing kind of some heavier amounts just for a brief moment or two. But even this light drizzle is accumulating on the ground, on trees, on power lines. And then after this system moves through, we're going to be dealing with some gusty winds. And on top of that, cold temperatures. We're talking potentially a melt, refreeze, melt, refreeze, melt, refreeze situation the next several days. This is why we have alert days through the next couple of days and even impact days, because road conditions are not going to be that great to travel on. I know they're icy right now. I was skating here in the parking lot. I'm sure the roads are the same way as well. Once again, ice is the concern. I know it looks like a winter wonderland outside, but Chris, this is something people need to pay attention to in the next couple of hours. This is the most important part of this storm, right?
That's exactly right, Grace. We've got the heaviest batch coming through. Now, meteorologist Victoria Kokinos' parents live near Atlanta. They say it is absolutely coming down right now. Just heavy, heavy freezing rain. Now, you look back toward the west, we kind of ditch the models at this point and do what's called nowcasting. We use our tools, live Super Doppler 4 being one of them. And it is stretching all the way back to Metro Atlanta with heavy freezing rain. So I am not expecting that to transition over to rain at all across the upstate. It's going to be heavy. And some of our largest icing is now entering Toccoa, Stevens County, Habersham up through Rabun County, and then soon Walhalla, Clemson, Anderson. And we're talking about some real heavy rates of ice that'll really begin to pile up. Not that it's great outside right now, but this is about to turn from being manageable and okay to not manageable and possibly even crippling in some locations right here across the northern part of the upstate. We've already got measurements of a ½ inch of ice in Pumpkintown, Dacusville, Travelers Rest, Table Rock, Caesars Head, northern Greenville County. You've already got a ½ inch. We're going to add to that in a big way with this slug of moisture coming up from I-85. This is the real deal, folks. This is entering the peak of the storm, and we'll promise to keep you posted around the clock here.
Chris, thank you. And Chris just showed us the traffic pattern there, so that as there's some rain up in western North Carolina, the traffic has gotten a little bit better. But as you just heard him say, as that begins to freeze, roads are going to become even more dangerous.
Yeah, we've heard from transportation agencies several times over the course of the last 24 plus hours about these conditions continuing to worsen. As Chris just mentioned, we get into the peak of the storm, and our Isabel Mark joins us now live again from Anderson. We understand you have a interview now with someone who can give us more insight as to the roadways.
Yeah, hey, Mark and Jane, that is correct. First of all, I want to talk about kind of what we're seeing right now. It's very, very slick outside. We were driving over here very carefully, but if you can avoid driving today, that is something that a lot of officials are wanting to hammer home. We've got Master Trooper Mitchell Ridgway here. Talk to us kind of, what do you want people to know as we're continuing to monitor the storm and the icy conditions?
Well, number one, it's very cold.
Yes.
I'm glad I put extra layers on. And just stay home.
Yeah.
I think I had about a 7 or 8, mile drive to get here, and it probably took me 25 minutes because I was traveling about 15 miles an hour to help maintain control of my vehicle. I want to give everybody credit out there in the upstate. For the most part, everybody stayed home. Our call volume's been pretty low, so that's really good.
Yeah.
There's been a few accidents, but nothing too serious. So that's the main message. Just stay home. Enjoy the heat with your family and friends. As of right now, we still have power. That vehicle's going a little too fast. They probably should slow down. And that's exactly what we want to get away from. But if you have to drive, number one, slow down. Number two, be very gentle with the accelerator and your brake. Don't turn too sharply. That can cause you to lose control. And as long as you do those things, and as long as your vehicle is equipped, preferably you want to be in an all-wheel drive or a four-wheel drive vehicle. That's very helpful in conditions like this. And make sure your defrost and your heat works. If your defrost isn't working, you're going to be in big trouble because you're not going to be able to melt that ice on the windshield. You're not going to be able to see. But those are the main things. Just stay home. Like I said, if you have to go out in it, just be very careful, slow down, and do those things we're talking about.
Yeah, I know a lot of people are wondering and worrying maybe on Monday that they might have to go back to work. They're kind of monitoring how things are going. I like how you touched on a couple of those tips. Is there anything else you want people to know as they're wondering if they have to get out on the roadways and how things might be shaping up in the next 24 hours?
It's kind of hard to say. I'm really hoping and praying that we don't get this freezing rain that affects the utility poles and the trees. As long as we have power, we're in pretty good shape. If you haven't been out, there aren't a lot of things that are open right now. Pretty much the gas stations and the Waffle Houses. That's kind of maybe the grocery store, but there's not a lot of things open. So there's not a lot of places to go. No restaurants are open. So hopefully you've prepared. I know there's been an influx of people buying generators, myself included.
Yeah.
Hopefully we don't have to use those. But let's just enjoy the time. If you want to go out and play in it, this kind of snow has kind of turned to ice, and that's kind of where we run into major issues. Early this morning, it was pretty fluffy, and you could compact it, but now it's kind of turned hard, which it can become very dangerous, whether you're driving or walking. So just be careful out there. Enjoy this time with your family and friends, and hopefully by Monday, Tuesday, this will all melt away and we can get back to a normal life.
Yeah, and we've seen people kind of sledding around today a little bit too, enjoying the sleet that kind of turned into these icy conditions that we're seeing. As people are going out to enjoy it, anything you want to say to them about, as they're sledding on roadways?
Well, obviously be careful.
Yeah.
Traffic volume is very low today, and I've seen some people out in the roads having some fun, and that's fine. I'm not encouraging you to go on a roadway. Right. Go to a park or or a hill where you're off the road.
Yeah.
That way you don't have to, possibly be involved in some type of incident with a vehicle. But main thing, just be safe out there. Let's stay warm and let's enjoy it while we can.
Yeah, one more question for you. I know a big concern is maybe seeing that ice accumulate a little bit more overnight and seeing maybe tree branches and other things fall possibly into roadways. Anything you want to say to people about just being careful about that, and then also how to report anything that they see?
Yeah, the main thing, if anything's emergent, call 911.
Yeah.
Of course, you can call star 47, but that's not an emergent line. Let's say for some reason you have to go to work in the morning and it's not quite daylight. Just be very, very careful. Like I said, if the average speed is 45 miles per hour on a stretch of road, you're going to probably have to run 15 or 20 at max.
Okay.
Because it's very easy to lose control, even in a vehicle that's equipped in this weather. So just be careful, drive careful, be as cautious as possible, and then hopefully by Tuesday or so, this will all melt away, like I said, and we'll be back to normal life, back to school. and back to work.
Okay, thank you so much, Trooper Ridgway. Yeah, here in Anderson County, we've been monitoring the social media pages. I would say that's something that you should do as well, as emergency officials continue to update you guys on what they're seeing, what's going on, and how to make sure you're staying safe. But for now, reporting live in Anderson, Isabel Marek, WYFF News 4.
Isabel, thank you. Terrific work out there, reporting for more than 10 hours, keeping our viewers informed. Hope that you guys can finally get a well-deserved break. We do appreciate all the reporting there, and Master Trooper Mitchell Ridgway giving us some good insight there. What I take away, don't be out on the roads if you don't have to be, but it's important if you are going to go out. Jane mentioned having a car with all-wheel drive, being gentle with the gas and the brake, and being slow in your turns. That's going to be how you avoid getting into a bad spot out there on the roads if you have to be out on them.
And he said, too, a good point. If you're going to go sled, fine. Do that in a place where you're not going to come in contact with the vehicle. Find a park. Don't sled on the roads. We really appreciate all of our law enforcement out there keeping us safe. Let's take a look now at Duke Energy, some of the outages that are being reported now. North Carolina is seeing more than 7,000 customers without power. In South Carolina, more than 1,000 customers are now without power.
And we will obviously be keeping a close eye on those numbers as the hours move along. In Georgia, they are experiencing significant outages there in the Peach State. More than 34,000 customers are without power at this hour. More than 9,000 of those affected in Rabun County, Jane, as you mentioned, at those higher elevations.
Higher elevations and lots of trees up that way. Here's a live look from our Asheville Skycam. Looks a little different than it did an hour ago, right, Mark? It was, the sky was a little more clear. Now we're seeing some moisture on the lens. Chris has said that rain has started moving in. Normally that would be a good thing, except that with this rain that's coming in now to Asheville and this part of western North Carolina, all of that's just going to freeze as these temperatures really begin to plunge.
Yeah, we are seeing that freezing precipitation continue to fall in Asheville, and we're going to continue to expect it across the entirety of our area as well. We do want to remind you that Asheville City Schools will be operating on a teacher work day tomorrow. This is an optional teacher work day for students. There is no school. Campuses will be closed. I'm sure they're really beating themselves up over that. There's no remote learning either. Some might not be able to access internet. In addition, the district will utilize banked instructional hours in order to keep the scheduled parent-teacher conference day in February. But again, all schools closed for students in Asheville tomorrow.
And several school districts, colleges, and universities have all shifted their instructional plans tomorrow because of this weather. You can find a full list on WYFF4.com, also scrolling at the bottom of your screen. We appreciate your being with us. We're going to continue our coverage throughout the evening. We'll be back right after this.
WYFF News 4 Today starts with breaking news.
Hey, thank you for joining us and staying with us for our extended coverage of this winter storm. I am Mark Whiteman.
And I'm Jane Robelo, and we do appreciate you being with us. And it's a privilege for all of us here to be able to help you through this very difficult time. So many questions, so much anxiety, but just stay with us. We've got reporters stationed throughout the viewing area. We've got 4 meteorologists working around the clock. We appreciate them so much. So thank you all for being with us.
And we do want to go right to Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice, who continues to track this storm. Chris, what can you tell us about the latest there?
Yeah, we're entering the most dangerous part of the storm, to be honest with you, is the highest ice fall timing is coming in right now. You see this batch of heavy moisture from Atlanta Metro. It is just absolutely pouring right now, and that is freezing on contact. And this adds up to the equivalent of almost 1/4 of an inch per hour. Now, it's not going to do that for hours on end, but you'll get pockets of that where it really comes in and adds that up. You're getting little tastes of that across Greenville, Spartanburg, but the worst of the storm is on the way right now, folks, and we promise to walk you through the worst of this storm step by step here as the ice continues to intensify across the area. We've already got 1/2 inch across Pickens, Oconee, into Greenville County. We're going to continue to stay with you here through the worst part of the storm as the ice continues to spread in and become a little more intense here. We do have significant ice across these areas already. Travelers Rest to Dacusville, to Pumpkintown, downtown Greenville right now getting into some more ice. It just left a batch right there. I want to send things out to meteorologist Grace Lau. Grace, you've been monitoring conditions out there. What's interesting to me, seeing you out there, is the fact that you're able to stand on that sleet, but now it looks like you're kind of on a hockey rink right now because it's getting a lot more slick out there on top of that sleet.
Hey, Chris. Yeah, you're right. I mean, I've been able to see really conditions change from sleet to freezing rain and now a solid sheet of ice, mainly across what I've been standing on all morning long. I've been here since 3 o'clock this morning, started coverage with 4. I want to go ahead and back up just so you can see. Listen, I could skate on this. This is... You can kind of hear me hit it. It is rock solid out here. I can't really kick this up. It's nothing you want to play in. And we've been seeing freezing rain kind of come in bursts. It's still a bit of a drizzle outside. You can kind of see it with the naked eye. But certainly something I want to pay attention to the next couple of hours. As Chris, you keep mentioning, we have more on the way. And we're already seeing accumulations up to ½ an inch in a few spots. And we know we've been potentially drilling it in your heads at home. ½ an inch of ice is 500 pounds on trees and power lines. I want to go ahead and point to behind me as well. Kind of been my unit of measurement has been the flags, the pole, of course, drooping trees. I'm seeing a bit of a difference outside with most of our greenery out here. I'm out here of the studios and our parking lot. Once again, a sheet of ice across most of the sleet that has already fallen. So you describe it as an Oreo. It's a layer of freezing rain, just a bit we saw late last night. Saw about 4 hours of straight sleet, then a mix, and then now most of this is just freezing rain. And the problem with this is that, yes, this is going to be a higher accumulation amounts of ice potentially for our area, causing now we're already seeing some more power outages in parts of Georgia and parts of western North Carolina. And if you think about it, that's the places that has seen more freezing rain, more ice accumulation than we have as of right now. And that's what we're going to be seeing as we go towards the rest of this evening. On top of that, squall line moves through. We're going to be dealing with higher wind gusts up to potentially 40 miles per hour. I know a few of you may be anxious about this. What can you do right now? Still, you've weathered most of the storm. We still have a few hours to go until early dinner or like around 7 or 8 o'clock for most of us. Still stay home. Make sure you're taking caution. Make sure you're doing what you need to do, because sitting at home right now, being safe, not driving on the roadways, that's the best plan for you and your family right now. Chris.
That's great perspective. Thanks for walking us through that, Grace. Yeah, the worst of it's back through North Georgia right now. This is the heavy batch. You really want to hunker down between 3 o'clock and 6 o'clock. That's the time frame that the ice is going to continue to grow. What we have on top of that sleet is going to continue to grow up to ½ an inch of ice before we're all said and done here. Clarksville to Toccoa to Carnesville, you're about to get on some of that heavier stuff. It's over Commerce right now and moving in. So we're going to continue to see this fill in and intensify. It's going to look like heavy rain outside. It's going to look and sound like it's pouring, but that is just adding to the ice that's already out there. Ice storm warning until 1 p.m. Monday. And notice temperatures. We're 28 in Pickens, 27 in Clemson. We're in the mid-20s across the upstate. Where there are not problems, back through the mountains of North Carolina, this wedge holding on strong right here. We still have a long way to go. And unfortunately, these temperatures look to hold below freezing through the entire rest of the storm, thanks to this dry, cold wind undercutting that moisture at the low levels of the atmosphere. So the rain, the freezing rain, the heaviest through about 5, 6 o'clock. By 8 o'clock, we're done with the precipitation, but that's when the colder air begins to move in. It's about 2, 3 a.m. when it does, and when it comes in, it does come with some heavy wind. It's going to blow around those trees. I want to look closer at the new model that takes us through 3, 4, 5 o'clock. Those brighter pinks indicate the heavier downpours of freezing rain, and this is going to be a problem through about 6 o'clock before it pushes on out. And yes, there may be some flurries on the back edge as it's colder and moving on out. Lots more to track here as we watch the worst part of this band moving on through. We got about 3 hours, and the worst part of the storm is still ahead.
And Chris, in that 3 hours, we have team coverage still for you. We've got people positioned throughout the viewing area. We're continuing our team coverage now in downtown Greenville.
Yeah, we're hunkering down with you as we hope you continue to hunker down and stay safe in the storm. Our Taniqua Penix, though, she is outside braving the elements at Unity Park with a look at how conditions continue to change in downtown Greenville. Hi, Tia.
Hey, Mark and Jane, you know, it's pretty out here. We got Frosty hanging out in the corner, kids running around, so you forget just how cold it is. So quick reminders for families out there. You want to make sure you're covered up, dressing in layers. You want those hats, gloves, scarves. Those are huge because ears, fingers, toes, those are the first things to freeze. We want to think about frostbite. Again, you want to layer up just a few light layers to hold heat. That's better than just one big coat. And if your clothes get wet, guess what? It's time to come come back inside. Wet clothes also lead to frostbite fast. Experts say don't stay out too long. Take warm-up breaks, especially with the kids. Now, I will say we've been out here, and this is a different set of people than were out here earlier. So people are just coming out for a short amount of time, having fun. Pay attention to the warning signs. Numbness, tingling, or skin turning pale means it's time to go somewhere warm. A little playtime is okay. People enjoying that last little bit of fun before things get worse. For now, here at Unity Park, things, you know, we've had some precipitation. It's so cold, my lips are frozen. It's in and out. Right now, we got a little light rain coming, hitting at a slant. Ground is pretty hard. Like Grace said, you feel like you can skate on it, but we just want to remind people, stay safe, stay warm. For now, reporting live in Greenville, Taniqua Penix, WYFF News 4.
Taniqua, thank you.
I think the word we've all gotten hung up on all week long is precipitation.
That's
you say
right.
it so often. And out in the cold, your teeth are chattering, you're standing on the ice.
A little different in 20 degrees to say precipitation.
It's hard to say here in the studio.
That's the story of the day, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's all about the precipitation, and it's going to continue to be.
And we know our Peyton Furtado is experiencing that icy precipitation in Spartanburg. You've moved away from Fifth Third Park. Precipitation, Peyton.
Say it fast 3 times.
Precipitation. Okay, precipitation. I've been practicing all morning. I've been getting ready. Hey guys, I'm just hanging out with my friend over here, just across the street from Fifth Third Park. I would interview him, but his social skills a little rusty. But let's take a look at some of this ice over here. Plants, as you can see, we were talking about this. Grace was talking about this. Chris was talking about this. These berries completely frozen solid, weighed down. We saw a bird try to come over here, try to eat some of these berries. I don't think it really worked out. I'm going to give you a little ASMR of these plants. Hold on. Oh, I'm going to try one more right here. Nice little crackling sound. Everything just covered in a thin, sometimes thick, layer of ice here across the street from Fifth Third Park and across Spartanburg County. If we want to take a look at the ground itself, that's even more, right? This isn't snow. This is just solid ice at this point, impacted. We've been trying our best not to slip and slide as we've been bebopping around Spartanburg, trying to find people, trying to chit-chat with folks as they're out and about. If you can help it, try to stay indoors because, again, these temperatures are so cold and we could see quite a bit more precipitation, like you said, throughout the rest of this afternoon. We'll be bringing you live reports throughout that, though. For now, live in Spartanburg, I'm Peyton Furtado. Precipitation for WYFF News 4.
She's a show-off.
Oh, my goodness. Wasn't that great, the show and tell, the ASMR, to see those berries frozen on the tree? That just gives you an idea of what we're working with outside the comfort of your own homes. You've mentioned it before, and we're going to continue to mention it. We are outside. Our crews are outside, so you do not need to be.
Just trust us. And now we're learning, too, from Anderson University. They will continue e-learning on Tuesday in addition to tomorrow. Officials say there are no known power outages on campus, and they say facilities are operational. But they do say that sidewalks and streets are dangerous. Use caution when you're moving around campus. Now to my alma mater.
There we go.
Some Clemson students, Mark, having a good time. A boat is not just for the lake, it's also for an icy hill. Nancy sent this to us. Murphy is one of the fellas sledding. That's her son. They made some good time on that. Thank you, Nancy. Mark, I think we should maybe get some other guys in a boat. This could be a good competition.
I like
NCAA sanctioned
sledding, ice sledding. Yeah, you got all those hills on the campus. There's something in these hills today. It means there's some extra sledders about in Clemson. I'd love to see the sledding happening in Unity Park as well. We heard Master Trooper Mitchell Ridgway mention it earlier. If you're going to be out sledding, that's okay, but be safe. Don't be somewhere where cars are going to be. What better place to do it than on campus or in a park while you enjoy a little bit of the outdoor winter conditions.
I just hope that boat stopped before it got to the water. I'm now seeing that looks like a water's edge.
I think so. They cut the camera there, but we're hoping everyone stays safe, has a good time out there. Yeah, no doubt. And we love all the pictures and videos you're continuing to send, and we encourage you to keep sending them to our WYFF News 4 Facebook page. We do want to mention that the city of Greenville has issued another warning about the dangers of driving and sledding in the ice. Greenville police say that of the 8 cars that they saw this morning, 3 of those were in a ditch, 2 of those had crashed. Firefighters also responded to 2 crashes last night. Officials say the best way and the safest way to avoid crashes is also the most obvious way. Just stay home. The city also warns that people who are sledding in the streets, they could be preventing crews from treating the streets. That's why we love seeing the sledding happening in parks and safely on campuses.
That's exactly right. Now, Now, so far, Greenville Public Works crews have used more than 4,000 pounds of ice melt. They've spread 30 truckloads of salt, and those crews are positioned throughout the county, and they're going to continue to brine and salt those roads. But again, these roads are being salted only for people who have to get to work, people who work in healthcare, people who work perhaps in hotels, and also for emergency crews that need to get out. And at some point, Mark, power crews, as power begins to be lost, we want to make sure those linemen get safely to where they need to go.
That was something we heard several times yesterday, that when we get to that point, those linemen are going to need to be out on the roads. And the way that you slow down those linemen is by being out on the roads if you don't need to be. No one wants to deal with power outages. Some of us are going to be dealing with power outages. And when we do lose the power, we're going to want it back on as quickly as possible. So staying away and stop preventing those linemen from getting out and doing their jobs when they need to. We do want to show you what it looks like, though, when you do ice and salt up those roads. This is what it looked like driving this morning on I-385 in Greenville. Video dash cam from one of our co-workers heading into work. They had both hands on the wheel. That was the dash cam. You can see the conditions continuing to change and stay icy on those roads.
And thanks to these snowplow workers, too. These are some snowplows that were out on 385. This is near the exit for the Greenville Zoo. Greenville Zoo is closed. The animals are all taken care of. But we appreciate those snowplows out and about. SCDOT crews have been working to clear roads. And again, SCDOT has crews positioned really throughout the parts of our state that are supposed to get impact from this storm.
Yeah, Stephanie Trotter has been with us all afternoon yesterday and will be with us shortly again as she continues to follow emergency management operations throughout the area. They are ready to get out and fan out across the area where they are needed. And officials across the Carolinas and Georgia are, again, we'll say this several times today, folks, urging you to stay home. We do want to show you a difference between primary and secondary roads. On the left side of your screen there, that is North Church Street. That has been treated with salt and brine. The right-hand side of your screen is sleet-covered Howard Street, and you can see a significant difference there out on those roads.
There's nothing like that visual, right? To just see this.
That's the entire picture right there.
It sure is. Well, in parts of the Northeast, snow is falling at up to 2 inches per hour.
Yeah, here's AJ Sisson from our sister station in Pennsylvania driving around the Harrisburg area.
Hey there, this is AJ Sisson here. We're in central Pennsylvania, driving around the Capital Beltway. We're around Harrisburg, Pennsylvania right now, just giving you a look at the roads at this point in time. We're around 9:20 a.m. on Sunday. The snow is coming down near whiteout conditions. The roads are slick, covered in snow. We got road temperatures just under 10 degrees. That's where the snow is sticking to the ground right now. I've been speaking with the Pennsylvania Department of Transportation. They say that things have been mostly quiet this morning, not many trouble spots, but they do emphasize that when you're out and driving in the snow, to keep distance between you and the person in front of you. They did have a plow truck hit this morning, hit the salt bay and behind, and there were no injuries to report at the time itself. But they are just emphasizing to take it slow on the roads. We are seeing some extra plow trucks out here right now. You can see on the bridge driving right above us right now. This is what things have looked like with plow trains and plow trucks all over the roads. This is just what we're seeing here in central Pennsylvania. We're keeping eyes on this as well. But for now, I'm AJ Sisson.
Okay, if you're trying to fly somewhere, if you're trying to get out of the Greenville-Spartanburg International Airport, it looks like all arrivals and departures have been closed. This information, too, we want to tell you about what's going on at Clemson University. They have decided that the main campus is going to be closed tomorrow. There will be no e-learning either. A decision for Tuesday has not yet been announced. Stay with us and we'll keep you posted on Clemson.
And we do also want to mention, again, if you were thinking about flying out somewhere, Greenville-Spartanburg International Airport, all arrivals and departures have been canceled today. If your flight is impacted, you are asked to check with your airline. And at Asheville Regional Airport, all departures are canceled right now there as well. Almost all arrivals are canceled. We are seeing one arrival delayed from Allegiant Airlines, but the ground traffic there pretty much grounded to a halt.
And they say if you're going to heaven or the opposite direction, you have to go through Hartsfield-Jackson. It is the world's busiest airport, and it is still operating, but nearly half of those flights are delayed or canceled. According to FlightAware, there have been more than 1,600 cancellations, more than 350 delays just at Atlanta Hartsfield Jackson International Airport again. So if you're planning to fly anytime, I would say, Mark, within like the next week, you probably really need to be checking with your airline now and see what kind of rebookings they may want to do.
All roads, and we do mean all roads, lead through Hartsfield Jackson Airport. The South Carolina Emergency Management Division has set up a winter weather hotline they do want to continue to remind you about. You can call toll-free 24/7 with your questions about the state's winter weather response. The number, you see it right there on your screen, 866-246-0133. We also have this number on our website, WYFF4.com, as well as continuously updated information from officials as we continue to learn more about the ongoing storm coverage. We do want to send it now over to our Weather Center and Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice, the latest track on the storm. Chris.
Yeah, the worst part of the storm is on approach right now. We've already got drooping trees across northern Greenville County. These limbs were upright a couple of hours ago. They've since gotten a little longer and droopier. Here's the deal. You ever heard the saying, you can bend but not break? Well, that's what these trees are trying to do. They're going to fight that fight over the next couple of hours, because over the next 3 hours, the heaviest amount of precipitation moves in, and you can see it on our Anderson Skycam. It's almost looking like rain coming in on there, but it's not rain, it's freezing rain. So it's coating everything with a glaze of ice. That includes the sleet, that includes the trees. Let me show you our Skycam from Caesar's Head. This is high up on northern parts of Greenville County. They've already had a ½ an inch of ice as of about 1 o'clock, so we've had 2 more hours. That's probably getting up closer to 3/4 of an inch at this point, because those limbs, they are drooping. And that's the problem here, is we are below freezing as the heaviest batch of precipitation is moving in. And folks, it is cold out. If the kids are trying to go out and sled, first of all, be careful. I've been in the mountains growing up, and you go down some of this, it's faster and more fun to sled than ice. But if you get caught in it, you can get stitches real fast, because that ice can almost act like a razor. Okay, trust me, been there, done that. All right, let me show you what's happening, because we got the bulk of the heaviest precipitation moving in. Now, this is convective, stormy in another word, as it moves through. Yes, you could see lightning and hear thunder. It's that convective. Look at the storms. There's a tornado watch in South Georgia. Meanwhile, there is significant icing going on the northeast side of Atlanta, and that is a telltale. What happens in Atlanta usually comes here, folks, and I'm afraid this is going to send us very close to 2005 level ice storm. I am seeing that be true with the models that we're seeing, and it just is expanding out, and that heavy, steady precipitation is settling in. Now, some of these valleys, the radar trying to pick up on, is it freezing rain or is it rain? Well, I can tell you, looking back at the observations from Walhalla, Seneca, and Pickens, you're still at 27 degrees. So I'm not concerned about that part of the forecast. This is probably just our radar trying to depict what kind of precipitation it's falling as. But our radar does give us an instant look at where it's happening. And another batch of that heavy precipitation on approach to Greenville right now. We'll send things out to Rashad here in just a minute. I tell you, we're going to see that get worse in the next few minutes, as that rain's going to be pouring down almost like a summer rainstorm, but instead of it falling as rain, it's freezing rain. Look back toward Pickens. This puts down a lot of ice in a short period of time. The richer and darker the color is, that's a ice rate of 1/4 of an inch per hour. Now, you're not going to get every bit of that band to be that heavy, but just like the summertime, it piles up quickly, and that's going to be the case here. And again, I don't think eastern parts of Lake Kiowee, West Union into Pickens is changing over to rain right now. I think that's our radar just getting up into the mountains there. You're still 27 degrees. Same story back through Toccoa and Clarksville. We've got some big problems happening in northeast Georgia, and all of the roads across the area right now are below freezing. That's what we're looking at here as we move forward. Ice storm warning. This is about to turn from manageable to non-manageable in some locations, all right? 28 there in Pickens. It's 27 in Clemson. We're 31 in Toccoa. So holding on to freezing here. That's going to be the concern as the bulk of this moisture spreads in over top of this extremely cold air. I'm afraid it's going to fall as pure ice, and that's going to add on top of what we have. So over the next 12 hours, pinpointing it for you, rough through 5, 6 o'clock, better by 8 o'clock. But I mean better. We're not seeing anything fall from the sky. However, late into the night, the winds pick up. Here's the timing. So the model showing here, this new one, shows the heavier, richer pinks showing up. This is not a radar anymore, but a future radar. Shows that as we go through 4 or 5 o'clock, we got some deeper colors here, and that's going to be the problem. Jane, Mark, we're looking at some of the worst part of the storm moving in over the next 3 hours. And after that, that's when I'm afraid we're going to start to see those power outages go up.
So it's so great to have that timing so that people can be prepared. Rashad Williams is live outside of our studio.
Yeah, we have team coverage continuing all across our area. And Rashad, you spoke with officials in Henderson County, North Carolina for an update there. What can you tell us?
I did. First off, I want to piggyback just off of what Chris was saying. It is cold out here. Came back out for about 5 minutes, and just within those 5 minutes, we felt some of the temps drop, or at least the way it feels, and also the precipitation now starting to become noticeable once again. So back in Henderson County, North Carolina, Mike Morgan, the chief communications officer there, says that they woke up to similar conditions that we are seeing here in the upstate. Overall, it's been pretty quiet there with the exception of some power outages reported, and they've also experienced, there was one accident with an 18-wheeler that overturned on the county line. That is the Henderson-Polk County line. No word on any injuries from that crash, but knowing that crash happened and knowing that there is a risk for being out on the roads, Mike Morgan says the main thing the county is emphasizing is for everyone to stay home.
You know, we're in the mountains, so we're going to have a lot of hills and a lot of ups and downs. And, you know, if it's a little icy as you go down the hill, you know, you can't really stop if you get going. So I think that's the biggest thing. Ice is just not a friend of mountain roads. And so that's why anytime we have a real icy condition, we just really encourage residents, try and stay off of it.
Great advice, and I mentioned some of those power outages. We're expecting more as we progress through the night, and if you happen to lose power or if you need a place to go as far as shelter is concerned, the Athletics and Activities Center is open right now indefinitely or until further notice as needed. That is located at 708 South Grove Street. It is open to everyone, and it is also pet-friendly, so if you have pets with you, you're more than welcome to take your pets there. They also have a non-emergency number to call if you need to ask any questions. That number is 828-435-2030. That number one more time, 828-435-2030. Jane, Mark, back to you.
Rashad, thank you so much.
Yeah, the wintry mix has died down a bit this afternoon. Now kids are enjoying that ice on the ground.
Here's Chris Peterson reporting from Thomasville, North Carolina.
I'm Chris Peterson in Thomasville, North Carolina, where nothing's falling from the sky right now, but Mother Nature left behind a mess. This is a combination of snow and ice mix. It's very crunchy and difficult to drive on, and that's what motorists are having to deal with here in Thomasville right now. Best to just stay home. Emergency management officials, of course, are advising everyone to just stay at home on this Sunday afternoon. This is what you should be doing. Kids finding a hill, sledding down. This is something they don't get an opportunity to do very often, so they are definitely making the most of it and having a good time. Now, we are expecting another round of some kind of wintry precipitation around 3 or 4 o'clock this afternoon. A freezing rain mix is what we are expecting, and so we are just waiting around and hoping that we don't see as much of that, because that freezing rain is what's going to collect on power lines and possibly cause power outages. Here in Thomasville, North Carolina, I'm Chris Peterson.
Also in North Carolina Governor Josh Stein held a briefing today stressing the importance of what we've been saying all day, Mark, stay home.
Yeah, we're going to continue to repeat that as well. He says NCDOT have cleared more than 300 abandoned cars and dealt with more than 400 car crashes so far.
Black ice is going to stick around for a few days. Every night this week, we're going to get below freezing, so whatever precipitation is on the ground is going to turn to ice overnight.
And officials in North Carolina say at least 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulation was reported as of this morning. A final round of ice is expected to hit tonight as Chris continues and our weather team continue to inform you. And the governor emphasized that you should check on your neighbors and your family members as those conditions continue to change.
And just in from Western North Carolina, Buncombe County schools will be closed tomorrow. Remote work will not be posted. Students who took home assignments do not need to complete those. I'm thinking that they're probably making provisions for children who don't have power.
Yeah, you'd imagine so. And an update as well from Toccoa, Georgia. Stevens County 911 dispatchers are starting to receive calls about downed trees and power lines and icy roads. Officials there tell us they've been working hard since 3 a.m. this morning to clear roadways, and power outages are impacting people in several areas, including central Toccoa, where a transformer recently blew.
Well, hats off to all of the people who are keeping us safe. And Chris, really to you and your team, we've got 4 meteorologists working around the clock, and you're watching this storm just almost like a gigantic monster continue to just evolve. And now we're hitting the time where you say it's really getting dangerous.
Yeah, the go time's now through about 6 o'clock. The heaviest precipitation, you see Stevens County, one of those where we're getting reports of down trees, down power lines. I'm afraid we're going to start to see that become more widespread. You saw it in Mississippi, then you saw it in Alabama, now you got it in North Georgia. Unfortunately, this is the equivalent of a heavy summertime rainstorm, but it's coming down as ice, and that's happening right now. Steady, heavy rain, but it freezes on contact. That's happening in Oconee County, Pickens County, Anderson County, Greenville County, and our Doppler radar, our very own Doppler, gives us that instant look. That's why I'm so grateful to have that tool for us, because we're able to see what's happening in real time here. And we're going to see that be the case as we move forward. Let's switch over to Weather One, because I want to show you what's happening right now back toward the northern part of the county. 26 degrees. I've noticed those trees start getting a little more droopy. They've had a ½ inch of ice already. We could add almost a ½ inch more by the time we get through the next 3 hours, because we are seeing that rainfall rate at 1/4 inch per hour, and it's falling as ice.
Wow.
As we continue to track this system and its impacts, we hope you will turn on notifications for the free WYFF4 mobile app. You can also find all the latest information, including the latest forecast, on our website, WYFF4.com. Chris and our entire weather team will continue to keep you informed, and we will have our team coverage all throughout the area, so you don't have to be outside.
Stay.
Good afternoon, and thank you for staying with us for this extended coverage of this winter storm. I am Nigel Robertson.
And I am Sydney Shadrix. We are expecting an emergency briefing from Georgia state officials any minute now.
And as we wait, let's get a live look outside from our Peace Center Skycam in Greenville. Look at that. This system that we've been watching for so long has arrived, and it is not done with us yet.
It is not. And you know, it looks like a winter wonderland out there, but just being outside and stepping on that.
Crunchy.
Oh, some places I was walking, we didn't even crunch.
You slid.
Just slid, absolutely.
Yes.
So we do want to go ahead and get on over now with Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice, who has a look at the latest timing at what we can expect next. Chris.
Yeah, I'm telling you, we're entering a critical part of this storm where the next 3 hours are going to go downhill fast. I just got a report from Clayton, Georgia. They've got 3/4 inch of ice. This is adding up fast, and behind that, you'll get the reports of trees down, power lines down, and our storm reports keep seeing that as you lose through Alabama, now into Georgia. So that's what we're seeing work in. And here is North Greenville County. The trees are getting a lot more droopy. They can bend, but eventually they may break, and that's going to be the concern. Here's a closer look at that. We've noticed those upright branches start to get a little more droopy, and unfortunately, you add in more ice like that, that's going to be the problem. And here's the deal. We are 26 degrees with heavy freezing rain moving in. Folks, this is the equivalent of a heavy downpour during the summertime, except for it's not a rain, it is freezing rain, freezing upon contact immediately here across northern Greenville, Pickens County. Now, our radar is showing that this is rain. It is not. It is just having a tough time deciphering the precipitation type. And the reason why is we are so cold, and these temperature profiles are giving us a mixed bag of everything. Ice and a lot of it. You go back through Clayton, Georgia, we had that 3/4 inch mark, and this is the band that's bringing it in. Greenville County are getting in on it now. It's going to be heavy rain, but it freezes instantly on contact. That's going to bring us from 1/10 inch to 1/4 inch per hour. And we got about 2 or 3 more hours. Not going to be that steady the whole time, but you get the picture. We're going to really pile up some ice, unfortunately, here across Greenville, Taylor, Simpsonville, Five Forks. Get ready for things to get a lot more glazed over, especially with those trees. Back through the west, again, this is not falling as rain. It's just our radar doing its best job, right? You got a bunch of hydrometers, as we call it, that it has to decipher between our radar site and there. It's also going up in elevation, but this is ice, and a lot of it through Walhalla and Clemson, back through North Georgia, Toccoa, Clarksville, Commerce. That's the heavy batch that's moving through. Therefore, an ice storm warning in these areas. Let me show you temperatures with the radar. 28 in Pickens, 28 in Clemson. That's why I have to look both at my ground truth with my observations and our radar. Back through the mountains, you do not have problems. You are warming up in these areas because you're less influenced by that wedge of cold air. But boy, we are cold, very cold across the area, and that is allowing for that to fall as ice as it moves through the area. That front is pushing through now, wringing out every bit of the heavy freezing rain. Now through 6 o'clock's the worst of it. After that, we are going to see the winds actually pick up tonight. When the front goes through later tonight after 2 a.m., those gusts could get up to 30 to 40 miles per hour. With all that ice on the trees, that's when I'm afraid we'll have our power outage problems. Back to you, Nigel and Sydney.
All right, Chris, thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Those Georgia state officials are holding that emergency briefing right now.
Let's listen in live.
We had a low in the storm this morning. We are still expecting another round of freezing rain in northeast Georgia this afternoon. GMA Homeland Security is coordinating with partners at all levels, including other state agencies and our utility partners, to ensure resources are available where needed. 17 Starlinks and satellite phones were pre-deployed, utilizing GSP's aviation unit to counties in northern Georgia. Fuel for generators are being delivered to 911 centers, which are experiencing power outages. Chainsaw strike teams consisting of DNR and Forestry Commission personnel, along with Georgia National Guard troops, are assisting with debris removal in affected areas. Shelters are open in Rabun, Walker, White, and Towns County. We're seeing an increasing number of power outages across northern Georgia and the metro area, and utility providers are working to restore power in affected areas. To keep you and your loved ones safe, we recommend staying at home and staying indoors. And keep your pets inside with you while you're at it. Remember to check on any elderly or disabled relatives and neighbors. Make sure to stay hydrated. Dehydration occurs more in cold weather. People suspect it less because you're not sweating. Take care of your home as well. And please keep space heater safety in mind. Use electric space heaters with automatic shut-off switches and non-glowing elements. Plug space heaters directly into the wall. Don't use an extension cord. Remember to keep all heat sources at least 3 feet away from furniture and drapes. Extended periods of time with temperatures below freezing will increase the chance of pipes freezing or bursting. Remember, allow your faucets to drip a little and open cabinet doors to allow heat to get to uninsulated pipes, under sinks, and appliances near exterior walls. We're seeing power outages throughout the state. Always exercise caution when using alternative light and heating sources. Use flashlights during power outages instead of candles to prevent the risk of fire and have plenty of extra batteries on hand. Never use an oven to heat your home. Never bring portable generators, camp stoves, or grills into your home. They should only be used outside. Keep them at least 20 feet away from your home's windows, doors, and vents to prevent deadly carbon monoxide poisoning. If you lose power and don't have an alternate heating source, Georgia State Parks have opened warming stations for public use. Park pass fees will be waived for those using these warming stations. For locations, dates, and times, please visit georgiastateparks.org/alerts. You can also reach out to your local EMA for a list of warming stations or if you need additional assistance. If you spend time outside, be careful. Wear multiple layers of warm clothing and do not rely on one bulky item for warmth. Watch for frostbite. Warning signs include white or grayish yellow skin, numbness, and skin that feels unusually firm or waxy. If symptoms are detected, get medical help immediately. If medical help is not available, get the victim to a warm location and immerse the affected area in warm water. Frostbitten areas are numb and can be easily burned, so avoid using heating pads, fireplaces, or radiators for warming. Do not rub the frostbitten area. This could cause more damage. Watch for signs of hypothermia, including shivering, memory loss, fumbling hands, slurred speech, and drowsiness. If the victim's body temperature is below 95 degrees, seek medical help immediately. If medical help is not available, get the victim to a warm location. Remove wet clothing, warm the center of the body first using an electric blanket, and if conscious, give the victim warm, non-alcoholic beverages. Please continue to stay off the roads as much as possible. This will give Georgia DOT crews the room they need to maintain the condition of the roads. If travel is necessary, slow down, allow extra time, and be especially careful on bridges and overpasses as they freeze first. Lastly, know who to call if you're in need of assistance. If you're experiencing a life-threatening emergency, call 911. If you need to check road conditions, report an incident, or request road assistance, call 511. If a tree is blocking the road or if you see someone in need of shelter, call 311. If you'd like to report a power outage or down power lines, call Georgia Power. If everyone keeps these safety tips in mind, GMA and our state partners will be better able to respond to the needs as they arise. GMA Homeland Security will continue to monitor the winter weather and collaborate with local and state officials to assess conditions and determine the best steps to keep Georgians safe. We ask that you follow all guidance from your local officials and continue to monitor your local National Weather Service and trusted news sources for the most updated information. We'll continue to share updates on our website, that's gma.georgia.gov, through our social media, and directly with local officials. If conditions change, we'll make sure the public knows right away. And with that, I'll pass it over to Commissioner McMurray.
Thank you, Director Lamb. As this winter weather storm is still playing out, and we're in fact in the middle of it, we have continued to work our plan starting on Friday night at midnight, where we've continuously brined and pre-treated the roads before this winter weather came in, some 18,000 miles of road. In fact, we've deployed 1.5 million gallons of brine on Georgia's highways and about 2,500 tons of salt aggregate mix that we spread as we plowed the sleet and freezing rain that began to accumulate in that wedge area that we're now so familiar with. As this winter weather storm continues to evolve, and as we have a front coming through now as we speak, we are relocating about 70 staff and 42 pieces of equipment to address this wedge area, which is really East Metro, out I-20 to Augusta, over toward Athens, up the I-85 corridor, all the way to South Carolina, up to Gainesville, Georgia, up the 365, 985 corridor, and also up the 400 corridor in Forsyth County, Dawson County, Lumpkin County, up to Dahlonega, where this wedge and where the most material has been accumulating, and where we continue to try to get ahead of this by continuing to brine, spread the salt aggregate mixture, and plow off the slush off the roads. With that being said, we have a lot of winds right now. We have 24 state routes with a closure at some point on them. Most of them are in our northern counties like White, Habersham, Towns, Union. With that being said, we have a lot of winds right now. We have 24 state routes with a closure at some point on them. Most of them are in our northern counties like White, Habersham, Towns, Union counties, as well as Cobb and one here in Metro Atlanta. This is due to trees falling. And so we are now dealing with wind and trees falling that impede our ability to treat the roads and try to clear them. So we'll continue to deal with that as it comes forward. We will continue and maintain our stance of 12-hour shifts of all hands on call and all hands working, in fact, over to this storm until it's safe to stop. We do expect a refreeze tonight. Of the precipitation that's coming in now, especially in that wedge area, will likely refreeze and have more accumulation of freezing rain and sleet that is actually occurring as we speak in many areas. If a roadway looks good now after this rain has moved through or the freezing rain, don't expect it to be good overnight or into the morning. We still need to get out and treat and make sure these roadways are safe, especially in the daylight tomorrow where the temperatures will be very cold. As the backside of this front that we're experiencing now comes through, we'll continue to brine. If the rain comes through and it's wet, on the backside of this, we'll continue to brine. If it's sleet, freezing rain in that wedge area that we've experienced, we'll continue to try to plow that off and spread the salt aggregate mixture. We're going to ask everybody, as Director Lamb did, to just stay home. Thank you for staying home today. We've seen a reduction in traffic by 70 to 80% over a normal Sunday. But tomorrow morning and overnight is going to be very difficult. And so just stay home until we can provide more information that we know that these roads and the temperatures are favorable for travel. Safety is job number one for us at GDOT and everybody here at GMA team. And we know that's important safety for you, but it's also safety for the women and men that are doing the hard work out there among all our agencies. So please give us all room to work and slow down and move over if you see those amber lights or the blue light escorts that are provided by the Department of Public Safety. And with that, I will turn it over to Colonel Hitchens from the Department of Public Safety.
Thank you, Commissioner. And I want to start off with reiterating that the majority of the people that have been asked to stay home have heeded that warning, and that is reflected in the total calls that we have seen in the affected areas. So far, since 6 o'clock yesterday, we've had 775 total calls, 25 crashes, and 95 motorist assists. And we would just want to say thank you for paying attention to that and staying off the roads. And we do call for you to continue that same posture as we move through this storm. Our personnel that we have assigned, we brought in some Southern troops, which allows us to put about 50 personnel in the metro area during the daytime hours and 30 personnel overnight. And those personnel will be out there to continue to answer calls, work crashes, help motorists as the need arises. And our northern troops, they remain on what we call Phase A, which means their cars are packed, ready to deploy into any area that is needed, and most likely to be the northeast area of Georgia. Our southern troops are on identified IRT teams, which are initial response teams. If a need arises where there's a affected area in the state, we can bring those personnel in, and they'll assist at certain areas that they need. For the folks that are in the metro area are put in sectors, and they're put there so they're getting around the metro area coverage, but we have moved some into the eastern and northern area of the metro area so that they can handle those areas that are more affected. We have CVE, our commercial vehicle enforcement teams, that are helping DOT with the treating of the roadways. We also have them deployed with inside the 285 loop, so any commercial motor vehicle traffic that comes in has a legitimate need to be on the connector into the metro area. So please, if you are CMV, you don't have legitimate reasons to be on the connector, use 285 bypass as you're supposed to. And one issue we did have a motorist that struck a brine truck last night and then struck one of our CVE officers. So not only did that cause a little time that they were down, they were not able to treat the road, but then we also had to get new vehicles out so we could start retreating the roads. And we ask you, when you see those people, give extra space, let them do their job. And if you must get out on the roads, please drive the appropriate speed. That may not be the speed limit. You may not be able to see the ice. Also, remember, if you're driving on ice, don't use cruise control, and add extra space in between your car and the vehicles in front of you and to the side. We ask that you do stay home, give our folks time to do their job, and we just want everybody to be safe. And with that, I'll turn it over to General Wilson.
Okay, thank you, Colonel Hitchens. So Governor Kemp has authorized up to 500 National Guardsmen in response to this winter storm. You know, we're a large organization, and our response efforts are certainly scalable if need be. Yesterday, we were able to get approximately 120 soldiers, airmen, and volunteers from the State Defense Force pre-positioned into Northeast Georgia ahead of the storm to assist the Department of Forestry, the Department of Natural Resources, and our county emergency managers. We've primarily been focusing on clearing roadways for our first responders, as well as power restoration efforts for the power companies in those counties. And we're currently operating in Stevens, Rabun, and White counties as of today. We also have teams standing by to move critical supplies by either ground or air if need be, or to respond to any other unmet needs if they arise. We're also in constant communication with our federal partners in the event that any Title 10 capabilities are required as a result of the storm. It's been a very effective response effort thus far, but as everybody else has said today, it's certainly not over. A lot of hard work remains ahead of all of us. Our soldiers and airmen are proud to be part of the team, and so we're going to be in this thing with you until we're finished. Sir.
All right, thank y'all. With that, we'll open it up for a few questions. We'd ask if you have one, please put that into the chat. Our moderator will take it from there.
How many power outages are across the state?
So the last update we had right before coming in this meeting, we had 80,000, just over 80,000 outages in the state.
What is your message for people about driving tomorrow, given today's conditions, and where will we see key issues?
Will, you want to talk about the weather we expect tomorrow and how that relates?
Yes, sir. So as we've mentioned, we're seeing precipitation move through much of Georgia right now. That's going to continue for the next few hours through the early evening. Additional freezing rain and sleet in the wedge area, northeast metro, and to the north and east. A lot of the counties that saw sleet and freezing rain this morning are getting another round. Just because you're getting rain right now and not necessarily winter precipitation does not mean you're out of the woods, because with another ½ inch to inch of rainfall occurring this afternoon, sun goes down, temperatures begin to drop this evening, and any of that moisture that remains on roads by early tomorrow morning is going to refreeze. And so even in areas that didn't or do not end up getting freezing rain or sleet today, this afternoon and evening, you could still see patchy spots of black ice on roadways tomorrow morning. Hopefully we warm up enough tomorrow to melt and dry everything before temperatures really plummet again on Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
How are you getting crews to the areas with power outages?
Well, each place is a little different right now. There may be some areas that we can't get them into, but the conditions dictate who is able to make it where, and we respond accordingly.
Where are the biggest issues we are seeing so far, and what are the issues? Are we seeing downed trees, power lines? How long will it take to restore and work through this damage?
Well, if you want to talk a little bit about where the wedge is at, I'll talk about how we're going to do that.
Sure. So like Commissioner McMurray mentioned a moment ago, it's really up that 400 corridor, I-85 corridor, and areas to the north and east of that, even down along and north of the I-20 corridor, where we've seen the most ice accumulations. However, because it's windy all over North Georgia, we are seeing trees and power lines come down sporadically in different areas. So it doesn't necessarily take ice to do that, but obviously the ice makes those trees and power lines a lot easier to come down. And like the commissioner mentioned as well, in some of the northeastern counties is where we're seeing most of those road closures and most of the road issues.
And what I would say too, as far as how we're going to respond to it, again, you have to look back, as you do in any evolving situation or event. We're responding, but conditions a lot of times dictate in the manner we can respond. It is continuing to evolve, so how long it's going to take to get to the other side of it is going to depend somewhat on what's left of the storm yet to come through. But we're all working together, coordinating with all of our partners, and we're responding as quickly and as effectively as we can.
For people who are wondering about driving tomorrow, when should they be safe to come out, or should they stay home for the whole day?
Well, some of that's going to go into what I just talked about again. This storm is still evolving, and some of that's going to rely on the individual in their own individual area, looking at the conditions that exist where they're at and making a responsible decision on whether to get on the roadway or not. What we're telling everybody is it is best to stay off the roadway unless you absolutely have to, but it's going to ultimately come back on the person analyzing the conditions in their area, a lot of that depending on what we have left in this storm, and making that responsible decision on whether to get out on that roadway. But best thing to do is stay off of it.
What counties have experienced downed trees?
That's probably impossible to tell. I mean, this is a widespread event. There's probably downed trees in a large part of North Georgia. So as far as what counties, probably the majority of them.
How will the federal emergency declaration help?
Gives us another tool in the toolbox, and what that does is make sure that we've got accessibility to federal resources if we need them. So it's another tool for us to use if needed.
Does the fact that it's raining and above freezing into tonight reduce the risk of power outages tomorrow due to less ice on tree limbs?
You want to talk about that?
Sure, yeah. So we're really concerned about trees and power lines coming down tonight based on the winds, in addition to areas where we see the freezing rain and ice accumulations. Even if you don't see freezing rain or any wintry precip or any ice form, you could still see down trees and power lines this evening because the ground is saturated. We have the winds moving in, gusting 20 to 30 miles per hour. It doesn't take that much wind to down trees and power lines, but any areas that do see ice accumulations this evening and tonight are much more likely to see those down power lines and trees.
Let's take one more.
Do we have an approximate cost estimate of what this storm will cost Georgia?
No, again, this thing is continuing to evolve. We're not through to the other side of it yet. So we don't have a cost estimate on it because we're not through the event yet. And with that, we thank y'all all for joining us online. We will continue to monitor, assess, and respond as needed and as best we can. If our thoughts and prayers are with you, and we'll see you on the other side.
You have been listening to Georgia state officials talk about where the state of Georgia is right now as this system has come through. And they say right now they are still expecting another round of weather to come in, and they have resources spread out all over the state. Interesting note, they have 17 Starlinks deployed in North Georgia just to make sure that people can stay connected and emergency personnel can stay connected, and Georgia National Guard out helping with debris removal right now.
Yeah, one of the biggest things that they talked about was saying this isn't over yet. And right now in Georgia, they say more than 80,000 people are without power. Something else that was interesting is that 2 911 centers in northern Georgia, those are without power. So they have generators on the way trying to get those back up and running so that personnel can help folks who need it. But again, that storm continues to move through Georgia and continues to move through our area. That's why we're going to go ahead and send it on over to Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice with the latest on everything. Chris.
Sydney, Nigel, yeah, this is really a critical part of the storm right now. I want to show you our Skycam networks. We are all below freezing across the area, and ice becoming a major concern as we're seeing the heaviest batch of precipitation moving in as we speak. The trees in northern Greenville County are fighting for their lives right now, folks. Just look at the Caesar's Head Skycam. Look at them swaying right here. I mean, there is a 1/2 inch to 3/4 of an inch of ice on these trees right now, and more is on the way. This is about to go from bad to worse, I'm afraid, across the area, especially north of I-85. We've got 3/4 of an inch of ice reported in Clayton, Georgia. We've got 3/4 of an inch of ice in Pumpkintown, northern Greenville County, near Sandy Flat. We've got a 1/2 inch. This is about to add on to that, and just look at these trees swaying, folks, and the highest wind not here yet. This is serious here. Seneca, 3/4 of an inch of ice. Just got that report in there. So Oconee County. This is the batch of heaviest precipitation that's moving in right now. It would be the equivalent of a heavy afternoon thunderstorm in the summertime, but instead of falling as heavy rain, it's falling as heavy ice. And this is significant here, folks. This will add a 1/2 inch of ice to our area in a hurry. So we've all had ice. We've all had sleet. Well, this is about to turn up another gear. If we're in 3rd gear, we're about to send it to 5th gear. Much more tracking ahead.
WYFF News 4 today starts with breaking news.
Good afternoon, and thanks for staying with us for this extended coverage of this winter storm. I'm Nigel Robertson.
And I am Sydney Shadrix. Let's go ahead and take a live look outside now from our Peace Center Skycam. We are really seeing that precipitation continue in our area. We saw a bit of a break, but now it is back. A live look from Lawrence now. Let's go ahead and chat with Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice. Chris, we've been looking at the radar, right? We've been looking at the maps, and it looks like we're due for for a big old, you said we're going to turn it up a notch, right?
You know, every storm kind of evolves, and in this part of the storm, it's the tone is changing. Seneca is now flickering power. We've got power outages as many as 100,000 almost without power in North Georgia. You see the same thing in Alabama, the same thing in Mississippi. This batch that's moving through right now would be the equivalent of a heavy thunderstorm in the summer, but it's ice coming down. And the trees north of Travelers Rest right now are just swaying, and they can only do that for so long. We've already had 3/4 of an inch of ice. We're going to exceed 1 inch in Seneca. We're going to exceed 1 inch in Pumpkintown, Pickens County, Travelers Rest, parts of Caesars Head, northern Greenville County, into northern Spartanburg County. That's the big concern right now, is this is about to get a lot worse for the next 2 hours. And then the ice is coated on the trees. Then the wind picks up tonight. Let me show you what I'm tracking right now. Let me show you our sky cams to start, because it gives you a picture of the entire area. It is raining right now in parts of Asheville. Asheville Regional Airport is at 31, but downtown Asheville is 33. So we've got rain on the northern side of the mountains, but holding on to that cold air, everybody in the upstate. Folks, this is approaching 05 levels in northern Greenville County. It is not a good situation anywhere north of, say, Highway 11, and it's getting worse. Anywhere along Highway 11 in Oconee County, Rabun County back into Georgia, it looks like this. We're approaching 1 inch. Now, notice these big trees, the top of them. I mean, they're just swaying right now, and I've noticed them get a lot more droopy as the day has gone on. So we're dealing with significant freezing rain right now that we have not seen throughout this entire storm. 17 degrees is the feels-like temperature, and the wind at about 9 miles per hour. And the bulk of this precipitation is moving in over the next 2 hours. There is a tornado on the ground in Georgia. In fact, there were 2 separate tornado-warned storms that were confirmed on the ground near Albany. North of there, this shows you how convective this storm is. Again, it's like the equivalent of a pouring rain in the summertime, but it's ice coming down. This is significant from Atlanta Metro north. This is where we've had power outages. As soon as this starts flaring up, the power goes out because the weight of this ice on the trees compromises them. And the wind hasn't picked up yet. That's the concern I have, is we get this ice. Maybe you make it without power losing power, but tonight the winds pick up to 30 to 40 miles per hour. So again, not to scare you, but to prepare you. That's our goal right now. This is a serious part of the storm. Yeah, it was kind of fun today with the kids getting out to enjoy it, but this is the time you need to kind of hunker down. Go ahead and plug that phone back in. I'm sure you've taken 100 pictures of the kids in the snow today. Time to plug it back in. Make sure you're ready for what could come tonight. And if you're watching us on TV right now, you need to have a way to watch us if the power does go out, because this ice coming in right now is significant. It is pushing upwards of 1 inch north of Greenville, north of Pickens. It's a ½ an inch in Anderson, in Lawrence, in Elberton, and it's pouring right now in many locations. As we look at live Super Doppler 4, downtown Greenville, one of the areas that is seeing the most significant ice. Am I sending things out to Bradford right now, or is he to stand by? Let's send it out to Bradford right now. Hey, Bradford, I wanted to make sure you're out there.
Yeah,
boy, it's pouring right now.
Chris, I will say it has picked up within the last couple of minutes. It is pouring, freezing rain with sleet mixing on in. I would say the predominant form here, you could probably hear it. It's mostly rain, and we're at, below freezing with sleet pellets mixing on in. And like we've been talking about really the past several days, I think a little bit of our saving grace yesterday was that we didn't get the earlier onset of the precipitation. So we didn't get the early onset of the sleet and the freezing rain mixing on in. But I'll tell you what, that freezing rain really did pick up last night. Had several hours of sleet earlier this morning. I was joining you on the air 1, 2, 3 o'clock in the morning. And it was fairly quiet. We had that coating of sleet, and now this is the last batch that we've been tracking. Main frontal boundaries just off to our west. The main piece of energy is working through the area right now. So hopefully you're at home, you're staying home, because road conditions, they haven't been great to begin with today. They will continue to worsen as we work through over the next several hours. This is really some moderate to heavy freezing rain at this point. I'm going to bring up the thermometer here, and you can kind of see the sheen, the ice building up on this cold surface, as once again those temperatures are below freezing. So everything that's falling right now is sticking on untreated surfaces, all of those roads, everything. And so this is one of the worst forms, obviously, of precipitation that we can have. And unfortunately, we're seeing that right now. So I know we've had some significant icing in some areas, especially across the higher elevations. That obviously will continue here over the next several hours. pretty much area-wide for all of our hometowns, whether you're joining us from northeast Georgia through the upstate of South Carolina or western North Carolina. And then the winds will pick up. Once the frontal boundary works on through late tonight, heading into the day on Monday, I think some of our highest power outages may in fact come in as we work into the overnight hours. Chris.
Yeah, watching that closely there, Bradford. In fact, as we look at the ground truth of the storm report right behind it, Rabun County, Habersham County, they're reporting power outages. Does that surprise you much with the initial batch moving through right now as you're seeing it kind of pick up in Greenville? You look back through Seneca, now they're reporting 3/4 of an inch of ice. What are your anticipations as far as what you're seeing outside right now with it picking up?
Yeah, I will say the last check in northeast Georgia, more than 25,000 customers without power. It's not surprising at all. Obviously, they've already had ice accumulation. We're going to get a little bit of wind as this the precipitation picks up. The main frontal boundary works on in. So really not surprised to see those power outages. Unfortunately, this is something that we forecasted, told you about for the past several days. Expect those widespread, long-lasting power outages. So far, so good in our hometowns, but I do expect our power outages here locally to pick up through the next several hours and continuing possibly as we head into the day tomorrow with those stronger wind gusts, Chris.
Yeah, Bradford, thank you for that. As we look outside right now, I mean, you could tell from your jacket the rain just kind of withering off of you instead of pinging off of you. That's a key distinction there.
Yep. Definitely freezing rain, but I will say it's pretty heavy sleet right now too. You can probably see it off my mic flag here. And I will say within the past few minutes, when I first came out here before the shot, precipitation was light, but it has certainly picked up here within the past 5 minutes.
Well, thank you for that report, Bradford. Let's look at the radar right now and show you what live Super Doppler 4 is showing you. What a critical tool that we have to show you instantly where that ice is at, because it is spreading in quickly. Taylor's to Five Forks to Greer, Landrum into Spartanburg, down through Clemson and Anderson. The heaviest is over it right now. And again, you look back to what that's doing in North Georgia. Bradford mentioned Northeast Georgia, about 25,000 without power. North Georgia as a whole, almost 100,000 people without power. So not that all that's exactly going to come here, but you look at what it's doing in Alabama, what it's doing in Georgia, you have to think that we're going to be able to get some of those high impacts as well because of the fact that our conditions are not great. We are right at freezing or below it as the bulk of this precipitation is moving in. And boy, it is getting really dicey outside with these temperatures still holding on to 29 in Pickens. It is 33 in Walhalla, so northern parts of Oconee County trying to warm up like the mountains there, but the rest of us holding on with that stout wedge, keeping us below freezing. And look at that wind undercutting that and making it so dangerous. So about another 2 hours of this heavy precipitation. After that, we're done with the falling precipitation. However, after we get past that, the wind actually begins to pick up. As the cold air settles in tonight, that's when things are going to get dicey for us. We have all that ice on the trees. Maybe those limbs are bending, but they're not breaking. But you add a little wind to it, that's when you get the tree limbs to break, unfortunately. And that's what we have right now is that heavy precipitation is moving through between 4:35, 5:30, 6 o'clock. By 7, most of us are clearing completely out. And unfortunately, the models show us staying below freezing that entire time. We'll send it back to you, Nigel and Sydney.
All right, Chris and Bradford, thank you very much. There's so much going on, and I was just texting my family saying things are about to pick up even more so with these winds and this rain that's just coating everything.
You know, one of our reporters, Isabel, was out earlier today, and she said she was speaking to a family. They were kind of enjoying, things earlier in the day, and then they said, we're about to go in, though. This is not fun anymore. You know, it was pretty at first, but now with this precipitation really coming down, it's time to hunker down, charge your devices, and really get ready to ride this out through the night.
And it plays tricks on you because you look out the window and it looks like snow, but it is not.
No, we were talking about that earlier. You know, your foot doesn't even make a dent in the ground. It just slides right across. And like Chris and Bradford have been saying, you know, now is the time probably over in the overnight hours that we are going to see those power outages. If you are going to experience a power outage, it's probably going to happen, this evening overnight. So let's go ahead and check in on the power outages across our area. In North Carolina, outages, they're growing. More than 20,000 customers without power. Transylvania County making up a bulk of that, nearing 10,000.
South Carolina sitting at about 4,500 outages, and Oconee and Pickens counties making up the most. Georgia seeing almost 87,000 outages. Fulton County is the most affected with about 20,000 customers without power. Now, so many school districts, colleges, and universities have shifted their instructional plans for tomorrow due to the weather that is here. Clemson University just just announced it will not hold classes tomorrow. You can find a full list on WYFF4.com and scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
Yeah, and those keep changing. They keep coming in. If you're an organization with 100 or more people at church, please write in to us. Get your information out there so we can keep folks updated. We also have live team coverage across our region this afternoon. Our Peyton Furtado is back with us today. She is live in Spartanburg. Peyton, what are you seeing out there?
Hey, good afternoon, Nigel and Sydney. We just got word from Spartanburg County. They are closing their offices tomorrow, and I want to show you exactly why. Let's first take a look at this fountain. Beautiful, right? But absolutely frozen. More icicles forming by the minute. So cold, people have actually been able to write their name in the water at this point. It's beautiful, but it's got that bit of an edge, right? Let me show you down here exactly how much ice we're dealing with if I can get all the way in there. Yeah, it's getting pretty thick over here. And that's not even really snow at this point. It's kind of impacted into just pure ice. So slippery. We have seen some folks slipping and sliding. I just got done chatting with the executive director of emergency management here in Spartanburg County. He is telling folks they're keeping an eye out for outages and unsafe roads. And the big thing he's asking you to do, go back inside, right? Weather was nice at first. You were able to walk outdoors, but freezing rain is starting to pick up down here. It is getting very chilly for us, very wet for us with some of that precipitation, right? He's telling everyone to go back inside if you're out because things are about to go from bad to worse. And he is worried that if you're caught in this, it could be pretty bad. Make sure that you have your plan in case an outage does occur. He's planning on keeping the shelters open, 7 different shelters across Spartanburg County, as long as it takes. More than 120 people staying in those shelters right now. We're going to keep an eye on all of that for you. For now, live in Spartanburg, Peyton Furtado, WYFF News 4.
Yeah, Peyton, you kicking up that ice or trying to, that's exactly what we're talking about. It's almost like a hockey rink in some places. All right, in Spartanburg, though, some Wofford students are taking advantage of the wintry weather. This is earlier today, video into our newsroom of these sliders sliding down what they can there.
Yep. I still remember doing that in college. We would use the trays from the dining hall.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the school didn't want us to do that. But alas, that was many moons ago.
We're not giving you any ideas
No, we're not.
here, right, Nigel?
No, we're not. Stephanie Trotter, Stephanie Save Me, is checking in at Greenville County Emergency Operations this afternoon. And Stephanie, you did just text a little while ago, and it is beginning to rain out there.
Yeah, I don't know if you can tell this through the camera lens right now, but the hardest precipitation we've seen in the past 24 hours is now coming down here at McAllister Square, just off Pleasantburg. It's a mix of rain and sleet, and in fact, when the sleet is coming down, it kind of pings your cheeks and it hurts a little bit. Nigel, you said, "Can I save you? Can I save you?" I don't think I can, but I can give some important information to all the folks sitting at home that are wondering how the roads are, because all of our phones have been blowing up. Can I drive here? Can I get here? Can I get there? Let me show you what's going on Pleasantburg Drive as we give a little lesson in the big major arteries and roads in our area to the smaller ones. Out here on Pleasantburg Drive, we have seen plows come through 5 times in the past hour, yet with this precipitation coming down as hard as it is, the road is just filling back up. I would say 10% of the cars that we've seen going by, some of them are even trucks, they are spinning their tires. They don't have full traction. I have a little informal science scenario set up here. Chris might be a little bit embarrassed for me, but it's the best I could do. Our thermometer here on the ground, backyard thermometer, is showing about 18 degrees, and my ruler is showing 1.25 inches of ice here in this parking lot. And Pleasantburg was just like this parking lot until all those plows started coming through. And let me tell you, we pulled into this parking lot. The truck didn't even make tracks on this ice. That is how hard compacted this snow, sleet, and ice has become. And this is what a lot of the smaller roads in our area are like. Okay, I-85, a couple of drivers who've been driving it, including my photographer on scene with me today, Matt Paxton, he said I-85 is drivable. Parts of 385 are good and bad. A deputy just came through here. He was coming in from Campobello. I asked him how those roads were. He said, again, the major roads are good, but the back roads are bad. Another friend of mine, he's a pilot. He drives and flies for a living. Very well traveled. He had to go up to Charlotte today because it was part of his duties as his job. He said, quote, "It's the most trouble I've had in years." So let's take a look at the numbers. The county just told me that as of a couple hours ago, they have spread 6,500 gallons of brine on secondary rural roads, as well as problem spots and important access points for all first responder vehicles. The city tells me that they have spread 4,050 pounds of ice melt. That's on the roads as well as sidewalks. And they have also spread 30 truckloads of salt. Different things in different places, depending upon need, depending upon traffic. Law enforcement has been very pleased so far that the traffic count is lower than it normally is at this point on a Sunday afternoon. They are encouraging everybody to stay in, especially as this next wave comes through again, coming down harder here on Pleasantburg Drive than it has been in the past 24 hours. Reporting live in Greenville County, Stephanie Trotter, WYFF News 4.
Stephanie, thank you. And, you know, we've had crews out here since 4 a.m. for essentially 24 hours. They've seen it all. Our Taniqua Pinnock, she's one of them. She's live along Main Street in downtown Greenville as the city is beginning to clear some roads there.
Hey, Sydney, yeah, we did see a truck out here earlier, and you can see from the roads, it's just a wet, slushy mess. Even the rain right now, you know, about 5 minutes ago, is coming down really hard. It slowed down a little bit, but we still have that rain coming, and you can just see the ice forming on this Jeep right here in front of us. And this is exactly why first responders are saying tonight is not the night to be out if you don't have to. We still have a few people walking around, and you might say it's just a little ice, but when it starts coming down like this, it hits cars, it hits people, it can turn really dangerous. And it's very slick out here. Even just walking around, we're trying to make sure we have some grip and that we're not losing it. Now on the sidewalk here, because so many people have been walking by, it's a little clear, but again, just look at the roads, and this is actually one of the better roads that we've seen. Like I said, we did see a truck earlier, but this is still wet, sloppy, dangerous. Not the best to be driving on, but believe it or not, there's some roads that look worse than this. Now, police and fire crews are warning that driving, walking, even playing in the streets puts you and them at risk. So they're just asking people, if you do not have to be out, stay at home. You can see right now the rain is starting to pick up again, but we'll be out here giving you updates as the weather continues to change. For now, reporting live in Greenville, Taniqua Pinnock, WYFF News 4.
Taniqua, thank you very much. We want to go now to our Maya Payton, who is live in Anderson, where I believe the rain is coming down. Maya.
Hey, Nigel. Yeah, it looks like rain, but, you know, obviously it's freezing rain. And we put down a jacket because as it falls from the sky onto the ground, it's hard to see what it really looks like. Look here. They're like little crystals here on top of this jacket. But it pops down hard. And if you're in Anderson County, you haven't been outside, you may look outside the window and think, oh, what beautiful snow. Let me show you something, okay? Appears to be snow right here. That's hard as ice, and it is ice. You know, I spoke to the Anderson County Emergency Management Director, Josh Hawkins, and he told me, he said right now they're worried about the roads that are already pre-treated, you know, those major highways, the roads that are near the hospitals and nursing homes, because now that ice is just covering on top of it, causing it to likely fail, and they're worried about as this continues to come in, it will get worse and worse as the day goes on. Now, we've showed you how people are outside having a good time playing in this ice, but he told me that right now there are most calls coming into the control center. It's about people hurting themselves, okay? And then also cars, you know, being stuck on the roads and all of that. Since we've been out here at Anderson County, I want to show you something. People have been having fun on the roads. I use the word fun very loosely here. I want to show you, we had a truck come up here. It's kind of hard to see, but they did donuts right here, and they lost control, but they kept going. Let me show you this right here too. This right here, this donut here, this is where a golf cart circled right in front of us, lost control, having fun. You guys, it may look like fun, but if you lose control, that confidence fails. For an example, earlier I had somebody text me and said, Maya, I had to make it over to my parents' house. I felt like I could do it. I took the risk, I did it, but it was dangerous. And it's just a reminder that you feel confident until you get behind that wheel. So just be careful if you're out playing, if you're out driving. Not saying don't do it, but I'm saying that it is a risk that you're taking with your life and others. In Anderson County, I'm Maya Payton. I have so much more to tell you, but I'll tell you next time I see you.
Maya telling it like
yes.
it is.
And Maya, a couple of things, you're trying to show us the track there from where people have been on the road. You can hardly see it.
Yeah.
That's, I mean, really how compact and slick this ice is. And listening to you out there, with rain, sometimes when we have reporters in the field with rain, we can't really hear it, but we can hear that freezing rain coming down. I mean, it really is. Let's go ahead and check in on conditions in Western North Carolina too to see what's happening there, if it's more of the same.
Our Nate Stanley is live in Asheville with more. Nate, how is it up there?
Well, Nigel, Sydney, things look a little bit different here up in the mountains than they do in some of our upstate communities, and that's because we woke up today and it felt like Asheville was almost thawing out. A lot of the ice and accumulation that we had seen last night had either melted away or it wasn't visible on the roads. Asheville itself still is shut down for the most part. There's about 1 or 2 stores open here downtown, and I'll let you take a look at what we're seeing right now. Some precipitation coming down and forming puddles in the street. Again, not many people out here in downtown Asheville, but of course up in our mountain communities, a different story. I have some updates from folks over in Henderson County. There, the emergency management tells me that they've seen about 3,000 to 4,000 power outages. They say that they are still encouraging people to stay home, and thankfully, officials tell me that people have been heeding that warning, and that is what has kept emergency crews out and able to help people. Right now, Henderson County does say they do have a shelter with about 20 people in there. That was last time we checked about 30-40 minutes ago. Now, over in Transylvania County, the sheriff there tells me that they have had some small electrical fires and some things that to respond to out there in that area. However, he does tell me, thankfully, there's been no serious injuries. And right now, their biggest concern is the continued precipitation. I know Chris about it yesterday that we would see this, these temperatures kind of tick up a little bit, but again, the risk is what happens overnight and the temperatures start to dip down again. You can see all this water that's on the road and on the sidewalks. If it begins to freeze, we're going to have a similar situation to the one that we had yesterday, where there are large pockets of ice. And a lot of this, if it freezes as it is right now, it'll turn into black ice, and it'll be even more difficult for people to see and difficult for people to drive through. Again, in the counties out here reminding people, if you don't need to leave your home, don't do so. People have been very observant of that so far. And again, officials thanking people for that, saying that that's allowed them to get out and help the community. We are going to be out here all afternoon, keeping you updated, letting you know how things change. As far, again, this is pretty much what we've been seeing for the most part of the last couple hours, just some rain and some slight wind coming in. Asheville, Nate Stanley, WYFF News 4.
Nate, thank you very much. And you can see the weather trying to mess with our equipment up there in Asheville. But Nate, thank you for that live report. The city of Asheville announced new closures to their departments. Its offices will be closed on Monday, and free parking in city-owned parking garages has been extended to Tuesday. ART transit services will resume tomorrow at 1 p.m., weather permitting, but you should expect delays.
And sanitation services and trash pickup, those will not happen tomorrow. Asheville Parks and Rec Community Centers will also be closed tomorrow. Basketball games and childcare, those have been canceled as well.
Look, it will take days for roads to be completely free of all of this ice.
Especially with these frigid temperatures. Here's Chris Peterson from our sister station reporting on all of this in Thomasville, North Carolina.
I'm Chris Peterson in Thomasville, North Carolina. There's really nothing falling from the sky right now, but we are checking out the aftermath from what Mother Nature left behind overnight last night. You can see on the roads, it is a combination of a snow-sleet mix, very crunchy, and that's actually a good thing because there is traction. You can see people are getting around on four-wheelers, and there are folks that are braving the conditions and are driving. Of course, we don't recommend that, and emergency management officials officials don't recommend you really get out just yet. The plows did come by here a few minutes ago and did take a top layer off here on Highway 109. But, of course, you can see there's plenty of work left to be done. No accidents to report. People are being careful and are staying at home on this Sunday afternoon, and that's what everyone is recommending you do. Here in Thomasville, I'm Chris Peterson.
Well, the worst part of the storm over us right now. Let me show you where we stand. It's 29 degrees in Greenville. These trees in northern Greenville County just fighting for their life right now as we have this last batch of the heaviest precipitation moving in. Some of us are just sitting here waiting and hoping you don't lose power. Seneca now up to 3/4 of an inch of ice, 0.75, folks. That is a lot of ice, and that is approaching that 2005 level across northern Oconee, Pickens, and Greenville County. And these trees in Greenville, the branches just hanging on right there. We've almost got an inch of ice in these locations. It's just weighing them down right here, swaying back and forth over Caesar's Head. In a little bit of a lull, we could actually see the mountains off in the distance, but right there, all that mist and moisture, that is actually clinging to the trees, because right now in Greenville, we are 29 degrees. It is heavy rain that is freezing when it falls. There have been 2 confirmed tornadoes south of Albany. That's how stout this line is as it's moving through. And back through North Georgia, here's what you have to look for. Anytime in Atlanta is getting something, we get it right after usually. And in this case, North Georgia as a whole has 100,000 people without power. Northeast Georgia, we got 25,000 and growing. The northern parts of Pickens and Oconee County got 10,000 people or so without power, and those are growing as well. So this is pushing in. The weight of that ice on the trees are causing them to come down in times and in places. Not for everybody, but I'm concerned about the amount of ice that we're growing here across Greenville, Spartanburg, Anderson, Abbeville, Lawrence, Union County, because all of you are still below freezing. Same story in Clemson and in Seneca. Northern Pickens, northern Oconee County fighting for that 32-degree mark right there. Live Super Doppler 4 picking up on ice in these areas, and it is just coming down. Falling as rain, but sticking as ice. And we also have sleet mixing in with this as well. Very heavy back through central Pendleton, back through Piedmont, and then you go back through northeast Georgia, Rabun County a mess, Habersham to Stevens, into Franklin and Hart, Elbert County seeing that back through Commerce. Winter storm warning to the north and ice storm warning across our entire area. And again, 31 in Pickens, 30 in Clemson. Everybody around here is seeing this fall as ice, and those temperatures are still holding on below freezing, and I think they will. About another 2 hours. 2 more hours of precipitation that is at times giving us between 1/10 of an inch of ice accumulation and 1/4 of an inch of ice accumulation. I expect that to wind down by 6 o'clock, and then after that, we're just kind of hoping. We're just hoping and praying that we don't lose power, right? But unfortunately, the breeze picks up overnight as that front pushes on through. Much more tracking straight ahead. We'll be right back.
Stay connected, informed, and prepared. Weeknights at 6 and 11.
Spartanburg community is still asking questions.
From alert to live, what you need to know right now.
Deputies responding to a call of shots fired.
Live breaking news in your community. Nigel Robertson, Sydney Shadricks, and your certified most accurate forecast. Trusted live local breaking news. Weeknights at 6 and 11. WYFF News 4.
Perry Mason is in your court twice a day.
Once a week, twice a week, 3 times a week.
5 days a week. Wake up with Perry.
This morning.
Wind down with Perry.
I'll meet him there tonight.
Perry Mason.
Weekday mornings at 9 and weeknights at 11:30.
The live Super Doppler 4 Advantage. Able to track storms in real time.
It's giving us that instant data.
Warning you right away with more time to prepare. Live Super Doppler 4. Only on WYFF News 4.
From the nicest man in Mayberry.
I'm an honest man and an honest sheriff.
To the biggest mouth in Queens.
You're gonna love this!
You won't find a better sheriff.
Well, shucks.
Or a worse neighbor.
That's the dumbest thing I ever heard in my life.
The Andy Griffith Show, weeknights at 8.
I think you're the best sheriff in the whole world.
And All in the Family, Sundays at 8.
Get lost.
UTV Carolina, WYFF 4.2 and Charter Spectrum 194.
I'm Keith Morrison, here to tell you a story that unfolded not at night, no. This happened in the bright of day, in the home, the person inside uneasy, searching for something. But what? And then, a clue, and suddenly the twist revealed. Dateline. In daytime? Wow. Yes, captivating mysteries in the light of day. The true crime original, Dateline, now in daytime.
Good afternoon, and thank you for staying with us for this extended coverage of this winter storm. I'm Nigel Robertson.
And I am Sydney Shaddricks.
Let's get a live look outside from our Woodruff Road Skycam, and you could see that big chunk of ice right there on that lens, and you can see one or two cars there on the interstate there, or the Woodruff Road. Let's take a look now at our Asheville Skycam.
Yeah, I mean, we're seeing this freezing rain, this sleet really coming down. It's really started coming down in the past hour. Stephanie Trotter, who's been out in the field, she said this is the most precipitation she's seen in the last 24 hours. We're joined now by
Rob, but the worst part of the storm, we've had that freezing rain, then the sleet, and then freezing rain since about 1 p.m. today, and it is really piling up. This is you look back toward what it's doing in North Georgia. It's causing trees to come down. You're getting those power outages to grow right after it. Seneca reporting now 3/4 of an inch of ice. Clayton 3/4 of an inch of ice. You go up through northern parts of Greenville County, same story. We're approaching an inch in those areas, and that's just too much for those trees. Let me show you what's happening right now. I have a new look in from Greenville County. This from Paris Mountain. It is 29 degrees and raining, which is freezing upon contact. There's a difference in the pellets that are hitting you, that's sleet, or the rain that falls as liquid but then freezes on contact to the trees, the shrubs, or the road. Unfortunately, many of us are getting a little bit of both, but mostly freezing rain. Just look at the moisture across Greenville County. I can't see downtown. Normally we can from this view, and that's a sign of just a lot of moisture in the air that is leading to some big time ice accretion. The ice growing on an object is what that means. 22 is what it feels like. We're up to 29. Our temperature is trying to go up. What we have here is a severe line. In fact, there were 2 confirmed tornadoes near Albany, Georgia. This is actually bringing up southerly warmer, relatively speaking, winds that are trying to warm us above freezing, but it's not doing so because this wedge is holding on from the northeast, allowing that cold, dry air to keep us locked into the 20s. So all of us are seeing this convective style rain that would be equivalent to a summertime thunderstorm fall as freezing rain. So that's allowing that accumulation to grow very, very quickly. Live Super Doppler 4, one of our tools. I can't tell you how critical it is to have our own radar in a situation like this because we can instantly alert you to where it is getting worse. And right now, that's right over the heart of our most populated areas. We're alerting you first here to Simpsonville, Greer, Greenville, and Spartanburg, all dealing with significant ice right now. Folks, it's getting very dangerous outside. You want to stop traveling wherever you're at because what might have been clear earlier is now a glaze or a sheet of ice, and it doesn't take much. I mean, 1/10 of an inch of ice, you know, the equivalent of a couple of pieces of copy paper. That would be all it would take to get this to be a big deal in some areas, and that's what's happening across Travelers Rest, Pickens, and the back edge of this now working in. We're clearing things out across northeast Georgia, so this is going to move out within the next hour to 2 hours, and finally we'll be able to take a breath from the falling precipitation. But after that, we've got almost an inch of ice in some areas north of 85, a half an inch south of 85, then comes the wind. Unfortunately, that wind is going to start to blow as the actual front moves through. Let's get a wider picture and temperature look. It's 25 in Gaffney, 30 in Greenville, 31 in Anderson, holding on right there to 32 in Pickens as this moves through. It is causing a icy mess across the area. Other temperatures in the mountains where that 4,000-foot mountain range is right here. That northeast wind comes up, banks up right here. That cold air doesn't translate on the other side of the mountain. Therefore, it's warmer in Cullowhee and in Franklin. Right now, northeast winds holding off because now that front is actually pushing through. Things will be drying up within the next hour. 4 o'clock to 5 o'clock, I think, from the west to the east, we'll be drying things back up. We will send things back up to Buncombe County in a minute. I got to tell you, things are looking better in the mountains as we're beginning to clear this out. We'll send things back to Nigel and Sydney.
Chris, thank you very much. We do have some sad news coming out of Buncombe County right now. Breaking out of Buncombe County, the Sheriff's Office is investigating a possible weather-related death. Officials say deputies found a man's body on the side of the road on New Leicester Highway around 8 this morning. At this time, investigators say there's no evidence of foul play, although this is an ongoing investigation. The Sheriff's Office released released a statement urging people to take the storm warning serious and plan for upcoming frigid temperatures over the coming days.
Yeah, and those frigid temperatures made worse, of course, by losing power, right? So let's go ahead and check in now on those power outages across our area. This is according to poweroutage.com. North Carolina outages are at more than 18,000 customers without power. Transylvania County is making up the bulk of that with 10,000. South Carolina sitting at about 15,000 outages, with Oconee and Pickens County making up the most. We just heard from a viewer saying they're in Marietta, and they're seeing their power go on and off. Georgia is seeing more than 100,000 outages. Fulton County is the most affected, with about 21,000 customers there without power.
All right, let's head outside. Our Rashad Williams is at you heard from the Greenville Police Department, we're hearing?
I did. First, I want to note outside, just within the last few minutes, I've noticed conditions changing, precipitation coming down, and it doesn't take long for the precipitation to freeze. You might be able to see some ice there forming on the microphone. So Chief Howie Thompson with the Greenville Police Department said throughout the day the department has really noticed a lot of people outside walking around, especially downtown. Our Taniqua Penix downtown earlier, we saw some people walking as she was reporting. We also saw some people on the roads, something Chief Howie Thompson says he does not want you to do. Obviously, being out on the roads right now, that gets in the way of those who are trying to keep the roads clear, and it also impacts first responders and their response times. Chief says being out on foot and enjoying the weather, like sledding, for example, is fine. I don't think there's too much more sledding going on with the precipitation at this moment. That's fine, but they want you to do all of that on side streets, those secondary roads instead of the main roads. Also, they're advising you to only call 911 if it's an emergency.
We do ask that only call 911 if it is an emergency. We have a public line, 271-5333, that you can call if you just have a question or you need some advice on something. Please use that line.
The full department is on duty today, but of course expect slower response times if you do find yourself in an emergency simply because of the road conditions. They also want to get to you safely and then to try to bring you that critical first aid. Back to you.
Go ahead.
Rashad, thank you so much. Let's go ahead and check in now in Spartanburg County.
Our Peyton Furtado is live there with more. Peyton.
Hey, I'm trying to make direct eye contact with you. It's difficult because the sleet's just coming right into my eye, and it's really picking up. Take a look behind me. This is Cleveland Park in Spartanburg. As you can see, all the ducks and geese have gotten a memo. They are gathering together, trying to stay warm, trying to stay together for this season, for this cold snap we've got going on. Now, they are used to this kind of weather. You are not. We did just hear about that death in Buncombe County. That is very, very sad. Spartanburg County actually has 7 shelters open right now. I heard from the emergency management director. He says more than 120 people are staying in those shelters. And as those outages start to roll through our area, when we get those wind gusts and when we get more ice, he's expecting a lot more people to go by. So make sure you're keeping an eye on where those shelters are, where the closest one is to you. We have more information about that on WYFF4.com. For now, we're definitely seeing a lot more freezing rain and a lot more sleet as of right now. We're going to keep an eye on all of this for you. And Spartanburg, I'm Peyton Furtado, WYFF News 4.
All right, Peyton, thank you. And a reminder, if you had a flight ticket out of Greenville Spartanburg International today, there will be no flights arriving or departing today at the airport. GSP posted this tweet this morning after canceling and delaying dozens of flights, urging people to go ahead and contact their airline for rebooking and for those next steps.
We are continuing our coverage of this ice storm that has hit our area. Our Stephanie Trotter is live in Greenville. Stephanie.
Nigel, Sydney, we heard Chris mention a little bit ago, it's like a summer storm. And that is what this rain has been like the last 5 minutes. It's pushing through really hard. It lightens up. It pushes through really hard. It lightens up. That sleet I was telling you about 30 minutes ago, it is now rain. Can you hear it hitting the umbrella? It was pounding. This is on the lighter side. It was really pounding just 2 minutes ago. Let me take you to my informal backyard science lab over here. My thermometer on Pleasantburg is still showing about 18 degrees, and we are still sitting on about 1.25 inches of ice here in the parking lot right off Pleasantburg Drive. Here's what I noticed is going on. We went and looked at the road a little bit earlier. Plows have been going back and forth across Pleasantburg Drive for the past hour, but what is has happened within the past 30 to 40 minutes with this rain? The rain is actually making some of what has been scraped off slushy. And then because of the low temperatures, it is refreezing again, which is making it really slick. And you're walking, it's almost like you're walking on marbles instead of a flat surface because it's rounded balls of ice now as opposed to one big flat sheet. Don't know if one is better than the other. It's slick either way. Here's another interesting thing. We've heard City of Greenville officials saying all day long they kind of don't even want folks out sledding. They don't want folks out walking in this because they don't want people getting hurt. Just within the past hour, I've had 2 people text me saying they have had loved ones with broken bones due to sledding today. So stay inside. I know we sound like a broken record, but that really might be the best thing for everybody at this point in the game, and we're not through it yet. Reporting live in Greenville County, Stephanie Trotter, WYFF News 4.
You know, in so many parts of Greenville, the city of Greenville, are so walkable that you think, all right, let me get out, go down the street, go to a friend's house or something. But it is slick out there, really easy to slip and fall and hurt yourself.
And let's be honest, it is beautiful to see, and that does make you want to go out and enjoy it. But yeah, it's too dangerous.
Safer not to. Yeah, let's go ahead and head to downtown Greenville now. That's where our Taniqua Penix is. She's live along Main Street. Taniqua, what are you seeing?
Hey, Sydney, well, the rain, here we go. We're back at hard. Like Trotter said, it goes from light to hard. When you look at snow, snow is normally light and fluffy. This right here is ice. We got some sharp pieces. You can see right here on this rail, the water that's falling down, it's already frozen, so that's slick. We got this Jeep right here. You can see the water is turned into icicles up in the trees, the tree branches. Looks like little crystals just hanging. It's beautiful, but we know it's very dangerous. And then we take a look at the roads. We know that a lot of officials are asking people stay off the roads. It's very slippery and just not safe to be on. We did see a truck come by and plow it, and already it's still just a slippery mess here. Now we're back kind of in that light phase of precipitation. It goes hard, light, hard, light. A few people walking around downtown, but again, if you don't have to be here, why? Go inside. Trotter mentioning broken bones. That's scary. We don't want to have to deal with that. But for now, reporting live downtown Greenville, Taniqua Penix, WYFF News 4.
Taniqua, you said it. Why?
Why?
All right, let's take a look at conditions in Anderson right now.
Now, I just have to tell you, that's where my Peyton is, and my family's in Georgia, right? But they've been watching our coverage, and my mom, when Maya came up, my mom texted me, and she said, all y'all are doing such a great job. She said, but I just love Maya. So, Maya, y'all's hard work, all y'all's hard work, it does not go unnoticed. You are out there. You are bringing us the latest. Tell us what's happening in Anderson County.
Well, to Sydney's mom, thank you very much. We're all trying our best. I want to show you guys something. The last time I saw you, I was talking about the dangers of people, playing around on the roadways in their cars, doing donuts. But this is obviously a paper towel. I want to show you just how simple it is to lose traction on wet surfaces. Okay, so you have your dry wheels, okay? As it's touching the roadways, as it's touching it, immediately slippery, okay? So it loses its traction. This is just what we're talking about right here. And here in Anderson County, I'm told by the National Guard, they are placed strategically in areas of Anderson County, looking out for, those people who are having trouble on the roads. And right now, they're helping numerous amount of cars. They're not helping them get to where they're going. They're just helping them clear off of the road so that, the first responders can get where they're going. But also, this takes away the resources to deal with real problems when law enforcement, the National Guard, and everyone here at the Emergency Management Division has to, go out and help those who are taking risk when they need to be helping those who need the help right away. And I just can't stress it enough. I also talked to Highway Patrol, South Carolina Highway Patrol, and they're going to be getting in touch with me after, seeing these donuts being done right here and seeing several people along this roadway lose control. So hopefully in the next half hour or so, we'll get them here and they can kind of talk about the dangers of that so that you can truly understand. I have more coming for you here in Anderson County. I'm Maya Payton, WYFF News 4.
Maya, thank you. The city of Clemson has announced the following closures and changes to city services for Monday out of the abundance of caution. The city of Clemson offices will be closed. There will be no CAT bus service, and trash collection will be suspended until road conditions improve.
All right, let's go ahead and head back to Western North Carolina, where our Nate Stanley is live there, bringing us the latest out of Asheville. Nate.
And Sydney, Nigel, what I'm learning about mountain weather is it's a lot like island weather. It feels like 1 minute it is pouring down rain, and the next minute, like right now, there's no precipitation. I mean, we were live, 10, 15 minutes ago, and it was coming down. I had to use an umbrella, and now it's not raining at all. But if we look behind us, we can see one thing that is changing. We're keeping our eyes on this mountain range behind us. We can see some fog and some clouds rolling in and out of that area, and just, you'll see in a matter of a few seconds, it changes very quickly. So of course, the wind and the conditions here always in a constant cycle of change. As we mentioned last time we were live, we did see some precipitation. It felt like the weather kind of thawed out today. A lot of the ice that we had seen yesterday night had thawed out. A lot of the salt was doing a good job at melting things, but again, that would be great if it weren't for the freezing temperatures that we are expecting tonight and tomorrow. This water that's on the roadway otherwise would be totally normal, totally fine, but of course with wind and lowering temperatures, that could turn into black ice very quickly and could make things very, very dangerous. We do have some updates that I mentioned from some of the local counties out here in the mountains. We know that this, again, is an area where a lot of folks were impacted by Hurricane Helene a year and a half ago. And so this is an area that when severe weather rolls through, people are on alert. Over in Transylvania County, that's one of those counties that was hit pretty hard. According to the sheriff out there, they have around 11,000 power outages between Duke Power and Haywood Electric. He also says that they had seen some small, electric fires and some things they had to respond to, but thankfully there's been no serious injuries there in Transylvania County. And in Henderson County, the emergency management there says the way that they were sitting on the line geographically, they kind of had very similar weather to what we're seeing, where it's kind of on and off, and sometimes it's freezing rain, sometimes there's no rain, sometimes it's cold, sometimes it's windy. But he said for the most part there, things are going pretty well. They have about 20 people in shelters there, and they're warming shelters. And again, they have about 3,000 or 4,000 power outages there in Henderson County. Again, things here in downtown Asheville have been pretty quiet. That's one of just a few cars that we have seen throughout the afternoon. There's only one or two places open here in downtown Asheville. A little bit odd for a Sunday afternoon, but again, officials thanking people for heeding the warnings, leaving the roads open for road crews and emergency services as well. Of course, we will be out here all evening keeping you updated. Again, we do expect the weather to drop and some of this water to turn into ice. For now, though, reporting in Asheville, Nate Stanley, WYFF News 4.
Nate, thank you. Freezing rain continues to fall in Hartsville, South Carolina. Look at this. This time lapse from overnight shows frozen moisture. I believe we had the time lapse, but let's talk about what we're seeing here.
Yeah, and I mean, even what has been crazy to me, even the craziness that we're seeing here, it's happening all over the country, right? We've gotten video from a viewer in Shreveport, Louisiana, where their family was sledding. My friends in Nashville, Tennessee, the wind has snapped trees and fences in half there. Now, this is a look at Ohio now. In Cincinnati, where totals there are hovering around 9 to 12 inches of snow. 9 to 12 inches in Cincinnati, with larger amounts in the northern parts of that region. So this is just an expansive winter storm that we are seeing.
I would so much rather have snow than what we have right now.
Than what we've got, right? But we're optimistic.
Yes.
We're keeping y'all prepared. Let's go ahead and turn now to the northern part of the country. Massachusetts Governor Maura Healey is warning New Englanders to take this snowstorm seriously.
That means staying off the roads and to stay inside as her teams are out working to clear the snow.
Sharman Sacchetti from our sister station has more about this weekend's severe weather.
I'm Charmin Sacchetti in Framingham outside the Mass Emergency Management Agency bunker. Governor Healy just updated us. She is urging people to take this storm seriously. A lot of snow has already fallen. It's the light, fluffy kind of snow, but there is a lot of ice underneath it. She is urging people to stay off the roads, stay away from the areas where the plows may be, to give them room to do their work. She has some concerns about power outages. Right now, we can tell you that the Mass Pike, parts of it are down to 40 miles per hour, and we can also tell you that there is a truck ban on all highways. Back to you.
So many school districts, colleges, and universities have shifted their instructional plans for tomorrow due to this weather, and you can find a full list on WYFF4.com and scrolling at the bottom of your screen. Now, we have really enjoyed seeing your view of the storm from where you live. Keep sending us your photos and your videos on our WYFF4 Facebook page. We may even share them on the air.
Yeah, we've seen photos from all over our area, western North Carolina, all across the upstate, and like I said, even from different parts of the country, so please keep sending them in. We would absolutely love to see them. While you're doing so, though, make sure that that you are staying safe. Make sure that your photos, you know, maybe they're taken from the comfort of your home, just out the window, right? So just make sure that you're staying warm and safe and are prepared for this winter weather. And to know what's next, of course, we do want to go ahead and check in with Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice. Chris, tell us what is coming.
Yeah, watching this closely, Sydney and Nigel, we've got our sky cams giving us what's going on outside as we are to the final piece of this big batch of moisture. For some of us, it's the worst that we've had so far. That'd be Spartanburg. Where we're starting to see some drying punch in here is across northern Greenville County, but look at these trees. It is 30 degrees over Caesars Head and Greenville. It is 27 in Spartanburg, 31 with some rain northwest of Asheville. It is 31 down at the airport there in Arden, but it is 33 in downtown Asheville where this video is. It's 31 right now in Anderson. Now, let's look closer at Caesars Head again. Wow. I mean, these limbs were upright. These trees are just kind of fighting right now, okay? They have an inch of ice on them up here toward northern Greenville County, and any little bit of wind. Notice them back over here. Watch this tree for a second, all right? You see it, it's kind of just swaying. I mean, this is a tall tree. It's just kind of hanging on. See it right down there? They're just kind of hanging on right there. And the wind is not really blowing a whole lot right now. As we go into tonight, the wind will start to go up to about 40 miles per hour. And I'm afraid that's when we're going to have those trees start to go the other way. They're already leaning. They're already trying to fall. They're bending, but they're not breaking. But I'm afraid tonight they will. Let's look at the satellite and radar. You see all the way down toward metro Atlanta. That wedge, as I told you, it holds stronger and lasts longer than the models ever show, and it's doing so right now to where we've got ice all across the area. Even here across Oconee and Pickens County, it is still observations of 32 degrees, sleet or freezing rain, one of the two. We've got heavy freezing rain right now in Taylors, back through Inman. We've got a little bit of sleet mixing in. You see that blue, looks like snow. Live Super Doppler 4 doing its best to try to identify the precipitation that's falling. Right now, it's probably a little bit of everything, sleet and freezing rain, with rain back toward the mountains. That's where it warmed up. That northeast wind hit that 4,000-foot mountain range, and on the other side, it warmed up, but instead that cold air just banked up against those mountains. Live Super Doppler 4 shows pretty moderate precipitation over Greenville. As we look back through Piedmont, Williamson, kind of the last hurrah. We're going to be through this within the next hour as drier air starts to punch in. You already see that happening across our Caesars Head Skycam. There's drier air funneling in already. Back through Travelers Rest, the worst is almost over with. Greenville as well. Back through Anderson, Oconee, back through Lounsville, Abbeville. You're still got a little bit more freezing rain to go, and then we'll settle things down for the night precipitation-wise. Then the wind starts to grow. Ice storm warning as we go through the rest of tonight. As you look at temperatures, I'm looking at the temperatures and the observations here. It's 32 in Pickens, while it's 33 in Walhalla. The last bit of this moisture pushing through right now, with most of us holding on right below freezing. It's 27 in Spartanburg, 31 right now in Asheville, 31 in Anderson. I want to show you the winds. Right now, they're pretty calm. That's important because you saw that sky cam from Caesars Head was very telling. It was swaying. and the winds are calm right now. It's just those trees have such weight. Remember we told you that a half an inch of ice weighs 500 pounds? Well, we're approaching an inch of ice in the northern parts of Pickens and Oconee County. You go through Seneca, right here through Dacusville, Pumpkintown into northern Greenville County. We're between 0.75 and 1 inch of ice. I want to send things out to meteorologist Bradford Ambrose. Bradford, imagine a weight. I mean, if we're doing the math here, that's 750 pounds to 1,000 pounds of weight on those limbs, just kind of holding them down. Imagine what happens when we have that wind come through tonight. That's the concern we have.
Oh, and it is. And Chris, I do want to mention that I just checked the numbers here. At more than 70% of Rabun County in northeast Georgia, the whole county, 70% of the county is without power right now. Combined, Pickens and Oconee County combined, 20,000 without power, and we are now starting to see some of those power outages increase into Henderson County and also in Transylvania County. I will say, like you mentioned, our saving grace right now is the wind is relatively calm. I think the wedge is starting to break just a bit as the cold front is working in from the north and west. So the wind's not expected to be really that strong here within the next couple of hours, but once that front does go through later on tonight into early morning hours on Monday, that's when we're expecting those wind gusts of 30 to 40 plus miles per hour, where we'll likely see another spike of those power outages. All right, I want to show you real quick. I'm going to have Don look up at the flags up here. Chris, you did mention about the calm winds. Right now, they are not really blowing. Obviously, the winds right now about 5 miles per hour or less. So that's a bit of the good news here outside, where we can actually see the wind, and those flags really not blowing at the moment. Now we've left the thermometer out here, kind of waited and seen the ice accumulation on the thermometer here, and you can see we've got a decent coating here, and still seeing some freezing rain with sleet pellets mixing on in. I will say, after the last time you joined me, precipitation lightened up just a bit, but I would still call this moderate precipitation right now. Mostly freezing rain, but there are still some sleet pellets mixing on in. So looks like we still have a little bit more to go back off toward the west, Chris. Maybe some redevelopment here. So obviously we've probably got at least another hour or two at least to go on precipitation-wise, as those temperatures really hovering close to freezing or slowly below. Chris?
That's right, Bradford. Watching that closely. Let's look at the next 12 hours. Great visuals out there. Just saw a picture from Travelers Rest at Highway 11. It almost looks like an inch of ice around a power pole outside. I mean, just incredible the amount of ice that we were able to accrue in just a matter of an hour of just really heavy freezing rain. But we're almost there. We're almost done with the worst of the precipitation. But like Bradford mentioned, our winds stay calm and the temperatures pretty much remain steady over the next couple of hours. But once that front moves through later tonight, you'll see all this clear out. What's going to happen here is that northeast wind breaks down, that wedge breaks down, and what happens is the backside of this front will actually cross through after midnight. And once that does, our winds will shift to the northwest, and that's when some colder winds will bring in. We're not talking huge winds for everybody, but the models that I'm seeing right here do have those gusts in the mountains. After we get through midnight, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., we've got those gusts approaching 15, 20. By 2 a.m., 20, 30, and then by 5, 6 a.m., we've got 20 to 40 mile per hour wind gusts across Greenville northbound. And remember, those are the areas right now that have the highest ice totals. That, I'm afraid, is when we start to see the power go out. We'll probably have those numbers go from 20, 30% to even higher. Look what's happening in Pickens and Oconee County. Like you mentioned there, Bradford, 20% of the county without power. Rabun County, 80% of the power. There's Rabun County, just for you folks in South Carolina that don't know. This is going to be a big concern as we see probably the power outages grow into tonight, as we even just kick up the wind a little bit. Notice how those trees were swaying with calm winds. And the concern here, folks, we are going to stay cold. We're going to be into the single digits and almost above zero in the mountains there as we go into Tuesday morning. So the 4-day looks like this. We've got a comprehensive look at the forecast. I'm very concerned about the next 48 hours. We do get some melting, but look at these low temperatures. We're talking single digits to around 10 degrees. Each day we get some thawing, we get some melting, and that'll continue through the end of the week, I'm afraid. As we get toward Friday, still some black ice. The weekend's looking nice as we finally start to climb out of this hole. We'll be right back with more coverage of this winter storm.
WYFF News 4 Today starts with breaking news.
Good afternoon, and thank you for staying with us for this extended coverage of this winter storm. I'm Nigel Robertson.
And I am Sydney Shadrick. So let's go ahead and right now and take a live look outside from our Woodruff Road, from our Peace Center sky cam in Greenville. You can see that ice on the camera, and all of that white that you're seeing out there. Doesn't that look fluffy and nice?
It does look that way.
It's not. I mean, it is compacted. You will slide right across that. So make sure that you're staying inside. If you do have to get out, you are being very, very careful. Taking a live look now from our Lawrence sky cam, and more of the same, right, Nigel?
Yeah, it is very, very cold and very, very slick out there. So look at your televisions, take it in this way, look out the window. But many law enforcement and people have said stay inside and stay off the roads. As we take a look now in Asheville, where it is the same story that we are seeing here in South Carolina.
We've had live team coverage since 4 a.m. this morning, so for 12 hours now about hitting right after the 12-hour mark. And Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice has been here alongside us for all of this. And Chris, what's the coverage looking like now?
You know, we're kind of settling down the ice in some places. Still Spartanburg, Cherokee, Abbeville, Greenwood in the thick of the heaviest precipitation. But for other areas, the precipitation is done. Now it's about those trees holding on for dear life. And we're watching our Caesars Head sky cam really closely. These areas in the northern parts of Greenville, Pickens, and Oconee County have either approached or exceeded 1 inch of ice, and the winds are calm right now. I just want you to watch the trees right here, especially in this corner right here. There's not much wind right now. It's around 5 miles per hour max, and these trees are just kind of swaying. They're trying to fall, but they're bending, but they're not breaking. Love that old saying, right? Let's hope they don't break, but I'm afraid as we go into the night with these ice-coated trees, we're going to continue to have that stress on them, and then we apply just a little bit of wind. For some of you, it'll be 20 miles per hour. For some of you, it'll be 40 miles per hour, especially here in the northern part of the county. We're talking about it getting up to 40 miles per hour. This looks like a black and white sky cam, doesn't it? But it is just all crystallized right now, and temperatures across the northern part of Greenville County are sitting at 30 degrees with still some freezing rain falling across the area. Again, those winds out of the south-southeast at 8 miles per hour. What's happening here is a stout front is moving through the area. I haven't heard thunder yet, but boy, it wouldn't surprise me. We had severe weather south of Macon. 2 confirmed tornadoes were on the ground. That's how you know a winter storm is stout, when there's severe weather on the south side and ice on the north side. This is a dynamic storm system unlike I've seen in many years. In fact, you have to go back to the 2005 ice storm. This will either rival those numbers or exceed them in some locations, as we have had so much ice in so many locations. The sleet certainly helped us out. If we would not have had the sleet for 4 hours last night, some areas of Greenville County south of downtown Greenville would have approached 1 inch as well. Instead, you sit at about a ½ inch right now. It's not done. We've still got the precipitation falling really heavy across Inman. It's actually sleet in Inman. That's a good thing. The longer you stay in sleet, you got a little protected pocket of colder air right there. Elsewhere in the pink, it is freezing rain. This is the last batch of the precipitation pushing out, and it's still coming down in Five Forks, up through Greenville, Taylors, Lake Robinson. You still have rain that is falling, but freezing upon contact, what we call freezing rain. Got a little bit of dry air working in across Pickens and Dacusville, but a little bit more trying to fill back in as well. We'll have scattered light freezing rain through the next hour, but I'd say by 6 o'clock we'll have things settled down. Our winter storm alerts right now, we've got that ice storm warning in place, and this is the first time that we've had this wide of an ice storm warning since 2005. Notice temperatures. Clemson still holding on to 31. It's 33 in Walhalla. You're the only place in the upstate that is above freezing right now. The rest of us are dealing with ice. Union, you're at 24. Greenwood to Abbeville. Northeast Georgia, we've got power outages exceeding 20, 30, 40% in some counties. That's the problem, is this ice has accumulated on the trees, and you leave that ice on there for a lengthy period of time. That stress makes those limbs come down. Remember, a ½ inch of ice weighs 500 pounds. So you got a limb right here. If you have a ½ inch, that's 500 pounds on it. Imagine you have 3/4 of an inch. That's 750 pounds on a limb. That's a lot of weight on those trees, and you add a little bit of wind to kind of move them around. That's what you get some outages. And right now the winds are thankfully calm, but unfortunately once this front finally clears our area, once we're done with the precipitation, you may go to bed tonight, but then that might be when you lose power. So what I would suggest you do, what my family has done at home, prepare your house. Have a room in your house that's going to be your warm room, all right? Maybe it's the most interior part of your home. Not dealing with tornadoes, sounds like it, right? But you want to be as far away from walls as possible because that'll stay warmer longer. If you have a tent, maybe you've done some camping before, make it fun for the kids. Go ahead and pitch a tent in your house, right? You'd be surprised at what that tent can do to kind of keep in a little bit of heat, especially if you all kind of hang out in there. The dogs and everybody, go ahead and get in there, right? Make it fun for the kids because that'll keep you warmer tonight. Have a little camp out in your house. Maybe it's a master closet. Maybe it's somewhere in the interior part where you can stay warm away from those walls. And turn your water intake off because if you lose power and then the house gets cold, that's when your pipes can freeze. I want to send things out to meteorologist Bradford Ambrose. Bradford, we've been watching conditions across the area. Goodness, I hope we don't lose power. We're hoping for more sleet in some locations. What are you seeing outside of Greenville right now?
Yeah, Chris, right now, and if you could listen real quick, it might be hard to tell. It's more freezing rain at this point with still some sleet mixing on it. I'd say precipitation right now on the lighter side, but it looks like we do have at least about 2.5 more hours to go of liquid back in the cold front, still back off to the north and west. So we've still got a little bit of time here where we will see kind of the precipitation rates, if you will, come and go at times, but we're sitting, like you showed the viewers, we're sitting at or below freezing. So it's really sleet and freezing rain at this point. I'm going to get my photographer, Don. Don's best in the business, been at WYFF 4 for more than 50 years. Zoom in here, and you can see at my feet, we talked about that yesterday evening. We had that period of freezing rain during the evening hours. When I was joining you during the early overnight hours, 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, we had that period of sleet. And that's what really accumulated. That's what you're mostly seeing right now. It's that white shaded coloring. It's not snow, it is sleet. And then obviously we've seen the freezing rain mixed back in. So it's just a wintry mess, if you will, of layers of different types of precipitation, not only on the sidewalks and the bushes and the trees and the power lines, but also on the roads. I will say many of the secondary roads are not treated. They're not plowed. And so you get out there and, it's better to drive in sleet than it is in freezing rain, right? At least in sleet, you can sort of get some traction. When you've got freezing rain or ice, I don't care what type of vehicle you have, nothing will help you in the ice. So something we're watching closely. I did just check the power outages, Chris, like you did mention. We're up to more than 15,000 customers without power in Pickens County now. Now, that's customers. You usually multiply that by about 2 to 3 to get the amount of people impacted within a certain household. About 8,800, about 9,000 in Oconee County right now. I will say it looks like they've restored some power in Transylvania County. Those power outages now considerably less than what we've seen here over the past several hours, and in Henderson County seeing some power outages. So hopefully we'll keep the power outages to a minimal here over the next several hours, but unfortunately, like you've been talking about, the wind is expected to pick up once the front moves through later on tonight into early Monday. And I will say, you've got the ice and the sleet already on the trees and the power lines. You add wind to that, it's not a good thing, Chris.
All right, Bradford, I'll take it from here. Thank you very much. We have breaking news out of Buncombe County. The sheriff's office is investigating a possible weather-related death. Officials say deputies found a man's body on the side of the road on New Leicester Highway around 8 this morning. At this time, investigators say there is no evidence of foul play, although this is an ongoing investigation. The sheriff's office released a statement urging people to take the storm warning seriously and plan for upcoming frigid temperatures over the next coming days.
We've talked a lot about power outages. There certainly is the potential of losing your power during the storm. Now's a great time to go ahead and charge all of your devices. Let's take a look at the power outages across our area. More than 18,000 people in North Carolina without power. 28,000 in South Carolina without power. Pickens County making up the most with 15,000. Georgia seeing more than 103,000 outages. That number continues to increase. Fulton County the most affected with about 17,000 customers without power. And remember, you can check the power outages right now on our website, WYFF4.com.
So many school districts, colleges, and universities have shifted their instructional plans tomorrow due to the inclement weather. Clemson University announced this afternoon it will not hold classes tomorrow. You can find a full list on WYFF4.com and scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
All right, we have had live team coverage for you going on over 12 hours at this point across our region, Western North Carolina and in the upstate. Our Peyton Furtado is live in Spartanburg with the latest there. Peyton.
Hey, good afternoon, Sydney and Nigel. You know things are getting serious when I switch from my fluffy hat to my hurricane hat that I normally wear. Sleet, freezing rain, definitely coming down here on WYFF's campus in Spartanburg. We just saw a few students come by with a cardboard sled, said they were hanging it up, trying to get indoors because the weather has taken a turn for the worse. And I just want to show you a little bit of the ice accumulation right now, kind of give you an update. This looks like fresh powder. There's probably a little bit up top. Oh, well. Not a lot of give to that. Good thing I did leg day before all of this. Definitely some deep ice down here on top of these sidewalks. Good thing is a few of these roads and sidewalks have been treated across Spartanburg County. They had the forethought and they were proactive ahead of time, but of course they can't get to all of this. Two things they are keeping an eye on. Outages, right? When we get more ice, when we get that wind, we could see some power outages. And roads. We are seeing a lot of people driving on roads, some in a safe manner, a lot of them in an unsafe manner. So just make sure if you do have to get out there, first of all, try not to. If you do have to get out there, make sure you're taking it slow and steady. Remember, slow and steady wins the race. If you're taking a turn, don't take that turn too sharp. If you are braking, don't hit it too hard. If you're accelerating, just tap on the gas a little bit. Make sure you're staying safe throughout all of this. We're going to be at WYFF's campus and around Spartanburg showing you the conditions right now. Obviously, freezing rain, sleet. We'll see if that develops into anything else throughout the day. For now, live in Spartanburg, Peyton Furtado, WYFF News 4.
Peyton, thanks. We also got a look at some of these Wofford students taking advantage of the wintry weather. That was nice. It looked like it was going to be a wipeout, but that was a stuck to landing there. All right, having fun out there sledding in these conditions, making the best of this snow day, ice day.
Ice day, exactly.
Yes.
Our Stephanie Trotter is in the Greenville County Emergency Operations this afternoon. Stephanie, where are we at right now?
Well, it is so good to see folks out playing and having fun because the people here, they are all business. Before I show you what's going on right a couple of feet beside me here at the Operations Center, I wanted to point out some of the trees here. Just within the past hour, we are now seeing ice start to form on the trees. When we first got here 2 hours ago, that wasn't the case. We had totally raw branches. You can now see ice on all of the trees out in this parking lot. So that doesn't bode well for the rest of the evening. Okay, we are here at the Greenville Emergency Management Division. This is the Operations Center. It's the brainchild of everybody and everything trying to keep Greenville County safe across this storm. They are right inside this building here. It's a mix of people who work for 20 different agencies. Now, you might recall last night they let us into the big brain, the nucleus, where everything is going on and we could see them in action. They are so busy right now, they asked us to stay outside here until the director can come out here and really apprise us of everything going on. And the minute he can do that, of course, we will bring that straight to you. But as for the folks that are working just beyond these doors, they represent 20 different agencies. They include EMS, fire, law enforcement from both the county and the city. We just met a gentleman here who's with the South Carolina National Guard with the Army. So all these 20 divisions are working. They're having briefings. They're apprising each other of what is going on in individual communities, neighborhoods, and region across all of Greenville County. When we spoke with the director last night, he said that he's worked here in the upstate for decades now. He was here in the storm of 2005 as well as the one in 2014. And he said those were bad. But he was really nervous about this one, as is everybody else in this room alongside him, because the temperatures across the next couple of days are going to last longer than the temperatures lasted in 05 and 14. He said that was giving them serious concern. So we are quite anxious to get an update from him. We hope to do that any minute now. And of course, I'll bring you the latest when we get it. Reporting live in Greenville County, Stephanie Trotter, WYFF News 4.
Stephanie, thank you very much. Our Taniqua Penix is live along Main Street in downtown Greenville.
Yeah, they're starting to clear some roads there, right, Taniqua?
That's right, Sydney. Hey, Nigel, it's so icy here. You can see the little icicles right here on the rail here. And then we were kind of just looking at this tree. I'm going to be careful because it's also very slippery. And you can see the weight of the ice on the branches here. I was touching it earlier, and hold on, let's see if I can get a little more room with the mic. I was touching it earlier, and you can kind of hear it snap. I was afraid that it might fall, but I don't know if you can hear that, but you see just how easily that breaks. And then, as you guys mentioned, the roads crews have been by to clear the roads. They're asking people to stay home. Not too many people listen to that. It's pretty active on this day, considering that it is an ice storm. People are still walking around. Now, because of the expected sleet and freezing rain, all city facilities will be closed tomorrow. That includes all city offices and the zoo. Greenlink bus service will be suspended tomorrow due to unsafe road conditions. And tomorrow's city council meeting is also canceled. Right now, traffic signals are operating normally, but if power does go out, officials say treat it like a four-way stop. But again, if you don't have to be on the roads, officials would like for you to stay home. So it makes it easier for their crews, the emergency crews, to get to actual emergencies. For now, reporting live in Greenville, Taniqua Penix, WYFF News 4.
Taniqua, let's just take a moment to say thank you to all of the emergency crews that are out there, all of these officials, all of these different agencies that are working today, working to keep us safe. So Taniqua, yes, folks at home, if you can stay off the roads, stay off the roads and let the people who are out there helping us do their jobs.
Let's head to Anderson now, where Maya Payton is standing by. Maya.
Yeah, hi, Sydney. Hi, Nigel. I want to talk to, the viewers who've been with us, over the past hour and a half or so. Earlier I told you about how people were coming by here at the Emergency Management Department in Anderson County. They were doing donuts. We had a golf cart. Then we also had a truck do it as well. And you can't see it now because of the fact that it's just proof how that freezing rain is falling and covering up these roadways. See that he's picking up speed right there where he should be going slow. Well, I have here with me Anderson County Sheriff's Office, Michelle Ramin. I've told you about the donut spinning here. I've told you about people having fun. When I tell you about these stories, what comes to your mind?
So first and foremost, we do want to applaud the community. The majority of people have, adhered to the warnings of stay off the road. You can see it's pretty, clear behind me here. But then other times, for the past couple of minutes, we've been seeing people really test the limits and to try and, stomp on that gas and spin out. And all we can say is it's starting to rain right now. We have the freezing rain. It's going to go into overnight, and that's just going to settle in. And it's going to be basically an ice skating rink out here. And we just don't want people to test that. It's going to get dark. First responders are going to have a harder time locating and finding. They can do it. They're capable of a lot. But why add that added stress onto them when we're already seeing calls around the county? So dispatchers, they've been monitoring winter weather calls specifically to this event. And so we just don't want to add more to their plate when they're already trying to help our community as it is.
Right. And you guys, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer here or a tattletale, but, it was really a scary sight to see those people lose control. Are there any consequences that comes along with that?
I mean, unfortunately, a lot of people aren't used to driving in these conditions. We don't see this all that often. So a lot of people don't know how to maneuver it. And who knows? You could spin out. You could, God forbid, hit a pole or a tree. You just never know. So hunker down. That's really what we're pushing to people right now is hunker down. And, we're grateful that we aren't seeing a lot of power outages. We were really worried about that going into this storm with the amount of power outages. Thankfully, that's not the concern. And that it still could be, but we're really worried about these roads. So if you can, stay put. Basically, let's just let this keep going. Even if you have to be at the office tomorrow, take it slow. And if you can work virtually, work virtually.
Thank you, Shell. And speaking of power outages, you guys, I was in the Emergency Management Division Center, and I asked them, how many power outages does Anderson County have right now? They said, Maya, we got one. And everybody started cheering and laughing. However, the director, Josh Hawkins, he said, Maya, that could change rapidly as we see these conditions intensify. So, and he says it doesn't happen slowly. Like when they have power outages, there's widespread power outages. So if you're in Anderson County, things look good right now, but you need to make sure you have that plan in place in case you lose power. I'll have everything coming here out of Anderson County as I get it. In Anderson County, I'm Maya Payton, WYFF News 4.
Yeah, man, like Chris has been saying, even once the precipitation stops, when these winds move in overnight and into early tomorrow, that's when we could start seeing those power outages. So it is best to start preparing now. The city of Seneca has announced closures for city operations for non-essential employee operations for Monday. We are told commercial and residential sanitation routes for Monday will be collected on Tuesday unless further closures are warranted. All right, let's head up to check on our weather conditions in western North Carolina now.
Yeah, our Nate Stanley is standing by live in Asheville with the latest up there. Nate.
And Nigel, Sydney, every time you guys come out to me, there is some new weather. Last time there was no precipitation. Now there is precipitation. And again, I keep mentioning it. Asheville for a Sunday afternoon is very empty. A lot of people heeding the warning from officials telling them to not go out on the roads, leave that emergency vehicles. But we have seen a lot of precipitation. I'll walk over here to a puddle that we have. Yes, this would have been, but today that's water. Now, of course,
we keep having some issues with our live shot from Asheville. Nate, thank you very much. Right now, the city of Asheville has announced new closures to their departments. The offices will be closed on Monday, and free parking in city-owned parking garages has been extended to Tuesday. Now, ART transit services will resume tomorrow at 1 p.m., weather permitting, but you should expect delays.
Sanitation services and trash pickup will not happen tomorrow, and Asheville Parks and Rec Community Centers will also be closed tomorrow. All basketball games, childcare as well, those have been canceled. The Carolinas are both seeing accumulations of ice, sleet, and freezing rain as this massive winter storm makes its way across the entire country. In North Carolina, a water pipe burst made conditions even more dangerous. This was in Pineville this morning outside of Charlotte. Governor Josh Stein warning people that black ice will remain an issue into next week, especially on bridges, overpasses, and shaded areas. Again, we're seeing this winter weather storm impact so many states. This is in Oxford, Mississippi, where ice has completely engulfed trees and power lines. You can see that here. Trees are just folding under the weight of all of that ice. What is it? A half an inch adds another 500 pounds of ice onto trees, right? About 75% of it is more than 26,000 electric customers have had no power because of the situation in Mississippi. The University of Mississippi has already canceled classes through Tuesday, given the significant disruption to the community due to these power outages and unsafe roads.
A winter storm warning is also in effect for all of New Hampshire. Mike Moses with our sister station has more on what's expected to be fluffy snow that will pile up fast.
Mike Moses in Nashua, New Hampshire, where the snow is coming down at a pretty good clip. We're starting to get a good amount of accumulation where we are. The roads are starting to become a little slick, even though we have seen a good amount of crews up and down some of the main thoroughfares here in this part of southern New Hampshire. We've actually had a chance to chat with some plow crews as well. They said it is coming down so fast that they are having a hard time keeping it up with it themselves. We were over at the local supermarket chain here in New Hampshire, in Massachusetts, called Market Basket. Lots of folks still showing up at the grocery store even this late in the day, and the supermarket will be closing at 4 o'clock, so people trying to squeeze in those last-minute errands. But again, the storm is starting to pick up here where we are in southern New Hampshire. We'll go ahead and send it back to you.
Getting reports of power outages coming in from across Spartanburg County to Greenville County. What we have on the trees is what we're going to get now in many locations, and we just kind of hope that they can hold on and get a little melting before the winds come in. Now, right now, we've got power outages from Hendersonville to Edneyville, back through Laurel Park and into Greenville. Look at these trees in northern Greenville County. They are coated. Meanwhile, Asheville's just at freezing with some rain in downtown northwestbound. Look at these trees across Caesar's Head. This is in the highest part of Greenville County. They're kind of just fighting fighting for their life right here to hang on. Big trees, big limbs drooping down. Now, this is the concern: as we get this much weight on the limbs and on the power poles, they can be compromised. Now, the last batch of this precipitation moving through the area right now. At one point, about an hour and a half ago, we had 2 active tornadoes on the ground near Albany, Georgia, and we had significant ice across the western Carolinas. And now the last batch of that is pushing out. Let me turn on live Super Doppler 4. It's matching up well with what we're seeing. I can't tell you how critical it is to have our own Doppler radar to tell you exactly where ice is and where it is not. And I can tell you it gives us that instant look like nobody else can provide. And this is a serious situation across the area. It looks like it's raining, but it's freezing upon contact, and that's giving us that widespread glaze of ice on top of what we already have. That is sticking to the tree limbs, the bushes, the roads, unfortunately, and it's going to be a slow go of it this week. We'll be able to get the big roads covered and uncovered and hopefully drying out soon, but the side roads are going to be that constant refreeze, thaw, refreeze pattern through at least midweek. As we look back through Oconee County, you're back to some freezing rain across Lake Jocassee through Kiowee. It is just a glazed over wintry wonderland, and unfortunately it's not a good one. Seneca, you've got many without power right now. Pickens through Travelers Rest. So what I would urge you to do, if you do have power right now, go ahead and charge up your phone. Make sure after all the thousands of pictures your moms and dads have taken of the little ones in the snow today, you kind of charge that battery back up, because if we lose power tonight, you need to have a way to, one, have a flashlight around the house, right? But also be able to stay informed with us at WYFF4. Also a good idea to download the WYFF4 mobile app. It's free, and we can let you know to how the winds are, who else has not got power, and when they may estimate them turning the power back on or being able to get it. I tell you, the men and women that help us get the power back on, they're the real heroes here, as well as you first responders. This is a serious deal across the area, as we've got very high ice totals, unlike we've seen in 10 years, possibly even 20 years. I think you have to go back to 05, and this is going to rival 05 when it's all said and done. Look at the temperatures, 32 or less across the area, so everything that is falling besides Walhalla northbound is frozen precipitation. It is ice. Even where it is raining in Oconee County, northern fringes of it up through Henderson County, you have a half an inch to an inch of ice, and it's just kind of making things a little more slushy. Tonight these winds are going to be a concern. They're going to begin to grow. We're going to let go of the precipitation within the next hour, and then the winds are calm through about 4 or 5 a.m. After that is when the winds pick up, because the colder air rushes in. Let me show you that. Mainly in the mountains. It's not going to be 40-mile-per-hour wind gusts for everybody, but as we look ahead, especially going into tomorrow, those temperatures are going to start to plummet as we go into the mid-morning hours, because that wind is coming in from the northwest now. Watch this. Here we go into midnight and thereafter, 10, 15, maybe even 20-mile-per-hour winds by 6 a.m. So it may take until tomorrow for some of us to lose power, but once we do, we're talking about temperatures plummeting down. So please have a plan in place, have everything in place for tonight. So if you're sleeping, the power goes out, you notice, wow, it's really cold. You're not, bumbling around your closet trying to find coats and blankets and everything and getting the kids up. You need to kind of stay bundled up and have everything ready so that the power does go up. And kind of maybe crank up that heat a little bit, but make sure your heat unit outside is not coated in ice. Just be careful of that. All right, so the 4-day looks like this. Icy roads and windy tomorrow, especially along I-85 and northbound. We're in the 30s every day this week with hard freezes at night. We could be in the single digits Tuesday morning. And then again, Friday morning, it's going to be very, very cold. Finally drying things out. I think the sun is really going to help us. We at least get some clear skies this week. But this is not the typical Carolina special where by noon the next day it's gone. This is going to be a lingering effect. Unfortunately, you got ice at the bottom, ice at the top. It's going to take a while to melt all this. In the mountains, same story, very blustery, just above zero. Yes, some of you in the mountains will go sub-zero going into Tuesday morning.
WYFF News 4 starts with breaking news.
Good afternoon, and thank you for staying with us on this extended coverage of this winter storm. I'm Nigel Robertson.
And I am Sydney Shadrix. Let's go ahead and take a live look now outside from our Woodruff Road Skycam in Greenville. This is what we like to see. Not a lot of people on the roads. It may look okay, but still, it's not okay to get out there. It is icy. It is dangerous.
Yes, and all this rain that is falling is freezing. So you want to make sure that you stay someplace safe and just enjoy outside through a window or through your television.
That's right. My mom said that she's watching WYFF News 4. She said, I'm inside eating a bowl of soup watching WYFF News 4. It is the perfect icy Sunday,
yes.
right? Let's go ahead and check in now with Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice. Chris, what can you tell us about what's to come?
Might not be a bad idea to go ahead and make that soup. Go ahead and eat some dinner in case the power goes out, because I'm getting reports in Pickens County, folks saying it sounds like firecrackers outside with transformers going. I don't like the sound of that, folks. Yeah, the power outages are going up as now we have the ice. Most of the ice that we're going to receive has fallen, and now we're going to see it kind of just hold steady. Temperatures are at or around freezing across the entire area. Asheville, one of those areas near downtown, northwestbound, that fared better, but you go south toward Arden where the airport's at, or Hendersonville, looks a lot like northern Greenville County right here, kind of glazed over with ice, and these trees are all coated with a significant diameter of ice on them, and there's no wind right now, but look how these trees are just kind of swaying right here. They're just weighted down with the weight of that ice on them, and that's a lot of stress on these trees and tree limbs, so unfortunately they can be compromised by that. Or 31 degrees, and look at that, the wind is calm, but unfortunately tonight, once this line passes by, we're going to see the winds pick up. And look at this, there's severe weather still ongoing. A significant severe thunderstorm warning here that's really expansive. There were 2 tornadoes on the ground near Albany. Now that's heading into South Georgia, south of Savannah, with heavy rain and some gusty winds. For us, we still have some light freezing drizzle and light freezing rain outside. This is pushing off toward the south. Live Super Doppler 4 giving us that instant look. The back edge of this now working into Oconee County, Toccoa, Hartwell, Anderson, light freezing rain. Not as heavy as it once was, so we're slowly improving, but Greenville is still coming down, just adding to the totals that we already have. And you'll notice the trees a little more crystallized than they once were. Same story back through Pickens, and again, getting the sounds of firecrackers is what people are telling me. Those transformers going as tree limbs come down. Boy, oh boy, I don't like to hear that. We're going to get a check on those power outages in just a moment. Back through North Georgia, as many as 100,000 people without power. Specifically Northeast Georgia, you got 80% of Rabun County without power. And that's going to be the case as we move forward here, as we're going to continue to see power outage concerns go up. The ice storm warning until 1 p.m. tomorrow. We're going to see this continue here. 31 in Greenville, 31 in Anderson, 32 in Asheville. It's 30 in Spartanburg. Those temperatures are important because we're going to hover right there at freezing through the next couple of hours. The wind, it is strong outside in parts of Anderson County, 8 to 10 miles per hour. That's the strongest that we have. But unfortunately, as we go deeper into the night, as the precipitation ends, those winds are going to start to climb as that cold air rushes back in. We'll send it back to you, Nigel and Sydney.
All right, Chris, thank you. Let's go right ahead and get a check on those power outages. North Carolina outages now at more than 11,000 customers without power. Transylvania County is making up the bulk of that with 3,000 customers there without power.
South Carolina sitting at about 29,000 outages, with Pickens County making up the most with 16,000. Georgia is seeing more than 87,000 outages. White County is the most affected with about 14,000 customers without power. And you can check the power outages right now on our website, WYFF4.com. A widespread power outage was possibly avoided in Greer today. Check out this picture posted by Greer CPW on Facebook. They say the driver hit a telephone pole, but 20 feet away was a power pole. In the post, the power company says this is why we're asking drivers who are not responding to winter storm to stay off the roads.
Absolutely. It may look safe, like we've said. It may look like snow, but it is ice and it is slick. Meanwhile, we've had live team coverage all day today, bringing you the very latest from your neighborhood. Rashad Williams is live outside of our studio. And Rashad, you spoke with officials in Henderson County, North Carolina, for an update on how things are looking there.
Yeah, Mike Morgan, the chief communications officer, said really the issue they're experiencing there in Henderson County are the power outages. We saw the totals for North Carolina just about 30 seconds to a minute ago. It was well over 11,000. Most of those power outages through Duke Energy come from Henderson County. So looking at the totals right now, I just refreshed the Duke Energy outage map. And North Carolina, Henderson County, 11,538 customers are without power, and they service a little over 71,000 customers. So you do the math there, you can kind of see the percentage of customers who are without power at this time. So aside from the power outages, Mike Morgan also talked about how for those who go without power and they don't want to sit in the dark, if it is safe to do so, there's a shelter that is open right now through the duration of this storm.
We've got a shelter open over at Athletics and Activities Center at 708 South Grove Street. That'll stay open as long as we need it to. Then we have a non-emergency call center phone number here too, which is 828-435-2030. So 828-435-2030.
And the shelters are, of course, last resort because the roads are dangerous. Mike really emphasized that the mountainous roads, the windy hills, the steep conditions there, those and ice really don't mix. So, of course, driving may be a little more treacherous there in the mountains versus everywhere else. But either way you look at it, you can look around and see how the precipitation quickly turning into ice. It is just not safe to drive. We also saw that picture back in the upstate out of Greer as a reminder to stay off the roads if you don't need to be outside. Nigel, Sydney, back to you.
Rashad, thank you. And we keep hearing more and more power outages coming in. We have a 5 o'clock update. Pickens County has the most outages in the upstate with 4,000. Oconee and Greenville both looking at almost 2,000 outages. So again, we are afraid we're going to see these increase. Go ahead, charge up your devices. Be prepared for a loss of power. All right, a reminder, if you had a flight ticket today out of Greenville-Spartanburg International, no flights arriving or departing at the airport today. GPS said this morning that that was going to be the case after they just went ahead and canceled and delayed dozens of flights. They are urging people to contact their airline for rebooking and for the next steps.
Continuing our coverage of the storm now, we head to Greenville where our Stephanie Trotter is live with more. Stephanie.
We are still at the Emergency Operations Center. Joining us is Greenville Fire Chief Johnson. You just left an important meeting. So far, has this been better or worse than y'all anticipated?
Yeah, so far this has been better, but we're anticipating that the worst is yet to come.
What do you recommend for folks? Everybody's asking, do I go to work tomorrow?
Yeah, so what they should do is go to WYFF's news website
Thank you for that.
and check to see the closings for work, for schools. But our message is for folks, if you don't have to be on the road, please stay at home, hunker down. If unfortunately you do have to report to work, please do so safely, drive slowly, leave early so you have time to get there.
In my 32 years here, there's a different feel about this storm. I know you're just as experienced in this area. Why is that?
Well, if we think about it, the last time we had a named ice storm was 2005. So for us, that was 21 years ago. And so for a lot of folks that are moving into the area, or even those that have grown up here, this may be their first exposure to a storm like this. And so it does have a different feel.
Any ideas on what the rest of the week is going to look like? We hear Chris and what he expects from a weather standpoint, but from an operations standpoint and an emergency standpoint, what are y'all planning for?
Yeah, so listening to Chris, a couple of things that we're anticipating is on Monday, after this freeze that we're getting today, it's going to thaw out a little bit. And so we think about our commercial properties, our multifamily homes that have sprinkler systems that are going to probably burst and explode and start flooding. But then it's going to refreeze. And so now we're talking about black ice being back on the road. And so we're thinking about our life safety systems that may be failing. We think about more motor vehicle accidents. Well, hopefully we don't have prolonged power outages. So all these things are things we're thinking about and trying to prepare for.
I know yesterday folks were saying we learned so much from Helene, as well as the Table Rock State Park fires. Is this the most prepared this area has ever been for a big weather event?
Yeah, so I think we're always prepared, but we prepare in different ways. What those two events that you just mentioned allowed us to do, though, is think about the city and the county as a strategically placed map and recognizing that our resources needed to be better placed. Our communication needed to happen internally more. It's that old adage, if you're on a plane, put the oxygen mask on you first before you help the person beside you. And that's what we've done. We wanted to make sure that we were ready, so when the call came in, we were in the spots that we were needed to be so that we can respond and help.
All right. I know your time's important. Thank you so much for joining us. So there you have it. And of course, you didn't have to say it, but stay home, stay safe, and watch for closings tomorrow, because if you can keep staying home and staying safe, that's what the experts would like you to do. Reporting live in Greenville County, Stephanie Trotter, WYFF News 4.
Stephanie, thank you. And speaking of closings, we have some information just into our newsroom. Pickens and Oconee and Greenville counties will all be on e-learning days Monday and Tuesday.
Our Taniqua Paddocks is live along Main Street in Greenville with more on conditions there. Taniqua.
Hey, Nigel. Well, the rain is back and we are slipping and sliding. If you take a look over here on the roads, less traveled, you can see that ice just kind of blanket the ground there. It's very slippery, very dangerous. We're actually trying to keep our gripping here as we stand here and report. You also see the icicles just forming on the objects that is landing on. We got this right here, and then even up top you see the lights, and where the ice is kind of just crystallized on top of the lights, adding to the beautiful decorations here downtown. You've heard the message. Officials are urging people, stay off the roads if you don't have to be out here. Why do you want to be out here? Well, that's actually a good question. We saw some they look like college students, and we kind of just asked, like, hey, why are you out here? Well, they said this is something that they've never seen before, so they just kind of wanted to walk and just enjoy the beauty of it all. And as beautiful as it may look, just remember it is dangerous. So listen to officials, listen to us, WYFF 4. For now, reporting live in Greenville, Taniqua Penix, WYFF News 4.
Taniqua, thank you very much. Now let's head to Anderson, where our Maya Payton is standing by live. Maya. I believe. Okay.
We lost Maya. All right, but we do have some announcements from the city of Clemson that we do want to tell you about. The city of Clemson has announced that the following closures and changes have been made to city services for Monday out of an abundance of caution. City of Clemson offices will be closed. There will be no CAT bus services. Trash collection will also be suspended until road conditions improve there. All right, we should be able to head to our Peyton Furtado now. She's in Spartanburg County with how things are looking there. Peyton.
Hey, good afternoon, Sydney. We're at Wofford. Take a look at the football field behind us. Just absolutely coated in ice and maybe some flurries over here. Looks like a winter wonderland, but like y'all have been saying, absolutely not. More like a winter hellscape. Things getting very cold out here. Definitely some freezing rain restarting in our region. I want to show you again just how thick some of the ice is. We'll check in on this throughout the day. Yeah, it is just getting deeper. That's possibly even close to an inch right there. Things getting slippery on the Wofford campus. We have seen some kids out here sledding like Tia was talking about, like Taniqua was talking about in Greenville. Lots of people out enjoying that weather until that precipitation started coming back down again. That drove folks back indoors. Remember, if we do see some outages, there are 7 different shelters across Spartanburg County you need to be aware of. One of them involves pets. You can bring your pets to that one. One of them is for folks with medical emergencies. You can be there. And over here at Wofford College, I know a lot of kids are going to be going to the basketball stadium if the power does give out here. So they do have a plan in place. We're going to bring you more live updates from Spartanburg County throughout today. For now, live in Spartanburg, Peyton Furtado, WYFF News 4.
Peyton, thank you very much. I believe we have Maya now live in Anderson with more. Maya.
Yeah, Nigel, I had my favorite show and tell. But yes, I wanted to tell you because, you know, when I say I'm cold, I do mean I'm cold. When I say my toes and my fingers are cold and they're frozen, I do mean it. Now, if you go outside and you play around for a little while, then you head back inside and get warm, then you don't know what kind of cold I'm talking about. But when you're out here for hours and hours and hours at a time, you begin to feel frozen in place. Let me show you here. I placed this cloth right here in the ground, probably about, I don't know, how long you say, my photographer Kevin, about an hour or so? Yeah, and so it is rock solid, and when I lift it up, look at that, hard. Look at that, frozen ice, solid on right here, especially at the bottom where it's been melted in. It's just a representation that whatever is here on this ground, it will begin to freeze. And that is just what officials have been talking about. They're worried about people going onto these hard surfaces. And yes, they may seem sturdy, but they are very slippery when you step on, when you drive on. So just another reminder here in Anderson County to be safe on the roadways. I'll have the latest coming up in Anderson County. I've got so much more to tell you and show you. I'm Maya Payton, WYFF News 4.
Maya, thank you, and thank you to all of our reporters out there who have been out there for hours, bringing us these demonstrations, bringing us the latest from out in our communities. That's where we find Nate Stanley. He is still out there live in Asheville. Nate, how are things looking there?
Well, it's a true blessing to be out here. We're having fun. We're enjoying Asheville on this Sunday afternoon, which normally this area would be full of businesses open, full of people walking around. And I think in the last 10 minutes, I've seen maybe one or two, three people maybe. Kyle can agree with me, coming through this area. There's a grocery shop that was open that we visited earlier today, and they're now closing. The owner there tells me it's because his daughter's car got stuck up in Black Mountain. So again, a lot of people still dealing with a lot of this weather, even though, as you can tell, the precipitation has kind of slowed down, and the temperature here has warmed up a little bit. And I'm going to have Kyle sort of pan up into the sky a little bit. You can see some breaks of sunlight for the first time that we have seen in the last 2 days. But also, as I look up there and I see that little bit of sunlight peeking through, I can see those clouds moving quickly. Again, we're in the mountains, a lot of wind moving through this area, and that's what we've been, walking up and down these areas and these streets. We have experienced a lot of wind. Just this morning, the area that Kyle's about to show you here would have been completely covered in ice. We both were struggling just to walk down a simple incline. And today, now this afternoon, a lot of that has melted away. A lot of the snow has gone, has melted, and has dispersed. Again, here in Asheville, that's what we're seeing. But up in the counties, a little bit of a different story. Again, I spoke with the Transylvania County Sheriff. He tells me that they've been dealing with some minor calls this afternoon, some electrical fires and other situations, other incidents there. But he said, thankfully, no one has been seriously injured as of right now in that county. Again, an area that was heavily impacted during Hurricane Helene. So they've been paying close attention to the storm and to these updates. Again, right now, things somewhat manageable. It feels nice out, dare I even say. It feels like a nice Sunday afternoon. But of course, the temperatures are going to continue to drop, and we can expect that what right now is some water piles, some puddles, is going to soon be ice later tonight. Of course, we will keep you updated as those conditions change and let you know everything we're seeing here in downtown Asheville. For now, reporting in Asheville, Nate Stanley, WYFF News 4.
All right, Nate, thank you. Let's take you across the country now, a winter wonderland in Ohio. The snow started Saturday evening, but the heaviest snow is expected to accumulate today. There's anywhere from 5 to 10 inches of snow before 9 this morning. So people woke up to that winter wonderland. At the moment, expected weekend totals are hovering around 9 to 12 inches of snow, with those larger amounts in the northern parts of the region.
Now a look from above. These are aerials from our sister station in Oklahoma City. A blanket of snow over several neighborhoods. Look at that. Temperatures will remain frigid for the next few days, so the chance of snow melting immediately is very, very low.
And to Boston, where the city is experiencing its biggest snowstorm in 4 years. Here's David Bienick with our sister station.
Here in Boston, it's been snowing since about midday, and on the ground we already have nearly half a foot of light and fluffy snow. They are predicting that by the time this storm wraps up here in New England tomorrow, we could have nearly 2 feet of snow here in Boston, which would be the most in nearly 4 years. Massachusetts governor is encouraging everyone to stay off the roads. The New England Patriots are playing in the AFC Championship today, which should give people a good excuse to stay inside.
It's wild how we just tossed up that light and fluffy snow like that.
Yeah. What is that?
What's not the case here? Don't do that in the upstate. All right. Meanwhile, Spartanburg Community College, it is closed tomorrow. Officials say all classes in person and virtual are going to be canceled. This decision is in line with decisions from Spartanburg and Cherokee County officials.
An update now to operations at Clemson University. Main campus will be closed tomorrow. There will be no e-learning either. A decision for Tuesday has not yet been announced.
And we have just learned Anderson University is going to continue e-learning on Tuesday. That's in addition to tomorrow as well. Officials say there are no known power outages on campus. They say all facilities are operational, but remember, sidewalks and streets are dangerous. They're urging students there, student, faculty, staff, to use caution when they're moving around campus.
And just in from Western North Carolina, Buncombe County schools are closed tomorrow. Remote work will not be posted, and students who took home assignments do not need to complete them for tomorrow. So many school districts, colleges, and universities have shifted their instructional plans tomorrow due to the weather. You can find a full list on WYFF4.com and scrolling at the bottom of your screen. And we want to see Yes, we want to see your view from the storm from where you live. Send us your photos and videos on our WYFF4 Facebook page. We may even share them here on the air.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of viewer images. Send the ones with your pets. We really like those. We need the optimism, right? A smile on our faces. All right, let's go ahead and check in now with Chris. Chris, what's the latest? Is this precipitation moving out anytime soon?
Slowly, yeah. Within the next hour, most of us will be out of the thick of the worst of it, but Greenville's back in it, especially along and north of I-85 and especially above Highway 11. It's back into the heavy freezing rain right now in Greenville. It's 31 in Anderson, 30 in Spartanburg, 32 and clearing in Asheville. Let me show you what it looks like at Caesars Head. We're back in the clouds and the mist right now across Caesars Head. Many in this area have had close to 1 inch of ice, and that's where we're getting reports. Just heard one, just posted it on Facebook, of Marietta. Robert, who sent it in, said it sounds like cannons going off, and sure enough, that's those large trees snapping and cracking in the weight of this ice coming in. That's why the power outages are going up substantially there. It's 31 degrees. We're trying to clear things back out as the back edge of this precipitation moves out. Drier air is working in. Now the colder air is still back here toward Middle Tennessee. That works in, and as it does, unfortunately, we're going to have some high winds. Along the Smokies, we're talking 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is not going to be like that across our area, maybe 20 or 30 across the upstate, but you move these trees around at all, unfortunately, that is going to give us some more, fuel for these trees and these limbs to be compromised. Right now in Greenville, we're on the back edge of that last bit of the freezing rain moving through right now. It'll move out on schedule within the next hour. Many of us will start to see the conditions, at least from falling from the sky, improve, but the roads, they're not going to improve. And unfortunately, our power outage threat's probably going to grow as we go into the overnight hours because we're going to see that wind pick up even a little bit. 15, 20 would do it, and that's what's going to happen as the next batch of colder air moves in. Carnesville, Hartwell, we're back there. Looking closely at North Georgia because they're about an hour behind us. Meteorologist Bradford Ambrose has been watching this with me all day. And Bradford, we've been looking at those numbers back there. You're outside live in Greenville. What are you seeing right now? And what are you seeing from back in North Georgia?
Yeah, I'll tell you right now, Chris, here in Greenville, it's and in fact, it might be just right on cue. About a minute ago, less than a minute ago, it's kind of a light freezing rain, and now it's picking up to, I'd say, almost a moderate freezing rain. Earlier when you joined me, the last time we had a shot out here, we still had some freezing rain and sleet mixing on in. I will say now it's predominantly freezing rain with some sleet pellets mixing on in. I'm going to get Don, photographer here, to zoom in on this twig to you can kind of see the ice accretion that has developed here over the past several hours, and including what fell yesterday as well. And overall, not terrible, but any ice accumulation's bad, and especially across the higher elevations right now into northern portions of Pickens County, also into Oconee County, and some of those higher elevations where we have seen really significant ice accretion, 3/4 of an inch to an inch plus. Here at the surface and the lower elevations, the wind's not bad, but you get several thousand feet up in the air, the wind is starting to blow, and unfortunately that will pick up as we head especially into the overnight hours. So I was just looking at some power outages. Yes, we're seeing them increase once again into Oconee and Pickens County. Also, we're seeing some of those power outages unfortunately increase, and I know, Chris, your folks were talking about this just a few minutes ago. We have seen some of those power outages increase in Henderson County, also Transylvania County, and into portions northeastern Georgia as well. Chris.
Yeah, Bradford, great reporting there. I mean, I tell you what, it sounds like a cannon going off. Just getting these videos coming in. It's those trees, so large they crack. Even the healthiest of trees can, and then if there's a power line nearby, that can compromise it. So that's what the men and women, the linemen around the area, are staged and ready to go as soon as they can safely. So what's going to happen over the next few days? Probably what you'll see is the power outages will go up, unfortunately, and the roads will slowly improve over the next few days. They're doable out in some capacity. I would not recommend it. The ice is just glazing everything off. I mean, you'll be slipping and sliding just about everywhere, but the goal is to allow emergency personnel to be able to get where they need to be and the linemen to be able to keep the power on, because we know that that can mean life or death for some people on oxygen and whatnot. So, hey, we're trying to get the word out about how conditions are unfolding. The last bit of this is moving through right now. Bradford mentioned moderate freezing rain. That's what's happening right now. Live Super Doppler 4 in Greenville, Spartanburg down through Anderson, Abbeville, Greenwood. You can add on a little bit more ice to this. Folks, we haven't seen an ice storm like this since 2005, and there will be some rival numbers here across Seneca, Pickens, northern Greenville County that will get close to, if not exceed, what we had in 2005. Now, this is a big storm that's got some big, wide-reaching impacts all the way down to Metro Columbia, back through Atlanta. That's where the ice has been, and there's hundreds of thousands of people without power back in Georgia. And unfortunately, as we see the weight of this ice on our trees locally, we're going to see them be compromised more. It may take midnight, but then you add a little bit of wind. That's my concern, is that these winds tonight are going to cause some of those trees to come down even more so than they already are. The wind generally light out of the northeast. Our wedge is breaking down, and so is the precipitation. I think by 6 o'clock, maybe 7 o'clock at the latest, we're done with the precipitation, and temperatures hold steady right at freezing or just above it. Let me show you the precipitation. It's moving on out, and as it does, the wind may pick up. Here are those gusts. Now that the precipitation has moved out, we've got gusts that are going to slowly start to climb here. Here we are going into the evening hours, 25, 30 miles per hour in the mountains. Some in northern Greenville County are starting to get up to 30 miles per hour. Look at tomorrow morning early, 6 a.m. We're talking about 40, 45 mile per hour wind gusts there in the mountains. Temperatures, they plummet on down. Check this out, right around 10 in the upstate, single digits in the mountains as that cold air rushes in. So the 4-day looks like this. We've been monitoring it closely for you. Live Super Doppler for alert days. When you see the red icon, it means dangerous weather is happening. Teens are single digits up to the 30s. We'll melt, we'll refreeze. We'll thaw, we'll refreeze. And that runoff is going to be the problem. We'll at least have black ice through Thursday, maybe even Friday. And look at temperatures. This time next week into the weekend, we're still dealing with high temperatures almost 20 degrees below where they should be. In western North Carolina, there are some days your high temperatures stay in the 20s with single digits several times this week.
WYFF News 4 starts with breaking news.
Good afternoon, and thank you for staying with us for this extended coverage of this winter storm. I'm Nigel Robertson.
And I am Sydney Shadricks. Let's go ahead and take a live look outside now. This is our P-Center Skycam. You can see that precipitation there on the Skycam. We have seen a lot of it coming down just in the past hour, but slowly but surely, we do think it may be moving out. Fingers crossed, right?
Yes. Here's a look from our Lawrence Skycam now. You can see beautiful downtown Lawrence coated with what looks like snow, but it is ice.
Yep, and we've been out there slipping and sliding on it. Let's take a live look from our Asheville Skycam as well. Those gray skies. Isn't it going to be great to eventually see a little bit of sunshine? It has been dark and dreary. We are just wishing and waiting for this precipitation to move out, for these clouds to move out. The man who can tell us joins us now, Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice. Chris, what is the timeline?
You know, probably within the next 30 minutes, we'll see the bulk of the heaviest precipitation move out. Still some freezing drizzle, but the worst of the meaningful accumulations done. The problem is now the weight of that. What we're seeing in North Georgia is the weight of that on the trees. It's just too much at times, and then you hear the power outages. So they're substantially going up in North Georgia, Oconee, Pickens County. So I'd expect our numbers to continue to climb as well. Folks are reporting it sounds like cannons going off when you hear that sound. Many of us haven't heard that since 2005. Let me show you what's happening right now. Yeah, 05 is the one that kind of set the standard for ice storms around the area. 2014 was a close second. Now we're rivaling both of those, I would imagine, especially the northern part of the upstate where we're still socked in. That is freezing mist, freezing drizzle over Caesar's Head, north of Highway 11, where we're having some real problems. Marietta, Slater, Berea, Travelers Rest, Taylors, Lake Robinson through Inman and Lyman. Just some big problems anywhere north of 85. Now, Asheville, one of the areas that fared the best westbound. Now, you go just south of Asheville proper toward the airport, toward Hendersonville, a totally different story. It is iced up. Let me show you Caesar's Head. We're back to the thick kind of mist and fog, and these trees are just trying to hang on right here. We've got wind that is coming through right now, and I wouldn't be surprised in the northern part of the county if this isn't a little bit of snow flurry action. There's some snow trying to work in on the backside right here as we see this precipitation move on out slowly. Thankfully, we have live Super Doppler 4 to help us out here. Gives us that instant look at where storms are and where ice is. That's so critical in a situation like this. You don't want that data minutes later. You want it right now so that we can give you the early warning as to where roads are icing up. And right now that's happening all across Greenville, Greer, Taylors, Five Forks, Simpsonville, continuing to add up to what we already have. And it's just a mess out there, folks. What we're going to see is the trees be the worst over the next few days and the roads begin to slowly dry up and get better. The treated ones, I should say. And those folks are trying so hard, right? right? They're trying to get it clear and at least dry so that we can get emergency personnel available to get through, so that we can get the linemen to get out to be able to repair these down lines once they're able to. Right now, it's a mess. 31 in Greenville and Anderson, 30 in Spartanburg, 32 in Asheville, and temperatures are still at or below freezing everywhere across the entire upstate, with that wind calm right now, but steadily picking up. I'll show you the new numbers for that, and we'll look closer at what the forecast is later in just a few minutes. Well, let's send things out to, I think Bradford's outside, right? Is that what we got? Yeah, there he is. Hey, Bradford. Yeah, I wanted to send things out to you as we're looking closer at what's going on. We've got the freezing rain still continuing. How's it like outside?
Yeah, freezing rain, Chris, continuing right now. There's still some sleet pellets mixing on in, and we'll likely once again continue to see this probably for the next 1 to 2 hours before it does clear all of our hometowns. And like you did mention, the wind will be kind of our next main concern later on tonight and into the day on Monday, and then the bitterly cold temperatures to follow here over the next several days. I did just check the numbers, and power outages right now holding steady, especially in Oconee and over toward Pickens County. I'd say combined 25 to 30,000 customers without power right now. Just checked about 4,000 or so in Greenville County. Still seeing significant power outages in northeastern Georgia, and about 9 to 10,000 of those power outages over into Transylvania County, western North Carolina right now. So fortunately, power outages are there. Obviously, they've increased here over the past several hours when you factor in the freezing rain that's been developing over the past several hours out of Georgia, and those winds picking up, especially across the higher elevation. So we'll watch it closely, but right now, just some freezing rain and sleet ongoing here in Greenville. Chris.
Bradford, thank you. I will take it from here. We do have some news to tell you about out of Buncombe County. The Buncombe County Sheriff's Office is investigating a possible weather-related death. Officials say deputies found a man's body on the side of the road on New Luster Highway around 8 this morning. At this time, investigators say there is no evidence of foul play, although this is an ongoing investigation. The Sheriff's Office released a statement urging people to take the storm warning serious and plan for upcoming frigid temperatures over the upcoming days.
And we do know these power outages are going to likely be a concern. Let's check on them in our area right now. North Carolina outages are at more than 18,000 customers without power. Henderson County making up the bulk now with 9,000. We have seen that number increase just in the past hour.
South Carolina is sitting at 32,000 outages, with Pickens County making up the most with 15,000. Georgia is seeing almost 80,000 outages. White County is the most affected with about 14,000 customers without power. You can check the power outages right now on our website at WYFF4.com.
Some updates now for these students and teachers out there. Greenville, Pickens, and Oconee County schools will be on e-learning on Tuesday as well. E-learning on Monday and Tuesday for these school districts. Schools will be in contact with specifics on that e-learning process.
So many school districts, colleges, and universities have shifted their instructional plans tomorrow due to this weather. You can find a full list on WYFF4.com and scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
All right, we do have live team coverage this afternoon across our region. Our Peyton Furtado is live in Spartanburg with how things look there. Peyton.
Hey, good afternoon. I just want to show you a little tour of Morgan Square, some of the businesses that are normally up and running here Sunday afternoon. None of them open right now, obviously, because it's freezing out here. We've got all this ice on the ground. People have been out and about. We've seen a lot fewer people today compared to yesterday and this morning because, again, some of that freezing rain has been dribbling around Spartanburg County and around Spartanburg City as well. A few things we are keeping an eye on, some of those outages. Like you mentioned, we've seen a lot of linemen, a lot of trucks coming in and around this area. Some of them just kind of waiting, ready to go in a holding pattern, ready to start getting the power back on as soon as some of that power does go out around the region. So we have lots of people deployed to do that. Of course, emergency management, keeping an eye on that and keeping an eye on our roads. This is probably a good time for me to remind you, again, you've heard it so many times, don't go out on the road if you don't have to, but if you do, keep it slow and steady. Slow and steady wins the race, right? You're tapping the accelerator. You're not slamming on the brakes. We're not fishtailing. We're not trying to make these sharp turns. We're taking everything smooth and steady. So keep an eye out if you are having to go out on the roads. For now, I'm Peyton in Spartanburg. It does seem like the rain is picking up just a hair. We'll have more for you at 6 o'clock. Back to you.
All right, Peyton, let's stay in Spartanburg and take a look at these Wofford students taking advantage of the wintry weather. Nigel, you said you used to do this in college, right?
I did. We had it. Well, now I went to school in Ohio, so when we got snow, we got a lot of snow.
It looked a little different there.
Yes.
I went to school, in Nashville. We did see a little bit of snow, but I got to tell y'all, I don't like it. You won't catch me out there doing that.
Oh.
Catch me where it's warm, where we're dry. And, that's what officials are asking folks to do. They're saying it is so icy out there. It is so slick. If you don't have to go anywhere, don't go anywhere. In fact, our Stephanie Trotter, she's checking in with some of those officials at the Greenville County Emergency Operations Center again this afternoon. Stephanie, what are they saying?
Well, you know what? They're saying what we've been saying all day long. Stay home, stay home, stay home. And let me show you one of the reasons why. The precipitation is still coming down out here in the past 15, 20 minutes. It's lighter, but it is, freezing rain. It is rain coming down, and then it's freezing. And you can see that right here. On this tree, just in the past couple of hours, icicles have started forming on all of the trees in this parking lot. So it's going to get, you can hear it creaking. Yeah, this stuff is going to get heavier as the night goes on. Now, last half hour, we spoke with Greenville City's Fire Chief of Administration. He knows that everybody is concerned about, do I go to work tomorrow? Do I not? Do I go? Do I not? Here's what he had to say.
If you don't have to be on the road, please stay at home, hunker down. If unfortunately you do have to report to work, please do so safely, drive slowly, leave early so you have time to get there.
He also gave, we didn't even prompt him to do this, he gave a plug to watch our ticker on WYFF4 because we are running all of the companies that have registered with us as to whether they are open or not. If you work for a facility that is under 100 employees, talk with your boss, talk with your manager, and if you can, stay home. I asked him, has response so far been better or worse as far as the general public and the number of emergencies that they've had? He said, response so far has been better. But here was the follow-up of that sentence. He did say, but they think the worst is yet to come. They are very, very concerned about tonight and these dropping temperatures, the precipitation that continues to fall and is now just creating ice on everything. Reporting live in Greenville County, Stephanie Trotter, WYFF News 4.
Stephanie, thank you. Now let's go to our Taniqua Penix, who is live along Main Street in downtown Greenville as the city is starting to clear some roads.
Hey, Nigel. Well, yeah, it's raining, so I can't really see you. My glasses are clogged up right now, but it's so slippery here. I can kind of do the moonwalk. And then you see I'm holding onto this fence, but listen to that. It's icy. You can hear that. Stay off the roads. You can see, Dustin, if you kind of pan, you can see a little bit where crews have plowed the roads, but it's still wet, slushy, a mess. And then you see on the side path, the side roads that have not been cleared. So again, officials are asking you, stay off the roads. If you don't have to be out here, don't be out here. It may look fun. It's not. Again, I'm slipping and sliding, holding on for dear life right now. I can barely see you guys, so I'm going to go ahead and close it out. Reporting live in Greenville, I'm Taniqua Penix, WYFF News 4.
And Taniqua, it's scary when you're sliding on the ground and then even the surfaces that you're holding on to keep yourself from sliding are slick and icy as well.
But you know what I find very interesting is you see what it looks like in all these live shots in Greenville and Spartanburg. Let's go to Asheville now, Western North Carolina, where our Nate Stanley is standing by, and it's a very different story up there, Nate.
Incredibly different story. In fact, there was a gentleman that just passed by us as we were walking around downtown Asheville, and he looked at us and he said, pretty anticlimactic, right? Well, that's kind of the story for many of the people that we've been talking to, folks who are staying here in downtown Asheville over the weekend. Behind me, we can see this is one of the free parking garages that the city has opened for people who may need it. And again, for the last couple hours, the precipitation has pretty much stopped, and now there is just a lot of wet roads, a lot of puddles that, again, as these temperatures continue to drop, could quickly turn into dangerous road conditions. We also have an update from just a few minutes ago from the Henderson County Communications Office. There they say that they've seen about 11,000 outages as of 5:15 today. They say they're also working with Duke and NCDOT crews to clear the road, reminding people to stay off the roads and let those crews get to work and do what they need to do to get the power back on and get the roads back open. Here in Asheville schools, Asheville City Schools have a teacher workday tomorrow, and we're told there will also be no e-learning. Also in Transylvania County, we've talked about this. The sheriff there says that they have seen a pretty steady, slow day so far. He says they've seen a couple, small electrical fires, but thankfully there's been no serious injuries. And as Nigel mentioned earlier in the show, Buncombe County officials have said that they do believe that there was one weather-related death that they have seen there. Also, the Governor Josh Stein and his office had some updates earlier today. They were reminding people that, this little lull, as we'll call it right now, where there's not this constant precipitation, the winds have kind of quieted a little bit. A good time for people to remember to charge their devices, gather supplies, make sure that, you're layering up with multiple blankets in the case, as Chris said, things start to freeze, branches get heavy, wires get heavy with all that ice, and more people continue to lose power. As we said, tens of thousands so far without power right now. So again, now is a good time. If you do have power, if you are watching, make sure that you're charging your devices and getting layered up, as the night could continue to get cold. And again, back out here in Asheville, we've seen some people walking around. I think people definitely taking advantage of the fact that there isn't a lot going on right now weather-wise to come out. There's some folks that have gotten, again, there was a grocery store that was open, people picking some stuff up and then heading out to their homes. Of course, though, we will be out here all evening giving you updates and letting you know how the conditions are changing here in Western North Carolina. Reporting in Asheville, Nate Stanley, WYFF News 4.
Nate, thank you very much. The city of Asheville announced new closures to their departments. Its offices will be closed Monday, and free parking in city-owned parking garages has been extended to Tuesday. ART transit services will resume tomorrow at 1 p.m., weather permitting, but you should expect delays.
Sanitation services and trash pickup are not going to happen tomorrow. Asheville parks and rec community centers will be closed tomorrow. In addition, all basketball games and childcare have been canceled as well. Like we were talking about, every part of our viewing area seems to look so different. We've seen Asheville. Now let's head to Anderson. That's where Maya Payton is live to show us more of what it looks like there. Maya.
You guys, when the wind blows here in Anderson County, it is brutal. And when it does blow, it's hard for me to even hold my head up because it's so cold. But I wanted to show you these conditions. A lot of times when we look at surfaces, it just looks like raindrops. Look at this pole here with me. If you look here very, very closely, it just looks like water. That's what it looks like. But then if I were to scrape it, okay, that's ice, especially down here at this part here. Look here. That's nothing but ice, nothing but ice. It looks like it's water, but it's ice. And that's the same way for when you're stepping out onto your porch or onto your pavement from leaving out of your house. You'll see it looks like water, but be careful because it could be ice. I want to walk over here to Mr. Whitner. Now, I was careful not to walk in these spaces, but you see these footprints right here? This is just proof of people coming to get what they need. Now, if you remember yesterday evening, I showed you how Mr. Whitner here in downtown Anderson was covered in scarves and blankets, and around 3 o'clock today, he was still covered in scarves and blankets. But as those temperatures still continue to dip and it becomes more and more cold out here in Anderson County, people have come to get what they need. And so he's sitting pretty empty right now. Also want to show you, he's got some icicles on him right now too. I'm gonna get those off of him. There you go. But a lot of people here in Anderson County continue to show their generosity, but it's more than generosity. It's protection for people here who do not have consistent shelter. I've seen many homeless individuals since I've been here downtown. They've been walking by. They've been asking us for things that they need. And it's just really good to see people giving back and helping. I also want to mention that, it's not too late, especially in Anderson County where most of the people here have power and you still are able to walk outside and go to your neighbor and check on them, walk across the street safely, check on them. Call and check on those that you care about, and even those that you barely know, but you know that they may be alone during this time. Here in Anderson County, I'm Maya Payton, WYFF News 4.
Maya, thank you, and we just love that they folks do that in Anderson, putting those items out there for people in need who need a little extra warmth, seeing our community come together during times like this, during weather events. What a wonderful place we live in. We do have an update for you now. The city of Seneca has announced closures for city operations, for non-essential employee operations for Monday. We are told commercial and residential sanitation routes for Monday will be collected on Tuesday unless further closures are warranted. And the Carolinas are seeing accumulations of ice, sleet, and freezing rain. This is such a huge, massive winter storm that has made its way across the country. Gosh, as far as East Texas, I have people sending me pictures. But here closer to home in North Carolina, a water pipe burst made conditions even worse. This was in Pineville this morning outside of Charlotte. Governor Josh Stein warned people that the black ice is going to remain an issue into next week, into this coming week, especially as these bridges, overpasses, and shaded areas continue to freeze.
Ice in Oxford, Mississippi has completely engulfed trees and power lines. You can see here that trees are folding under the weight of that ice. And about 75% of its more than 26,000 electric customers have no power. The University of Mississippi has already canceled classes through Tuesday, given the significant disruption to the community due to the power outages and unsafe roads. And a winter wonderland in Ohio, the snow started Saturday evening with the heaviest snow expected to accumulate today. There was anywhere from 5 to 10 inches of snow before 9 this morning. At the moment, expected weekend totals are hovering around 9 to 12 inches of snow, with larger amounts in the northern part of the region. Now let's take a look from above. How cool is this? These aerials are from our sister station in Oklahoma City. A blanket of snow over several neighborhoods. Temperatures will remain frigid for the next few days, so the chance of snow melting immediately is low.
Our Skycam network tells the story of the day. The worst of the precipitation is moving out, and we are still sitting around freezing. You see from Spartanburg, things are wet on the Skycam here. 32 in Asheville, 32 in Anderson. It is just glazed over across the area. Now we can see again up toward our Caesars Head Skycam, and now we can see all these trees that are just kind of holding on. You see the coating there. I think we got a little bit of snow on the back end. I think these trees have some snow on them after this moved on through. What surprised me is that cold air comes in on the back side of it. We can actually get a little bit of snow on the back end. It's 31 in downtown Greenville. Asheville, you're cleared out. Back through Atlanta, there was severe thunderstorms. In fact, 2 tornadoes touched down on the ground for a couple of hours there south of Albany. Wow, what a day we've had. Ice and all ice here across the area as we expected. Now, I think one of the saving graces here for a lot of us was the fact that we had about 4 hours of sleet this morning in the upstate. Now, that cut back on the ice accumulations. What could have been an inch, maybe even more in some locations, topped out right at a 3/4 of an inch I've seen in Seneca, back through Dacusville. But you get closer to Caesars Head right here on the line, I think we've approached that 1 inch mark. And right now we still have some freezing rain falling from Taylors to Greenville. It is on the backside. Now Simpsonville, Five Forks, you're about to be on the backside as well. Back through the north and west here, we've got drying conditions. Back through northeast Georgia here, same story. And the ice storm warning. All but over as far as the precipitation is falling, but what's on the ground is going to stay frozen for a while. We'll thaw, refreeze. I think the roads will slowly begin to improve if we can get them dry, and that's what the crews are going to be working so hard over the next few days, putting down stuff to dry them. If they can get them dry, we'll be in a whole lot better shape here by, say, Tuesday or Wednesday. Probably Wednesday or Thursday. I expect there to be delays this week because of the fact that we get the runoff from this ice, and it's hard to get rid of ice. You have that top layer of ice, some sleet, and then a bottom layer of ice where we started. That's a problem. Right now we're around freezing in most communities. The wind is now picking up a little bit, 12 miles per hour or so, and that weight of the ice on these trees, the risk we have moving forward. So live Super Doppler 4 alert hours, temperatures either hold steady or go up a little bit over the next couple of hours, just above freezing. 34 is not that big of a deal. What we will hope for here is above freezing and direct sunshine. That looks to happen tomorrow as we get to around 38 degrees. That'll thaw us out a lot, and then we'll get ready to start to dry up these roads, which will help clear things out. Let me show you the future wind gusts. They're up a little bit as we go throughout the next couple of hours. Deeper into the forecast here, we'll be watching this closely here as the winds go up 15, 20, 25 miles per hour. Look at the mountains here where we had some of the highest ice. We have the highest wind by 6 a.m. tomorrow. I'm afraid we're going to keep hearing the pop and the sound of those branches and trees coming down, maybe even transformers blowing, as the wind is going to pick up and compromise some of these elevated surfaces. And then it cools down. That's why we're so concerned. We got a cold week ahead here with temperatures on down to the single digits tonight in the mountains and the upstate right at 10 degrees. So the 4-day looks like this. I've got temperatures in the upper 30s, then we refreeze, upper 30s, then we refreeze. And over the next several days, that is going to be the case as we round out the week with highs still in the 30s by next Saturday. Western North Carolina, same story. We've got live Super Doppler 4 alert days with dangerous cold and a really long week ahead with the chilly weather.
Travel conditions are expected to remain difficult to impossible as a number of areas in Kentucky switch from snow to freezing rain and then back to snow. Norman Seawright from our sister station reports.
All throughout the week, it's been about preparation. Now the city of Louisville is asking everyone to stay indoors, stay off the roads, and to move their cars off of the emergency routes so the snowplows and the trucks can do their work in treating and clearing the roadways. Obviously, right now, it's quite light out here. About a couple of inches out here. We're downtown in front of U of L Hospital, but over the next few hours, it will be a lot more snow, ice, freezing rain, sleet, and that's where things get a little bit more tricky for some of the snow truck operators. Obviously, they have to make sure they can break up all the ice as best they can. There is calcium chloride in the salt mix. Along with the 60 city trucks, 10 more have been contracted. And the number one message that's been repeated over and over and over again to residents: stay indoors, stay warm, stay off the roads, and if they're able, check on the neighbors. It's worth doing if it can be done so safely. Reporting in Louisville, I'm Norman Seawright.
All right, from Louisville to Maryland to Howard County, where 6.7 inches of snow have already been recorded. Katie Amara from our sister station has the latest on the conditions there.
I'm Kate Amara in Howard County, Maryland, a jurisdiction between Washington, D.C. and Baltimore that does not get snow like this that often. Kids here are having fun, the ones who are willing to brave the sleet, which is coming down now. There are not as many kids as you might see if it was all snow. Some say the sleet, especially being driven by gusty winds, is kind of uncomfortable for them, but we did find some kids who don't care. They're out here anyway. It started snowing here in the southernmost part of this county around 12:15 a.m. Around 11:30, you could hear it switching over to sleet. And for hours ever since, it's been all sleet all the time. We're on top of it, and we'll bring you more as the night goes on.
That was Kate Amara reporting. Snow is falling steady in some of the states further north. Meteorologist Matt Delortello from our sister station has more from a frozen Lake Champlain in Vermont.
Meteorologist Matt DiLoretto right here from the frozen Mallet's Bay. We're at the Champlain Marina in Colchester, Vermont, standing on the frozen Lake Champlain. Doesn't get much more Vermont than that. The snow is really picking up. Look behind me. You can normally see the other side of the bay, but not today. Visibility is low as the powder snow picks up. And look at this consistency. It's 5 degrees right now, so the moisture content of this snow is very, very low. Road conditions are going downhill, though, and the powder snow continues to add up. By the time we get to Monday, 8 to 12 inches widespread with up to 2 feet of snow expected in southern Vermont. A perfect storm, though, for the winter industry, especially for the snowmobilers that rely on the natural stuff. We'll send it back to you.
All right, back in our area, the South Carolina Emergency Management Division has set up a winter weather hotline. You can call toll-free 24/7 with your questions about the state's winter weather response. That number is 866-246-0133. We also have this number on WYFF4.com with information from officials.
And several colleges and universities across our area are either closed tomorrow and Tuesday or e-learning tomorrow and Tuesday. Campus operations during severe weather vary from school to school. Officials do stress anyone walking or driving in the next few days do so safely. Our team coverage of the winter storm continues in just a moment.
WYFF News 4 starts with breaking news.
Good afternoon, and thank you for staying with us for this extended coverage of this winter storm. I'm Nigel Robertson.
And I am Sydney Shadricks. Let's go ahead and get a live look outside right now. This is from our Peace Center sky cam in Greenville. You can see the precipitation there on the camera. Things are cold out there. They're slick. We've seen a lot of precipitation today, and we are hoping that will soon move out of our area.
From downtown Greenville to downtown Lawrence, with this great view of the square there. You can see what looks like snow. It is not. It is ice. Pretty much a sheet of ice covering all of upstate South Carolina.
Yeah, and in western North Carolina, let's take a live look from our Asheville sky cam. Just dreary, cold, wet. I think we're all ready for a little bit of sunshine, a little bit of a change. Let's check in now with Chief Meteorologist Chris Justice. Chris, what can we expect in the coming hours, the coming days?
Probably some power outages in the coming hours. You know, the wind is going to pick up a little bit. You saw Asheville's actually looking a little bit better there. The mountains kind of west of Asheville look a whole lot different than, say, where the airport's at, because they're on the eastern facing slope of the mountain. A rough go of it for the next, say, 12 hours there. Let me show you what's happening, because we are coated in with ice. You can see Anderson actually looks a whole lot worse than Asheville does. Now, the difference with the two cities is Asheville did not have sleet. Much of the upstate had about 4 hours of sleet, so that really changed the ball game in a lot of areas. Spartanburg, you still see the almost misty look. That is freezing rain and freezing drizzle right now that is coming down pretty good clip. Same story up through Caesars Head. A little bit of probably all three precipitation types right now in Caesars Head. Temperature sitting just below freezing as we've held onto that wedge of cold air for the whole time frame. It did not rain across the upstate. That rain line pushed all the way down to I-20. What an ice storm this is. Metro Columbia, Metro Atlanta, big problems here across North Georgia. Now, they have had the weight of the ice on the trees for longer than us, and if I look back at the power outages here, they are higher than our area, and we've had just as much ice as them. So you kind of do the math there. When the weight of the ice is on the tree for a longer period of time, that's when it's more susceptible to kind of succumbing to that. Not saying all of us are going to lose power, and I hope that many of us don't, but it would be a good idea to go ahead and charge your devices. Kind of prep the house. Now that it's dark out, remember the lessons we learned from Helene, right? It is so hard just to find basic things in your house without light, right? You're trying to just look around for things. Go ahead and get everything set so that if the power does go out, and I hope it doesn't, you have it ready for the kiddos, okay? Because it can be pretty stressful, especially when it's dark out, right? And the kids are feral, right? I mean, let's be honest. It's been 12 hours of a snow day. They're probably losing their minds. I get it. Here we are, Greenville, Spartanburg, Anderson. We're talking about this pushing out into the south. Live Super Doppler 4 actually gives us a crystal clear look at where it's icing. We're used to tracking storms for us, but it does a fantastic job at letting us know exactly where that ice line is. One, so we can tell you where it's getting worse, and two, we can tell you, okay, we can breathe a little bit. Greenville, you're one of the areas we can finally breathe. The back edge of that precipitation moving out, at least the most meaningful accumulating ice is probably done for Greenville, Pickens, and Easley, Walhalla. But now we have to look out for the fact that the wind will start to kick up a little bit tonight. That as the actual cold air comes in. There's an ice storm warning for the entire area because of what we've had so far, and that line is now pushing south of 85. Still some freezing drizzle or pockets of sleet certainly possible, but pretty much this is winding down on schedule here. We're 30 in 31 in Greenwood, 30 in Lawrence. You folks still have about another 30 minutes or so of some of this, and you're just adding to your 1/4 of an inch, getting close to 4/10 of an inch in some locations. I hope you'll send me your updates. Let me know what you're seeing. And the winds out there, 5 to 10 miles per hour. Over the next 12 hours, we're cooling down or holding steady, but finally drying things back out. I'm going to toss things out to meteorologist Bradford Ambrose. Bradford, man, I know you got to be cold out there. Tell us what you're seeing outside of Greenville right now. You got that trusty thermometer. That's kind of been our gauge, not only on the temperature, but also the ice accumulation.
Yeah, that's right, Chris. And some great news, like you were showing on Live Super Doppler 4. I can't stress that enough. That's a significant advantage, not only during severe weather season for obviously severe thunderstorms and also tornadoes. It can tell us where the ice and the snow and the sleet is falling in your hometown right now. And just like you showed, the back edge of the moisture is working on through. Very light rain right now here in Greenville. I do want to show you the thermometer here. We've been showing it here for the better part of the day. We've got that ice accretion here on the thermometer. And just by looking at the tree branches here in Greenville, probably 1/4 to a 1/2 inch. I haven't measured them exactly, but definitely 1/4, if not a little bit more at the station. So obviously we've had other significant totals in other parts of to the viewing area into portions of Pickens and Oconee counties and other areas, 3/4 of an inch up to an inch. And unfortunately, those power outages have increased as well across our region, and we'll watch those winds pick up as we work into the overnight hours. That'll do it for me right now outside the station. We'll send it back to the anchors in the studio.
Bradford, thank you very much. Let's check now with power outages across the area.
Yeah, as Bradford was saying, the precipitation's moving out, but we are expected to see those power outages increase. Let's take a look in North Carolina. More than 29,000 customers without power there. Henderson County making up a lot of that with 11,000.
South Carolina is sitting at about 34,000 outages, with Pickens County making up the most, around 15,000. Georgia is seeing more than 80,000 outages now. White County is the most affected with about 14,000 customers without power. You can check the power outages right now at our website, WYFF4.com.
And we have a lot of schools that are making schedule changes as we start this week. Greenville, Pickens, and Oconee County schools will be all e-learning on Monday and Tuesday. Schools will be contacting you with specifics on that e-learning process.
So many school districts, colleges, and universities have shifted their instructional plans tomorrow due to the weather that we're dealing with right now. You can find a full list on WYFF4.com and scrolling at the bottom of your screen.
All day today and this evening, we have had live team coverage across our region. Our reporters in all areas of the upstate and western North Carolina.
Let's start this half hour with our Peyton Furtado, who's live in Spartanburg. Peyton.
Spartanburg, more like Spartanburg. The temperatures are definitely dropping here. Wind and the precipitation just been picking up on and off again today. We went to this fountain earlier. I want to show you a little bit more of it. It's definitely freezing a lot more than we saw earlier. More icicles on this. And take a look down here. The ice is even spreading across the actual bottom of the fountain. Pretty soon we could see it spread across the entire thing if these temperatures continue to drop like we've seen them. Earlier today we told you about how many people were out and about enjoying things as they were clear. That's no longer the case. We're only seeing a few people here and there, and definitely some City of Spartanburg workers and County of Spartanburg workers making sure these roads are clear, trying to go ahead and address the problem before it gets even worse. They're in a holding pattern other than that, waiting to respond to outages and also unsafe roads when all of this does freeze over like we could see tonight, like we will see tonight. Let me rephrase that. We're going to bring you updates at 11 o'clock. We're going to continue to monitor all of these conditions for you. Right now, I can tell you it is cold, it is wet, it is windy. You're going to want to stay inside. In Spartanburg, I'm Peyton Furtado, WYFF News 4.
And y'all are sending us your photos and videos today, and we love it. These are some new photos just into our newsroom. Tripp sent us these drone shots. You can see Death Valley in some of these photos. This is at Clemson University. Tripp, thank you for those. It's really cool seeing a different vantage point, right, of what this storm has looked like. He flew that drone over Clemson around 1 o'clock this afternoon. Little John Arena, Death Valley, just a really neat view from up above. And another shot here of the Seneca Bridge over Lake Hartwell. Again, I have some friends who are out there on the lake, and they said it's icy out there. They're having a hard time getting out and about on their lake lot, but hey, it really looks great from above there.
Yes, it does. Our Stephanie Trotter is checking in with Greenville County Emergency Operations again this afternoon. Stephanie.
I've got the Director of Emergency Management with me, Pierce Womack, and I was joking with you. Most populous county in the state, no pressure for you, keeping us all safe. How's the storm gone for you?
Yes, everything has went great today. Obviously, we've had an increased call volume, and we've had some incidents to deal with, but luck's been on our side. I think we've gotten more sleet than freezing rain today, so we've been able to conquer a lot of our issues very easily and not be impacted like we thought we would.
I've been mentioning with both you as well as Chief Johnson that roller coaster of temperatures and knowing it's going to dip again. Is it all clear inside that room with all the different agencies? What is the vibe right now?
We will continue staffing. It's been a busy afternoon with the freezing rain that we had. Call volume was up just a little bit with trees down and some power lines down, but luckily power outages are still about 1% of the county. Crews will continue to staff the Emergency Operations Center tonight and tomorrow, working through some of the cold temperatures, helping with roadway clearing. Any type of emergency services response may be delayed a little bit, trying to get enough personnel to some of these bigger calls, but we'll be working with crews to make sure they have what they need to respond.
Tomorrow's a work day. How should people approach that?
We know folks need to return to work and important appointments and things that they have, but we urge folks to take that cautious approach. If you can stay home, please do. Delay your travel if you can. Wait till temperatures get above freezing. Roads are going to be very treacherous tonight, getting into the low temperatures, so that may not even thaw out at all tomorrow. So please be careful. Please heed those warnings and stay home if you can.
You mentioned you think that this area was the most prepared it's ever been for a weather event like this, and yet the things that you had to really work on took me by surprise. Share that with the viewers.
Yes, I think Hurricane Helene taught us a lot when it comes to trees down and power lines down. We learned a lot as a county how to respond to that. But when you look at cold weather and very cold temperatures and the precipitation we received, it's been a little while since crews have driven on this type of weather. So preparing those chains, learning how to drive and install those chains on the vehicles are always a challenge. So not doing that in 4 or 5 years here in the county definitely was a learning curve, but having those 3 or 4 days, crews are very prepared and we're able to execute that easily.
I know that the county put brand new tires on 75 cruiser vehicles, but it is younger officers, younger EMS that is out on the road. Do you give them driving lessons? How do you prep a new driver to drive a big vehicle in the snow?
We've had those conversations in the Emergency Operations Center over the last few days, and some of our staff even in the Operations Center are new. So learning those processes are always taking time. Luckily, they've got good seasoned folks and folks that have been around the county for a long time, and they're able to work with them and prepare.
We so appreciate your time because I know you've got so much going on. But you know what? That's one of the reasons they want folks to stay home so that the EMS, the law enforcement, all your first responders, when they're out on the road, they can clearly get where they need to go without having to endanger anybody or be endangered themselves. Reporting live in Greenville County, Stephanie Trotter, WYFF News 4.
Stephanie, thank you very much. Our Taniqua Penix is live along Main Street in downtown Greenville as the city is starting to clear some roads. Taniqua.
Hey, Nigel. Well, yeah, you can see with my wand here, the roads are somewhat clear. Believe it or not, crews have been through with the plow to wipe it. And like I mentioned, I have this block of ice that was just laying on the ground. Our photojournalist Dustin Martin actually handed it to me. I lost my gloves. I'm going to drop that down. But yeah, officials, they've been saying it, stay off the roads if you can. A lot of city offices will actually be closed tomorrow to help with that and keeping people off the roads. You got the zoo. The zoo will be closed. The city council meeting is now canceled. You actually see one of the plows coming through right now. Some of the side roads, as you can see, still have snow or sleet, ice on it. So again, they're just urging people stay off the roads, be safe. It's cold. For now, reporting live in Greenville, Taniqua Penix, WYFF News 4.
And I think, too, it's just important to reiterate that even though the precipitation is moving out of the area, it's going to stay so cold that those roads are going to remain dangerous to travel on. All right, that was a look at downtown Greenville. Let's go to Anderson now. That's where we find our Maya Payton live. Maya.
Hey, you guys, as I'm making my way around downtown Anderson, it just amazes me where I'm finding ice. And, I've become a good judge of where ice is and what it looks like. Whenever I see something shimmer and glamour like this, I know that it's not just water. I know it's ice. Let me see if I can. There you go. And then I'm also surprised at the number of things I'm finding icicles on. Let's look at this trash can here downtown. Look, all those icicles. It just continues to just gather on all different surfaces. But the major surface that Anderson County officials are worried about are those power lines up above, okay? And the last time I saw you when I was over by the Emergency Management Division, the director, Josh Hawkins, was telling me, Maya, we only have one power outage. He was so happy about it. But he did warn us that more power outages were headed for Anderson County. Let me show you here. I'm using the same tracker that they use at the Emergency Management Division. If you look here, we're looking at 191 customers in Anderson County without power right now. And if we look over here, outage by utility, we see for Duke Energy, there's 177. And then for Blue Ridge Electric Co-op, we're looking at 13. And the list goes on. It's just a reminder of, if you still have power here in Anderson County, go ahead and look at, what you need, those candles, those matches, the flashlights, whatever you're going to need in case your power goes out. Now, since this coverage began, I want to end with this. The hotel I've been staying at here in Anderson County is full of nurses and doctors and healthcare workers. And last night, I heard them having many conversations, and their dedication to, obviously be in a place where they're able to get to those hospitals, those nursing homes, when they need to, and as fast as possible. And it's just a reminder of the hard work that they're putting in, not just for the emergencies that pop up over here during this ice storm, but for the pre-existing health conditions of those who are staying in the hospital, in those nursing homes. And just a special thank you to those healthcare workers. Of course, I'll keep you covered here in Anderson County with all you need to know. I'm Maya Payton, WYFF News 4.
Maya, thank you very much. Now let's head to Western North Carolina. Our Nate Stanley is live in Asheville. Nate.
And Nigel, I do feel somewhat bad because I'm hearing all of my coworkers, my fellow reporters, people I love dearly, talk about how it's cold and how they've been standing in ice all afternoon. And here in Asheville, since we've been out here, it's only really felt like it's gotten warmer, and it's felt like the wind has gone down, and there hasn't been much precipitation. I'll let you take a look behind us at what we have seen, but it's been pretty much this exact visual for most of the afternoon. A couple puddles here on the road, and just a few people taking advantage of the lull in precipitation to go out. Only a few places open here in downtown Asheville, as we've been saying. And again, the areas around here, the counties, as well as some of the governor's staff earlier today saying that they appreciate how people have heeded the warnings to not leave their homes unless they absolutely need to. They say that's given the emergency crews and the road crews the ability to get where they need to go safely to treat the roads and also bring back power. In the last half hour, we told you that Henderson County has said that they've seen about an 11,000 power outages as of now. And then when we spoke with Transylvania County earlier today, they were around that same number. The sheriff for Transylvania County tells me that they've responded to some small incidents throughout the day, but of course and thankfully no serious injuries reported there. Buncombe County did tell us earlier today that they do believe that there was someone who had suffered a weather-related death in Buncombe County here. So again, just a reminder, the temperatures are going to continue to drop tonight, so what might look like it's just a wet road could very quickly, with some lowering temperatures and some wind, could quickly turn into some ice, into a situation that you do not want to be driving on. So again, as we've been telling you all day, if you don't need to leave your home, and of course, unless it's an emergency, do not do so. As for Asheville City Schools, we're told that they will not have school tomorrow. It will be a teacher workday. There will also be no e-learning. So again, if you don't need to leave your home, don't do so. We'll be here all night. We'll provide you updates. We'll be back at 11, showing you what it looks like at that point. Probably will be a little bit colder by then. But for now, reporting in Asheville, Nate Stanley, WYFF News 4.
Nate and his photographer Kyle, thank you very much for that report. In Washington, D.C., people made the most of a snow day by turning Capitol Hill into their own winter wonderland. This is the first major snowstorm of the season for this area.
We just live nearby. We wanted to give the kids a chance to play in the snow, and we had been hearing all week about snowpocalypse. Everyone was worried about it, but honestly, we're pretty excited.
According to the Department of Homeland Security, Washington, D.C. and 17 states, including the Carolinas and Georgia, have declared weather emergencies.
Today marks the 102nd anniversary of the first Winter Olympics. The competition was held in the French Alps on January 25th, 1924. There were 14 events involving 6 sports. The competition was known at the time as the International Winter Sports Week. 4 years later, the International Olympic Committee officially designated the Winter Games. That year, the competition took place in Switzerland. And the 25th edition of the Winter Olympics kicks off in Milan, Italy on February 6th. The Games will last more than 2 weeks, and you can watch them all right here on WYFF4 as part of our legendary February.
And y'all have been sending your pictures and videos as the storm moves through. We are so thankful. Check this out. You got turkey in the straw and you got chickens in the snow. These chickens enjoying the winter weather in Simpsonville. Isn't that fun?
And Rodney sent this in from downtown Lyman. Look at that. The snow just be pelting, the snow and ice really just pelting in front of the camera. It's an amazing video there. And Joanna sent this in from Simpsonville, a serene scene with the sleet on the ground.
Yeah, Wendy sharing this picture from Waterloo. You can see the sleet out there, just, you know, the white on the ground looking like a dusting of snow. But again, as we all know, we've seen freezing rain, we've seen sleet, not that big white fluffy snow that we'd hope to see, but hey, pretty if you're inside nonetheless, right?
I know my dogs walked outside today and were like, what is this? In Campobello, these dogs look like they are having a blast playing in this winter mix. Ann Bryant sent us this video, and she says it even looks like the pond is freezing over.
Oh, no, for a minute there, that white one looked like, I don't know, I'm not sure what to do.
That was your dog earlier.
That was my dog earlier. She's not about it. Not about it. All right, it is going to take days for roads to be completely free of ice.
Here's Chris Peterson from our sister station reporting in Thomasville, North Carolina.
I'm Chris Peterson in Thomasville, North Carolina. There's really nothing falling from the sky right now, but we are checking out the aftermath from what Mother Nature left behind overnight last night. You can see on the roads, it is a combination of a snow-sleet mix, very crunchy, and that's actually a good thing because there is traction. You can see people are getting around on four-wheelers, and there are folks that are braving the conditions and are driving. Of course, we don't recommend that, and emergency management officials don't recommend you really get out just yet. The plows did come by here a few minutes ago and did take a top layer off here on Highway 109. But of course, you can see there's plenty of work left to be done. No accidents to report. People are being careful and are staying at home on this Sunday afternoon. And that's what everyone is recommending you do. Here in Thomasville, I'm Chris Peterson.
And staying in North Carolina, people all over are seeing accumulations of ice, sleet, and freezing rain as this massive winter storm makes its way across the country. A water pipe burst making dangerous conditions. This is in Pineville this morning. This is just outside of Charlotte. Governor Josh Stein warned people that black ice will remain an issue into next week, especially on bridges, overpass, and shaded areas. Now, a look from above. These aerials are from our sister station in Oklahoma City. A blanket of snow over several neighborhoods. Temperatures will remain frigid for the next few days, so the chance of snow melting immediately is low.
And the South Carolina Emergency Management Division has set up a winter weather hotline. You can call toll-free 24/7 with any question about the state's winter weather response. That number is on your screen right now. It's 1-866-246-0133. We also have this number and other information from officials on WYFF4.com.
Our Skycam network shows the story of the day, right? We were iced in. I want to show you 385 right here in Greenville. Look at the cars. They're going, but look at the glaze. You see how it's just reflecting? That is what we call black ice. The crews are just hammering the big roads like 385, I-85, 26, 40, 240, and those are going to be some of the first to get better early. But I tell you what, it is a sheet of ice in some locations. Look at these guys. I mean, just really rough, and temperatures are all right around freezing right now. Let's look in closer. You can see 385. This is a good view. At least our Skycam, we can actually see now. That's good. But yeah, when you see the glaze, the reflection right there, it is a problem. So emergency crews, there's an ambulance right there. It's not going fast or with its lights on, so that's good news. But this is the purpose here, is to get the roads clear for emergency crews, for power crews to be able to get things back on. And what I do like to see is the fact that I still see lights on the horizon, right? There's power out there, at least to be had, okay? Let's show you what's happening. We do have the back edge of this precipitation pushing out. The bulk of the meaningful accumulating ice has moved out of areas like Greenville, Pickens, and Oconee County. Let's look in closer on live Super Doppler 4. Southern Greenville County, southern Anderson County, Abbeville, you're still in the thick of it, as well as Greenwood. It looks like it's raining, but it's freezing rain, as all of us are below freezing and have remained there throughout the day. Looking in closer to Greenville, Simpsonville, it's pushing out. Woodruff to Enoree, seeing some of that push on out as well. I want to send things out to meteorologist Bradford Ambrose. He's right here in downtown Greenville, where he's been on top of all the conditions moving forward. Bradford, tell me we got some light here. We're kind of seeing a little bit of light at the end of the tunnel, right? What are you seeing outside of our studios right now?
Yeah, that's right, Chris. We've certainly got that back edge of the moisture working on through, and what you've got is what you've got at this point, especially for hometowns along and north of I-85. We've got quieting weather conditions, just a few sprinkles here or there, but overall the precipitation is much lighter and really not accumulating anymore for Greenville and, once again, all of those hometowns generally along and north of I-85. So moisture will come to an end, likely for all of the viewing area within the next hour or so. And then our attention obviously will turn into the overnight hours. The wind will pick up out of the northwest. Could see some gusts 30 to 40 plus miles per hour, especially in the higher elevations. So overall, power outages aren't terrible right now, but unfortunately, I would suspect that will kind of increase those power outages as we work into the overnight hours and into the day on Monday. And then the bitterly cold temperatures on the way for the rest of the week. Chris.
Yeah, watching those temperatures so closely there, Bradford, and what we need to watch for closely is the fact that cold air is rushing in, and as it does, the wind will kick up. Thankfully, it's not going to blast through the entire area, but the winds will pick up tonight, so there is a chance that if you have power right now that you may not in the morning with the winds that we're seeing. Let me show you the next 12 hours. We hold steady temperature-wise, maybe even go up a degree or two, hanging out near or around freezing. You'd be surprised, even just above freezing will help, especially with some sunshine and above freezing. Nonetheless, we're going to watch these winds. They're going to grow to at least some meaningful amounts, 10, 15 miles per hour into the overnight hours. Here's 20, 25 miles per hour, pushes toward the south right here. We'll be watching this very closely here as it does. And here we are with those gusts. Watch this, 8, 9, 10 o'clock. You see the gusts start to pick up here. Look at this, 40 miles per hour, approaching it by 6 a.m. there in Hendersonville, northern Greenville County, with any kind of meaningful ice on the trees. We're already getting power outages and there's no wind. Imagine when you add a little bit of wind, even 20, 25 miles per hour. That's going to do some damage to the trees. And we need to watch these temperatures closely. Look at this. We're down to single digits by Tuesday morning. Check this out. The 4-day looks like this. I've got 39 degrees, then down to 11. I've got 38 down to 19. You get the picture here. We'll get the roads to dry off, and hopefully that'll be the case. Already, you see 385 right there. They've got the bulk of the slush and the sleet off of it. They're going to do some work the next few days, and that's going to allow us to get back going slowly but surely. But, folks, I expect black ice pretty much every day this week. The problem with this, Nigel and Sydney, is the fact that it's got ice on the top. It's like an Oreo. It's got ice on the bottom, and then the middle is the sleet. It takes a while for that sun to do work and get it gone.
All right, Chris, thank you. And thank you for watching WYFF News 4's extended coverage of this weekend's ice storm. We will continue to bring you weather updates at the top of each hour before WYFF News 4 at 11.
See you then.
Why don't we take a look at those sky cams around the area? I think we have, what is another minute or so? You guys tell me what we got here. We'll keep it going, but I want to show you the sky cam. There's Asheville. Asheville actually changed over to rain, and we've got Greenville watching those temperatures so closely. There's Anderson, Lake Hartwell. You've got the ice socked in right here. Meaningful accumulations all across the area. Those roads are going to be slick through tomorrow, probably even into Tuesday. There's downtown Greenville. You see the light glistening off everything. Makes everything bright and beautiful, but boy, we've got some issues around town as temperatures are beginning to cool down. There's Lawrence, still dealing with some freezing rain that is accumulating across the area. About another 30 minutes or so of that precipitation. Nigel, Sydney, I tell you what, that shot from Caesar's Head is the most dramatic.
The drone shots we showed a little while ago over Clemson, those were pretty cool too.
Those were nice, y'all. And we just want to thank you for sticking with us today. You know, keeping you informed, keeping you prepared. It's something that we take seriously. For all of our crews that have been out there, all our first responders, thank you, and thank you again for watching.